Two miners watch the protagonist work. They comment on how good he is, wondering if he had been a miner before. The protagonist, previously a hunter, swings his pickaxe with incredible speed. The result of his labor is a pile of ore, already filling several sacks. The other miners are impressed by his work ethic, realizing they can't slack off with such a try-hard round. The protagonist, meanwhile, is shocked by his own performance. A few moments earlier, the protagonist couldn't believe what was happening. He had unlocked perks. The protagonist clutches his head, overwhelmed. The information about the perks floods his mind all at once. He is overwhelmed by the top-class skills and items now available to him. The captain of the mining team smirks, musing on the unexpected generosity of the system. He calls out to someone, but they don't seem to listen. Annoyed, the captain stops in his tracks, his expression hardening. The captain of the mining team approaches, demanding to know if someone is slacking off on their first day. The captain's target is revealed to be the hunter, who is now the captain of the mining team. He curses under his breath. The captain of the mining team notes that they really don't listen to what he says and decides to educate them a little. The captain cracks his whip, annoyed that he had to tell them to get back to work. The whip flies through the air, aimed at the hunter. The hunter, now a miner, mutters to himself, wondering who this guy is. The captain is shocked to see that the hunter caught the whip with his bare hands. The hunter apologizes and promises to get back to work now. The hunter reflects that the captain's whip looked slow, probably because of all his battle experience up until now. He examines his hand, still wrapped in bandages, and marvels at his improved resilience. Not even a scratch. The skill Wall of Iron drastically increases defense power, completely ignoring damage lower than his defense and preventing fatigue. The hunter swings his pickaxe with renewed vigor, feeling no fatigue. He could work like this all day. He acknowledges that while the conditions are a bit picky, it's a great skill if used correctly. He thinks to himself that they gave him a pretty nice skill. He reflects on the 9 perks he's received and how, using his knowledge of the future, he will be able to regain his strength rapidly. Then, the first thing he needs to do is... Elsewhere, a worker diligently records the miner's progress, the sound of his quill scratching against the parchment. The hunter hauls a heavy sack of ore, his group's progress evident in a growing pile. The worker overseeing the operation declares it great work. Back at the central building, the calculations for the day's workload are complete. The captain of the mining team announces that he will now announce the rankings. The crowd erupts as the captain declares Group F in first place. The hunter realizes that the hooded child was in his group. The announcement of Group B in second place is met with disbelief. They question how they could be so high. The crowd cheers for Group F, while others express their dismay. The captain explains that according to their mining team's protocols, the supplies and compensation for the last place group's work will be divided among the first, second, and third place groups. The hunter's group, though victorious, remains wary of their surroundings. Meanwhile, the masses prepare to offer their prayers to the goddess Arya, seeking her divine light. Their voices rise in unison, begging the goddess to bestow salvation upon them. Among the crowd, a man with a cross tattoo scoffs at their pleas, seeing their faith as misplaced. The Temple of Arya, one of the 3 great gods, is not only the biggest religion on the continent, but also its largest loan provider. The statue of the goddess looms large, a symbol of both faith and financial power. Most of the people here are simply exhausted, eager to return and rest. These people were once adventurers, but after being rescued by the temple, they became slaves bound to its service. They are forced to pay off their vast medical bills and are not free to move around as they please while bearing the stigma of their debt. The cross tattoo marks them as property of the temple, and venturing outside the work territory without permission would mean instant death. Demon god Tartarus, however, will not allow them to continue as they please. One such slave, bearing the mark of the temple, vows to take his revenge. Also, a hand reaches out, as if to grasp another. The woman's face is serene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The light intensifies, focusing on the palm of a hand. The word Altair hangs in the air. The mysterious man with a cross tattoo on his shoulder stands in the light, his head bowed. A voice echoes, promising protection. I will protect you this time. A temple worker in a white robe stands before a crowd, inviting them to the store or for consultation. Customers clamor for service, requesting beer and baked potatoes. The mysterious man with a cross tattoo stands at a counter, overhearing that the prices are unreasonably expensive. A child calls out to the mysterious man, who offers to buy him a drink. The mysterious man with a cross tattoo is asked if he even has money. The child reveals a handful of coins, stating that he just received his. The child in the hooded cloak expresses gratitude, remembering how the mysterious man with the cross tattoo protected him from a beating and helped his group achieve first place. The child reflects on his group's composition, noting that it consists only of weak members. He continues, explaining that his group usually comes in last place, making this the first time he's ever received money. The mysterious man with the cross tattoo simply acknowledges the child's statement. An explanation is given as to why the child was being beaten up, If even one person in a group is unable to work due to injury, the group mines less iron ore, and targeting a single group increases another's rank. A diagram illustrates how other groups target Group F, the group the child belongs to increase their own standing. The mysterious man with the cross tattoo assures the child that he isn't going to rip him off, citing adult pride as a reason. The child, however, tells him not to come near, finding it bothersome, and suspects the man thought he would use up all his money. The mysterious man with the cross tattoo approaches a vendor, who asks what he can get for him. The man with the cross tattoo asks the vendor if he has water of recovery. The vendor expresses surprise, stating that he's never seen the man before and questioning if he even has money. The vendor explains that the water of recovery costs 1 gold per glass and 4 gold per bottle, suggesting that if the pain is bearable, he should just get through it. The man with the cross tattoo presents 1.5 gold. He resolves to take out a loan to cover the remaining balance. The mysterious man with the cross tattoo demands the loan application forms from the shopkeeper. The child, overhearing the request, is shocked. The child thinks the mysterious man is crazy. The loan application is stamped and approved. The child warns the shopkeeper about the dangers of debt and high interest rates, but the shopkeeper silences him. The mysterious man drinks a bottle, stating he just needs to pay them back. The bottle is identified as water of recovery, a popular item that recovers a small portion of health and has a hidden effect of increasing magic power when a large quantity is consumed. The man thinks that although drinking 10 bottles only increases magic power by a minuscule amount, with his perk, he doesn't even need elixirs. The man's perk is revealed to be Skill Vision of Hermes, which drastically increases the effect of all potions by 500%. The narrator states that the man is getting a large sum of money from the mines either way. The man thinks that since he won't be compensated even if he were to work very hard, he drinks more bottles of water of recovery. He pushes himself, sweat dripping as he does push-ups. The shopkeeper asks what he needs to do, and then questions if he heard a monster cry coming. The shopkeeper is told to contact the hunter team. The mysterious man with the cross tattoo thinks to himself that he will lead them to where he heard the monster cry, because he needs to earn money from the dungeons. Monsters, born from warps within magic, were often hostile to humans. They had caused much damage, but they also gave humans a second chance. Before anyone realized it, monsters had become a precious material that humanity couldn't live without, providing magic stones, bones, and fur for items. That also meant that dungeons were to be homes for monsters, dangerous places that also held treasure chests waiting to be discovered. Footsteps echoed through the dungeon halls. A group of hunters advanced, their purpose clear. Hunters, slaves selected and chosen for their combat prowess and specialization in hunting. To compensate for facing the dangers that were monsters, they had a higher base pay and were paid with incentives based on their progress. The adventurer protagonist thought to himself, I think there was a reason. An older person, leaned in, saying, Are you listening? Anyways, we can't keep giving you loans anymore. The man continued, No, it's because of your current rank. You can't possibly get a single penny more for a loan. He pondered his options, wondering if he should resort to theft to solve his financial woes. The temple, it seemed, was always looking for fresh organs for research, even suggesting he sell his own for a loan. The goddess Mercedes stood beside him, a serene expression on her face despite the grim topic of conversation. The temple worker assured the protagonist that he could sell his organs and that the temple would take them by next week. He asked if he didn't have to give up his organs if he could pay back the money, and the temple worker assured him that the temple didn't look like some kind of shady business. The protagonist decided to buy more potions with the money he had. The shopkeeper, seemingly indifferent to the protagonist's choices, told him to do whatever he wanted, as it was he who might die, not him. The goddess watched as he downed a potion, remarking on his apparent craziness and calling him a real man. She thought to herself that this is how another customer gets sold to the laboratory. Mercedes stood in the temple, waiting for the protagonist. Rows of potions lined the shelves, their glowing contents hinting at their magical properties. The protagonist, his expression hardening with resolve, declared that he was ready to go. He stomped his foot, ready to depart. A knight in shining armor questioned if he was assigned to be their guide. The timing, as he sees it, is perfect. The reconnaissance team leader, Gerda, confirms that it seems so. He introduces Dale and Marco. Although he lacks a night vision skill, the protagonist knows he can still be of assistance. The knight, clad in black armor, remarks on the money spent on night vision potions. He hopes he can be of some help, knowing that night vision is a valuable asset in the dark. To go deep into a dark dungeon without attracting attention from monsters, it's crucial to have the ability to spread mana in a wide field and heighten your senses, mana detection. These skills will be essential for their survival. The knight states that if the protagonist is ready, they can go. One of the guards asks the protagonist to carry something with him. Dale observes that the protagonist, a miner, uses mana, finding it interesting. Dale wonders if he'll wake up the entire dungeon, prompting Gerda to tell him to shut up. While the group prepares to descend, the protagonist's expression hardens with determination. When he was transferred to be a hunter, Two of them seemed familiar. He knew at least one of them. That would be about a month after they cleared this dungeon. If things were to go the same way, two of them would die in this dungeon. Three figures, cloaked and armed, stand silhouetted against the dungeon entrance, their shadows stretching long before them. The protagonist, reflecting on the situation, realizes he has a pretty good idea on how to use these kids. A boot crunches on the stone floor, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The knight, Gerda, expresses his awe at the sight before them. The group continues their descent, their footsteps muffled by the foliage. A voice calls out, beckoning them to come over. A figure in a green mask, surrounded by cloaked individuals, instructs everyone to put out their hands, revealing their team. The reconnaissance team, clad in matching dark robes and armor, stand ready to descend into the dungeon. Before entering, the adventurer with white hair wraps his arm with bandages, preparing for the dangers ahead. A hooded figure, presumably the team's mage, displays a bracelet imbued with magic. The mage explains that if something happens to the adventurer in the dungeon, the bracelet he wears will snap, signaling the need for backup. With preparations complete, the hooded figure wishes the adventurer a safe journey. The team begins their descent into the depths of the dungeon, the narrow passage illuminated by an unseen light source. Further down, the adventurer leads the way, his footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. The team continues their reconnaissance, unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows below. The dungeon floor glows faintly, hinting at the presence of something unnatural. A clawed foot steps onto the glowing floor, its owner hidden from view. Two grotesque, dog-like creatures emerge from the darkness, one wielding a torch, the other a crude blade. One of the creatures hurls a rock, the sound echoing through the dungeon as the ambush begins. The dog-like creatures pause, their guttural snarls momentarily silenced by the sound of something falling from above. From above, the reconnaissance team member, Gerda, descends, his blade already stained with the creature's blood. The main role of reconnaissance was to check if there were monsters, and the attack squad that would have a necessary firepower would clear the dungeon. The dog-like creature, now face-to-face with Gerda, lunges with its claws, seeking to tear him apart. Inside the dungeon, the reconnaissance team continues their assault, blades flashing in the dim light as they cut down the remaining creatures. Gerda and Dale pause, taking in a cavernous space and the scale of the dungeon before them. The narrator explains that the attack squad would have the necessary firepower to clear the dungeon. That's how things usually went. One of the dog-like creatures lies dead, its blood pooling on the cavern floor. Marco reports that there's another breeding ground on the other side of the mine, and that hunting groups A and B were slaughtered last week. It looks like these guys are the last survivors. Of course, since the reconnaissance team was also made up of hunters with combat abilities. Dale calls out to Marco. The armored knight, Marco, suggests they take over the mine themselves. The knight's words echoed the thoughts of the others. If the dungeon seemed easy enough to handle, they would clear it themselves. But there were times when they cleared the dungeon right away. The hooded figure seemed surprised by this. Meanwhile, the hooded figure argued that they were only supposed to learn about the inside and get out. He suggested they stray from that plan. The hooded figure worried aloud about what would happen if there was a group of monsters inside, or even stronger monsters. He reminded the others that they were only a group of 3, but the knight corrected him, stating that they were 4. The hooded figure, clearly annoyed, questioned if they were joking about defeating a cobalt dungeon. He pointed out that they only had 3 people and some trash, wondering what they were supposed to do. The knight, trying to calm the situation, told the hooded figure to calm down. He asked if the leader had a plan, stating that he would decide after hearing the plans. A close-up revealed the knight's confident smirk. The adventurer, mysterious, told the knight to take it out. The knight agreed. The adventurer revealed that it was hazelnut leaves and seeds. He explained that they would crush these and mix it with the cobalt remnants. The adventurer prepared the mixture. The adventurer explained that since it was such a strong smell, the dog-like creatures could smell it from over hundreds of meters away. Indeed, one of the dog-like creatures was sniffing the air, catching the scent. Drawn in by the scent, the dog-like creature's mouth waters in anticipation. Gerda, the reconnaissance team leader, confirms the mixture's effectiveness with a satisfied smirk. We'll use this, Gerda thinks, as the dog-like creature bounds excitedly towards the bait. The creature's paws pound the ground as it races forward, unaware of the danger ahead. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath the creature's feet, triggering the trap. The plan was simple. Lure the creatures and lay out a trap. The dog-like creature plummets into the pit, impaled on sharpened stakes. Having witnessed the trap's success, one of the armored knights remarks, "See? Didn't I tell you it would work?" The knight with the spear is questioned about his knowledge and preparation. He responds that it's all down to experience, though he admits Gerda taught him. Gerda smirks, pleased with the outcome. The text reveals that Gerda used to be a hunter and worked with a knight on the same team, but he never had the chance to receive approval from others. Before the meeting, the knight asks, "What? Clear." The reconnaissance team stands within the cave, the knight in black armor listening intently to the silver-haired protagonist. The silver-haired protagonist admits that he went inside the dungeon alone to scout ahead. He downplays the danger, describing it as a simple dungeon with small groups of remaining kobolds. The knight, Gerda, questions his confidence, prompting the protagonist to explain his past experience leading reconnaissance missions, where he learned to find and sneak around. The knight seems surprised by this revelation, pondering the implications. The protagonist suggests that they could take care of the dungeon with the four of them working together, but Gerda insists it's his decision. Gerda thinks to himself that it would be a waste to give up a chance like this to other people. The knight acknowledges that the protagonist is pretty useful. The knight thinks to himself that although hazelnut is hard to find, the knight continues his internal monologue, noting that the protagonist is good at preparing and seems to know how to hunt monsters, and that he likes how he's trying to give him the credit for this too. Gerda tells the protagonist that one word to the Human Resource Department with a manager's authority, he can immediately be moved to the hunter team, and tells him to use this. The protagonist bows his head slightly, thanking Gerda for the opportunity. The armored figure observes the scene, realizing this was the intended outcome all along. He expresses disappointment that his efforts were not needed, stating he is not some kind of beggar, and that a kobold dungeon isn't enough to make him accept a request. The armored figure decides to clear the dungeon as thanks for the help. He declares that they've taken care of most of it. The armored figure expresses surprise at how easy the dungeon was. The one downside, he thinks, is that the magic stones are pretty bad since they're from kobolds. He notes that the tunnel seems clear, and that leaves. The armored figure pauses, noticing something. He wonders if they are bones or just remnants. Upon closer inspection, the armored figure realizes it's not just bones, but a structure. He realizes they are kobold bones. Suddenly, the mysterious man with a cross tattoo is sent flying by an unseen force. The force continues to ragdoll the mysterious man. The knight, Dale, shouts in alarm. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy tail slams into the ground, sending debris flying. The knight, Dale, is sent flying backwards from the force of the unseen attack. Marco braces himself, channeling mana into his shield. He yells for his teammate to get behind him. The knight, Dale, is shocked by the sudden attack, wondering what was hiding. Marco remains focused, knowing they must defend and find a way out. He thinks to himself that his mana shield can block even an orc chief, questioning if the tail can break through it. The force of the tail's impact causes Marco to cough up blood, but he holds his ground. The massive tail slams into Marco's shield with incredible force. Dale realizes what they are up against. That tail. The tail continues its relentless assault. The knight's helmeted gaze pierces the darkness, his expression unreadable as he prepares for battle. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the dungeon, painting the walls with splatters of crimson. The entrance to the dungeon looms, a dark maw on the side of a rocky cliff face. Inside, the hooded figure curses under his breath, his glasses reflecting the unseen chaos. He holds up a hand, revealing a string bracelet laced with magic. The hooded figure explains that if something were to happen to them in the dungeon, the other bracelets he's wearing will snap by themselves, 3 of them at once. The figure, still cloaked in shadow, wonders aloud what's going on inside the dungeon. Blood rains down from above, splattering against the dungeon floor. The knight, now bloodied and bruised, struggles to his feet, gasping for air. His eyes narrow with renewed determination, focused on the unseen threat. The knight, revealed to be Dale, prepares to activate a skill, his arms wrapped in bandages. Dale activates the skill, Will of Iron, increasing his defenses and ignoring damage lower than his current defense. Despite activating the Will of Iron skill, Dale still feels the monster's attack. He realizes that even though the monster is young, its species' natural strength cannot be ignored. The hooded figure, already wounded, is struck by the monster's tail. The figure stumbles, blood dripping from their wounds. The monster looms over the hooded figure, ready to strike again. Dale watches the scene unfold, his expression grim. A description details the monster's predatory nature. It uses pheromones to trick other monsters and then devours the very creature that raised it. A voice declares a desire to borrow something. The hooded figure, revealed to be Marco, is surprised as Dale reaches for his spear. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" he asks. Dale's hand glows with power as he grips the spear. Dale stands ready, spear in hand, a determined look on his face as Marco watches him warily. The spear glows intensely, ready to be used. Dale's eyes narrow as he prepares to unleash the power he has been gathering. Now, then, he thinks, he'll at least grant the monster one last wish. The silver-haired reconnaissance team member asks the monster how it wants to die, the spear crackling with energy. As Dale prepares to strike, a notification appears. Perk 3. A faint, blue glow emanates from the palm of the bandaged hand, hinting at the power it holds. The source of the glow is revealed to be the Silver Key, a perk that allows the holder to store and retrieve items from the Room of Silver. The protagonist, examines a plant with purple flowers, realizing it's a subspace artifact. The bandaged hand, now glowing brighter, seems to be the key to accessing the plant's power. Nearby, Dale, a member of the reconnaissance team, watches with concern, blood trickling from a wound on his head. The plant sits on a stone surface, its significance growing clearer with each passing moment. The plant is identified as a dragon soul plant, a natural tonic with the ability to calm the user. Protagonist, hand still glowing, tells Dale to stand back, sensing danger. He begins to wrap his weapon with the cloth, preparing for a fight. The grip tightens on the newly wrapped weapon, ready to strike. Protagonist, now with a cross tattoo visible on his shoulder, declares that things are about to get rough. The armored knight is caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He demands to know what the protagonist is doing. The knight, kneeling on the ground, insists that the white-haired warrior is not even a combatant. Clutching his shoulder, the knight refuses to die an embarrassing death. The protagonist unleashes a skill, fear. The knight cries out in terror. The skill manifests as a monstrous visage, paralyzing the knight with terror. The knight is overwhelmed by the skill. The skill description appears, paralyze your foe with terror. The white-haired warrior remembers something. He recalls a story his senior told him when he was new. The story the silver-haired warrior recalled was a grim one. A few years prior, a predator had attacked a nearby village. The village was a quiet one, unsuspecting of the horror that was about to befall it. The villagers could only watch as the monstrous predator approached, its massive form casting a shadow of dread. It was said that the villagers couldn't even blink, forced to witness the unfolding tragedy. They were paralyzed by fear, unable to react as the predator stalked closer. They couldn't even move a muscle, their bodies frozen in terror. There was nothing they could do as the predator closed in. They could only wait for their turns, helpless against the impending doom. The knight, still under the effects of the fear skill, remained frozen in place. A blinding light suddenly erupted, signaling a shift in the battle. The knight, regaining his senses, could only utter a confused "Huh." A strange, sharp sound cuts through the air, the source of which remains unseen. The sound intensifies, growing closer as the source continues to approach. The knight, still recovering from the effects of fear, can only watch in horror as the unseen force draws nearer. A spear, wreathed in blue energy, materializes, revealing the source of the sound. The spear continues its descent, the energy around it crackling with power. The spear pierces through a monstrous creature, its claws outstretched and its maw filled with teeth. The force of the blow sends the creature reeling backward, the spear's energy dissipating around it. The monster emits a piercing shriek as the spear tears through its flesh. Below, the figure wielding the spear lands gracefully, the purple energy around him fading. The wielder of the spear is revealed to be the protagonist, his white hair catching the light as he descends. He spits out a dragon soul plant, noting that it works wonders against fear, and recalls the Hermes Vision perk, which enhances the effect of all medical items. The protagonist reflects on his 9 perks, only one of which is a weapon, and laments that he can't use it right now because it requires too much magic power. But something still troubles the protagonist. The venom, potent enough to overwhelm even a puppy like him, is ready. The venomous spear, Fade's old friend, awaits its next use. Venom King Fade's 72-second venom, number 68, burial, is prepared. The protagonist, concerned, asks Fade if he will truly be okay. Fade questions the point of hiding a recipe he spent his entire life perfecting, especially now that the world has fallen. He believes it's better for everyone to use it than to let it rot. Fade hopes the protagonist will use the venom. The protagonist thinks to himself that if his poison can kill one more piece of trash and save one more person, it will be worth it. Fade grips the spear tightly, preparing for what's to come. Fade reflects that he could ask for nothing more. The protagonist prepares to strike. The venomous spear pierces through an unseen target. With the spear in hand, the hunter prepares to strike again, the venom dripping from the blade. The spear finds its mark, sinking deep into the flesh of the Venom King. The Venom King cries out in agony as the venom begins to take effect. The creature's monstrous form is revealed, its body pulsating with the dark energy of the venom. The Venom King thrashes wildly, its cries echoing through the desolate landscape as the hunter stands firm. A description details the lethal venom burial, made with common herbs, that enters the bloodstream and spoils the organs. The text explains that the venom also causes excruciating pain. The hunter smirks, revealing that he is the Venom King. The Venom King reflects on how he was a big sadist, with only 3 minutes remaining. The text explains that the Venom King's entire body is filled with venom. The Venom King resolves to stay alive until those 3 minutes are up. The hunter's fist connects with the Venom King's chest, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. A tendril of dark energy lashes out, seeking a target. The tendril strikes, the impact sending the hunter flying back. The Venom King's draconic form fully materializes, revealing its monstrous power. Staggering to his feet, the hunter grits his teeth, preparing for another assault. The Venom King's eye narrows, focusing on his prey. The monstrous maw of the dragon opens wide, ready to devour its target. The hunter stands his ground, the cross tattoo on his shoulder a stark contrast to the looming darkness. The dragon's teeth descend, a terrifying display of raw power. With a determined look, the hunter holds up a vial, declaring, "This is for you." The dragon's teeth close, the threat becoming imminent. The hunter throws the vial, the contents exploding against the dragon's face. As the vial shatters, the hunter thrusts his spear forward, aiming for the Venom King's monstrous form. The Venom King roars in pain as the substance from the vial begins to take effect. The dragon's agonizing shriek echoes through the battlefield. The Venom King's dragon form writhes in agony, its tongue lashing out in a desperate attempt to alleviate the burning sensation. The hunter grits his teeth, knowing he only has 2 minutes left before his own power wanes. He grips his spear tightly, preparing for the final assault. The hunter moves with blinding speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. He realizes that with his current abilities, he can't outrun the Venom King. The hunter prepares to strike, his movements precise and deadly. He thinks to himself that he either has to wait until it dies in a minute, or the hunter unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense power. He prepares to deliver the finishing blow, channeling all of his remaining energy into a final, decisive strike. He braces himself, preparing to strike the final blow against the Venom King. The Venom King's tail whips through the air, a desperate attempt to defend itself. With a determined look, the hunter grips his weapon, ready to unleash its power. He focuses his energy, channeling it into his hands as he prepares to strike. The hunter leaps into the air, aiming his weapon directly at the Venom King. The Venom King opens its maw, ready to unleash a final, desperate attack. He pushes himself, muttering that he needs to give it just a little more power. The moment of truth arrives now. The hunter's hand glows with power as he prepares to deliver the final blow. The weapon pierces through the air, aimed directly at the Venom King's head. The hunter strikes, his weapon connecting with the Venom King's head. The Venom King lets out a final, agonizing scream as it is defeated. With the Venom King defeated, the hunter leaps into the air, preparing for his next move. Below, the demon god Tartarus's body lies still, but something is clearly amiss. The hunter descends, spear in hand, ready to strike again. He plunges the spear downward, aiming for the fallen demon god. But Tartarus erupts in a final, desperate scream, his monstrous form convulsing. The spear bounces harmlessly off the demon god's hide, unable to penetrate his defenses. Spinning the spear, the hunter prepares for another strike, knowing he needs to find a weak point. He steels himself, muttering, "Take one more." The spear finds its mark, piercing through Tartarus's flesh. But the hunter knows the spear alone won't be enough, and he reaches for another weapon. Drawing a dagger, he declares, "And another one." He prepares to strike with the dagger, determined to finish the job. The hunter's dagger plunges deep into the demon god Tartarus. The demon god Tartarus cries out in pain. The hunter twists the dagger, further damaging the demon. The demon's blood splatters across the ground. The hunter pulls the dagger free, preparing for another strike. The demon god attempts to strike back, but the hunter is too quick. Panting, the hunter stands over the wounded demon god Tartarus. He grips the dagger tightly, sweat dripping from his brow. The hunter prepares to end the fight. He raises the dagger high above his head, ready to deliver the final blow. The hunter thinks to himself that now that he's returned to 10 years ago, his strength, body, and everything else is better than this rat's. He recalls that he prepared recovery water, which has a hidden ability to increase maximum magic power. He reflects on the benefits of his vision of Hermes' skill, which drastically increases the effect of all potions, making even the act of drinking 10 bottles at once worthwhile. He knows that the accumulated magic power from the potions will be enough to pierce the demon god Tartarus's skull. Magic power surges around his fist, ready to be unleashed. Channeling the magic, the hunter prepares to strike. He focuses, utilizing a simple magic power technique. The accumulated magic is about to discharge. The magic power surges forward, a concentrated beam of energy. The hunter unleashes the magic, striking Tartarus with immense force. The impact of the magic power explodes outwards. Elsewhere, a knight, battered and bruised, remains kneeling. A voice chuckles, seemingly amused by the knight's suffering. The knight, having lost his battle, is being assessed by his superior. The armored figure explains that the defeated warrior could have been immediately moved to the hunter team, believing that was his goal. The hooded figure, observing the scene, expresses disappointment. He scoffs at the idea of accepting a request based on a mere cobalt dungeon, making it clear he is not a beggar. The hooded figure believes the knight's defeat was a grave misunderstanding. Despite not winning him over, The hooded figure acknowledges the knight's worth. The hooded figure reflects on what could have been had the knight been recognized. He believes the knight would have advanced, but now he is nothing but a minor. The hooded figure watches as the silver-haired protagonist, Alex Mercer, walks away in the distance. The hooded figure scoffs at Alex Mercer, calling him someone who can't even enter a dungeon. The hooded figure reveals that Alex Mercer needs a ticket, which is in the form of himself. Alex Mercer, now in close-up, states that they need to have a quick chat. The sounds of labored breathing echo through the forest. The heavy breaths belong to a man lying prone, a massive cleaver resting beside him. Another man, bound by chains, desperately tries to explain himself. He insists it's all a misunderstanding. The chained man lies on the ground, a spiked mace resting nearby, a testament to the violence that has transpired. The muscular man, holding the chains, questions the hooded figure about their shared past, demanding confirmation that they entered the temple together. The hooded figure pleads for belief, his words a desperate attempt to avoid the judgment that seems imminent. Tears stream down the hooded figure's face as he vehemently denies being a devil worshipper. A sinister voice commands that the hooded figure be crushed. The muscular man unleashes a devastating attack, his blade leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The hooded figure is sent flying, the spiked mace swinging wildly as the muscular man continues his assault. The hooded figure twitches on the ground, the brutal attack having taken its toll. From the shadows, a parasitic centipede emerges, drawn to the scent of corruption. The centipede strikes, its attack imbued with a strange, crackling energy. The parasitic centipede has revealed itself, its presence a sign of deeper corruption. The muscular man, now wielding a blade, radiating crimson energy, accuses the child of devil worship. The man recalls the cost of finding the worm, remembering the 7 members he slaughtered. The child, defeated, kneels before the man. Examiner Matthias is reminded of how they operate. It is assumed that the rest of the members have already been propagated. With only 1 month until the raid, Matthias knows they must rule out the heretics from the temple as soon as possible. Matthias knows they'll end up paying a hefty cost. Matthias is warned to deliver results, but not to act rashly as a member of the Department of Heresy Investigators. Matthias agrees, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The Department of Human Resources sends a message to Team Leader Gerda of Reconnaissance Team D, requesting that he fill out a request form. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands before a desk. The person behind the desk explains that the nominee, Zephyr from the mining team, was recruited this week. The woman behind the desk continues, explaining that if they are recruiting another department's party member through a nomination, the nominee will be placed under the team leader. She warns that any errors made by the nominee will lower the team's performance rating, asking if he agrees to these terms. The armored figure responds to the terms with a confident, "I agree." The armored figure grins, thinking that if the nominee performs well, it will be credited towards him. The armored figure thinks to himself that life is all about luck, and he can't believe he got such an opportunity. Elsewhere, the silver-haired protagonist is questioned about what he is talking about and why he wants to pretend he didn't. The armored figure is asked if he is saying that he will get rid of the monster's body, to which he responds, yes. The armored figure continues, stating that he will just leave the predator and report that this was a lair of the kobolds. The scene shifts to yesterday, in the dungeon, where the temple slaves are not able to obtain any of the monster's corpse, magic stones, or items. Anything the slaves obtain automatically becomes the property of the temple. He considers the terms, knowing the only thing combat slaves from the hunting team are able to obtain are bonuses based on the clearing reward and the value of the loot. The knight, cradling the monster's heart, argues that selling it to the broker would earn them significantly more. He questions if the silver-haired man is aware that the surveillance team outside exists solely for this purpose. Even if they were able to succeed, the protagonist knows the post-processing team will come by to confirm and retrieve all the loot. He responds with a sarcastic, "Yeah, sure." The knight asks what about the key. The protagonist recalls that the key was here, but it wasn't here. The two figures stand in the aftermath of the battle, the area around them crackling with residual energy. The knight exclaims in disbelief, realizing the gigantic monster disappeared without a trace into his subspace. He thinks that no way subspace magic should fill up after just a few inventory items. The protagonist recalls that the monster disappeared, including the blood surrounding it. Gerda's voice echoes in his mind. Gerda asks if he doesn't want to get promoted. The protagonist is told that he will be allowed to advance through 3 more dungeons. The knight is told he can have the clearing reward, but in return, Gerda gets the monsters. The knight considers the implications of his team's low battle count, understanding that it significantly impacts promotional exams, even in low-level dungeons like the Cobalt Lair. Having been a team leader for 3 years, he knows that acquiring an overpowered member would change everything. The patrol team is always the first to enter the dungeon. The knight envisions a scenario where they can have the dungeon entirely to themselves, free from intrusions. Clearing it with his small team would also elevate his rank. He acknowledges that the deal is a good trade, but he must remain cautious to avoid getting caught. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior thinks to himself that he can pay off his debt as long as the predator sells at a good price, eager to leave the temple as soon as possible. Before that can happen, however, there's something he must do. He knows that the Great Raid with the Temple Knights is scheduled for next month, and that's where they'll discover the item that will cause a huge wave over the entire continent. The warrior knows he must participate in that raid, no matter what, and obtain that item to change the future. Elsewhere, the registration is complete, and Zephyr will now be under the hunting team. He will be provided with an ID tag and instructed to collect all the essential equipment from the supply depot. The city bustles with activity as people move about their daily lives. He recalls that in his past life, he enlisted under the hunting team after the participant list was announced and couldn't participate in the raid. The warrior realizes that the hunting team will bring 20 members at most, and he needs outstanding achievements or connections in order to get into this party. He had a plan, the silver-haired warrior mused, and it was only a matter of time before he put it into motion. Meanwhile, the knight relayed information about the supply depot on the first floor of the building, and his intention to visit the infirmary to check on Dale and Marco. The knight continued to give instructions, telling them to bring back any luggage they might have. The knight ordered the warrior to bow his head. The pair walked through the halls, passing other figures. The warrior and the knight continued their journey. An examiner stood tall, his gaze fixed forward. The examiner's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint in them. The warrior let out a sigh as he and the knight walked through the crowd. The knight identified the approaching figures as the team of heresy examiners. The knight noted that the examiner's direct slaves should be treated as higher ranks, not just regular slaves. The knight warned that they were known to disregard procedures and maul people, especially the mad dog Sahaku in the front, who joined the team because he wanted to kill people and wouldn't let go. The knight's warning about the heresy examiner's methods hangs heavy in the air as one of them calls out to Zephyr. The examiner's gaze narrows, his eyes locking onto his target. The knight, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wonders if they've been overheard. The warrior, Zephyr, pauses, a flicker of unease crossing his face. The heresy examiner approaches, his intentions unclear. The examiner scoffs, commenting on Zephyr's attire. The knight remains silent, his expression unreadable. The examiner introduces himself as Sahaku of the heresy examiners, demanding Zephyr state his name and department. Zephyr's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing in them. The knight attempts to defuse the situation, introducing Zephyr as a recent transfer to his team, but the examiner cuts him off. Sahaku's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing with power as he declares that nobody asked the knight. Sahaku unleashes his power, the air crackling with energy. He stood, a towering figure looming over the knight, his presence radiating an ominous pressure. The knight's eyes widened, sensing an overwhelming murderous aura emanating from the heresy examiner. The examiner stood his ground, unfazed by the knight's presence, while Zephyr watched from a distance, a sense of unease washing over him. It was certain the heresy examiner was not to be trifled with. Zephyr knew there was no room for error, even with the examiner merely standing there. The examiner's heightened senses allowed him to perceive the slightest shift in the atmosphere. Zephyr realized that this bastard, the heresy examiner, was a high-level expert. The examiner was surrounded by a swirling aura of blue energy, a testament to his immense power. The energy manifested as a complex, swirling pattern, a visual representation of the examiner's mastery. Zephyr recalled that the examiner had been dressed like a miner before being transferred over to the hunting team. All new slaves were performance-tested prior to being assigned a department, a test in strength and magic, and they were always given the opportunity to battle for the hunting team, since they're always in need of new recruits. It was hard to believe that such a high-level expert was once part of the mining team. The examiner's nomination to the hunting team was unusual, and something about it feels off. Sahaku's eyes narrow, a glint of something dangerous flashing within them. The examiner moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he strikes down the other candidates. The candidates are quickly dispatched, falling before Sahaku's overwhelming power. He is certainly an expert, but not so powerful that he can afford to be arrogant. Sahaku's expression hardens, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He intends to ask some questions. The examiner demands that someone answer him honestly and calmly, but his tone is anything but reassuring. He mocks the person he is addressing, questioning why they are crawling out of their hole. The man with the cross tattoo on his forehead states that he has a couple of questions for the silver-haired warrior. The silver-haired warrior is surrounded by several people. The man with the cross tattoo demands that he answer the questions quietly and without any lies. The man with the cross tattoo asks if the silver-haired warrior has ever heard about a demon god worshipper. The narrator states that there wasn't anybody that knew about the demon god worshippers better than him. The narrator describes the demon god worshippers as believers that worship the demon god Tartaros, beings that would lead many to destruction in the upcoming battle for their lives. The narrator calls the demon god worshippers betrayers of humanity. The narrator states that, as of currently, the only thing that the lower-ranked members should know is what he is about to say. The narrator continues, stating that there are a couple of facts about the demon god worshippers that differentiate them from most other people. Sahaku explains that he decided to work under Lord Marches of the Heretics Inquisitors because he has the ability to recognize discrepancies. The heresy examiner demands that the silver-haired warrior tell him everything right now, stating that he is dangerous. The warrior draws his sword, preparing to fight. Sahaku warns that from this point onwards, the warrior will truthfully answer his questions as a member of the Heretics Inquisitors, and anything he says can be used against him. The heresy examiner tells the warrior to make sure he keeps that in the back of his mind when answering him. Before the heresy examiner can continue, the warrior narrows his eyes, preparing to strike. Sahaku is shocked that the warrior dares to defy him. The warrior asks if they should move locations. The heresy examiner wonders what's wrong. The warrior notes that there are too many eyes taking notice of them. Sahaku hopes that the warrior can continue to uphold his honor as a member of the Heretics Inquisitors, on the off chance that they were to see something unfortunate. The heresy examiner's eye twitches in anger as he hears the warrior's defiant words. Sahaku smirks, amused by the warrior's confidence. He remarks that the warrior claims he can handle 5 men alone. The heresy examiner concedes, stating that more and more people are like this. The examiner activates his skill, red energy crackling around him as he prepares to fight. A red magic circle appears on the ground, enveloping the area. The red energy intensifies, focusing on the heresy examiner. The skill, Red Field, is described as buffing the abilities of allies within the field, with effectiveness increasing with the number of users. It also activates equipment to compensate for the user's lack of understanding. Red energy surges around the heresy examiner, empowering him. The warrior, observing the examiner's actions, finds the situation a little more interesting. He claps his hands together, preparing for the upcoming fight. The warrior states that he will go with this. The warrior's stance is low, ready to strike. Sahaku, the heresy examiner, eyes his opponent warily. He thinks to himself that the stance is odd, wondering if he should wait. He dismisses the thought, believing that's what most people would think. The examiner declares that it's no use. He believes he is above everyone inside the red field. Sahaku accelerates, moving to attack. The examiner's attack connects. The warrior is struck by a flurry of blows. The warrior is sent reeling from the force of the attack. Sahaku continues his relentless assault. The warrior raises his arm to defend himself. The examiner's strikes land on the warrior's arm. The heresy examiner, Sahaku, stands over the prone warrior, his foot poised to strike. With a burst of speed, Sahaku brings his foot down in a devastating arc. The kick connects, the force of the blow radiating outwards. The examiner's foot slams into the warrior, the impact echoing loudly. A sinister grin spreads across Sahaku's face. His plan has worked. The examiner's eyes widen in sudden shock, sweat beading on his brow. He realizes something is terribly wrong. It's his leg. The warrior's leg, wrapped in bandages, glows with an unnatural light. The examiner realizes that striking the leg is like kicking a steel pipe. The warrior's leg remains unyielding, a testament to its strength. The examiner's leg shatters upon impact, blood spraying outwards. A pained grunt escapes the examiner's lips as he reels from the devastating blow. The heresy examiner's sword glows with a menacing red aura, ready to strike. Sahaku prepares for another attack, his stance firm and focused. The warrior is sent flying through the air, his body twisting from the force of the blow. A knight shouts a warning, urging someone named Zephyr to use their right. The warrior's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The heresy examiner's attack connects, the impact creating a burst of energy. The warrior grits his teeth, enduring the pain as he braces for the next attack. The warrior is sent hurtling backwards amidst a flurry of attacks. Elsewhere, a muscular man stands on a high ledge, swinging a spiked flail attached to a long chain. The muscular man grins menacingly, inviting someone to come and play with him. The heresy examiner smirks, suggesting that the warrior should try talking to other people, lest they think he's a pet being raised. The muscular man contemplates the situation, swinging his spiked flail as he considers his next move. He swings the spiked flail with incredible force, the weapon a blur of motion as it hurtles toward its target. The flail obliterates the ground, sending chunks of earth and stone flying in all directions. The debris rains down on a group of onlookers who scramble to dodge the incoming projectiles. There's rocks. Dodge them. One of the onlookers, clad in armor, expresses his fear. Scary guy. The warrior, lying prone on the ground, recalls his earlier assessment of Zephyr's strength. He thinks to himself that he knew Zephyr was strong when he saw him fight in the dungeon. But even just now, he defeated Sahaku in an instant with a martial art he'd never seen. The sheer power of Zephyr's Morningstar flail is evident, breaking apart the ground and filing all of the broken pieces of the warrior. Despite the destructive force, Zephyr is easily blocking everything. Zephyr deflects the incoming debris with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise. The force of the flail continues to pulverize the ground. The armored onlooker contemplates the implications of Zephyr's victory. He thinks to himself, what if he wins like this? Now that he thinks about it, since Sahako would be infuriated and embarrassed if he got beat like this, he won't be able to report to the upper officers. The onlooker continues to muse that the upper officers would request an official arrest warrant, but if Zephyr wins, they won't need to be questioned anymore, and they could just leave. Another onlooker, with white hair, offers encouragement to Zephyr. Good luck, Zephyr. If you lose, I'll be arrested alongside you for assisting you. Don't lose. Two figures observe the unfolding battle. One laments that it's over, deeming it unfortunate for the other combatant. His companion simply asks what he means. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior continues to dodge and block, his reflexes seemingly divinely gifted. He knows, however, that plenty of time has already passed. Time has passed, and he realizes it should be about time. The warrior is surrounded by a red aura, chains swirling around him. The red chains tighten around his hand, ready to be unleashed. The warrior, bathed in the red light, prepares to strike. The muscular man with dreadlocks is sent flying backwards by the force of the attack. While the red field is being maintained, the muscular man is clearly on the defensive. The muscular man is now completely ensnared by the red chains, struggling against their power. The warrior's foot slams down, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The warrior grits his teeth, determined to end the fight. The narrator declares that everyone else is. The silver-haired warrior is struck by a beam of red energy. The voice echoes, stating that he will get stronger the more time passes. The warrior, now engulfed in red energy, is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The ground cracks under the force of an unseen impact. A voice chuckles, declaring that playtime is over. The voice continues, stating that the warrior should have just quietly. The muscular man, now revealed as the source of the attack, states that from the very beginning, the warrior begged for his life and asked to be sent to prison. He vows to make him regret that decision. The warrior is ensnared by chains of red energy, his body contorted by the binding. The muscular man strides forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor. The muscular man shouts to accelerate as the chains tighten around the warrior. The sound of the chains reverberates as they constrict. The warrior is trapped within a cage of energy, suspended high above the ground. Bound by chains, the silver-haired warrior can only laugh in defiance. The muscular man mocks him, questioning how he can't see anything. The man's abilities have increased by 80%, making him a blur of motion. He boasts that there's nothing the warrior can do against such overwhelming speed. The muscular man declares that the warrior will die as he realizes the truth of his fate. The silver-haired warrior continues to laugh, seemingly unfazed by the threat. The muscular man is taken aback, questioning the warrior's reaction. Suddenly, the silver-haired warrior unleashes a burst of energy, striking the muscular man. The force of the blow sends the muscular man crashing through the floor. The chains binding the silver-haired warrior are shattered by the energy released. The muscular man reels from the attack, struggling to regain his composure. The silver-haired warrior declares that he will defeat all of them. The silver-haired warrior, having broken free, questions the muscular man about his teamwork. The muscular man's attack connects, the force of the blow accompanied by a resounding crack. The strike leaves Sahako gasping for air, blood trickling from his mouth. The examiner reflects on the futility of his defenses against the warrior's speed, even with the enhancements from the red field. Staggering backward, Sahako struggles to regain his footing as the warrior stands over him, chains still dangling from his wrists. The silver-haired warrior taunts Sahako, suggesting he should have focused on teamwork rather than boasting about his speed. The chains, now glowing with power, are about to be unleashed. The muscular man curses. The warrior unleashes the chains, their red glow intensifying as they wrap around Sahako. The silver-haired warrior confirms that the taunt was directed at Sahako. The muscular man responds with a curse of his own, his fists clenched. The silver-haired warrior challenges Sahako, questioning if he is afraid of close-range fights. The silver-haired warrior, reflecting on past failures, tightens his grip on the chains binding his opponent. Magic crackles around the chains in the warrior's hand, the energy a visible manifestation of his power. The chains glow with intense magical energy, ready to be unleashed. The muscular man with dreadlocks grunts as the chains constrict him further. The warrior unleashes the magical chains, sending the muscular man flying backwards. The chains whip through the air, the sound of their passage a sharp crack. Meanwhile, the examiner, Sahako, watches the battle unfold with wide-eyed shock. From a distance, onlookers watch the battle, murmuring amongst themselves about the unfolding events. The silver-haired warrior smirks, confident in his victory. Sahako, kneeling on the ground, looks up at the warrior, questioning his true identity. Sahaku's thoughts echo his confusion, demanding to know who the warrior really is. Sahaku smirks, remarking that the silver-haired warrior made it seem like he was going to ask impressive questions. The warrior remains silent. Unfortunately, the moment is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Sahaku declares that the warrior doesn't have the right to hear the answer to his question. The warrior's expression hardens. Elsewhere, a figure with long red hair stands before a large window, observing the scene outside. The red-haired figure is shocked, muttering that there's no way it can be the silver-haired warrior. The figure, revealed to be a man, demands that the warrior be sent to him. Whispers rippled through the crowd, the onlookers struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Sahaku had lost. The fallen warrior lay defeated, the silver-haired man standing over him. Sweat dripped from the silver-haired warrior's brow, his eyes narrowed in determination. A furious outburst erupted, the silver-haired man's rage palpable. The silver-haired warrior's voice boomed, echoing through the halls, though he himself thought it was too loud. The silver-haired man acknowledged that he had at least finished the first step of his plan, but the real problem would be when someone heard about it. He supposed it was only a matter of time before his plans were discovered. The next step was at hand. Muscles tensed, the silver-haired warrior prepared for what was to come. He struggles to rise, the effort causing him to grunt in pain. The warrior's body begins to betray him. He can't even move a finger, and a sudden tension grips his muscles. His fingers twitch, a sign of the mana freezing that is setting in. Mana freezing is a side effect of pain and tension when a mana user is depleted of their mana. The silver-haired warrior realizes he used up his mana faster than he thought when using that technique. Even raising his mana count, his body from 10 years ago is only capable of so much. He curses, realizing that at this rate, the collection is about to start. A surge of purple energy erupts around him, signaling the beginning of the process. A figure looms above him, adorned with chains and bells, ready to claim what is owed. Despite his weakened state, the warrior continues to climb, pushing himself forward. The figure of Uzra, under the authority of the god of Loan, looms over the silver-haired warrior as he ascends. Uzra confirms that the user's mana has fallen to 0. With his mana depleted, the skill Wall of Iron will begin its collection. The silver-haired warrior activates the Wall of Iron skill, a technique that does more than simply boost defense and endurance. The reality of using the skill is far more complex. During the skill's usage, fatigue and damage accumulate like a debt. When a user's mana reaches 0, the accumulated damage is repaid in full, like a debt from a loan shark. Many adventurers have used this skill to challenge higher-level dungeons, only to meet their untimely deaths at the hands of Uzra, the god of Loan. Uzra's power is a double-edged sword that feasts on the destruction of humans. The warrior, now drained of mana, hears Uzra's taunting voice, certain that he was drooling as he watched the fight. He curses the collector. The runes of Uzra's collection begin to surround him. Uzra sits upon his throne, ready to collect. The chains of collection descend. The system begins calculating the accumulated damages of the user. Uzra prepares to reap what is owed. They begin the collection process, the golden orb descending, radiating a menacing purple aura. The system's calculations are complete, the moment of reckoning drawing near. The countdown begins, the warrior's fate hanging in the balance. With the countdown underway, the warrior's body feels unbearably heavy, his movements sluggish. He grits his teeth, knowing he must move and resolve this situation, but finds himself unable to move at all. The warrior's face is etched with determination as he fights against the encroaching paralysis. He cries out in pain as the weight of the accumulated damage bears down on him, forcing him to the ground. The warrior struggles, his body trembling as he desperately tries to regain control. Remembering the emergency recovery potion, he reaches for it with a trembling hand. With only 3 seconds remaining, the golden orb looms closer, the threat of collection imminent. The chains rattle ominously as the system prepares to extract its due. The face of the system, a monstrous avian visage with glowing red eyes, looms large, ready to claim its prize. The system initiates the collection of accumulated damages, a chain descending from above. Pulled upwards by the chain, the warrior is unable to resist the system's power. Desperate, he manages to bring the emergency potion to his lips. The chain continues its descent, each link a testament to the system's inexorable pull. The system's collection intensifies, the chain anchoring itself firmly. A surge of energy emanates from the warrior as he drinks the potion. The mana count is confirmed, and the collection countdown is removed, granting him a reprieve. Unseen, Uzra watches from afar, confident in his plans. The system announces that the collection activity is postponed until next time. Weakened, the warrior collapses to the ground, the impact echoing. Lying prone, he smirks, thinking that Uzra underestimates him. He reflects, confident that he would have prepared for such a situation. The warrior reflects on his ability to survive even after humanity's demise, confident that he can evade Uzra's collection efforts. He knows that as long as he maintains his magic, the Wall of Iron skill will be his best and safest option. He recalls that in his past life, the skill cost about 500 gold, considered expensive, but popular among those who rushed into action. In his current situation, however, the warrior realizes that even that skill is far too expensive. With a determined look, the warrior prepares himself for what's to come. As a monstrous figure descends upon him, the warrior curses his opponent. The monster's attack connects, a flurry of blows raining down. Everything fades to black. The warrior begins to stir, the sound of dripping water echoing around him. He wonders if he lost consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. Disoriented, the warrior wonders where he is. He awakens to a seemingly gentle inquiry, a voice asking if he slept well. The silver-haired warrior is startled to find himself restrained, a woman in a nun's habit looming over him, asking if he had any sweet dreams. The scene shifts to a wider view, revealing the protagonist strapped to a table surrounded by various implements of torture. The warrior, still restrained, demands to know what is happening. The nun explains that he should be surprised to wake up in a foreign place, assuring him that this is her workplace and that he seemed very sound asleep. The nun continues, stating that the loan period is overdue, and she doesn't care. Off-panel, someone questions if their customer is insane. The nun's expression shifts to a wide-eyed, manic grin. She reveals that she heard everything, that the warrior was going around doing dangerous things, and that she intends to use their collateral. The nun explains that he has accrued interest and that if he acts like this, they have no reason to believe he will make the repayment. The scene focuses on the warrior's eye, reflecting the impending threat. The warrior, still bound, spits out a curse. The nun, blade in hand, demands to know if he intends to pay. He realizes he has a debt to pay and that using magic will only restart the collection process. The warrior insists that he can resolve this through conversation, pleading for them to hold off until his dungeon clearance reward is paid next week. The nun declares that they will obviously be taking all of it. She questions how he will pay off the accrued interest with the dungeon clearance reward, especially since it was a cobalt den. The nun asks what he is going to do, suggesting they take out his organs now. The nun's henchmen agree to her demands, calling her sister. The warrior's hand is shown bound to a table. The henchmen prepare to cut off one of his fingers. The nun says they're only cutting off a finger, and that he'll come to his senses once he sees it. The warrior is shocked, recognizing the nun as his sister. He grits his teeth, struggling to recall the necessary steps. Meanwhile, the nun, still poised to collect her debt, shouts for the warrior's finger to be cut off. A muscular man raises his arm, a gleaming blade held firmly in his grasp, ready to do the nun's bidding. With brutal efficiency, the blade descends, aimed precisely at the warrior's outstretched finger. The warrior's face contorts in a silent scream as the blade approaches. The blade makes contact, slicing cleanly through the finger. The severed finger falls away, a clean cut marking the point of separation. The nun's eyes widen in disbelief, a flicker of shock crossing her face. The severed finger lies on the ground, the blade still hovering nearby. The nun stares in stunned silence, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The warrior's thoughts are filled with rage and betrayal. The nun's shock intensifies, her eyes wide with realization at what has just transpired. The nun's eyes widen in disbelief as she looks down at the smiling warrior, questioning if it was him. The nun, her face contorted in a mix of shock and anger, demands to know what the silver-haired warrior is. The warrior's body tenses, a subtle shift betraying his awareness of the danger. Outside the room, two muscular men stand guard, one questioning what the problem seems to be. The nun orders everyone to get out, her tone leaving no room for argument. The guards, hearing the nun's outburst, scramble to obey, one exclaiming that the sister is mad and they need to hurry up and go. The nun watches as the guards leave, her expression unreadable. Back in the room, the nun's hand reaches out, her intentions unclear. She demands to know how he knows that name, her expression a mix of anger and suspicion. The silver-haired warrior smirks, reclining in bed. How could he not know the name of his sister? He wonders if he should call Anna Primrose by her other name, White Rose, the monster broker. The warrior continues to relax in bed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The panel shows Anna Primrose in two forms, the sister of the Shrine of Light, and her other persona. It is revealed that White Rose is a broker with connections to the underworld, trading in monster corpses, equipment, and information. A broken shield and sword lie amidst blood spatter, a reminder that it's crazy to attempt clearing a raid dungeon with cheap equipment. The warrior thinks that's why he'll need to negotiate with this. Anna Primrose wants women to get some gear. He thinks to himself that he was already on the way to look for her and couldn't be happier to see her. The silver-haired warrior asks why she doesn't untie him first, wondering if she wants him to pick her up like this. He thinks it's awkward to negotiate while lying in bed like this. Under the moonlight, a voice suggests a productive conversation. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the hospital where the warrior is being held. Inside, chaos erupts as medical staff are sent flying. A medic cries out as the warrior, still recovering from his injuries, struggles against his restraints. The medical staff pleads with the silver-haired man to calm down. The warrior, Alex Mercer, remembers the nun, White Rose, and her words, fueling his rage. His eyes narrow with fury. He vows to kill whoever is responsible for his captivity. The warrior's rage intensifies. He promises to personally ensure the responsible party's demise. Hearing the commotion, a figure wonders about the source of the ruckus in the hospital. The figure, revealed to be Sir Ned, approaches the room where the commotion originated. Sir Ned arrives at the room, dismissing the healers and offering to take care of the situation himself. A woman with long, dark red hair states that she has heard stories about what happened to the warrior. The scene shifts, obscuring the speaker's face. The man with the head bandage admits to making a mistake, but insists that what happened isn't something the woman needs to worry about. The man's face contorts in rage as he holds a knife to someone's throat. The woman, standing behind the man with the head bandage, says that she doesn't need to worry about it because every single person he came across today was beaten for the entirety of the day. The woman continues, saying that everyone was talking about it, and questions why she shouldn't worry. The man, Sahak, recalls that Lord Matthias always told him not to do anything that would bring shame to them. The woman's eyes narrow as she reminds Sahak that he dared to act in front of all those slaves. The man's rage intensifies as he asks if he should get beat up like a useless dog. The man screams in anger as he holds a knife. The woman recalls that when she first found the demon god worshipper, she thought Sahak had a special talent. The woman states that even if they include the demon god worshipper, the overseer towers over Sahak, reminding him that the number of worshippers found in the past half-year is only 2. The overseer continues, stating that the upper echelon is feeling a sense of loss towards him and questioning how much longer they have to put up with him. The man's eyes narrow as he accuses Sahak of making their holy department a laughingstock in front of everyone. Sahak, kneeling on the ground, begs for another chance. He pleads with the overseer to give him one more chance. Desperate, Sahak promises to do anything. The overseer coldly states that they will proceed, as they always have. The overseer looks down on Sahak, telling him that he has brought them shame. The overseer coldly tells Sahak that they will decide what will happen to him after he does what they require. Sahaka's eyes widen, realizing the gravity of the situation. He knows what is at stake. Sahak realizes that failure would mean they would strip his crimson uniform off him. He is presented with a wrapped object and told to use it. Sahaka's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The scene shifts to a close-up of a hand holding a dark purple orb crackling with energy, identified as belonging to a demon god worshipper. The orb pulses with dark energy, its power undeniable. Sahak, kneeling, recognizes the item. He recalls that it was recovered from the room of the demon god worshipper he captured. The voice continues, leaving the choice of whether to use the item up to him. The red-haired man urges him to make a decision he won't regret. Sahaka's eyes glow with a manic intensity as he makes his choice. He rises to his feet, the weight of the decision settling upon him. The text boxes reveal the speaker's thoughts. Sahak, the crazy dog, is the enemy of all hunters, and his actions have led to the deaths of 26 hunters in a shrine over the past year. The speaker anticipates Sahaka's return to servitude after all this time. A sinister grin spreads across Sahaka's face as he begins to laugh maniacally. The disembodied voice echoes with a threat, declaring that to oppose them is to invite death at the hands of slaves, and warning someone not to play with them. A hand clenches around the orb given to Sahak, the man internally monologuing that his life was finally turning around, and that he had barely climbed out of his previous miserable existence. The man's face contorts in rage, declaring that he can't let it end here. The man, revealed to be Sahak, thinks that the one who will die isn't him, but someone else. A figure in a hooded cloak walks down a stone corridor, their footsteps echoing. The hooded figure, revealed to be the red-haired overseer, instructs Sir Ned to keep an eye on Sahak so he doesn't cause any problems. Sir Ned confirms that he will. The red-haired man considers their situations from an objective viewpoint. The overseer smiles, stating that this way, Sahak won't get thrown away like the others. The red-haired man's eyes narrow as he thinks that Sahak doesn't understand the true reason why they decided to take. Sir Ned muses that he should thank Sahak, as it was because Sahak was messing around that the knights have reduced their suspicions toward them. The plan is revealed. They will intercept the items from the Shrine Knights by infiltrating them in their dungeon raid, get rid of the Shrine Knight captain inside the dungeon, and even take over the 3rd District Shrine. Ned Strier, a disciple of a demon god worshipper official, stands bathed in light in the name of the demon god. A scroll details an important mission that will change the dominion of the demon god religious order. The symbol of the order looms large as a voice declares that no disturbances will be tolerated. An order is given to investigate someone. The order is acknowledged, the recipient realizing who they are referring to. It's revealed that the person of interest was using their school's martial arts techniques, techniques only known by the master and his four brothers. The red-haired man wonders if the master sent him, and if so, why he didn't contact them through the proper channels. He deems the person suspicious, deciding that he can't recklessly approach him and risk leaking their information. He resolves to confirm it using Sahak. The red-haired man vows to act if he finds out that the person isn't on their side. The red-haired man grips the hilt of a dagger hidden beneath his robes. The red-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Sahak voices his confusion, not understanding the situation. Another man admits he thought Sahak was just crazy. The sight of the predator's corpse leaves the nun speechless, its sheer size and grotesque features eliciting a sense of awe. The predator's corpse is dragged along the ground. The red-haired man asks the nun if she likes the predator's corpse. She seems confused by the question. The nun questions the red-haired man's sanity. Clearing her throat, the nun, seemingly annoyed, decides to organize the lists again. The sale list details the predator's corpse, noting that it lacks a magic store, and its brain and bone are partially damaged. The purchase list includes advanced holy enchanters, rosaries engraved with miracle, heal, and salamander stones. The list of blessed items includes sun's herb, moon's herb, deer antlers, and more. The nun states that they can get everything on the list, but the problem is money. She notes that they have a total of 5,000 gold. The text indicates that they need to capture 3 more predators. The red-haired man and the nun stand together, discussing their next move. The red-haired man, arms crossed, seems to be contemplating the situation. He looks off to the side, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The red-haired man asks, "Let me ask you for another favor." The spider-like creatures scuttle forward, their glowing green eyes fixed on their prey. The man cries out in alarm as one of the monstrous spiders descends towards him. Meanwhile, the warrior clenches his fist, a silent command forming on his lips, "Come." In a flash, the spiders are upon him, their fangs bared. The man is thrown back, the force of the attack sending him reeling. The warrior intercepts the spiders, his hand glowing with power as he prepares to strike. One of the spiders attempts to bite him, its fangs dripping with venom. The warrior smirks, unfazed by the creature's futile attempt. "Why? Are you surprised because you couldn't bite me with your teeth?" Channeling his power, the warrior's fist glows with a brilliant blue energy as he prepares to unleash a devastating blow. The warrior unleashes his attack, the force of his punch amplified by the surging blue energy. The man, now free from the spider's grasp, watches in stunned silence as the creatures are obliterated. The warrior, Alex Mercer, shouts for his companions to get closer as they are surrounded by spider-like creatures. A foot steps forward, ready to advance further into the dungeon. The group moves forward cautiously, weapons drawn, wary of the unknown dangers that lie ahead. A massive spider web, glistening with moisture, stretches across their path, a silent warning of the creatures that lurk within. One of the spider-like creatures scuttles closer, its glowing green eyes fixed on the group. Marco's thoughts drift to the plan, realizing they have no idea what to expect inside the dungeon, and that's why they need to be prepared for combat. Alex instructs Marco to cover his hammer with his scarf, a precaution against the spiderwebs. The group knows that cutting through the spider's strings with a normal knife will be difficult. Marco realizes that in the end, this is just a plan, and that's why they'll use their covered weapons to shake off all of the spiderwebs. Marco notes that the spiderwebs are getting stuck to the hammer, but they're weak and the plan is working. He thinks that individually, he can keep swinging, but wonders how many of the creatures there are. Dozens, hundreds, he thinks, lamenting that he can't catch a break. Surrounded by the spider-like creatures, the red-haired man swings his weapon, shouting at them to get away. One of the spider-like creatures lunges forward, its sharp legs poised to strike. The creature strikes, its legs clicking against the hard surface. The red-haired man is struck, recoiling from the force of the blow. He grits his teeth, determined to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Alex Mercer prepares to unleash his power, thinking that once they are able to gather all the monsters, the warrior declares that he will take care of them. Alex unleashes a burst of energy, obliterating the spider-like creatures. The energy expands outward, consuming everything in its path. Deep within the dungeon, a monstrous spider-like creature chuckles, amused by the unfolding events. The monstrous spider-like creature watches as Alex and his companions are ensnared in a massive web. They had ensnared their prey, the monstrous spider-like creature's web glistening in the dim light. Meanwhile, the red-haired man grimaced, clutching his arm. The wound was deep, and he cursed under his breath. He seethed, realizing he had been helped by Alex Mercer, and yet still managed to make a fool of himself. Alex offered him a potion, his expression unreadable. The silver-haired warrior explained that it was medicinal water mixed with herbs and should have the same effects as a potion. The red-haired man thought back to the fight, realizing Alex was aware of everything that was going on. He knew that the silver-haired warrior's senses were on another level. Alex questioned why he wasn't saying anything, but also acknowledged that everyone makes mistakes and he should just be careful. The silver-haired warrior simply stated, "Next time." The red-haired man took the potion, thinking to himself that this was pretty normal for him, though. He recalled that even in his past life, he constantly had to train soldiers. Alex knew there were plenty of them that didn't know what to do, even if he told them the specifics. Since he was able to concentrate on taking care of the problem after messing up, it wasn't that big of an issue. The silver-haired warrior thought that although it seemed the red-haired man still suspected him, he should be able to determine for himself once they were done with this dungeon. A warning echoes, declaring that someone should stay out of dungeons from now on. The red-haired man's sword slashes through the air, aimed at the monstrous spider-like creature. The spider-like creature is struck by the blade, its exoskeleton proving a formidable defense. The silver-haired warrior cries out as the spider-like creature attacks. The silver-haired warrior notes that their movements are slowed due to the potion. With a shout, the red-haired man continues his assault on the spider-like creature. The red-haired man's blade finds its mark, piercing the spider-like creature's armor. The red-haired man recalls advice about the monster's weak point, realizing it's true. The red-haired man recalls that the best way to kill the monster is to exploit its habits, weaknesses, and status. The red-haired man wonders how someone knows everything about the spider-like creature. The red-haired man, in a moment of intense focus, wonders what the source of the knowledge is. The red-haired man realizes that everything he was told about the spider-like creature was correct as he continues to fight. The red-haired man unleashes a powerful, swirling blade attack. The monstrous spider-like creature falls. Dale and Gerda celebrate their victory. The silver-haired warrior praises their efforts, telling them to keep helping like this. The silver-haired warrior sits atop the defeated spider-like creature, contemplating the battle. Dale wonders how many more of the creatures there are, and Gerda suggests they regroup. Gerda suggests they eat, and Dale agrees. Dale asks the silver-haired warrior what he used to do, and he responds with a question of his own, asking what Dale thinks he was, an explorer. Dale dismisses the idea of the silver-haired warrior being an explorer, then asks if he was part of a large guild or an apprentice. Dale's expression shows his curiosity. Dale admits he is curious too. The silver-haired warrior smiles, holding a small token in his hand. The silver-haired warrior recalls a memory of his master. The silver-haired warrior's memories continue to surface, fragments of a past life resurfacing in his mind. The darkness of his past threatened to consume him. His eyes narrowed, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within him. Meanwhile, the hooded figure informed the others that the only thing left was the boss room. The blond man seemed surprised. Elsewhere, the silver-haired warrior stood over a defeated foe, wondering what to do next. With a resounding crack, the warrior crushed a green stone in his hand. The warrior, now holding a scythe, prepared to face whatever lay ahead. He declared that they would go no further, ordering the others to leave immediately. He spent 4 years as a hunter, carefully observing the world around him. During those years, many hunters perished, but the protagonist, warrior, had survived, a testament to his cautious nature. There was a reason for this survival. He always avoided dangerous bridges, ensuring he only traveled on paths that were clearly safe. That was the time he only followed those who were stronger than him, content to let them take the risks. Thanks to that strategy, he wasn't able to rank up as fast, but it wasn't like anyone was going to protect him anyway. The silver-haired warrior's expression hardens as he recalls those times. Now, however, Alex Mercer's demeanor shifts, his eyes blazing with determination as he commands everyone to get out of his way. Here now, he was thinking of clearing the boss by himself. At the beginning, his companions seemed to accept his decision, deciding to leave him be so he wouldn't be disturbed. They murmur their understanding, though perhaps with some reservations. The armored figure begins to explain his reasoning to Zephyr, suggesting they stay with him until the end. He extends his hands, pleading with them to reconsider. Suddenly, Marco seems confused, calling out in a daze. The armored figure demands to know what Marco is saying, his tone sharp. Another voice chimes in, agreeing with Marco that it would be better to have more people. Dale, too, seems to be succumbing to whatever is affecting Marco. The armored figure desperately urges everyone to wake up, fearing they will die if they take any risks. He shouts at Zephyr to try and stop them, or do something. Zephyr, standing behind the armored figure, coldly asks if they aren't useless to him. Zephyr believes the armored figure is misunderstanding something. Zephyr reminds him that he told them to get out, but that doesn't mean they're not doing anything. Zephyr orders the armored figure to roll right now. The armored figure pauses, the weight of Zephyr's command settling heavily upon him. The path ahead is a treacherous web, a labyrinth of sticky threads. He continues forward, deeper into the spider's lair, the air thick with anticipation. Each step echoes ominously, a stark reminder of the danger lurking within. The warrior pauses, his senses heightened as he surveys the web-choked cavern. He steels himself, thinking that he is almost there, and that just right ahead would be this dungeon's. The ominous truth is revealed. This is the breeding room for the queen spider. The monstrous spider descends from the shadows, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Its fangs drip with venom, ready to strike at any moment. These are the night spiders, the bodyguards who protect the queen's breeding room. The sign declares this the domain of the queen spider, master of the spider dungeon. A monstrous spider-like creature lurks in the shadows, guarding the queen spider's breeding room. The warrior, his eyes narrowed, prepares for the battle ahead. A foot clad in armor steps forward, venturing deeper into the spider's lair. One of the night spiders, protectors of the breeding room, descends from above. The night spider screeches, its menacing presence filling the chamber. The warrior stands his ground, dwarfed by the monstrous spider and its web-filled domain. The night spiders are charged with a singular purpose: to protect the queen spider and ensure the safety of her eggs, never allowing trespassers into the breeding room. Something splatters against the wall of the breeding room, a sign of the carnage to come. The warrior holds a bag, labeled Silver Key, preparing to use its contents. The bag contains ordinary flour, a simple tool for a deadly task. The warrior prepares to unleash the flour, the bag's rustling as he moves. He throws the flour, creating a cloud of dust that will hopefully blind his monstrous foes. The warrior, having scattered the flour, now draws his bow, preparing for a more direct assault. One of the monstrous spider-like creatures, momentarily blinded by the flour, lashes out blindly. The flour continues to obscure the spider's vision as it struggles to regain its bearings. More of the spider-like creatures descend from the ceiling, their descent slowed by thick webs. The warrior moves deeper into the cavern, drawing back the bowstring. He releases the arrow, sending it hurtling towards his target. The arrow streaks through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The arrow finds its mark, piercing the spider's tough exoskeleton. The impact of the arrow causes a small explosion of energy. The spider-like creature erupts in flames, succumbing to the warrior's attack. The text explains that a flame burst within thick flour will ignite the flour particles, causing a flame chain reaction. The flour ignites in a powerful explosion. The text explains that this is the principle of a dust explosion. He walks through the fiery explosion, crossbow in hand. Of course, the warrior thinks to himself as he continues to move forward. He smirks, realizing that the monstrous spider-like creatures aren't weak enough to die from something like that. The warrior is suddenly face-to-face with one of the monstrous spider-like creatures, which screeches loudly. The spider-like creature screeches again. An arrow pierces the spider-like creature's head. The warrior notes that he used poison arrows, as the spider-like creature screeches in pain. The text describes the poison as one of the 72 toxins of Poison King Fade, number 68, Valier, with a characteristic of extreme pain. The spider-like creature continues to screech in agony. The spider-like creature writhes in agony, the poison coursing through its exoskeleton. Its multiple eyes glare with a mixture of pain and fury. The warrior, watching from a distance, prepares for the next stage of his plan. The monstrous spider-like creature continues to struggle against the toxin's effects. Its movements become more erratic as the poison takes hold. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior explains the properties of the spider webs to his companions, revealing that they are produced by black steel spiders. He elaborates that the webs will stick to the spiders unless they secrete a special liquid from their legs. The warrior hands over a pouch of the webs, instructing his companions to stay on guard while he lures the creatures into the trap. The warrior realizes that the inside of the boss room will be filled with even more spider webs than the outside. He concludes that they will need to lure the spiders outside to have a chance at victory. The warrior prepares to put his plan into action, crossbow in hand, ready to lure the creatures into the web-filled trap. He slides forward, the friction generating sparks as he prepares to strike. The warrior's hand glows with power as he prepares to unleash his attack. With a determined expression, the warrior, known as Alex Mercer, prepares to strike the spider-like creature. The energy coalesces into a blade of pure force, ready to cut through anything. The blade connects, slicing through the monstrous spider-like creature's exoskeleton. The force of the blow sends the spider reeling, its defenses shattered. Alex Mercer focuses, knowing that only one of the night spiders remains. His eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features as he prepares for the final confrontation. The spider-like creature cries out as it crashes to the ground, engulfed in flames. The monstrous spider-like creature thrashes wildly, its armored body burning. The spider's burning corpse collapses, its reign of terror finally over. Alex Mercer braces himself, sensing another presence approaching. He senses the presence of something approaching from the depths of the tunnel. The ground trembles as the unseen entity draws closer. A monstrous, spider-like creature emerges from the darkness, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A voice booms, announcing the arrival of the queen. The warrior prepares to face the new threat, gripping his spear tightly. The monstrous creature, now fully visible, exudes a viscous fluid. The creature unleashes a stream of purple poison. The warrior leaps back, narrowly avoiding the queen's poison. It's revealed that while the queen's poison is a strong acid, its special effect is the truly terrifying aspect. The narrator explains that the poison has an innate curse that will disintegrate defense and regeneration capabilities. The narrator warns that people with low magic resistance won't even have a chance to be scared before they fully melt, and advises to avoid being touched by it at all costs. A voice shouts to dodge the poison for his life as the poison lands near the warrior. The monstrous spider-like creature looms over the landscape, a silent predator in its domain. He is sent flying backwards, narrowly avoiding a stream of the queen's deadly poison. The spider-like creature slams its massive leg down, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. The warrior dodges another blast of poison, the air crackling with its corrosive energy. He narrowly avoids the creature's attack, the air displaced by the force of its strike. The monstrous spider-like creature turns its attention back to the silver-haired warrior, its multiple eyes glowing with predatory intent. The creature's attack obliterates the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Elsewhere, a man with silver hair watches the battle unfold, his expression grim. The spider-like creature continues its relentless assault, its massive claws tearing through the air. The warrior is sent flying once more, barely able to defend himself against the onslaught. The silver-haired man shouts, commanding everyone to take their positions. Knights, clad in armor, react to the command, their faces a mixture of determination and fear. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex of golden energy, poised to strike. The warrior descends rapidly, a blur of motion as he plummets towards his monstrous foe. The silver-haired warrior crashes into the spider-like creature's armored carapace, the impact creating a shockwave. With a yell, the warrior swings his weapon, the blade crackling with golden energy as it cleaves through the air. He lands gracefully, the momentum of his descent flowing into a powerful stance. The spider-like creature recoils, screeching in pain as its exoskeleton is damaged by the warrior's attack. The warrior spins, bringing his weapon around in a wide arc, preparing for another strike against the monstrous creature. The ground shatters as the warrior's weapon slams into the creature, sending debris flying in all directions. Golden energy crackles around the warrior's hands as he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. The warrior's weapon glows with power, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow. The warrior, a glint of determination in his eyes, prepares for the next phase of the battle. The monstrous spider-like creature roars, its menacing presence filling the battlefield. Knowing his role, the silver-haired warrior declares that he will tank from the front line. He thinks to himself that he is the only one who can take the boss head-on, anyway. Alex Mercer states his plan, while he draws the attention of the boss. The others will be dealing damage to the boss to defeat it. The soldiers look on, surprised by the plan. The warrior grips his weapon tightly, preparing to strike. A memory surfaces. He always made sure to avoid dangerous bridges, since his safety was always top priority. The warrior stands ready, his weapon poised to strike the monstrous spider-like creature. One of the soldiers insists that is what they did, but his companion seems unsure. The warrior's grip tightens on his weapon, knuckles white with strain. The soldiers look up at the monstrous spider-like creature, wondering if it is possible for them to kill something like that. He stands his ground, the warrior facing the monstrous spider-like creature with unwavering resolve, despite its immense size and the ominous figures lurking in the background. The silver-haired warrior formulates a plan. While he distracts the monstrous spider-like creature, the others will focus on dealing damage to it. The monstrous spider-like creature looms, its massive form radiating menace. The warrior stands ready, spear in hand, prepared to face the monstrous spider-like creature. Another hunter, clad in dark armor, prepares for battle, his grip firm on his weapon. Nearby, two more hunters brace themselves, fear evident in their expressions as they anticipate the coming fight. The silver-haired warrior grits his teeth, steeling himself for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the other hunters are being ordered around, told to make food and clean equipment. The hunters question if they are also hunters, but are quickly dismissed and told that they are only useful for menial tasks, prompting mocking laughter. Frustration boils within one of the hunters as he wonders how long they will have to endure such treatment. Swallowing his anger, the hunter clenches his jaw, determined to persevere. The hunter steels his resolve, reminding himself that there's no need to be scared, even after coming all this way. The silver-haired warrior, sword in hand, declares that they can fight the monstrous spider-like creature. Meanwhile, Dale calls out, his expression a mix of concern and determination. He swallows hard, steeling himself for what's to come. The hunter in dark armor acknowledges that they've never faced a monster like this before as the silver-haired warrior clashes with the spider-like creature. However, the warrior's attack seems to have little effect on the monstrous spider-like creature. From the sidelines, Dale reflects on how things changed when Zephyr decided to join them. The monstrous spider-like creature looms large, its multiple eyes glowing ominously. Dale recalls that Zephyr had been able to predict everything that had happened to them up to this point, and urges his comrades to believe in him one more time. Another hunter, standing beside Dale, shouts for him to go. Dale, overwhelmed by the situation, curses under his breath. He laments that the others won't listen to him, questioning what he is if they continue down this path. With a determined cry, Dale declares that they can join Zephyr. As the armor shatters from the force of the explosion, the team's strategy begins to unfold. The hunter in dark armor swings his weapon, aiming for a weak point now exposed. The hunter knows that they can damage the monstrous spider-like creature once they get inside, as its outer shell is the only hard part. The hunter in dark armor smirks, inviting the creature to try and withstand their assault. The hunter's blade pierces through the weakened armor, drawing a spray of dark fluid. The silver-haired warrior, Alex Mercer, brings his hammer down with tremendous force, creating a shockwave. The team knows that the bundle of nerves located at the center of the leg is where they need to aim for. A close-up reveals the vulnerable bundle of nerves within the monstrous spider-like creature's leg. The hunter prepares to cut the nerve bundle with blades covered in paralyzing potion. Dale has a good feeling about the team's chances as the plan comes together. The hunter strikes, the blade finding its mark on the nerve bundle. The hunter in dark armor strikes, aiming the paralyzing potion directly at the nerve bundle of the monstrous spider-like creature. Meanwhile, Dale finds himself unable to evade the creature's attack. The monstrous spider-like creature's claw connects, sending Dale flying backwards. The creature's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The force of the blow sends Dale crashing through the air. The warrior in silver hair, observing the unfolding chaos, glares at the monstrous spider-like creature. What are you staring at? You fucking insect. The monstrous spider-like creature responds with a roar. The warrior in silver hair prepares to strike, his sword glowing with power. With a burst of speed, the warrior in silver hair unleashes a flurry of attacks against the monstrous spider-like creature. The warrior in silver hair displays an unbelievable skill in battle. He continues to block all of the monstrous spider-like creature's attacks, a feat that seems impossible to keep up with. The others recognize their own weakness, realizing they are too weak to do any real damage to the creature. They believe it would be better if the warrior took on the task himself. The hunter in dark armor declares that it is enough, as long as the plan lands. The warrior knows that as long as the monstrous spider-like creature keeps its focus on him while he burns all the eggs, it won't pay any attention to the others. Above all else, the Black Steel Queen spider has one special characteristic. The hunter in dark armor seems confident in their strategy. Dale realizes that the situation is unfolding exactly as the warrior in silver hair predicted, noting that it has already been 5 minutes since the battle started. The warrior continues to fight the monstrous spider-like creature, awaiting the moment when the plan lands. Because queen spiders usually stay in the breeding room to lay eggs, they have a habit of limiting the movement of their back legs. Because of that, the space behind their legs are usually safe, and excluding the stomping attacks that they do in their spider webs. Most of their attacks will be focused on targets in front of them. He leaps back from the monstrous spider-like creature, narrowly avoiding its attack. The warrior in silver hair recognizes the spider's attack pattern, a familiar sight from his dungeon battles. Adding to the chaos, Zephyr is drawing the queen's attacks, further distracting the beast. Dale shouts, confident that if they can stop the spider's movements with the paralyzing potion, victory will be within their grasp. The hunter in dark armor steels himself, determined to succeed. The hunter in dark armor prepares to strike, his resolve unwavering. The hunter's blade pierces the monstrous spider-like creature, drawing a spray of green fluid. With a mighty swing, the hunter in dark armor continues his assault. He lands on the ground, ready for the next attack. The monstrous spider-like creature recoils from the hunter's relentless attacks. The hunter in dark armor is sent flying as the monstrous spider-like creature retaliates. The monstrous spider-like creature's eyes glow with fury. The monstrous spider-like creature unleashes a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Alex Mercer prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in determination. The spider's sharp legs lash out with incredible speed. The hunter in dark armor is struck again, the force of the blow creating a blinding flash. The hunter is sent flying backwards, crying out in pain as he crashes to the ground. The spider-like creature, enraged, vows revenge. I won't forgive you mere humans. The monstrous spider continues, its voice dripping with venom. Dare to harm my babies. The spider's threat intensifies, promising a gruesome end. It won't just end with your deaths. I'll make sure to melt all of your bodies with my poison. Alex Mercer clenches his fist, preparing for a counterattack. Alex Mercer strikes the spider-like creature with a powerful blow. The force of Alex's attack sends the spider reeling. The spider-like creature recoils from the blow, clearly injured. The monstrous spider-like creature's poison gland, located in its neck, becomes the target. The hunter, Alex Mercer, seizes the creature's neck, his grip tightening. Alex Mercer's eyes narrow, a flicker of calculation in his gaze as he assesses the situation. With a surge of strength, Alex Mercer twists the spider-like creature's neck, green fluid spraying out from the wound. Alex Mercer's hand, wrapped in bandages, tightens around the makeshift weapon. Readying himself, Alex Mercer prepares to strike, the makeshift weapon held firmly in his grasp. The weapon connects with the spider-like creature's neck, severing the poison gland. He realizes that the creature won't be able to use poison for the next few minutes. The spider-like creature, enraged by the attack, lets out a furious shriek. The monstrous spider-like creature lunges forward, its massive claws poised to strike. Alex Mercer grits his teeth, bracing himself for the creature's counterattack. He steels his resolve, reminding himself that there's no need to be nervous. The monstrous spider-like creature's glowing green eyes narrow as it prepares to strike. With blinding speed, Alex Mercer swings his weapon, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The weapon connects, sending a spray of dark fluid and debris into the air. Alex Mercer leaps back, narrowly avoiding the creature's counterattack. Alex Mercer's eyes narrow, his determination hardening as he thinks to himself that this fight will end with the loser being whoever loses their focus first. The spider-like creature's claws drip with fluid as it prepares to strike again, its focus unwavering. The blade hums with power, ready to strike. The monstrous spider-like creature roars in pain as the attack lands. Below, the hunters celebrate their apparent victory, believing they have defeated the creature. The overseer, however, knows better. He realizes that this is not the end. From above, a voice declares that they will let the silver-haired warrior handle the situation. The hunters recognize the silver-haired warrior, Alex Mercer, as he appears on the scene. The overseer finally understands the situation, realizing that when it comes to hunting, Alex Mercer is the real deal. The overseer reflects on how the orders change depending on who is in charge. He wonders if he continues to follow Alex Mercer, what he could accomplish. Alex Mercer considers that since they can't get rid of the signs that the queen spider was here, they won't be able to take all the loot like they did with the predator. He decides he could take a couple of the bigger spiders and give them to White Rose. He declared that they should only take what they need, his words directed at someone out of sight. The unseen person insists that Alex Mercer must be tired and offers to take care of things. Alex Mercer claims he might not look like it, but he's good at dissecting monsters. He then offers water to someone. Someone off-panel asks if they should make Sir Zephyr wait, prompting Alex Mercer to chuckle. Alex Mercer thinks that if things continue like this, they won't have to worry about getting killed by Usura while hunting. He considers the three of them to be not too bad, as an image of three figures standing atop a monstrous corpse appears in his mind. The red-haired man's eyes narrow as he thinks that's all they are. The overseer believes they won't be that useful when fighting against him. He acknowledges the value of experience, equipment, and manpower. The overseer realizes it isn't enough for what's to come. Alex Mercer knows he needs to figure something out. The temple looms large, its architecture a testament to the wealth it commands. A voice muses, calling someone a predator and expressing surprise at their return with something precious. The voice continues, stating that what was promised has been delivered and should be put to good use. A bag of what appears to be money is exchanged, the recipient marveling at the amount. A woman thanks someone for their act of kindness, assuring them the goddess will reward them. She offers subspace pouches if they need more storage. The bag of money is received. The silver-haired warrior observes the exchange, finding it interesting that shady deals are happening inside a temple during the day. He muses that there isn't a single naive person in this world who thinks all temples are holy. The text emphasizes the idea that not all temples are holy places, free from corruption. The narration describes how the money donated to temples continues to pile up, resulting in entire cities being constructed around them. The text explains that the temple knights and battle slaves ensure that monsters don't approach the temples, protecting the source of their wealth. He was not alone in his observations. The temple was more than just a place of worship. It was a fortress, guarded by knights ready for battle. The silver-haired warrior knew that safety came at a price, an expensive luxury. But it was better to pay for it now, while they still could. He knew that securing their safety would only become more difficult later, perhaps even requiring them to sell themselves to do so. The temple's success was built on shady deals. They were fortunate that the buyers for both the predator and the black steel spider had arrived on time. The red-haired overseer and the silver-haired warrior walked together, discussing their transactions. They had gotten a good price for the black steel spiders, too. The overseer complimented Alex Mercer, finding him more impressive than he initially thought. He then asked how the preparations were progressing. The overseer seemed to give Alex the cold shoulder, but she continued to report the numbers. 48% of their target had been reached, and 20% of the sales were used to pay off the temple's debts. Alex requested that the lab be cleaned. The overseer presented the work clothes and entrance pass that Alex would need, along with a purchase list for a silver alchemist set rental. The overseer explained that since alchemy sets were large and contained important pieces of equipment, she couldn't simply borrow one. However, since everyone at the laboratory left work at 7 p.m., Alex could use it however he wanted. The overseer reminded Alex to clean up after he was done, and Alex agreed that this was safer than trying to steal the equipment anyway. He mused that the temple might call on him to clean up the lab, as they always needed someone for the task. Elsewhere, the red-haired overseer tells someone that they have no choice but to share some news. The overseer assures the person that they've been paid well, so there's no need to worry, revealing that he was looking for them. The person's eyes widen in shock. The person was who the overseer was looking for. The overseer, Ned, asked if it would be alright to talk with the person, so they can share some news. Alex Mercer is being watched. Ned silences someone, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Alex Mercer chuckles, realizing he never thought he would meet him now. It is revealed that Ned is a member of the Heresy Examiners. Ned is one of only 12 Class 1 examiners, a skilled member acknowledged even by the temple. Alex Mercer thinks about his journey. The woman in white wonders if the visitor is there for a loan, not a date request. She realizes that Ned is the Sahaku's superior, the same Sahaku who was beaten by Alex Mercer. She knew they would try something once they got the chance. They are bold, she thinks, to try to fight while a member of the clergy is in front of them. The woman in white suggests they talk another time, offering a lower interest rate next time, since Ned has a good reputation with them, she says. The red-haired man asks if it's okay to at least ask about something urgent. Someone offers to buy some tea too. The red-haired man asks Zephyr why he doesn't come too, wondering how that sounds. The red-haired man realizes that Zephyr has a nice relationship with their Sahaku. Zephyr wonders who that is, stating his memory isn't that good and he can't seem to remember useless people. The red-haired man's eyes narrow. The red-haired man's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowed in thought. The clash of powers erupts between Zephyr and the silver-haired warrior, a maelstrom of orange and blue energy. The force of the collision sends shockwaves rippling outwards, scattering black feathers in its wake. The feathers, dark as night, continue to fall, obscuring the battlefield. The woman in white is shocked by the intensity of the magic energy, realizing it's far beyond what she anticipated. She trembles, acknowledging the sheer power of the reaction unfolding before her. The red-haired man observes the silver-haired warrior, realizing he is far more than just a normal battle slave, placing him on par with the Temple Knights. The red-haired man's expression darkens, admitting to himself that the warrior might even be beyond that level. Now that he is close, the red-haired man understands why Sahaku couldn't stop himself from going against the silver-haired warrior. He acknowledges that, although he is not here to fight today, the red-haired man's hand glows with power, hinting at the immense strength he possesses. He smirks, energy crackling around him as he declares that things are about to get fun. Below, the woman in white is furious, calling the silver-haired warrior a bitch. Her rage intensifies as she commands both of them to kneel before her. The woman in white stands tall, radiating power as the red-haired man and the silver-haired warrior face her. A text box explains that the followers of light have the right to mark others with a slave's engravement, forcing them to obey their orders. The red-haired man is marked with this. The silver-haired warrior is also marked with the slave's engravement, a brand visible on his arm. The red-haired man and the silver-haired warrior are forced to their knees by the woman in white's power. The woman in white prepares to use her power. The silver-haired warrior grits his teeth, struggling against the force that pins him. The woman in white demands to know where they think they are, questioning if they're crazy and have a death wish. The woman in white declares that she needs to teach them a lesson, ordering them to follow her. She turns to the red-haired man, adding that his name is Ned. The woman in white thinks to herself that the silver-haired warrior is her toy. Ned, the red-haired man, silently acknowledges her statement, thinking that if the silver-haired warrior tries anything, he might kill him. The woman in white tells Zephyr to fight everyone around him. Zephyr thinks to himself that the silver-haired warrior is dangerous and admits he is still shaking. Zephyr continues to think about the silver-haired warrior, realizing that since he is a Class 1 examiner, he must be strong. He also notes that no one knows how he fights. The woman in white explains that no one has seen the silver-haired warrior fight. The woman in white continues to speak to Zephyr, seriously asking if he understands how hard it is for her when he does dangerous things. She threatens to kill him if he causes any more trouble. The woman in white thinks to herself that Zephyr is her money printer, so he better take care of himself. She urges the silver-haired warrior to be careful, admitting she won't be able to protect him outside the temple. The warrior, his hands wrapped in bandages, gives a knowing smirk. He recalls someone saying that if he really tried to start something, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The fact that he's showing himself must mean that they're almost ready. The silver-haired warrior tells the woman in white that he needs to hurry too, answering her question that he's going to the lab. The silver-haired warrior asks for one more favor. The woman in white is surprised by his request, questioning what he wants now. Meanwhile, the red-haired man walks down a stone path, muttering that this is serious. The red-haired overseer's expression darkens. This turn of events has soured his mood considerably. An underling questions the meaning of the order, specifically the part about becoming a slave at the Temple of Light. The red-haired man is asked if he truly wants to be marked by a dirty slave's mark. The man with the mask states that he has grudges against those people, but still, the red-haired man learns that two of their brethren, who infiltrated the temple disguised as priests, were recently exposed and executed. He realizes there is still one way to get their people in. The masked man reports that security has been increased, but all the brothers are still doing their best to avoid capture. The masked man states that they can't use that option anymore. However, there's another way, as the masked man begins to draw a symbol. The masked man explains that the followers of light won't suspect those who've been marked. The masked man continues, saying that as long as they're marked, the followers of light will limit their actions, which they'll use to their advantage. The masked man reveals the plan. They'll get marked and infiltrate the Temple of Light, and they'll steal the loot the followers of light collect from the raid dungeons. The plan is set in motion, a mission only someone named Ned can accomplish. The red-haired man, his gaze intense, awaits the results of this mission. The followers of light are unaware that a way to nullify their mark has been discovered. However, the red-haired man knows that this method cannot be used yet. He insists that they wait for the perfect timing before making the followers of light pay. Tension hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the daily routines of the village continue, seemingly unaware of the plans being made. One of the villagers wonders if it's already time to eat. Another villager laments that this is what they do every month, questioning why the barrier keeps getting damaged. The villagers discuss their lack of choice, as a small village like theirs can't afford protection from the temple, so they must build their own barrier. One of the villagers is eager to see a monster, declaring he'll go for the head. The red-haired man's conversation is overheard by a villager, who alerts his companion. He believes someone is coming from the temple. The camera focuses on the ocarina hanging from the overseer's neck. A close-up reveals the overseer's scarred face. The overseer stands with a subordinate, his expression unreadable. The subordinate questions what brings the silver-haired warrior to this lowly place. The overseer asks how many villagers are present, and the villager replies that there are around 50 people. The overseer smirks, stating that the number of villagers is not too bad. The overseer begins to play the ocarina, the sound echoing ominously. The silver-haired warrior braces himself as the overseer plays the ocarina. The overseer unleashes a wave of dark energy, targeting the villagers. The silver-haired warrior screams in agony as the dark energy washes over him. The overseer watches with a sinister grin as the dark energy consumes the area. The dark energy unleashed by the red-haired man washes over the battlefield, obscuring everything in its path. Through the dissipating energy, a hand emerges, reaching upwards as if clawing its way back from oblivion. The hand clenches into a fist, a declaration of newfound power. The silver-haired warrior remembers the humiliation he suffered, a memory fueling his resolve. Vowing vengeance, he declares that he will never forgive the slight. His eyes narrow with hatred as he promises to make the red-haired man pay 100-fold for his actions, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. The silver-haired warrior unleashes his new power, striking the overseer with a devastating blow amidst his maniacal laughter. The Temple of Light Laboratory was a facility dedicated to researching and creating potions and equipment. Among the ingredients used were blue herb residue and lita tree bark. Other components included bark covered in fungus, rotten cobalt body fluid, gray centipedes, and corpse mushrooms. The recipe required boiling these ingredients together with the queen spider's poison. The concoction was complete. The 72 deadly poisons of Poison King Fade, number 61, Zagan, was now ready. The door creaked open. Inside, warrior male silver hair, shirtless and scarred, worked at a forge. The woman in white stood nearby, holding a scroll. The woman in white expresses concern, reminding the silver-haired warrior that he promised her protection within the temple. She worries about the financial implications should she die. Meanwhile, the woman in white examines a document. The document details pressure points on the human body, prompting her to wonder what it could be. Elsewhere, the silver-haired warrior prepares a special wood, noting that the Archon tree's wood is as hard as metal. He then shatters the wood into splinters. The splinters explode outward. The woman in white is amazed by the display. The silver-haired warrior explains that they're called acupuncture needles and are used for medical purposes in the East. Finally, the needles are dipped into Belial and Zagan, diluted by 1/100, revealing that the needles will be used for a purpose beyond healing. Or so everyone thought, as the world grew to rely on poison. Who could have imagined that when the demon race invaded their world, the gods would confiscate the power they gave them? A hand delicately dips acupuncture needles into a bowl of poison. To think they would all rely on poisons. He exhales, preparing himself for the ordeal to come. The warrior steels himself as he pierces his own flesh with the poison needles, a desperate gamble to regain lost power. The poison courses through him, his eyes widening as he feels the effects. He cries out in agony as the poison takes hold, his body racked with pain. Another scream tears from his throat as the process intensifies. The silver-haired warrior collapses to the floor, the bowls of poison spilling around him as the woman in white approaches, greeting him as a dear customer. She examines his arm, a look of concern on her face as she notices the veins turning green. The woman in white warns the warrior not to be surprised by what is about to happen, telling him to wait for her signal. She instructs him to do something, prompting a confused reaction. The woman in white's expression hardens as she questions what he is trying to do. The warrior, ignoring her concerns, declares that he will upgrade. A voice explains that Fade's 72 deadly poisons can transform into something entirely different based on the degree of dilution. The voice continues, revealing that the poison can become a miraculous drug that increases abilities beyond their limits. The warrior, ignoring the risks, mutters the word "heek" as the poison visibly courses through his veins. The voice explains that the problem is that he combined Belial, which causes extreme pain, with the unstable Zagan. The warrior acknowledges that he will feel extreme pain and his stability will decrease. Despite the risks, the warrior grits his teeth, realizing that it can't be helped since he lacks the ingredients or stats to make a more stable concoction. The poison continues to spread, visibly altering his body. The warrior's internal energy begins to flow, signifying the transformation is taking effect. As the warrior sat in meditation, internal energy began to flow through him. The internal energy flow, he realized, was quelling the poison by circulating magic power. He focused, understanding that he could increase his stats to the next stage if he succeeded in controlling the poison. The warrior knew the stakes. If he failed, his physical body would shatter into pieces. But this much, he thought, was nothing. This couldn't even be called a crisis, nor could it even be called pain, he realized. The poison began to take hold, causing him immense pain. Compared to that time, the warrior's eyes glowed with power as the poison threatened to consume him. His power surged, fighting back against the poison's effects. The blue energy crackles intensely. The warrior focuses, seated in a meditative pose, as the energy gathers around him. Elsewhere, the woman in white considers the vessels. The energy courses through the warrior's veins. He knows that once he accomplishes this, he probably won't be able to move, so he must keep watching the situation until he gives the signal. The warrior steels himself, preparing for what's to come. A diagram shows where the remaining needle must be placed. The woman in white is asked if she is ready. Sweat beads on the warrior's brow as he pushes his power to its limit. The woman in white receives the signal. Now. She knows a poison needle will be plunged into the crown of his head. The woman in white understands that death will happen if she fails, even if she doesn't ask. The woman in white, faced with the gravity of her task, wonders what she should do. Her heart pounds in her chest as she contemplates the act. She questions if she can truly go through with it. A few hours later, in the northern forest near the Temple of Light, a change is brewing. A beam of light pierces the night sky. The light intensifies, forming a cross-like shape. A cacophony of screams erupts as the light rains down. The source of the screams becomes clear. Monstrous birds descend from the sky. A group of armed men, including the hunter, are caught in the chaos as the monstrous birds close in. The hunter in dark armor and his team are swarmed by monstrous birds, despite being told there was only one nest. One of the team members asks if anyone called for reinforcements. Lightning flashes in the distance, a sign of the ongoing chaos. One of the men, wearing a red hood, shouts that he shot the flare a moment ago and that reinforcements will come soon. The hooded man urges his comrades to keep running to the temple. A monstrous bird swoops down, talons extended, ready to strike. The hunter and his team are desperately trying to escape the flock of monstrous birds. The hooded man leaps towards the temple, knowing it will take over 20 minutes to get there, even in broad daylight. Frustration boils over as the hooded man curses their situation. The hooded man's foot slams against the ground as he continues to flee. The hooded man scoffs at the estimated time, clearly doubting they have that long. The hooded man's face is slick with sweat, his eyes wide with fear as he realizes the gravity of their situation. The monstrous bird's eye glows with predatory intent. The flock descends upon the hunters, their numbers overwhelming. One of the monstrous birds strikes, its beak aimed at the hunter below. The hunter in dark armor raises his shield, bracing for the impact as the monstrous bird screeches. The monstrous bird crashes into the shield, the force of the blow sending the hunter sprawling. The hunter cries out as the attack connects, the shield barely holding against the creature's assault. A surge of blue energy erupts around the warrior with silver hair, a sign of his building power. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as the warrior prepares to unleash his attack. The warrior with silver hair focuses his energy, his body glowing with blue light. He slams his fist into the ground, channeling the energy into a devastating attack. The warrior with silver hair looks up, his eyes glowing with intense power, ready to unleash his full strength. The warrior with silver hair faces a trio of monstrous birds, their screeches echoing through the air as they descend. One of the monstrous birds dives in, beak aimed directly at him. He meets the bird's attack head-on, his hand glowing with power as he prepares to strike. The monstrous bird cries out in confusion as the warrior's power surges. The warrior's power erupts, enveloping the bird in a torrent of energy. The energy condenses around his fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The blow connects, obliterating the monstrous bird in a burst of light and force. The warrior stands amidst the remnants of his attack, a skeletal construct forming around his arm. The remaining monstrous birds screech in terror as they witness the demise of their comrade. A system message appears, indicating that 12 monsters remain outside the dungeon, and that the amount of bird monster neck bones is 12. The skeletal construct fully materializes around the warrior's arm, glowing with blue energy. He observes his handiwork, a single word echoing his satisfaction. Perfect. The warrior grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he prepares for the next wave of attacks. A barrage of blue energy blasts erupts around him as the monstrous birds unleash their assault. The attacks intensify, the air thick with magical energy as the skeletal construct around the warrior's arm begins to glow brighter. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watches the battle unfold, muttering in disbelief at the sheer number of enemies. The cloaked figure expresses his shock at the situation. A voice echoes, declaring that reinforcements are on their way from the temple. The cloaked figure questions the arrival of the reinforcements, wondering if the warrior is truly alone and where the nest is. The cloaked figure exclaims in realization. The warrior, now shirtless, is warned that if he continues down this path, he simply responds with a resolute, "Okay." Suddenly, a figure appears, creating a shockwave as he lands, causing the warrior to question his arrival. The warrior's eyes widen in surprise at the sudden appearance of the new figure. It was a reflexive action. He felt an irresistible intimidation from the young man, as if he were taking orders from someone of a much higher position. And so, he reflexively told him the location of the dungeon entrance. After he regained his senses, he regretted not telling him one important thing, but that was long after he disappeared. 4 out of 7 of his party members died in that dungeon. He knew it was dangerous there, and he should have stopped him. He knew they needed to wait for reinforcements, and that he should have stopped him from going alone. Cursing his actions, he wondered what he should do. The warrior clutches his head, overwhelmed by the weight of his decision. His eyes widen in horror as the realization of what he's done sinks in. The dungeon erupts with chaotic energy, a maelstrom of destruction. The dungeon's depths are consumed by a cataclysmic explosion. The dungeon's collapse begins with a surge of raw energy, tearing through the very fabric of the space. The energy intensifies, the dungeon's structure unable to withstand the force. The dungeon's destruction reaches a fever pitch, the air crackling with displaced power. Far away, a hooded figure watches the cataclysm unfold, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A blinding light erupts from the dungeon's core, signaling a transformation of immense proportions. Amidst the carnage, the warrior stands amidst the fallen bodies of his enemies, the light bathing him in its glow. He stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around him. The monstrous spider-like creature, once a formidable foe, lies defeated, its body bearing the marks of a fierce battle. The warrior, now bearing massive wings, stands tall amidst the destruction, the boss monster designation a testament to his transformation. He exhales, the transformation taking its toll. The warrior examines his hands, the power coursing through him evident in his stance. He realizes the extent of his transformation, his body feeling lighter, his stats having increased exponentially. It was successful. The thought occurs that with the right equipment, any challenge is worth facing. Well then, a flare gun is fired into the sky. The question arises of what kind of equipment should be acquired. The flare soars high, signaling that the emergency crisis has been resolved. Meanwhile, in a dark, cavernous space, something stirs. The monstrous, spider-like creature, now fully revealed, looms over a prone figure. The hooded figure stands over the fallen warrior, observing the scene with a detached curiosity. Soon, the spider-like creature's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A few days later, the Temple of Light stood tall against the sky. Within the temple's territory, an uncontrolled cockatrice nest had been discovered, along with a mid-sized nest led by a 30-meter-long boss. The silver-haired warrior's past deeds were being discussed. He had cleared a similar nest with just one slave. Both the field investigations and the survivor's testimony matched, confirming that he was making himself appealing in order to participate in the raid about 20 days from now. It was obvious that he wanted to be put in the raid party. Senior Heresy Examiner Matthias Grimmer, of the Temple of Light's 3rd Division, wondered if they should interrogate him to check if he was a demon god worshipper. A stern voice cut through the discussion, dismissing the idea. He was to be left alone. Lucius Giornetti, head of the Temple Knight's 3rd Division, stood tall, his expression unreadable. Matthias worried that if they didn't properly filter out those suspected to be demon god worshippers before the raid, no matter how thoroughly they investigated, they couldn't filter all of them out. Lucius Giornetti reasoned that as long as they were useful, he didn't care if they were demon god worshippers, as they didn't have the strength to reach the boss room anyway. He continued to explain his reasoning, stating that the powerless beggars would be used to reach the boss room, only to be eliminated alongside the boss. Lucius Giornetti insisted that he wasn't speaking as the leader of the raid party vanguard, but as a friend. Matthias Grimmer reminded him that he had been opposed to that plan for 20 years. The two men approached a large, ornate door. As the door swung open, a figure with long blonde hair stood silhouetted against the light. Matthias Grimmer's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure. The figure was revealed to be the silver-haired warrior, now wielding a radiant spear and shield, both chained to the walls. The warrior, bathed in light, explained that he had spent a third of his wealth to obtain the spear of brilliant light and the winged shield of Michael. Matthias Grimmer stared in disbelief, realizing they were legendary items he had only seen in books. The silver-haired warrior declared that the tiresome dungeon they had spent 10 years trying to clear was now complete. He confidently stated that they didn't have to worry about anything, as he would be invincible in this raid. The silver-haired warrior, confident in his newfound power, smirks. Elsewhere, a trainee complains about the number of people at the training grounds, noting he isn't even warmed up yet. The trainee and others stretch and prepare for the day's exercises. Another trainee overhears a rumor that only 2 or 3 spots are left for the raid, explaining the increased competition. The trainees are trying to show off and stand out. The first trainee overhears the conversation and is confused. Suddenly, the woman in white emerges from a nearby room, causing a stir. The woman in white greets someone, calling them sister, before demanding they pay off their interest on time, calling them trash. The trainees wonder why the demon sister is coming out of their room. The silver-haired warrior slips a golden ring onto his finger. He sits on the edge of the bed, admiring the ring. "You're here." Nearby, the trainees gasp, noticing the ring. The trainees whisper amongst themselves, wondering if the ring is the reason the warrior was with the woman in white. The warrior overhears them. "This, just something I got from someone." He continues to admire the ring. The ring is identified as the Ring of Purification, which assists in mana circulation, increases magic defense, and allows the wearer to use the skill Curse Removal once a day. The warrior's hand is illuminated by the ring's power. He smiles, thinking, "White Rose got me something that's quite good." The woman in white speaks, saying that after reinforcement comes equipment, and that this present is only a taste of what she can obtain. The warrior thinks to himself that she prepared something for him even before he asked, and that she's got some sense. He recalls her saying she'll get him anything he wants. He smirks, thinking that she has quite the nose for smelling money. She strides confidently through the halls. The woman in white recalls hearing about the assassin guild Persephone from an informant in the black market. The assassin guild, Persephone, was known throughout the land. Persephone's assassins were legendary, never missing their target, enhancing their martial arts skills and deadly poisons by using poison to increase their stats. The woman's customer had suspiciously good hunting skills. Everything was starting to fall into place, including the fact that they used body reinforcement using poison. The assassin's movements are quick and precise. The woman in white realizes her dear customer was an assassin from Persephone. Due to an internal conflict, Persephone fell to ruin a few years ago, but the high nobles who were their customers are looking for the survivors and the poisons they used. The nobles are willing to use colossal amounts of money to obtain the best talent and the best poison. She realizes this is no time to be making some petty cash through monster trade commission fees. She needs to make her dear customer hers while she has the chance. The woman in white thinks equipment is first. She'll get some awesome equipment for her dear customer and tells him to wait for her. She thinks to herself that the silver-haired warrior has severely misunderstood her intentions, scoffing at the idea that she sees him as an assassin. The woman in white clasps her hands together, deciding that everything will be all right. The silver-haired warrior realizes that the rumors about him are actually a good thing. He thinks to himself that if White Rose spreads rumors about him, it will be beneficial. The warrior, now equipped with new weapons, declares that he will make the power his own. Meanwhile, back in the room, the silver-haired warrior is grabbed roughly by the collar. One of the men praises the silver-haired warrior, impressed that he has managed to get into a relationship with his sister and even receive a ring as a present. The warrior is confused by the conversation, unsure what they are talking about. The other man continues, saying that is why the warrior didn't come back all night before, and that as a man, he has his respect. The silver-haired warrior is slammed against the wall. The other men tell them to be quiet, as the silver-haired warrior is held against the wall. A voice echoes, questioning the identity of someone. Startled, the blond man peeks out from a doorway, a look of confusion on his face. He pauses, noticing a notice pinned to the door with a knife. The notice is an emergency order form from the Goethe Group, instructing the reader to set off immediately and return after analyzing the situation. The form includes a map and a signature. He wonders who would leave an emergency order form like this, noting that it seems to be an official document with a seal. The blonde man decides to take action, thinking, let's see. He carefully examines the map, trying to discern its meaning. Elsewhere, a man with white hair is shown, his expression serious. The blonde man realizes that the signature on the document belongs to the white-haired man. He further notes that the contents of the invitation are written by Ned. The white-haired man crumples the invitation in his hand, declaring that he will go by himself. The white-haired man descends into the dungeon, the entrance shimmering with an otherworldly light. He sprints through the dungeon's depths, determined to reach his destination. He knows that there are only about 20 days until the Temple Knight's raid. The dungeon they are heading to is no ordinary dungeon, but the tomb of the Abominable Princess. The tomb of the Abominable Princess is one of the 8 riddles of the world, the ruins of the ancient kingdom Medea. Due to the extreme difficulty, the dungeon has been attempted for over 10 years, but no one has reached the boss room yet. Therefore, the criteria for the raid party participation rights is also complex. To participate, one must either be in a hunting team ranked 5/4 and above for the past year, or be the direct slave of a priest confirmed to participate. Alternatively, one can participate if they received a recommendation letter from the direct slave. One can participate only by satisfying one of these conditions. It's impossible for their team to gain enough achievements to reach the 5/4 rank by starting now. In this life, he resolves to use Ned. The silver-haired warrior knows that Ned is the direct slave of the heresy examiner, Matthias Grimmer. The protagonist realizes that if he can fool Ned and obtain his recommendation letter, he can enter the raid party. He knows there's no way Ned, who received a mission that he cannot fail, would ignore him, who uses the same martial arts. The warrior with silver hair knows that Ned must already be itching to test him, seeing as they both use the same martial arts. The protagonist wonders if Ned thinks he's an ally sent by his master, or a criminal who stole their sex martial technique. He believes that Ned will see him as a force that he must bring along. The warrior prepares to make his entrance. A figure emerges from the dust. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in them. He surveys the scene, remarking on what an entrance it was. That voice, the silver-haired warrior recognizes it. Meanwhile, Sahaku, the one who spoke, stands cloaked and asks if he came alone. Sahaku's presence surprises the silver-haired warrior, who wonders why he is here. Sahaku tells the silver-haired warrior to go home, stating he doesn't feel like playing with him. The silver-haired warrior stands over the defeated Shoggoth, electricity still crackling around its form. He believes it to be a fitting end for such a creature. The warrior reaches for a strange, red, flute-like instrument. The Shoggoth dissolves into particles, leaving the warrior to believe that physical attacks are useless against it. He realizes that to kill the Shoggoth, he needs to use elemental attacks such as electricity or fire, or even holy power. He notes that the instrument is on the smaller side, so it will be obliterated if he attacks it again. The warrior decides there's no need for him to waste his magic power. He prepares to play the flute-like instrument. The instrument is revealed to be the Shoggoth's breakdown chord, which breaks the connections of magic power that connects the Shoggoth's cells. The warrior is surprised that someone knows how to play that song. The hooded figure reveals that the song is a secret within their demon god cult, and that the temple intelligence couldn't have gotten their hands on it. Suddenly, the hooded figure is attacked from above. The attacker's arm is revealed to be that of the silver-haired warrior. The hooded figure, now revealed to be Sahaku, remarks that the warrior knows quite a lot of things. Sahaku thinks to himself that the warrior's name is Ned. Ned thinks to himself that the time has finally come. Sahaku's perspective shows Ned standing before him. Sahaku thinks that there's no way Ned, who received a mission that he cannot fail, would ignore him, who uses the same martial arts as him. Sahaku realizes that if he fools Ned and gets his recommendation letter, he can enter the raid party. He believes Ned must be itching to test him, and that the time has finally come for him to pass. Ned thinks that he must pass Sahaku's test and make him believe he's one of the demon god worshippers, as that's the only way to change the future. He stood ready, preparing to face Sahaku, who was closer than he thought, all according to the other man's plan. The hooded figure thought of the debt in his heart that he couldn't repay in his past life. The figure vowed that he wanted the silver-haired warrior to face a different end this time. To do that, he needed a chance to get closer. Sahaku, standing opposite Ned, resolved to see his plan through no matter what. The hooded figure revealed that he had been watching Ned up until now. Sahaku finished his thought, stating that he had come to a conclusion. That conclusion was the drawing of a blade, its edge gleaming. The blade was aimed at Ned, who was now a target for elimination. Sahaku, cloaked in shadows, prepared to strike. A blinding flash of energy erupted. The energy surged as Sahaku unleashed his attack. He lunges forward, his sword aimed at Ned. Ned, however, is ready, blue energy crackling around his hands. Sahaku continues his assault, his blade wreathed in a fiery aura. The fiery arcs of his sword cut through the air. The strikes are relentless, each blow carrying immense power. The attacks fail to connect. Sahaku is shocked. He realizes that all of his attacks have missed. Ned stands firm, surrounded by orbs of crackling blue energy. The blue energy intercepts Sahaku's strikes. Sahaku is impressed by Ned's ability to evade his attacks. He thinks to himself that few people on the continent could slip through his attacks and even counterattack. He suspects Ned must have used another method. Ned holds a small stone in his hand, questioning why Sahaku is fighting an unarmed person with a sword. His eyes narrow, a silent warning before the next attack. The air crackles as Sahaku unleashes a swift, arcing strike. Ned, calm and collected, prepares to counter the incoming attack. The silver-haired warrior mirrors Sahaku's stance, seemingly anticipating his every move. Sahaku's attack continues, a blur of motion aimed at his opponent. Ned remains unfazed, preparing a technique to defend himself. Red electricity surges forth, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Using the same principle as the thunderclap palm, the Dragon King style's secret art wraps his body in electricity caused by explosive acceleration. Due to this technique, Ned gains an enormous boost in speed and power. Blue electricity crackles around Ned's hand, a display of raw energy. The Dragon King style secret art, Flowing Cloud, takes form around the silver-haired warrior. There is yin electricity and yang electricity. Yin and yang electricity attract, but this defensive art uses the principle that the same type of electricity repels. He matched the attack, flowing with yang electricity, protecting the points of contact to make the attack slip past him. The silver-haired warrior continues to channel the energy, preparing for the next exchange. Sahaku realizes that it can be done, but only in that instant, even after he poured in with attacks that can't be followed with. The principle is explained. If you don't wrap yourself in enough electricity, the attack will not bounce off and hit its mark. The explanation continues, stating that when defensive electricity is less than offensive electricity, the defense slips past and the attack is successful. The location of the attack, timing, and the amount of electricity are all factors. One needs vigorous training to reflexively adjust these factors within milliseconds for it to be useful in a real battle. And it's not something that can be replicated with a cheap trick like skill copy. Sahaku's eyes narrow, realizing that the silver-haired warrior is the real deal. The protagonist is surrounded by crackling energy, his stance firm and focused. The explanation continues, but that makes it even more confusing. Sahaku reveals that only his senior brother and he have been taught the secret art of the Dragon King. The red-armored warrior stands over the protagonist, a clear power dynamic established. The identity of the Master of the East is revealed to be Jin Riang, Lone Dragon, a demon god worshipper, rank 9. The man from the East crossed the land of demons in the Saraha Desert, arriving on the Aslan continent. He rose to the executive rank of the demon god cult, wielding the mysterious martial arts technique known as Dragon King style. The Master of the East had 2 successors, distinct from the hundreds of regular apprentices who could only scratch the surface of the martial arts. They were the ones who inherited the Dragon King style down to its core. One is the biological son of Jin Riang, Jin Gang, Strong Dragon. The other is one that Jin Riang picked up from the Aslan continent, Ned Strier. To gain a deep understanding through sparring, 2 successors are required. Therefore, no more than 2 are needed, since the principles of martial arts techniques must be kept confidential. Someone observes that they have never seen his face among the regular apprentices before. Sahaku notes that's not the only suspicious thing. A voice accuses someone of obliterating the valuable asset of the cult, the Shoggoth, which was raised from 100 people just for this raid, questioning if they are even a demon god worshipper. The silver-haired warrior demands to know who the person is and what they want. Ned Strier is surprised by something. The speaker explains that learning the secret art is simple, but only 2 successors are allowed to learn it. The question hangs in the air. What happens if one of the successors dies? The speaker elaborates, explaining that if one successor dies, the other will be left alone, without anyone suitable to train with. Their master is too busy to train the remaining successor or a new one. The implications of this statement dawn on the listener. If that's the case, it can't be. The silver-haired warrior, Alex Mercer, declares that he is a shadow apprentice, prepared for when one of the successors dies. The concept of a shadow disciple, a long-standing tradition among Eastern martial artists, is introduced. These shadow disciples are secretly trained, even without the knowledge of insiders, to ensure the continuation of the sect in case something happens to the official successor. However, their ultimate fate is death if the official successor safely develops and inherits their master's position. This system exists to eliminate concerns that such a disciple might cause problems if left alive, given they receive the same training as the official successors. The blonde man, Sahaku, acknowledges that this information isn't something he fabricated. However, the true shadow disciple cannot reach the temple to participate in the raid. The reason for this is that he'd been tied down by Altair and her comrades. The shadow disciple is shown bound by chains. Sahaku smirks, thinking of Altair. He believes she's probably doing things unbecoming of a princess right now. Alex Mercer, overhearing this, decides to take advantage of the situation. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the dimly lit corridor. The blond man questions the silver-haired warrior, pointing out that if he were truly a shadow disciple, his existence would be a closely guarded secret. So why would his master send him? The blond man reveals that he already contacted his master to confirm the warrior's identity. However, the master denied ever sending a disciple like him. The warrior's claim is exposed as a lie. The blond man anticipates that if the silver-haired warrior is a fake, he'll come up with a flimsy excuse. The blond man explains that it's difficult for demon god worshippers within the temple to contact the outside world, so it's normal for individuals to make their own judgments based on the situation. The blond man vows to eliminate the silver-haired warrior if he's even the slightest bit suspicious. The blond man's hand crackles with energy as he recalls the orders he received. Sahaku reveals that his orders are to hide his identity from other demon god worshippers and to participate in the raid with his own strength. Sahaku continues, stating that he is supposed to take over the blond man's mission if anything happens. The blond man asks Sahaku if he knows what his mission is. The blond man's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he awaits Sahaku's response. He responds with a knowing smirk, asking how he could refuse such an opportunity. The scene shifts, the air thick with anticipation. A dragon heart, a magic stone formed in the heart of a dragon, is revealed, said to be the greatest item. The dragon heart grants power comparable to that of a dragon. Legend says the abominable princess Eurydice found it 1,000 years ago and took it to her tomb. It's said that the temple knights can't follow the electrical acceleration of the Dragon King style. A surge of electrical energy crackles around a figure, hinting at the power about to be unleashed. The moment someone gets their hands on the dragon heart, no one will be able to stop them from escaping. A figure with red hair declares that he can do just as well. The blond man is told that the master was anxious with just him on this mission. The red-haired figure points, his expression intense. The reason he defied his orders and lured them here was with something flashy. The blond man realizes that the raid participation conditions were more complex than he expected, and he doesn't want to take the hard way when the easy way is right in front of him. The blond man, considering the red-haired figure's proposition, states that he has something to say. The red-haired figure responds, asking what he has to tell him. The red-haired figure's expression hardens, anticipating what is to come. Footsteps echo, a sign of someone approaching. The blond man leans in close to the red-haired figure, whispering that it concerns the blood tears. The red-haired figure's eyes widen in shock at the mention of the blood tears. He is stunned, wondering how the blond man knows about the blood tears. The blood tears, a stolen treasure, are the key to reclaiming what was lost and taking revenge on the temple. The red-haired figure demands to know what the blond man knows about the blood tears. The blond man states that he will tell him when he deems him trustworthy. The blond man suggests that the red-haired figure make his life easier first. The red-haired figure asks if he can join the raid, complaining about the poor lodgings assigned to the bottom of the hunting team. He thinks to himself that there's no way he can believe him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the tension rises. The red-haired figure urges him to follow, saying there's somewhere he needs to go with him. The destination is revealed to be an abandoned building near the temple. The building stands silent and ominous under the moonlight. The red-haired figure speaks to his brothers, announcing that he has brought the last one. Another figure confirms that the newcomer's name is Zephyr, and that he was sent by their master to assist in the mission. He adds that he has gone through the procedures to confirm his identity. The order is given to confirm his identity. Zephyr, with his silver hair, remarks that he thought he was quite eye-catching and guesses that he was wrong. Matthias Grimmer, a demon god worshipper ranked 36, expresses that it is an honor to assist the successor of the Master of the East. The successor's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. He slams his hand down on a surface, the impact resonating with unseen power. The slave rank nominees of the raid party members will follow the heresy investigators and the hunting team. It has been decided that 40 of them are demon god worshippers. Since there is a newcomer, the man with the beard declares he will explain the raid strategy again. The man in dark armor emphasizes that they must memorize the strategy, as there can be no mistakes. The successor thinks it would be good to find the demon god worshippers hidden within the party by using the glory of the demon god cult. The speaker finds it absurd that all 40 are demon god worshippers, stating that it is so absurd that it is not even funny. They are different from Sahaku, who completely relied on items and monsters, or the past version of the speaker, who had nothing but ambition. This time, the speaker seems to have both. They are all very strong. They are an elite force. Formed for the sole purpose of executing this mission, the masked figure stands ready. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior clenches his fists, a surge of power emanating from him. He questions why anyone would follow the demon god. Nearby, the red-haired figure reflects on the fact that the master revealed himself, concluding that he isn't fully trusted. The red-haired figure realizes that the master even knows about the blood tears, wondering how close they are to share such confidential information. He considers that the one the master trusts may not be him. He steels himself, resolving that he must not waver. The red-haired figure closes his eyes, determined not to waver. He remembers that the master promised him something. A figure promises to fulfill the red-haired figure's revenge if he becomes an important person. The red-haired figure resolves that he must. For the sake of his revenge, the red-haired figure vows to get his hands on the dragon heart no matter what. He clenches his fist, a silent promise echoing in his mind. He will not be overshadowed. Also, the red-haired figure considers the possibility that the silver-haired warrior is a shadow disciple, groomed to replace him. If that's the case, the red-haired figure realizes the silver-haired warrior might desire something to happen to him. The red-haired figure knows that the silver-haired warrior will be accepted as an official successor if he dies. Perhaps, he thinks, the silver-haired warrior will be aiming for his neck. Now that he's explained their strategy, the red-haired figure prepares to put his plan into motion. He divides his forces into groups, one to escort Brother Ned and secure his escape, and another to attack Knight Captain Lucius. The silver-haired warrior questions the red-haired figure, asking if it isn't natural for them to be in the same group. The red-haired figure believes the silver-haired warrior is aiming to snatch away his accomplishments in his life. Keeping his distance, the red-haired figure states that he'll be in the silver-haired warrior's care. The shattered remnants of a past life lay scattered, a testament to broken trust. That past fell into ruin, a consequence of misplaced faith and a blinding thirst for revenge. The red-haired figure muses that the silver-haired warrior is a loyal and patient type, someone better suited as an ally than an enemy. The red-haired figure extends a hand to the silver-haired warrior, a gesture of trust, or perhaps a carefully calculated move. The red-haired figure hopes to shift the warrior's trust to himself, believing he will be a great help in overcoming everything that will happen in the future. The silver-haired warrior, accepting the gesture, states that he will be in the red-haired figure's care as well. A voice reflects on countless connections lost in vain, but declares that the first one will be picked back up. The voice identifies the silver-haired warrior as the one to be retrieved, a realization that causes him to gasp. The warrior's gasps echo in the darkness as he begins to understand the situation he's in. The silver-haired warrior's eyes widen in shock as he realizes he's been betrayed. A disembodied voice commands him to choose. The voice asks if he will help escape this place by learning the ultimate martial arts technique. The silver-haired warrior is surrounded by golden energy as a disembodied voice presents him with a choice. The red-haired figure's eyes glow with power as he asks if the warrior will die and become beef jerky. He recalls this being his first eccentric connection that made him into the strongest human. The red-haired figure remembers his master, who taught him the Dragon King style. The next day dawned, bringing with it new developments. The names of the raid party members chosen to clear the tomb of the Abominable Princess dungeon were announced. Those individuals would be drafted tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock and would be living in the same lodgings while receiving training to prepare for the raid until the departure date. For the sake of confidentiality, conversation with anyone outside the party would be strictly forbidden. They were instructed to pack everything they needed and report any reward calculations to their superiors. The overseer, the red-haired man, considered the recent developments. He thought to himself that he should settle out all his arrangements. The Black Steel Spider dungeon and the Cockatrice Nest were among the cleared dungeons. The canyon village that Ned forged some documents to make it a goblin's den, and the 3 dungeon clear accomplishments that the overseer promised Gerda were also taken care of. Zephyr was thanked by his comrades, who expressed their gratitude for everything he had done for them up until now. The group was told to please take care, as they all now had accomplishments. He explains that many vacancies have opened up because 40 slaves were assigned to the special mission known as the Raid. The silver-haired warrior is told that he will be promoted very soon. His companion warns him that the road will get rougher once he receives his promotions, urging him to hang in there. The warrior seems confused by the statement. The blonde man dismisses the warrior's confusion, claiming it's nothing. He thinks to himself that he wants to follow the warrior and learn more from him, but he can't bring himself to say it. The silver-haired warrior stands silhouetted against a bright light, a voice echoing that although their time together was short, they understand. The warrior has a goal, one that is much bigger than anything ordinary people can imagine. The blonde man thinks that weaklings like him don't have the right to follow the warrior. A voice declares that as long as you train yourself to death, you'll be strong. The blonde man is told that there will come a day when he will be able to walk alongside the silver-haired warrior. The warrior states that he will expect great things from the blonde man. The blonde man bows deeply, thanking the warrior. It is stated that 2 people who should be dead by now are alive. The text speaks of a grim future. If demon god worshippers succeed in their summoning 3 years from now, many will be as good as dead. A summoning circle glows ominously, a harbinger of the lives that will be lost should the ritual succeed. To prevent this dark future, someone believes they must acquire the dragon heart. The scene shifts to a grand hall, the next stage in the plan. The silver-haired warrior, having procured new equipment, asks a woman in white what she thinks of it. The equipment in question is a full suit of armor on several polearms. The woman and the silver-haired warrior stand together, observing the equipment. The warrior smiles, pleased with the quality of the equipment. The text explains that she chose blunt weapons that conduct mana well. The tomb of the abominable princess is described as a dungeon crawling with living and moving skeletons. These skeletons feel no pain, as they are already dead, and their sturdy bones render blade attacks obsolete. Therefore, blunt weapons are the logical choice against such foes. To defeat skeletons, blunt weapons are the most effective choice. The silver-haired warrior, satisfied with the quality of the weapons on display, declares he will buy them all. He grips the hilt of a sword. The warrior states his preference for this particular weapon. The sword is identified as the Twilight Longsword, an artifact of a knight from 100 years ago found in the Twilight Mansion, and said to contain an unknown energy. A woman in white explains that she acquired the Twilight Longsword at a customer's request, but using a longsword against skeletons isn't very effective. The warrior considers what he needs to worry about in this dungeon. He realizes that these aren't mere skeletons. The Temple of Light is trying to end the 10-year-long dungeon clearing attempt. Demon god worshippers will jump into the fray for the survival of their cult. The warrior thinks to himself that he must push through them all and obtain the dragon heart. In other words, the entire party is his enemy. The warrior stands ready, lightning crackling around him, prepared to face his enemies. And one more thing remains unsaid. The red-haired man reflects that the silver-haired warrior still doesn't trust him. Even if he tells him the truth, convincing him won't be easy. The red-haired man grips the hilt of his sword, thinking that if he fails to persuade him and they end up fighting, it won't end in the middle this time, like it did before. The red-haired man vows that it'll be until one of them dies. Elsewhere, a knock echoes through a room. A woman's voice apologizes for being late. The woman, Angelia, introduces herself as an enchanter affiliated with the Research Institute, asking if he is the customer that Anna talked about. The text explains that imbuing an equipment with divine power, magic power, attributes, etc. is called enchantment. The more skilled the enchanter is, the stronger and more long-lasting the power imbued will be. The silver-haired warrior recalls that, if he remembers correctly, Angelia is one of the greatest enchanters in the temple. Angelia playfully calls the silver-haired warrior a handsome appa. Angelia prays to their glorious mother. Angelia asks that their light be bestowed upon them. A surge of golden energy erupts, signaling the start of preparations. The silver-haired warrior's preparations include 5 blessed items: a twilight longsword, feather clothes, griffin leather boots, a mace of adversity, and a black steel spider hook, each radiating power. The warrior steels himself, knowing he must prepare not only to face his party members, but also to endure the malicious energy of the tomb of the abominable princess. Failure to prepare would render everything meaningless. The warrior focuses his gaze, determined to succeed with these preparations. The basic preparations are now complete. The total cost for the 5 enchanted items comes to 3,000 gold, prompting the question of payment. A bag overflowing with gold coins is presented, and the voice assures that it's all there. The bag of gold is handed over to Angelia, who stands with another woman in white robes and the blonde man, overseeing the transaction. The voice notes that only 3,000 gold for a backdoor enchantment by Angelia is extremely cheap. The blonde man muses that White Rose must have pulled some strings to get such a low price. A guard asks if they should calculate their expenses as well, questioning if they're sure about this. The voice retorts that it is thanks to the other party that they barely paid any commission fees. The silver-haired warrior points out that there are more than just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to consider. A speech bubble reveals that Angelia prepared for some losses to score some points. The warrior smirks, noting that she was probably short on time as well, and thanks her. Angelia blushes, realizing she's about to be taken advantage of. The enchanter stammers, acknowledging that the warrior knows the situation, but wonders what to do. She realizes she has no more money left. The warrior's expression hardens as he stares down at her. Angelia is shocked by this revelation. The silver-haired warrior overhears her muttering about cockatrice byproducts and a failed dungeon run, realizing she has nothing of value to give him. Angelia is horrified, stammering as she realizes she doesn't even have a penny, questioning what he is. The warrior pauses, considering his options. The warrior smiles, conjuring a glowing orb in his hand, seemingly having found a solution. He asks if he can pay with the poisons instead. The labels on the poison bottles read, Poison King Fades, Deadly Poison number 68 Belial, and number 61 Zagan. The deadly poisons of Persephone are mentioned. The silver-haired warrior, annoyed, holds up a poison bottle, while the cloaked figure begs for it. The warrior tells the cloaked figure to stop playing around and hand over the money. The cloaked figure gets angry, asking if the warrior gets off on teasing people, and demands that he hand it over. The cloaked figure warns the warrior not to sell the poisons to the contact named Mole, as he is dangerous. The cloaked figure happily agrees to the warrior's terms. The cloaked figure bids the warrior farewell, asking him to come back safely and visit again after the raid to receive his change. The warrior walks away. The next morning dawned, promising a new day. From above, the temple knights and healers gathered in the courtyard, their numbers significant. One of the knights observed that there were quite a lot of people, estimating about 100 if all the temple knights and healers were included. Among the crowd, the silver-haired warrior reflected that only a few of these people had survived in his past life. He knew that this time would be no different. Footsteps echoed as the crowd began to part. The crowd announced the arrival of the party leader, Temple Knight, Captain Lucius Giornetti. Lucius Giornetti's gaze was intense, hinting at the events to come. The dungeon raid party members for the Tomb of the Abominable Princess are organized under the Temple Knights Order, official priest rank, consisting of 18 battle knights and 10 healers. The Temple Knights Order also has a hunting team slave rank, totaling 20 members. The Heresy Inquisitor's official priest rank consists of 12 battle inquisitors and 6 healers. The Heresy Inquisitor Agent Slave rank consists of 20 members in total. These forces are divided into 2 groups based on their roles. The Vanguard team, focused on close-range combat and scouting, and the Rearguard team, specializing in long-range attacks and support magic. These teams are under the command of 4 individuals, Healer Captain Arno and Rearguard Captain Leona. Overseeing the Vanguard are Captain Matthias and Party Captain Lucius. The assembled troops exclaim in reverence, "Oh, Saint," as they look upon Lucius Giornetti. Lucius, the party captain, stands tall, his ornate armor gleaming in the light. A stigmata, a mark given to humans beloved by God, designates the bearers as saints or saintesses, granting them a high level of authority from the god while they are alive. He is known as the Saint of Light, having received a stigmata at the young age of 7, and upon death, he will become an angel serving God. The people respect and admire the saints and saintesses as if they were angels, believing it a great honor to see them in person. A man, tears in his eyes, clasps his hands in prayer, a helmet resting at his feet. He is among many others who have come to see the saint. The silver-haired warrior grits his teeth, thinking about how Lucius Giornetti showed himself in front of the regular party members. The red-haired overseer watches with a stern expression. His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. The Saint of Light stands before a crowd, ready to speak. He declares that he will prophesy one thing. Lucius Giornetti announces that with this raid, they will put an end to the 10-year-long dungeon clearance attempt of the Tomb of the Abominable Princess. He continues, stating that they will put one of the 8 riddles of this world to sleep. The Saint of Light explains that the names of everyone who participates in this raid will be recorded in the church, including the slaves. Lucius Giornetti commands them to endure the harsh training that begins today and to walk forward. A voice booms with the promise of shared glory. The faithful raise their hands in supplication, begging the Almighty Arya for salvation through her everlasting light. An eagle soars through the sky, bathed in sunlight. The special training ground, Shrieking Peak, looms in the distance. Figures scale the treacherous cliffs of the Shrieking Peak. The warrior with silver hair lies prone on the rocky ground, muttering about glory. He wonders aloud for whom this glory is meant, knowing that honor follows those who participate in a large-scale dungeon raid. However, the true nature of these raids isn't for some virtuous goal, such as the actions of a hero or for humanity. It's purely for business, as evidenced by the stacks of gold bars. The red-haired man, speaking of the raid dungeon, instructs his followers to get accustomed to the malicious energy coming from it, and to keep it on them for 24 hours a day. He continues, saying they must gather party members and investments for the endless expenses, such as costs for labor and equipment. The preparations are finally finished, and the dungeon is cleared after several years. Once the dungeon has been safely cleared, there will be potions, etc. The third great temple of the Temple of Light is revealed to be merely an outpost for St. Lucius to clear the tomb of the Abominable Princess. Those with the potential to participate in the raid are nurtured, and those selected for this raid are the elites who have received daily training. The woman in white explains that the lights are the enemy's magic attacks. The woman in white continues, stating that those who are hit 3 times are dead, and instructs them to raise their hand and come out as the mock battle begins against the training golem. The training golem swings its massive arm, sending several trainees flying. One of the trainees, clad in a hooded cloak, finds the training surprisingly difficult, almost like a real battle, before declaring that he died. The training golem's fist continues its relentless assault. The silver-haired warrior is struck by the golem's attack, the force of the blow visible in the impact. The wooden training dummies are shown broken and scattered, a testament to the golem's power. The red-haired man argues that they can't use the Dragon King-style techniques in a place like this, prompting the silver-haired warrior to ask if he thinks he's an idiot. The silver-haired warrior and the red-haired man run forward, preparing to engage the training golem. He leaps into the fray, his sword ablur against the training golems. With a surge of power, the warrior's blade crackles with blue energy. Meanwhile, the red-haired overseer watches the battle unfold, his expression unreadable. The warrior's strike cleaves through the air, a flash of light preceding the impact. The training golem shatters into pieces, the force of the blow scattering debris across the training ground. Landing gracefully, the silver-haired warrior prepares for the next attack, blue energy still radiating from his sword. From afar, the red-haired man observes the battle, noting, "They're doing much better than I expected. The level of the slaves this time is higher than the previous raid." He continues, "Especially those two. They have skills, and they've been working in perfect harmony." A voice wonders, could it really be possible to clear the dungeon this time? A figure exclaims, "Oh, almighty Arya." Having fully restored the vanguard members' health and stamina, the red-haired overseer addresses them. The assembled warriors listen intently. The overseer continues, stating that they will be able to accomplish 4 weeks' worth of training in 2. He then instructs them to begin the training again from the top. The overseer announces that the training is over, impressed that they managed to complete it without being eliminated. He warns them that a hellish march to the dungeon awaits them starting tomorrow, and instructs them to eat, drink, and sleep well. The vanguard members begin their march to the dungeon. Later that night, one of the vanguard members asks the silver-haired warrior if he isn't eating today either. The warrior is told that he hasn't eaten much throughout the training period, but that they're giving them pretty good food since it's the last day. The warrior responds that he has eaten as much as he needs. The warrior thinks to himself that he needs to maximize his acceleration. The warrior remains silent, a determined look on his face. A hand reaches out, placing a small offering on a plate. A voice declares that they, too, will join. The red-haired overseer states that he will have to carry out the mission if the warrior fails. The overseer smirks, questioning if the silver-haired warrior is still planning on outdoing him. He tells the warrior not to make such a face, as he has brought him something good. The warrior, sitting against the stone wall, looks up, a slight furrow in his brow. The overseer holds out a bottle, telling the warrior that it will warm him up so he can move around better. The overseer watches as the warrior takes a drink from the bottle. The overseer asks how much the warrior knows about him. The overseer stands atop a tower, holding the bottle, the sun setting behind him. He admits that at first, he thought the warrior was trying to eliminate him and take his place. The tower stands tall against the evening sky, birds flying overhead. The overseer reveals that he realized the warrior had no desire to harm him during the training period, which made it even harder to understand. He speaks of the blood tears, a topic that seems to weigh heavily on his mind. The mention of blood tears conjures an image of a sword, a stolen treasure sought for revenge against the temple. The red-haired overseer demands to know what the silver-haired warrior knows about the blood tears, revealing that only he and his master know of them. The silver-haired warrior smirks, stating that he will reveal the information only when he deems the overseer trustworthy. The warrior thinks to himself that if the overseer knows all these things, his next action should be to reveal what he truly wants. The overseer sits atop a fortress wall, telling the warrior that he can either threaten him or offer what he wants in exchange for the information, adding that the warrior's words about trustworthiness sound unnatural. The red-haired man questions the warrior's statement. The silver-haired warrior asks what it is that the overseer wants. The overseer silently observes the warrior, thinking that he is different. The overseer recalls that at first, the silver-haired warrior was blindly trying to kill him. The overseer reflects on their time together, musing that being together for 2 weeks had an effect. The silver-haired warrior retorts that the overseer is asking the wrong question. He declares that the question the silver-haired warrior should be asking is where the blood tears are and who. The red-haired overseer looks on, listening intently to the warrior's words. The warrior continues, stating that the sword is. The red-haired overseer's eyes widen as he realizes the implications of the warrior's words. A close-up of the overseer's eye shows his shock and dawning horror. The sword is revealed to be. Ned is shown the Strier barony's heirloom. The demonic sword, blood tears. The baron of the Strier family stands with his son, Ned, before the chain sword. The baron explains that the sword is a trophy their ancestor obtained after defeating the demons of the desert, and that it was once offered to the king. The baron continues, explaining that an ancestor gave their family the title of baron and ordered them to watch over the blood tears for generations to come. The baron tells Ned that he will one day become the baron of the Strier family. The baron explains that Ned will also inherit the honorable mission when that time comes, and that he must become a knight that befits the sword. Ned affirms that he understands his father's wishes. The baron thinks to himself that he wants to pass on anything to Ned, but there needs to be a good return on his investment. Elsewhere, in Aldine, someone demands the return of the sword, revealing that they put up their estate and baron title as collateral. The speaker continues, stating that if it is collateral for the loan, then so be it, but not the blood tears, begging Priest Aldine to give it back and ordering others to get back. As the baron's men close in, Priest Aldine is told to get back, while another demands to know how he could cause such a commotion in the temple. Another armored figure tells Leonard not to misunderstand the situation. The armored figure explains to Priest Aldine that the blood tears sword is not his, but belongs to Baron Strier, reminding him that he gave up his baron title in exchange for his debt and no longer has any authority. The red-haired overseer, watching the scene unfold, simply says, "You." Suddenly, the baron's men draw their swords. Seeing the swords drawn, the red-haired overseer shouts at them, calling them bastards. The baron's men attack Priest Aldine, their swords wreathed in flames. The swords strike, the impact exploding in a burst of red energy. The red-haired overseer is impaled by the blood tears sword, wielded by one of the baron's men. The baron's men continue their assault, their swords cutting through the air. Coughing blood, the red-haired overseer looks up at Priest Aldine and calls him father. Blood splatters on the ground as the red-haired overseer collapses. He is told to be grateful that the sword did not reach him, a commoner. The voice continues, stating that harming him, the son of the bishop of the Temple of Light, is a grave offense. The bishop looms over him, declaring that they would have had to execute his son as well. Elsewhere, a group marches forward, their path fraught with peril. 12 years prior, dungeon investments were commonplace. Investing in raid parties and dungeon clearing rights became the new trend, causing item prices to skyrocket and financial products related to dungeons to overflow. But raids continued to fail, and fake guilds made up of vagabonds started to form to commit investment fraud. After several unfavorable factors, the bubble that started to form around dungeons broke down, causing an economic crisis. The Temple of Light made a fortune by selling deformed financial products, deceiving countless private investors that their investments were safe until the bubble was on the verge of breaking. Dungeon investments became excessive and were sold away as many useless financial products as they could, to minimize their own losses and maximize their benefits. Like his father, the investors that bought investment products through loans from the temple became penniless and were forced onto the streets. This was all caused by the high-ranking priests, the ringleaders of the dungeon bubble break, that got off scot-free after committing the world's greatest financial scam. Those people, especially Priest Aldine Lasker, who coaxed his father. The memory replays the events that fueled his desire for vengeance. The betrayal masked as friendship, the life stolen, and the burning resolve to tear down those responsible. The red-haired man's search for the blood tears, the symbol of his family, led him to the Temple of Light, a place shrouded in mystery. He wonders why he hasn't heard any rumors about it. The man wonders why his master. The master looms over the red-haired man, questioning if he has the blood tears. The memory continues, with the master telling him something not long ago. The master spoke of the identities of the demon god cult's leader, the 12 apostles, and the executives of the cult. The cult leader and half of the 12 apostles are revealed in the master's words. The master's words reveal that high-ranking priests of the Temple of Light are part of the cult. The red-haired man's eyes narrow with intense anger. The master's words echo. If he becomes an important person, his revenge will be fulfilled, a promise he must have heard before. But that is a lie, the man realizes. The red-haired man's subordinates discuss their plans to offer the cult leader the dragon heart they've acquired, unaware of the deception that awaits them. He recalls his master's warning. If the dragon heart is not delivered, they will never be able to touch a hair on the cult leader's body again, and their revenge will be for naught. The overseer realizes that they were deceived from the very beginning. He curses, unable to believe that his master, whom he considers family, has been deceiving him. The red-haired man wonders how the master of the Temple of Light even knows the words that were spoken. He remembers his master's words and is left wondering what he should do. A figure, presumably a princess, walks forward, her shadow stretching long before her. The princess approaches a tomb. From above, a wide shot reveals the scale of the tomb and the approaching figures. The group arrives at their destination, the tomb of the abominable. The princess notes that this dungeon is on another level compared to the one she's experienced before, and the ominous atmosphere feels as if it's scratching the bottom of her soul. An old man with a long white beard finds the challenge worth undertaking. The inscription above the doorway declares this place to be one of the 8 riddles of the world. A blinding light spills forth as the massive doors slowly grind open, revealing a figure standing in the threshold. The party cautiously enters the dungeon, weapons at the ready. One of the adventurers explains that this dungeon has been a 10-year challenge for their party. The adventurers note the purification tools, indicating that the first floor was cleared long ago. The dungeon is divided into 9 floors, each presenting its own challenges. The party has managed to clear up to the 7th floor in previous raids. Despite defeating the gatekeeper of the 8th floor, the ominous energy seeping up from the bottom floor signals impending combat. Skeletal monsters still roam the lower floors, their glowing green eyes promising a difficult fight. The skeletal monsters are armed and ready to attack. The monsters emit a chilling wail as they prepare to engage the party. The adventurers brace themselves as the vanguard team prepares to engage in formation number 3. The armored figure, wreathed in dark energy, issues a chilling invitation. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, the scene shifts to the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light stands tall, its spires piercing the sky. Inside, a figure expresses gratitude for assistance. 2 figures stand within the temple, the details of their conversation yet to be revealed. One of them explains that they were in trouble after all the combatants had left for the raid, expressing gratitude for the help received. Bishop Alfonso Giornetti, head priest of the Temple of Light, is thanked for lending his defense forces. Temple Knights respond that it's no problem, stating that they should help each other in times of need. The text explains that the Temple Knights were dispatched from the capital parish and that they should be treated well. Cardinal Aldine Lasker of the Temple of Light is revealed to be a demon god worshipper. A skeletal figure unleashes a piercing shriek. The shriek heralds a surge of skeletal warriors. The skeletal horde advances, their numbers seemingly endless. The old man with the white beard observes the advancing skeletons. He notes their seemingly endless numbers and wonders why there are so many. A voice booms out, declaring that the skeletons are for me. The speaker, wrapped in bandages, recounts the legend of Princess Eurydica, the abominable princess and owner of the tomb, a great magician who appeared once every 1,000 years. He believes she bewitched thousands of her subjects with magic. The bandaged figure continues, wondering if Eurydica dragged people into the tomb alive. The old man with the white beard laughs, stating that there must have been hundreds of thousands of tomb raiders during those 1,000 years, so there's probably no shortage of human bones. He calls Eurydica quite the crazy bitch. A massive figure, composed of skeletons, rises to attack. The skeletal golem towers over the other skeletons, a grotesque monument of bone and death. The panel describes the bone golem as a golem made by combining hundreds of skeletons. The bone golem stands tall, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. The shockwave from the golem's attack sends debris and warriors flying. Amidst the chaos, someone cries out, warning of the incoming shockwave. A woman, seemingly a priestess, calls upon chains of light to restrain her enemies. The chains of light bind the bone golem, its movements restricted. The warriors seize the opportunity, attacking the restrained golem with renewed vigor, hoping to break the chains. A voice warns not to forget about the skeleton warriors, as the bone golem is not the only threat. The bone golem strains against the chains, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. The chains of light begin to crack, and someone shouts a warning as they break. A figure, bathed in golden light, declares that the goddess shows them the way. The figure shines a beam of light into the darkness, a beacon of hope against the encroaching undead. Bathed in golden light, the bandaged figure stands defiant against the skeletal horde. The light intensifies, incinerating the skeletons that dare to approach the figure. The light coalesces into a blade in the figure's hand, crackling with divine energy. Awe fills the air as the light shines brightly. Nearby, a knight expresses his confidence in Lord Matthias. The knight shouts for everyone to focus on the battle at hand. The camera pans down the long corridor, revealing the sheer number of skeletons present. A realization dawns. The one who controls the bone golem must be nearby. A scroll details the nature of a skeleton mage, a mid-rank skeleton monster capable of shooting magic and commanding lesser skeletons. The bone golem looms, a grotesque mass of skeletons animated by dark magic. The unspoken consensus is clear. The mage must be eliminated to stop the endless creation of bone golems. The head priest orders the destruction of a mage, while another man expresses his agreement. Voices echo, demanding that someone not rush. The mage's rear guard is preparing to attack, drawing closer to him. The mage's plan is to break through the defenses one by one to get closer. The mage realizes that if they don't find that, the battle will become a complete mess. In any case, they have to get. Found it. A voice booms, ordering everyone to stand aside. The light figure, now fully illuminated, prepares to unleash a powerful attack. The light figure descends, the light blade crackling with energy. The mage watches the light figure descend, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The light blade strikes the ground, the impact shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The light blade's energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. He unleashes the full force of his light blade, the energy radiating outwards. The blast shatters the ancient tombstone, which had been supplying magic power to the skeleton mage. The warrior with silver hair observes that it's much harder to face the mage if they don't destroy the tombstone first, though it doesn't matter if they're both destroyed at the same time. A voice declares that the mage and the golem are dead, ordering everyone to finish off the remaining mobs. A woman notes that in the last raid, it took the rear guard 30 minutes to destroy one tombstone, and she acknowledges the spear of brilliant light's terrifying power. Another man realizes that this is the power of a saint. A man with white hair realizes that this is the power of equipment worth 2 million gold. The light from the spear fades. The warrior with silver hair stands tall, the spear of brilliant light still glowing with power. Someone announces that the 8th floor has been cleared and that there are no more monsters climbing up. They order the healers to tend to the wounded. The group decides to set up camp for the day, warning everyone to set up purification tools around the area if they don't want to die while they're sleeping. As the others rest, a figure sneaks away. He pressed his hand against the cold stone wall, feeling for a hidden mechanism. A section of the wall clicked open, revealing a hidden passage. Inside the passage, he found a temporary conference room, a map of the 9th floor laid out on a table. The map detailed their expected progress. 6 days to reach the boss room, systematically destroying tombstones along the way. Elsewhere, the silver-haired warrior and his companions discussed their strategy, noting the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of enemies they would face. They believed they could reach the entrance in just 2 days if they acted quickly. A voice ordered them to destroy anything near their route, a reminder of a previous, failed attempt. Leona was asked if she remembered their efficient progression using shortcuts before. The speaker reminded them that their shortcut method had failed a year prior. They had reached the entrance of the boss room before. The speaker reminded them that they had reached the boss room a year ago as well. However, while retreating from the gatekeeper protecting the boss room, they were surrounded by an undead army crawling out from secret passages. Countless lives were lost in that failed attempt to take a shortcut. He states that they cannot repeat the same mistake as before, emphasizing the need to eliminate all variables, even if it means avoiding the shortcut to the boss room. The silver-haired warrior elaborates that the number of party members will decrease if they get surrounded by monsters, and the more it decreases, the more burden gets put on the remaining individuals. One of the most important missions in this raid, he continues, is conserving as much of Captain Lucius's stamina and magic power as possible. The silver-haired warrior concludes that they must escort Lucius Giornetti to the boss room in his best condition. He believes it's possible for Lucius Giornetti to defeat that monster if he's in his current state. A year ago, a lone figure stood before the gatekeeper of the boss room, now a distant memory. The sight of the gatekeeper alone was enough to break their morale. The gatekeeper of the boss room awaits. The skeletal figure of the gatekeeper looms, wreathed in dark energy. The sound of something breaking echoes. A collective scream erupts as the group faces the gatekeeper. A man in dark armor turns, asking what's going on. The man in dark armor pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Suddenly, a voice cries out, identifying the threat, a Shoggoth. The Shoggoth looms, its grotesque form filling the space as desperate cries for help echo around it. The man in dark armor reels from the sudden appearance of the Shoggoth, questioning what has happened. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts that they had prepared 5 Shoggoths as part of their strategy, but now is not the time to use them. The voice continues, berating a goddamn idiot for acting out of turn. The man in dark armor's eyes widen, a realization dawning on him. At that moment, it becomes clear that the reason why all 4 leaders looked at the same place was due to some unknown instinct or intuition. The narration explains that all the strong possess a danger sensor more sensitive than anyone. A hand, adorned with a ring, reaches out, seemingly activating something. The silver-haired warrior, Lucius Giornetti, stands before a stone wall, a look of questioning on his face as he touches a mechanism. The silver-haired warrior is questioned by an unseen figure as he examines a large, ornate wheel set into the wall. Focus shifts to Lucius Giornetti as he grips the handle of a similar wheel, preparing to turn it. Below, the ground begins to crack and shift, the sound echoing through the dungeon. Above, the man in dark armor watches as the dungeon walls begin to move, the structure groaning under the strain. The dungeon shifts again, the movement becoming more pronounced. From a high vantage point, Lucius Giornetti and the silver-haired warrior are visible as the dungeon rearranges itself around them, the purple energy of Zephyr crackling nearby. The text declares the dungeon is moving, confirming the structural shift. The day before the raid party members were announced, a gathering of demon god worshippers took place. The gates of the boss room are protected by a strong barrier and will not open until the gatekeeper is defeated. Furthermore, the gates close upon entering the boss room, meaning the only way out is by killing the boss. The walls become stronger as they descend, making them practically indestructible. This information comes from the scouting teams and deciphering the magic letters engraved on the gate. The head of the Temple Knights, Lucius Giornetti, considers the situation. Someone suggests destroying the walls, but another points out that the protection magic gets stronger, making it impossible, even if they had 10 years to try. Since Knight Captain Lucius is quite wealthy, he devised a certain countermeasure. He borrowed the legendary item of the Pope, a divine artifact. The artifact is the Stake of Faith. The legendary item, the Stake of Faith, is described as the divine pillar that never breaks and is the property of the current Pope. Lucius Giornetti currently rents it for 10,000 gold, with a 1-year installment payment and 100,000 gold in deposit. The plan is to stick the Stake of Faith between the doors. Even if they are doors created by the Great Sage, they won't be able to destroy it. Everyone in the attack group will have to take care of Knight Captain Lucius and lure the boss's attacks to themselves. The plan unfolds, push him to the position farthest from the entrance, and then, when Brother Ned steals the dragon heart, the figure slips past the doors, unseen. Elsewhere, the order is given, awaken the Shoggoths. The Shoggoth, a biological weapon, is unleashed. It is a monster that grows stronger by absorbing the magic power of the humans it devours, corrupting the minds of any who come into contact with it. Because Lucius Giornetti and the other captains have high magical resistance, the mind corruption of the Shoggoth won't work on them. The normal priests, however, will not be able to endure the mind corruption of 5 Shoggoths. The chaos will buy them around 30 seconds while the captains are in a state of confusion, as they see the frenzied priests killing each other. The party members will be purified or eliminated under the hindrance of the Shoggoths. The man in dark armor states that he will take care of Lucius for them. After failing to clear the temple dungeon, they have special drugs provided to them by the executives. Once they drink this, the effects of the slave's brandy will temporarily disappear, and the force commands of the priest will not work on them. They must drink it just before entering the boss room. The man in dark armor is provided with Hypnosis Ocarina, an instrument to control the Shoggoth, to aid in their escape. They are instructed not to play it until the mission begins. The scroll accompanying the Ocarina promises that the user will not be attacked by the Shoggoth and will be protected from its mind corruption. The man in dark armor smirks, confident in the plan. It becomes clear that the demon god worshippers worked hard to prepare for this raid. The man in dark armor expresses his gratitude just before activating the contraption, though he feels like he's going to die. He thinks to himself that it won't turn into a complete disaster with all the healers present. The man in dark armor puts the ocarina to his lips, ready to play the tune. The first notes of the ocarina echo through the temple. Lucius Giornetti, bandaged and weary, recognizes the tune with a start. The music has an immediate effect as the Shoggoths begin to stir, their forms writhing with purple energy. The Shoggoths' eyes glow with malevolent intent as the music continues. The Shoggoths fully awaken, their monstrous forms now pulsing with dark energy. A nearby priest realizes the horrifying truth: they're being controlled. The order is given to gather everyone in one place, making it easier for the healers to purify them. The warrior with silver hair hears the order and decides to take action while everyone is distracted. He reaches for a mechanism hidden in the wall. The warrior glances back, ensuring he isn't being watched. With a resounding crash, the mechanism is activated, causing blood to splatter across the stone archway. The priests and priestesses, bathed in holy light, continue their work, unaware of the trap being sprung. Elsewhere, the man in dark armor reveals that the warrior is named Zephyr, and that he was sent to assist in the mission. The man with long black hair wonders if Zephyr is the supporter that Ned brought. The man in dark armor questions what Zephyr is doing. Zephyr, having activated the mechanism, pauses as if expecting something to happen. He grips the lever of a large, ornate mechanism, preparing to activate it. The text reveals that this contraption was found by moving every single structural material in the tomb. 3 years after the raid, the ground trembles. From above, the silver-haired warrior plunges downward, trailing purple energy. The warrior descends into the tomb, where Lucius Giornetti and the man in dark armor await. Zephyr stands atop a stone structure, a dark cloak billowing behind him. He knows the layout of this place very well, having spent time here with his comrades before. Elsewhere, it's noted that the silver-haired warrior cleared a berserk cockatrice nest by himself. The man in dark armor observes that the warrior is making himself appealing in order to participate in the raid about 20 days from now. He wonders if they should interrogate him to check if he's a demon god worshipper. The man in dark armor realizes that the warrior is the slave that Matthias was talking about back then, questioning if he was a demon god worshipper like they thought. Ultimately, he decides it doesn't matter. The slave's brand is engraved on him, so he has no choice but to follow the force command. Zephyr is struck by a blast of energy, sending him flying. He is met with disbelief, the observer unable to comprehend why the silver-haired warrior continues his advance. Meanwhile, the man in dark armor reveals the special drugs given to them by the executives will temporarily nullify the effects of the slave's brand and the priest's force commands. He realizes the drug he supplied is taking effect. The silver-haired warrior grits his teeth, pushing through whatever is holding him back. He unleashes a torrent of energy, his rage palpable. The warrior male, silver hair, calls upon a higher power, channeling energy into his blade. Raw energy explodes outward. The force of the attack sends someone flying backwards, engulfed in the blast. The blade, now supercharged, cuts through the air. An explanation is given about the Urumi, a soft sword that is flexible enough to hide under a belt and is a terrifying weapon that envelopes the flesh like a whip and tears it into pieces. The attack reveals the attacker to be Ned Streer, who is met with disbelief and betrayal. The silver-haired warrior stands victorious, his blade stained with blood. A scream pierces the air as the unseen attack lands. Driven back, Zephyr curses his unseen assailants. The silver-haired warrior, having just defeated Ned, realizes he blocked Matthias's attack. But he knows another attack is coming. A voice commands Zephyr to evade the incoming attack on his own. Zephyr is engulfed in a blinding surge of golden energy. The golden energy explodes outward. The force of the blast sends the warrior flying. The silver-haired warrior is caught in the blast, his expression grim. The golden energy continues to erupt, tearing through the environment. The energy rips through the very structure of the temple. Lucius Giornetti is shocked by the sudden turn of events. The silver-haired warrior, now crackling with golden energy, declares that no attack will work on him. He is currently imbued with strong luck, a blessing from the goddess of luck, with 3 uses, having already used it once. The blessing of strong luck surrounds him. A divine being explains that the gods have gifted him with regression perks as a form of their support, perks he can check. The warrior recalls the day he returned to the past. The moment he checked the list of perks, this strategy flashed in his mind like a bolt of lightning, thanks to strong luck. He recalls that the protective contraption reassembles the dungeon by moving all the tomb's structural materials for a very short time. A path that was never there is now formed, rendering the gate completely useless. And if he can find his way properly, he can reach the boss room. At this moment, the silver-haired warrior prepares to move. He believes that luck is on his side. The warrior dashes forward, surrounded by crackling golden energy. The silver-haired warrior expresses surprise that he was followed. The man with long hair responds with a simple, obviously. The man continues, stating that he can do anything the warrior can do. The warrior pauses, considering the other man's words. The man with long hair reveals the warrior's plan, to steal the dragon heart after everyone enters the boss room. The man elaborates, accusing the warrior of planning to run away with the dragon heart instead of taking it to the secret meeting place, as planned by the demon god worshippers. The man with long hair declares that he will prophesy one thing. If the warrior tries to steal the dragon heart, he will definitely die. The silver-haired warrior states that the only way to survive is to clear the boss with just the 2 of them, implying he has made his decision. The man with long hair expresses his disbelief. The man calls the warrior's plan bullshit, questioning if that was all he wanted to say. The silver-haired warrior calmly orders the man to sit down. The warrior promises to let the man in on his fucking amazing plan. With the plan laid out, the overseer asks if there are any questions. The man in dark armor assesses the plan. While decent, he is assured that it has a considerably high chance of success. The overseer states that the problem is credibility. The man in dark armor is warned that he will die if he runs away with the dragon heart, and that he must already know how fast the Dragon King style is. The man in dark armor wonders who could possibly catch him if he actually ran away. Moreover, he has other concerns. He wonders what would happen if he became the owner of the dragon heart, realizing there are 2 things to consider. First, the dragon heart can only be absorbed using a special method. If he recklessly tries to absorb it, he will die while being unable to handle a dragon's magic power. The man in dark armor realizes he can't do it himself, but he knows someone who can help with the dragon heart absorption. The man in dark armor thinks of Cardinal Aldine Lasker, the one who came to the 3rd Parish Temple as the carrier. The overseer is shocked. The overseer warns that if he doesn't show up at the meeting place, Aldine's twin knights will hunt him down. The twin knights are among the 10 strongest people on the continent, but it's not just them he has to worry about. The entire demon god cult will be after him the moment they hear of his escape. The man in dark armor is being hunted by the entire cult. That includes their master, the Dragon King-style sect leader. The woman with the glasses asks if the silver-haired warrior is that confident that he can outrun them all without her help. Suddenly, a series of green energy beams erupt around the warrior. The beams intensify, crisscrossing and creating a deadly web. The energy converges, forming an inescapable cage. The silver-haired warrior is caught in a trap, suspended upside down within the green energy. The woman with the glasses questions the warrior's intentions, asking if he wants to take the dragon heart to the cult leader directly. The man in dark armor demands to know why she's saying all this now, after he even entered this dungeon. As the person responsible for this field, he will not accept any deviations from their original plan. The silver-haired warrior seems confused by the accusation. The silver-haired warrior's companion voices his concern, realizing that the Temple of Light might grow suspicious due to the carrier standing out too much. The man in dark armor assures him that while he may have heard the carrier will be Sir Aldine, he hasn't heard how it will be carried. He adds that they have prepared an unimaginably safe method. The armored man tells him not to worry about it and to do his job. He reveals that their supporter told him quite a lot of things, and that their organization is so secretive that the identities of their brothers, especially the executives, are a closely guarded secret. The man in dark armor laughs, telling the silver-haired warrior that he is greatly trusted by their master. It seems that all of what Zephyr said is true. The silver-haired warrior realizes, his expression hardening. A figure in a black cloak and white mask holds a mask in their hand, stating that the silver-haired warrior is close enough to their master to be. The masked figure declares that the silver-haired warrior has been put into such an important operation. The masked figure questions if it wasn't enough for the silver-haired warrior to destroy their life with a scam. The masked figure is surrounded by blood and broken glass, realizing that they have been deceived their whole life. The scene shows a shattered mask, the pieces falling apart. A green energy sphere is shown, with figures moving towards it. A hand crackles with energy belonging to Zephyr, who stares intently. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, scattering the figures caught within its radius. The attack is deemed unforgivable. The conflict intensifies as the battle lines are drawn, the demon god worshippers against the Temple of Light. Zephyr, consumed by rage, vows to obliterate them all. The silver-haired warrior urges someone to focus on running, questioning what they are doing. The urgency of their escape is underscored. Failure to maintain their pace, even by a second, will result in failure. The silver-haired warrior acknowledges the dire situation, his expression grim. The silver-haired warrior expresses understanding of the other's feelings, though the context remains unclear. Zephyr cautions against being swayed by emotions, despite the circumstances. A warning flashes. Only 15 seconds remain until the strong luck buff expires. The force of an unseen blow sends someone reeling. The impact of the attack is devastating, a burst of light and force. Zephyr stands silhouetted against a green light, his form distorted by the power he is channeling. The room shimmers with an otherworldly energy, the air crackling with anticipation as the portal stabilizes. Emerging from the portal, the skeletal gatekeeper of the boss room stands tall, its presence radiating an ominous aura. The gatekeeper's grip tightens on its weapon, a massive, ornate staff crackling with dark energy. The skeletal face of the gatekeeper is illuminated by a malevolent purple glow emanating from its eyes, promising a brutal confrontation. The silver-haired warrior and Zephyr brace themselves, the air thick with tension as they prepare to face the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, preparing to strike, thinks to himself that it is his turn. The gatekeeper swings its staff, unleashing a devastating wave of purple energy towards the warrior and Zephyr. The gatekeeper stands ready, its skeletal frame radiating power as it anticipates the impact of its attack. Zephyr, realizing the danger, shouts a desperate command. Jump! The gatekeeper's attack continues its relentless advance, the purple energy engulfing everything in its path. The wave of energy explodes outwards, a cataclysmic display of the gatekeeper's immense power. The silver-haired warrior, heeding Zephyr's warning, dives to the ground, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the gatekeeper's attack. The group spots the entrance to the boss room. A surge of energy erupts from the entrance. The gatekeeper of the boss room unleashes a powerful attack. The silver-haired warrior is sent flying backward from the force of the gatekeeper's blow. The entrance to the boss room shimmers with an eerie green light. The warrior crashes through the entrance, the impact shaking the very air around him. Zephyr is also caught in the blast, the force sending him hurtling through the air. Both warriors land hard on the ground, gasping for breath. The silver-haired warrior, recovering from the impact, expresses his confusion, wondering if he should be surprised or confused by the situation. Zephyr remarks on the anticlimactic nature of their entrance into the boss room. The pair stand before a massive, ornate structure, the supposed heart of the boss room. The silver-haired warrior voices his bewilderment at the emptiness of the room, questioning the whereabouts of the boss. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the intruder's presence. Who might you be? The eyes of the gatekeeper of the boss room narrow, observing the warrior and Zephyr. A seal glows with an eerie blue light, pulsating with an unknown energy. The gatekeeper of the boss room's voice continues, laced with suspicion. He can still sense the energy of his knight outside the door, and wonders how they entered this place. A spectral figure, draped in white, stands silently, observing the unfolding events. Tendrils of energy swirl and dance, filling the room with an unsettling aura. The warrior realizes the walls have stopped moving. He shouts that they've defeated all the shock. A voice commands the survivors to gather in one place, quickly. The captain of the guard orders his men to confirm the number of survivors first. One of the guards asks the captain what they should do now. The captain, eyes wide with disbelief, shouts for them to stop, revealing that the brand was nullified in front of his eyes. The captain of the guard studies the description of the slave's brand, realizing that the force command has a range of close to 1 kilometer. He wonders if the silver-haired warrior never had a slave's brand to begin with, or if something nullified its effect. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the silver-haired warrior activated some sort of contraption right after the Shoggoths suddenly appeared. The captain realizes that all of these events are telling him one thing. At least 2 individuals are moving. Elsewhere, an unknown number of demon god worshippers gather. The captain of the guard realizes that demon god worshippers are hidden within the party. He reflects on how even after selecting the most trustworthy people and their direct slaves, this treachery still occurred. One of the guards, Arno, confirms the captain's suspicions. Arno reveals that Zephyr entered and that the silver-haired warrior is Zephyr and the one in red is Ned. The captain realizes that the party was formed through Ned's recommendation. The captain of the guard calls out to Matthias. Matthias is shown from behind, kneeling. The captain's words hang in the air, the tension palpable as he calls out Matthias's name. Elsewhere, a man seethes with rage. He wonders if the others ran away because they were scared of facing him after making such a mess. He reflects on how this was his chance to be acknowledged in the demon god cult and be on a roll to success in the Temple of Light. His perfect plan, he thinks, was destroyed by those two bastards, and the operation is completely ruined. The man in dark armor orders his brothers to cease the operation, telling them to get ready, though they wonder for what. The man in dark armor's face is shadowed, but his expression is clearly one of fury. The bandaged figure takes a step forward, approaching the old man with the white beard. Elsewhere, a golden knight stands among his men, ready for battle. The golden knight's armor gleams, reflecting the light as he prepares to confront his enemies. The golden knight looks down at the man in dark armor, asking if he has anything to say to him. The man in dark armor wonders if they really need something like words between them. The man in dark armor smiles, lightning crackling around his sword as he prepares to fight the golden knight. Chains hang from the ceiling of the tomb, illuminated by an eerie blue light. The silver-haired warrior and another figure stand in the tomb, observing the surroundings. The warrior realizes that they are in the tomb of Princess Eurydica. He struggles to reconcile the image of the princess who massacred her people with the serene figure before them. The image of Princess Eurydica is shown, highlighting her serene and beautiful appearance. The warrior questions the historical accounts, suggesting they may be false. He reflects on the fact that they are raiding the tomb of someone who may have been a pitiful person, all for a dragon heart that may not even be there. A close-up of Princess Eurydica's eyes reveals a deep sorrow. The silver-haired warrior wishes he could lessen her sorrow. He declares he would do anything for her. The warrior is suddenly sent flying backward by an unseen force, questioning what just happened. The warrior, however, is not fooled by the illusion. He realizes that his mentality must be shaken because of his master's betrayal, making him vulnerable to such simple tricks. From above, the true attacker reveals herself, recognizing the magic circle for what it is. The attacker realizes that if she had stepped on the circle, she would have been killed. The magic circle activates, crackling with energy as the trap is sprung. The attacker laments that it is a shame the trap was not effective. The monstrous woman, her eyes glowing red, sees this as her chance to devour the warrior. The warrior senses the impending attack. The monstrous woman lunges forward, her intentions clear as she attempts to strike the warrior. Just as the monstrous woman strikes, the warrior prepares to defend himself. The monstrous woman's face contorts into a terrifying grin as she unleashes a guttural roar, declaring death. Tendrils of red and blue energy swirl around her, a prelude to the devastating attack she's about to unleash. The energy coalesces into massive, spectral hands, poised to crush the silver-haired warrior. The warrior, now free from the illusion, hears the monstrous woman's taunt, a reminder of what's at stake. The monstrous woman unleashes the full force of her attack, the spectral hands slamming down with earth-shattering force. The skill, Dark Hand, is identified as the source of the monstrous woman's power. The red hand drains the warrior's stamina, weakening him further. The blue hand absorbs his magic power, a skill of the great magician Eurydica, who can create hundreds of these hands at once. Many have fallen prey to this skill and become her potions. Lucius, in his previous life, faced Eurydica, who endlessly absorbed stamina and magic power to recover. Despite the odds, Lucius managed to miraculously defeat her, leaving her in a half-dead state. The warrior's eyes narrow, a yearning gaze fixed on his failure, perhaps a memory of his past life as Lucius. As if he's been waiting for this moment, the old god sits upon his throne. A sinister chuckle echoes through the halls. The monstrous woman's eyes narrow, her expression one of pure malice. The dungeon's structure shifts, the very walls seeming to breathe. A horde of slaves, their forms indistinct, move as one. The slaves continue their advance, their purpose unknown. Matthias, his face etched with concern, questions why they are trying to ruin the work they put in for the last 10 years. A man in dark armor asks, "Since when were you with that side?" The man in dark armor realizes that Lucius isn't an idiot, and that he's trying to interrogate him with conviction. He realizes it's impossible to escape using the slaves, and that he doesn't know how the dungeon structure was changed. The man in dark armor knows that even if he succeeds in escaping, he'll be killed by the demon god cult executives if he comes back empty-handed. The man in dark armor hardens his resolve, declaring he has no choice but to kill him. He grips his sword tightly, resolving to eliminate Lucius immediately to ensure his own survival. The man in dark armor chuckles, wondering when things have become so dire. Ahead, the Golden Knight stands ready, a formidable obstacle. The armored man wonders if Lucius truly grasps the situation he's in, lamenting his own terrible luck. He knows that Lucius is protected by legendary-grade items and a retinue of skilled warriors. The man in dark armor realizes he must face not only the Golden Knight, but also the healer captain and the battle priests, all without the aid of the dungeon boss or the Shoggoths. Despite the odds, the man in dark armor believes he still has a way to succeed, knowing that his side has been registered as enemies. He is confident that they remain unaware of his hidden brothers on that side. The man in dark armor sees an opportunity to create an opening. Nearby, Matthias receives a signal, a subtle scratching sound indicating the time has come. A hand offers a vial, instructing the bandaged figure to drink the drug on the count of 3, to which he affirms his understanding. The plan is set. After the drug takes effect, they will move on to Plan C. The drug is a special liquid provided by the demon god called executives, designed to temporarily remove the effects of the slave's brand. He carefully pours the suspicious liquid drug into a spoon. Meanwhile, the man in dark armor proposes a duel. He suggests settling things like nobles. The man in dark armor promises that if he is beaten, he will reveal everything the silver-haired warrior wants to know. The silver-haired warrior's eyes narrow, considering the offer. Back in the shadows, the bandaged figure holds up 2 fingers, indicating the number of allies the man in dark armor has. The man in dark armor states that if he wins, he will get what he wants. The bandaged figure gestures with his hand, indicating that the drug is for all of them. Suddenly, the monstrous woman commands someone to attack Matthias. The slave's brand glows brightly, indicating that the priests of light are using their authority. The man in dark armor realizes he was a step too late, as the priests of light can forcibly command anyone with the brand. The bandaged figure groans as the bottle containing the suspicious liquid drug falls to the ground, shattering on impact. Someone shouts, "Lord Matthias," as Matthias is revealed to be the one who is about to drink the drug. The priests of light, compelled by an unseen force, declare they are not acting of their own free will. Meanwhile, the monstrous woman expresses her displeasure, calling someone useless dimwits. The red-haired overseer explains that the priority of the saint's force command is on par with the Pope, and that slaves carrying out his commands will ignore those of all other priests. He continues, stating that one cannot stop their attacks without defeating them. The silver-haired warrior says that it is truly a shame, Matthias. The silver-haired warrior reflects on their shared past, stating that they overcame countless trials together until now, as he is 32 years old. The red-haired overseer expresses his shock and betrayal, lamenting that Matthias betrayed him. He commands someone to clean up the trap that they made with their own hands. The red-haired overseer stands ready, prepared to face the army of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. Energy explodes outward. The energy continues to surge. The bodies of the fallen litter the landscape, a testament to the brutal conflict that has just transpired. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stands, seemingly unfazed by the devastation surrounding him. Suddenly, a grotesque worm bursts forth, latching onto the face of one of the fallen. The worm burrows deeper, its mandibles tearing into the flesh as it seeks to consume its host. It is said that the insects that demon god worshippers grow in their stomachs are the branded worms. The ability of the demon god worshippers is due to the strengthening effect of the branded worm, which is engraved not on the worshippers themselves, but on the shell of the worm. Though there's a rule that there can only be the brand of one god on the body at once, whether it be a slave or priest, they can simultaneously have 2 positions as a temple priest or slave and a demon god worshipper. The branded worm continues its gruesome work, its presence a sign of the dark power at play. The scene shifts to Matthias, his expression grim as he speaks. Matthias reveals that he left the selection of slaves entirely to someone he trusted, only to discover that all of them were demon god worshippers. The Golden Knight stands tall, chains binding the slaves around him. Sir Matthias is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. It only took him 30 seconds to take care of over 30 slaves, but the Golden Knight is stronger. Matthias curses, realizing it was much harder than he expected. The knight's sword didn't reach him even once. Matthias wonders if there was such a despairing difference in strength between them. The knight grits his teeth, knowing this is the difference between a saint and someone who isn't one. The Golden Knight coughs, blood splattering. The knight spits blood, declaring, "Don't make me laugh." The Golden Knight coughs up blood, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll. Despite his injuries, Matthias thinks to himself that this is his fate. The Golden Knight demands to know why Matthias betrayed him. A figure, chained and bloodied, chuckles, finding the knight's question absurd. The chained figure taunts the Golden Knight, telling him, if he's so curious, to go ask his goddess in the afterlife. The chained figure's face contorts into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp teeth and a malevolent gaze. The Golden Knight's eyes widen in realization as he stares at the chained figure. The chained figure's grin widens, blood dripping from his teeth. The chained figure unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the chains binding him beginning to glow. The dark energy explodes outwards. A man in a dark robe reveals that the chained figure is the hidden trump card of the demon god worshippers. The orb pulsed with dark energy, its power to transform humans into demons laid bare. The Stone of Revelation, it was called. A voice echoed, warning to use it only in a final moment. The price for wielding such power was steep. Once used, there would be no return to humanity. the monstrous transformation began. Lucius's face contorted in rage, declaring that everything was supposed to be his. A tormented voice cried out, lamenting a fate manipulated by the hands of God, a fate that denied him resistance. The transformation completed, revealing a demonic form. Matthias Grimmer, now fully demonified, vowed to sever all attachments to his former human life. Matthias launched an attack, his power unstable due to his recent demonification. Aria's power was invoked, granting allies a dramatic increase to their abilities on the battlefield. The knights prepared to fight, empowered by the blessing. Golden energy explodes outward, a chaotic display of power. The source of the energy is revealed to be the demonified Matthias, his silhouette framed by dark energy and monstrous horns. The demonified knight declares the futility of his opponent's efforts. The golden knight is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy, the force of the attack threatening to overwhelm him. The monstrous Matthias's eyes narrow, focusing intently on his target. The golden knight is caught in the blast radius, the demonified Matthias looming over him. The demonified knight unleashes another attack, declaring judgment. Nearby, one of the guards expresses that this outcome was expected. The other guard is shocked by the display of power, questioning what is happening. The golden knight is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The golden knight struggles to maintain his footing, his sword raised in defense. The demonified Matthias descends upon the golden knight, ready to deliver the final blow. The captain of the guard's attack proves ineffective against the monstrous foe. The golden knight's allies recognize they must support him, but Lady Leona wonders how, considering a legendary item didn't work against Matthias. Realization dawns on Lady Leona. They have another option. Lady Leona recalls their other legendary great item, the Stake of Faith, and decides to entrust it to someone. The Stake of Faith is currently stored in a subspace case, ready for use. Lady Leona confirms that if she uses the subspace case to link with the captain, they may have a chance. The captain of the guard expresses confusion. Lady Leona reaches for the Stake of Faith, only to find the subspace case is gone. Elsewhere, Matthias holds the subspace case containing the Stake of Faith. Matthias reveals he even considered using the subspace case, though he finds the idea vulgar. Matthias believes his plan is truly amazing. Matthias unleashes a powerful attack. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of red and blue energy, the numbers floating around him indicating the sequence of attacks. The captain of the guard and the golden knight stand ready, facing a monstrous entity wreathed in thorny vines. Everything is proceeding exactly as Zephyr predicted. The skill will dissipate if avoided for 15 seconds. The monstrous entity unleashes a barrage of thorny attacks. The captain of the guard and the golden knight evade the thorny attacks, moving with practiced precision. The monstrous entity unleashes a combined attack of lightning and fire. Even with his ability to glimpse the future, the silver-haired warrior knows he cannot foresee everything. He draws the Twilight Longsword, a magical blade capable of wielding both light and dark, and most effective for non-priests. The monstrous entity continues its assault, undeterred. The warrior with silver hair prepares to strike, lightning crackling around him. He realizes that the most important thing is how much he has accumulated until this moment. He reflects on whether he has enough items, comrades he can trust, and an unwavering mentality, even in the face of adversity. The silver-haired warrior thinks about overcoming all kinds of difficult situations that abruptly come his way. He lets out a battle cry. He acknowledges that everything has made him who he is, capable of handling this fight. The monstrous woman is sent flying backwards from the force of the warrior's attack. The silver-haired warrior unleashes the Dragon King-style sword technique, Cloud Dragon Ascension. The attack connects, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The silver-haired warrior's strike lands, but the monstrous woman remains standing, seemingly unfazed. The monstrous woman begins to transform, a dark aura enveloping her. The warrior's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He realizes that the fight is far from over. The transformation intensifies, a voice declaring that the monstrous woman is changing form. The monstrous woman's new form takes shape, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The warrior prepares for the next attack. A smirk plays across the captain of the guard's lips as he watches the monstrous woman's transformation. The captain of the guard thinks to himself that he has been waiting for this moment. The monstrous woman begins her transformation, a swirling vortex of dark energy enveloping her form. The monstrous woman declares that she has been waiting for this moment. The captain of the guard shouts a warning to Ned Streer, who stands ready with his sword. Ned Streer acknowledges the warning, his expression grim. The monstrous woman's power intensifies, the air crackling with energy. The transformation continues, the monstrous woman now encased in a sphere of dark energy. The captain of the guard explains that even with all of their secret arts, it will be impossible to kill that monster, and that it goes into its second form when its head is destroyed. The captain of the guard continues, explaining that the monstrous woman becomes much stronger, but only for a moment, and that it can't move nor use any skills while transforming. The red-haired man urges them to aim for that moment when she is vulnerable. Ned Strier focuses his energy, his hands glowing with power. Ned Strier prepares to strike, channeling his energy into a powerful attack. He lunges forward, the stake of faith radiating intense light as it descends. The monstrous woman emits a piercing shriek as the divine energy clashes with her own. The stake of faith reacts violently to the malicious energy surrounding the monster, glowing brighter. By releasing its own strong divine energy, the stake of faith prepares to strike. The stake of faith pierces through the monster's defenses. The monster screams as the stake of faith continues to plunge deeper. The stake of faith continues its descent, bathed in golden light. The stake of faith strikes true, impacting the monstrous woman. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior knows the stake of faith will deal the majority of the damage. He thinks to himself that they just need to prevent her from removing the stake. The warrior knows that even if it's a legendary grade item, the amount of divine energy it has is limited. When it's all used up, it just becomes an extremely heavy scrap of metal. So Lucius Giornetti, who spent a fortune to borrow it from the Pope, probably didn't think to use it for attacking. The silver-haired warrior thinks to himself that it's not his money anyway. The warrior prepares to strike, his blade crackling with dark energy. The stake of faith, now inert, is surrounded by fading embers. The stake of faith's ignition had stopped. The divine weapon sensed that the monstrous woman had been incapacitated. The silver-haired warrior and Ned Strier stand ready before the monstrous woman. Ned Strier notes how tenacious the monstrous woman was, giving them no time to rest. He observes that the weapons he prepared are all out of divine power enchantment, concluding that they were cheap considering the opponent. The silver-haired warrior wonders what happened to Lucius, and if Matthias had already demonified. The silver-haired warrior drinks a mana potion to recover his mana, thinking that because he has the goddess of light as his reliable backer, he won't die easily this time either. Several empty mana potions lie discarded on the ground. The silver-haired warrior thinks that if he can't do it, then it can't be helped. The red-haired overseer looks on with a grim expression. The silver-haired warrior tells the red-haired overseer that it can't. But the red-haired overseer interrupts, stating that they should find the dragon heart first. The silver-haired warrior stands ready, a palpable tension in the air. Meanwhile, the red-haired overseer produces a healing potion. He advises the warrior to recover his health, cautioning that they never know what might happen during their search. The overseer reflects on the recent victory, acknowledging that the boss of a dungeon called one of the 8 riddles of the world was defeated by only 2 people, calling it a miracle. The silver-haired warrior considers himself strong, but admits he's nowhere near strong enough to create such a miracle, attributing it all to the overseer's plan. The warrior turns away, his cape billowing behind him. The overseer's eyes narrow, a sense of surprise, or perhaps suspicion, creeping into his expression. It's as if someone is looking down on everything from above. The overseer and the silver-haired warrior are suddenly alerted to a presence. A monstrous hand descends, dripping with a viscous, purple substance. The monstrous hand continues its descent, the purple substance oozing. A monstrous figure, wreathed in purple energy, fully materializes. The monstrous woman's power emanates outwards, a palpable wave of dark energy. The energy coalesces, forming a towering archway of shadow and malice. The archway pulses with dark mana, a gateway to something unknown. The dark energy surges, taking on a more defined form. The mana swirls around a single, malevolent eye, a focal point of immense power. The eye belongs to Georges, a being of immense power. The knight is about to face a new threat. The monstrous form of Georges begins to materialize, dwarfing the overseer and the silver-haired warrior. The red-haired overseer, stunned by the sudden appearance, asks what is happening. The warrior admits he doesn't know either. The warrior realizes that this event wasn't in the dungeon report he read in his past life. He understands that the future has changed. The power continues to build, the air crackling with anticipation. Georges fully manifests, a towering figure of darkness and malice. He is surrounded by swirling energy. Emerging from the ground, a large, glowing cross radiates power. The monstrous woman extends her hand. She stands atop the cross, her power growing. Her red eyes glow menacingly. The warrior with silver hair leaps into action, his sword crackling with blue energy as he attacks the monstrous woman. He focuses his energy, preparing to strike. The red-haired overseer shouts a warning. The warrior's attack is deflected by an unseen force. He is thrown back, lightning crackling around him. The overseer realizes the nature of the power at play, noting the lack of a slashing feeling. The ancient magic of Medea, space distortion, is revealed. The monstrous woman's power crackles around her, a dark energy swirling with malicious intent. Below, a green magic circle flares to life beneath someone's feet, a sign of an impending attack. The green magic erupts into a forest of thorny vines, ensnaring the monstrous woman. From a distance, the red-haired man watches with narrowed eyes, his expression unreadable. The thorny vines coalesce into a monstrous figure, looming over the warrior. The monstrous vine construct lunges forward with incredible speed. The warrior's eyes widen, realizing the vine construct is too fast to dodge. But the warrior is not alone. The silver-haired man intervenes, conjuring a barrier of energy. The vine construct slams into the barrier, the impact creating a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The silver-haired man prepares his next attack, channeling energy into his blade, declaring the queen spider's web. He clenches his fist, drawing the energy closer, a look of fierce determination on his face. The monstrous vine construct recoils, its red eyes glowing brighter as it feels the silver-haired man's power. The silver-haired warrior clenches his fist, blue mana swirling around it. He declares, "Come here." The monstrous woman, Eurydica, grimaces as red energy crackles around her. The warrior focuses his mana, preparing to strike. The silver-haired warrior unleashes his mana-enhanced attack. The text explains that space distortion is an invincible defensive skill, but it also prevents the user's attacks from reaching their opponents. The text continues, explaining that Eurydica's approach is their chance to strike. The monstrous woman's clawed hand lunges forward, crackling with red energy. Eurydica, cloaked in red energy, prepares to strike. The monstrous woman's attack manifests as a cage of thorny vines. The silver-haired warrior is caught within Eurydica's thorny cage. The silver-haired warrior's attack connects, a burst of energy erupting between him and the monstrous woman. Confident, the warrior believes his attack has landed successfully. But a flicker of confusion crosses his face as he senses something is amiss. The energy from his attack is redirected back at him, a crimson aura enveloping him. The monstrous woman's black mirror magic reflects the damage back at the attacker, amplified by 300% due to her mastery. The reflected energy slams into the silver-haired warrior, the force visible even through his armor. The impact shatters the warrior's gauntlet, the force of the reflected attack proving too much. The Dark Hand spell intensifies the reflected damage, further overwhelming the warrior. The warrior screams in agony as the reflected attack courses through him. The force of the reflected attack manifests as a spectral fist, a testament to the power he now faces. The silver-haired warrior is engulfed in a blinding surge of energy, the force of his own attack turned against him. With a shout of thunderclap palm, the warrior unleashes the full force of his technique, unaware of the impending reversal. Meanwhile, the monstrous woman watches with a predatory gaze, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation as her trap is sprung. Her hand glows with a sinister red energy, the source of the black mirror magic that reflects and amplifies her opponent's attacks. Focusing his mana, the warrior prepares to strike, unaware that his efforts are about to be used against him. The mana gathers around his hand, crackling with power as he channels it into his attack. The monstrous woman prepares to subdue him with an Eastern technique, pressing the vessels that mana travels through, the meridians. Though it doesn't do as much damage as blunt or sword attacks, activation of all skills can be prevented if the right pressure points are pressed to block the flow of mana. The warrior realizes the speed of her mana flow is transcendental, as expected of a great magician, and that all the training he did with Altair would pay off here. With a resounding clock, the monstrous woman's technique connects, disrupting the flow of mana within the warrior's body. The monstrous woman's eyes glow ominously as she successfully blocks the warrior's mana flow, leaving him vulnerable. The monstrous woman reveals that she attached webs while pressing the warrior's pressure points. With a surge of power, the silver-haired warrior leaps into the air, poised to strike. The warrior clashes with the monstrous woman, their powers colliding in a burst of energy. The monstrous woman's dark hand unleashes a devastating attack. The warrior, now on the ground, clutches a rosary in his hand, hoping it will provide some aid. The item description reveals that the rosary, bought from White Rose, is engraved with temple skills that disappear after one use. Focusing his mana, the warrior activates the rosary, channeling its healing power. The rosary beads scatter, their power fading as the text indicates that 9 more seconds remain until the dark hand disappears. The warrior cries out in pain as the healing magic takes effect, his body racked with energy. The warrior steels himself, declaring that with the rosary's help, he won't die. His eyes blazing with renewed determination, the warrior prepares for his next attack. The monstrous woman watches as the warrior recovers, her dark hand still looming, but its power waning. He grits his teeth as the thorns of the monstrous woman's attack close in. The warrior curses, realizing the pressure points he was targeting have been undone in mere seconds. The thorns tighten around him, eliciting a pained reaction. The monstrous woman's power manifests as a swirling sphere of crimson energy. The crimson energy intensifies as the monstrous woman prepares to unleash her attack. The thorns dig deeper into the warrior's flesh as the monstrous woman's power reaches its peak. Suddenly, a man with white hair appears, remarking on the twist of events. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the monstrous woman. The monstrous woman is caught in the blast, her form silhouetted against the intense light. The force of the explosion shatters a nearby teacup. A woman in a white robe rushes to the side of the white-haired man, asking if he is all right. The silver-haired warrior claims to be fine, just spacing out for a bit. Suddenly, something shatters nearby, causing a sharp, painful sensation. Elsewhere, the woman in the white robe kneels, a heavy chain draped around her. The captain of the guard's brow furrows with worry. He hopes nothing bad is happening to the silver-haired warrior, wondering if he's all right. The woman in the white robe thinks to herself, hoping the items she provided are being put to good use, but a bad feeling gnaws at her. She stands, her back to the light, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Back in the arena, the silver-haired warrior's hand lies amidst broken talismans and a pool of blood. Chains, now stained crimson, hang taut, a testament to his struggle. The warrior, battered and bruised, struggles to his feet, his body covered in wounds. The monstrous woman lies defeated, her body prone and still. The silver-haired warrior, battered and bruised, spits out blood, realizing the battle's momentum has shifted against him. He reflects on the 8 great challenges of the world, lamenting that he could have overcome them easily before his regression. The warrior's situation truly hits home as he stands alone, injured and vulnerable. He thinks to himself how worthless he is at this moment. He realizes he has used up all the consumable items he prepared, and all his weapons and defensive gear are destroyed. Surveying the scene, the warrior sees the remnants of his broken weapons and empty potion bottles, and wonders what to do next. He questions what he has left, his eyes narrowing as he considers the regression perks granted to him by the gods. The warrior considers the skill wall of iron, sponsored by the god of loans, USRA, but knows that using it will accumulate fatigue and damage his debt, to be returned when his mana reaches 0. He realizes that USRA is aiming for his life out in the open. He then considers the divine beast egg, an egg of a divine beast living in heaven, but knows that half of the known divine beasts reject humans, and he might as well be digging his own grave if he hatches it. He also has strong luck, temporarily imbued with a strong aura of good luck. Though strong luck doesn't have any penalties, the silver-haired warrior has already decided where he'll use the remaining 2 uses. He knows that if he uses it anywhere else, his defeat is certain, and the gods would relish in the regret and despair he'd feel after using it at the wrong time. Finally, he considers the Sword of Light, a divine item made of a sliver of primordial light in the form of a sword, but knows that those who are not worthy will burn to death the moment they hold the sword. The sword demands stats that are difficult for humans to obtain, but the usage conditions are relaxed for priests of light. He also has Revive, which revives him 3 days after death, but after its activation, his soul becomes the property of the gods. The silver-haired warrior reflects on the nature of the powers granted to him, realizing that the Sword of Light and Revive are traps designed to rob him of his free will. He acknowledges that the other perks also have restrictions, rendering them useless in his current predicament. He feels powerless to change his situation. From above, a divine being demands to be shown something more, implying that the warrior's struggles are merely entertainment. The divine being, with a detached expression, confirms that the warrior's struggles are solely for the gods' entertainment, nothing more. The warrior realizes that the only purpose of these powers is to keep him bound, forcing him to despair while being surrounded by false hope. He understands that the powers are not gifts, but leashes binding him to the whims of the gods. A figure shrouded in red energy stands over the fallen warrior, ready to deliver a final blow, fulfilling the god's desire for something more. Despite the overwhelming odds, the warrior refuses to give in. He acknowledges that his plan may be doomed to fail, but he will not surrender. His eyes narrow with renewed determination, a glint of defiance shining through the pain and despair. With a bloody finger, he begins to draw a symbol on the ground, a desperate gamble to turn the tables. He vows that whatever he is about to do will make them all feel like complete shit, a promise of retribution. The symbol is completed, a dark sigil etched in blood, a final act of defiance against the gods and their cruel game. A blinding flash of light erupts. Feathers drift down as the light subsides. More feathers fall, revealing the source of the light. The winged woman, Zephyr, stands over the silver-haired warrior, who is covered in blood. She demands, "What is the meaning of this, Zephyr?" A plea hangs in the air. Zephyr presses him, demanding an explanation for how a human like him could accomplish this. She wants to know about the blasphemous symbol he drew. The warrior, bloody but defiant, smirks. He thinks to himself that he cast the bait and caught quite a big fish. The text describes a symbol, one that marks the god's disgrace and is now considered taboo. That's all that is known about it. The symbol is considered a taboo by the gods. Anyone who draws it receives divine punishment and dies. The principle of the world automatically punishes those who break the taboo. The moment the symbol is completed, death is assured. The goddess Mercedes stands tall, bathed in a celestial glow. Mercedes senses that Eurydica is no longer present. The warrior with silver hair, injured and weary, notes that the angel must have erected a barrier. He feels relief, knowing he can recover some of his health in the meantime. Mercedes demands an explanation, questioning how a human like him knows so much. She finds the blasphemous symbol peculiar. A voice explains that forms with high soul statuses cannot enter a world with a lower status. That should be the principle of the world, but the goddess wonders how he accessed it. Mercedes reminds the silver-haired warrior that she was the one who sent him back to the past. An angel who has formed a relationship with lower life forms is given the right to enter the lower world. Mercedes states that she has conceded the order of answer to him once, and there will not be a second time. The goddess Mercedes' disembodied voice echoes, demanding to know how the silver-haired warrior knows about the blasphemous symbol. Mercedes' expression shifts to one of surprise and suspicion. The warrior, covered in blood and grime, smirks, stating that if she wants to know, she'll have to pay him. Mercedes' eyes narrow, her gaze intense as she considers his words. A surge of divine power emanates from Mercedes, enveloping the warrior in a blinding light. The warrior's finger twitches, seemingly paralyzed by an unseen force. He realizes his finger isn't moving and wonders if it's Mercedes' skill that's preventing it. Mercedes' voice booms, explaining that he is neither a saint nor an angel, and that his attempt to draw this symbol has infuriated countless gods who are demanding his death. Mercedes declares that he has overstepped his boundaries. Her eyes blaze with divine fury. The warrior retorts that she doesn't even have the right to do what she's doing in the first place. He carefully reviewed the regression perks granted by the gods, noting the Sword of Light, Wall of Iron, Divine Beast Egg, and the ability to revive 3 days after death. The warrior realized, with growing certainty, that he could discern what the gods desired from him. Images flashed through his mind, a god offering a double-edged sword, promising an interesting death through struggle, and another lamenting that his suicide would be a disappointing development. Another god offered great power in exchange for servitude, while others sought to enlist him in their armies, fearing his loss to the god of death would thwart their objectives. A bloody symbol appeared, dripping from his hand. Whatever the gods wanted, they certainly didn't want this to happen. Mercedes, the winged goddess, understood the urgency. That's why they hurriedly sent her down before the symbol was completed, she thought. The silver-haired warrior, battered and bruised, looked up, his gaze intense. "What is it that you want?" he asked, then muttered to himself, "Give me more." He was reaching his limit. He couldn't continue with the subpar perks the gods had bestowed upon him. It was probably better if he just died here, he reasoned. He cried out, directing his words to the heavens. "Are you listening, gods? Among yourselves, if I die, there must be those who gain or lose something." He continued, his voice laced with defiance. He assured them that if they lost him now, there would not be another human who would entertain them. He challenged them to bet big while they had the chance, his eyes glowing with an unyielding resolve. The silver-haired warrior declared, channeling the power of both the god of the sky and the god of death, "I'm giving you all a chance." The gods, including Zephyr, the goddess of luck, the god of blacksmithing, the god of medicine, and the goddess of light, watch with bated breath. The goddess of light remains silent, her expression unreadable. A soft chuckle escapes the goddess of light, though her face remains hidden behind her helmet. Mercedes, the winged goddess, finds the warrior's defiance amusing. Power surges around the warrior, crackling with raw energy. Bathed in divine light, the warrior stands defiant, his body marked with the signs of a struggle. The warrior grits his teeth, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Mercedes questions if this is the desire of everyone. The warrior's power intensifies, the energy around him coalescing into tangible force. The force explodes outward. The energy manifests as a shadowy figure, bound by thorny vines and crackling with dark power. The shadowy figure's eyes glow with malevolent intent, its gaze fixed on an unseen target. Emerging from the blinding light, Zephyr greets someone with a casual, "Hey." The warrior, bathed in ethereal light, smirks. He asks if Zephyr had been waiting long. A monstrous roar erupts as the shadowy figure fully materializes, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The shadowy figure, now fully formed, stands within a complex magical circle, its power crackling with red and blue energy. The warrior stands defiantly before the monstrous entity, which towers over him, its form a swirling vortex of dark energy. The shadowy figure lunges forward, its monstrous face contorted in a savage snarl, ready to strike. The shadowy figure's attack connects, unleashing a devastating shockwave of energy. The monstrous entity recoils from the impact, its form flickering as it absorbs the blow. A close-up reveals the shadowy figure's eye, glowing with an ominous red light, hinting at the immense power contained within. The shadowy figure unleashes a torrent of energy, a chaotic mix of red and blue power surging towards its target. The warrior focuses his energy, his hand crackling with golden lightning as he prepares to counter the shadowy figure's assault. Muscles straining, the warrior is now fully charged with golden energy, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack against the shadowy figure. The Sword of Light, a divine artifact forged from primordial light, has had its usage restrictions conditionally removed. The goddess of light, Arya, finds the situation amusing, apologizing for only giving scraps without recognizing the warrior's true worth. Arya, one of the three great gods, declares that the sword is now his, promising even greater artifacts from her treasury. Another of the great gods questions how Arya could so easily allow a human to wield a divine artifact. Arya dismisses the concern, stating that it's hers to do with as she pleases. Another of the great gods admits to thinking that Arya's actions were unbecoming of one of them. Arcturus, god of the sky and one of the three great gods, observes the situation with a thoughtful expression. Arcturus admits to being wary of the god of death's unusual interest in the warrior, noting that he typically doesn't involve himself with the living. Arcturus decides that as long as he doesn't know what the god of death is thinking, he can't hand the warrior over to him. The warrior, now wielding the Sword of Light, faces Zephyr, the shadowy figure he summoned. Space distorts around Zephyr as he prepares to attack. The Sword of Light glows intensely, ready to be used against Zephyr. He clashes with Zephyr, the Sword of Light crackling with energy as it meets the Dark God's defense. A voice declares that even the greatest magician cannot block a divine artifact. The Sword of Light, an exclusive skill, glows with immense power. The light intensifies, a voice echoing the words, "Let there be light." The Sword of Light unleashes its full force, a blinding explosion of energy. The force of the attack shatters the ground, the shockwave rippling outwards. Dark energy claws at the light, struggling to contain its overwhelming power. A woman with piercing red eyes stares blankly ahead, her expression unreadable. The warrior stands beside the woman, bloodied but alive, as she asks if he has come to her. The woman's white dress is pristine, untouched by the battle that has just transpired. The warrior, now bearing several wounds, realizes he has acquired a skill with the highest grade curse removal effect, along with a powerful light attribute attack power. The skill proves potent. The curse placed on Princess Eurydica has been completely removed. The text declares that this is Eurydica's true appearance. Eurydica feels as though she was having a dream. She wonders who the warrior is and what right he has to drive away the evil within her. The princess describes the dream as very long and terrifying. The warrior, Princess Eurydica, declares that he is her successor. Georges presents the dragon heart of the black dragon, Kaiserys, to Eurydica, addressing her as "my princess." The knight, Georges, is praised for his accomplishment. However, Eurydica insists on being called by her name, not "my princess." Eurydica asks if Georges had something to tell her after emerging victorious from the battle with Kaiserys. The pair stand together, the weight of their shared history hanging heavy between them. At that moment, Georges's expression shifts, a subtle tremor betraying his inner turmoil. Georges reflects on his past belief that happiness was within reach, now realizing he was foolish. The scene shifts to the last floor of the tomb, a place containing a great magic circle embodying the Tree of Life and the treasure of the elves. It is revealed that the facility exists to purify the dreadful curse put on the Black Dragon's dragon heart, and that Eurydica extended her life by 1,000 years using the magic circle's power, finally succeeding in purifying the dragon heart. But in exchange, she was eroded by the curse. Eurydica laments, cursing herself and losing her human form, acknowledging that Georges and his companion pulled her out of the darkness. She admits she doesn't know how she can repay him. The goddess, Eurydica, realizes that the lifespan she forcibly extended is coming to an end, and her body is at its limit. Eurydica asks if he wants the dragon heart. The warrior states that it would take too long to explain with words, since there's memories. The skill, Communion, allows Eurydica to read the emotions and memories of the person she touches. A vision of the past unfolds, showing the warrior in battle. The warrior is shown unleashing a powerful attack. The warrior kneels before Eurydica, who appears as a divine figure. The goddess is surprised by what she sees. The vision continues, showing the warrior walking away, and Eurydica smiling. A magic circle glows, signifying the end of the vision. A surge of green energy erupts, crackling with immense power. The green energy slams into Zephyr, the force of the impact momentarily visible before being obscured by the blast. Zephyr, grinning maniacally, wonders why the warrior looks so frantic when he is having so much fun. The warrior, Arno, grits his teeth, realizing that even with the support he is receiving, he is still facing immense difficulty against Zephyr. The dark energy surrounding Zephyr causes Arno's strengthening buff to disappear the moment it touches him. Zephyr revels in his newfound omnipotence, feeling like he has become a god. The dark figure taunts Arno, asking if he was enjoying something so great all by himself. A massive explosion of fiery energy erupts. Arno cries out as he is engulfed by the fiery blast. Two priests find themselves overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the onslaught of attacks. Marveling at the power of the demon race, one of the priests realizes that the demon god worshippers seek this very strength. A hooded figure plots to exploit the chaos, aiming to eliminate key priests, including the healer captain and rearguard captain, hoping to gain a reward similar to Lord Matthias. The hooded figure, his face twisted in a sinister grin, declares that their choice of religion has led to their demise, absolving himself of any guilt. The hooded figure draws a dagger, the blade glinting ominously. Dark energy swirls around the hooded figure as he prepares to strike. The dagger pierces through a priest's chest, the attack swift and brutal. The dark energy pulses, spreading its corruption. The priest writhes in agony as demonic worms erupt from his chest, a horrifying spectacle. One of the priests expresses his shock and disbelief, realizing that there were many demon god worshippers among them. The demonic worms writhe and pulsate, their bodies grotesque and menacing. The demon race exclusive skill, Seizure, retrieves the power of the branded worms from nearby demon god worshippers. The hooded priest, surrounded by his demonic brethren, thanks them for their strength. He declares his intention to make good use of their worthless lives, a malevolent red energy coalescing in his hand. The priest with the blonde ponytail recognizes the danger, urging everyone to maximize their defensive skills. The hooded priest unleashes a torrent of hellfire, engulfing the temple in flames. Bathed in golden light, the priest with the blonde ponytail prepares to defend against the inferno. The hellfire continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. The priest with the blonde ponytail grits his teeth, bracing himself against the intense heat. A voice cries out, demanding that Matthias stop. The priest with the blonde ponytail, revealed to be Matthias, is confronted, being told not to commit any more evil. The hooded priest, now identified as Georges, questions the concept of evil. Georges scoffs, incredulous that Lucius of the Giornetti family received a stigmata, despite being only 7 years old and not even a saint candidate. The speaker insists that it's the tradition of the saint selection process involved training candidates until they reached 15 years of age, after which the tournament winner would perform the ritual and receive the stigmata. It was already known that someone had received the stigmata. The hooded figure lamented that Matthias was supposed to become the saint after they had invested so much into his family. They realized it was an investment scam and wondered if the goddess had scammed them. In any case, they needed to quickly retrieve the money they invested into the family. The voice demanded silence, stating that the original saint candidate was not important right now. According to the scriptures, if a non-candidate suddenly received a stigmata, it was a sign that an era of chaos would begin. In other words, the peak season for the Temple of Light had returned, symbolized by the golden cross and the scattered coins. The speaker questioned what the saint's father did after the saint was chosen. He advertised blessings at high prices, telling people that they could only overcome chaos if they received his blessing, and extorted the assets of the devotees. He did everything he could to get as much as possible. The voice revealed that people committed suicide because they had no money. The speaker accused the family of being nothing but scammers and murderers, asking if that was not evil, then what was. The voice accused someone of standing idly by as such evil was taking place, and that they joined hands with people to cause the dungeon bubble. The speaker accused someone of taking absolutely no responsibility after committing all kinds of disgusting acts. The Temple of Light is the true evil, the speaker declared, their face contorted in rage. Two hands, one scarred and one with a mark on the wrist, reach out as if to grasp something. They stand in a grand hall, the speaker's words echoing with a sense of foreboding. The hands, scarred and marked, reach out to touch the hand of Eurydica, the great magician, as she speaks of the future. Eurydica, her red eyes filled with sorrow, calls someone a pitiful one. The scene shifts to Georges, the first dragon slayer, his face marred with blood and determination. A stone monument stands tall, bearing a grim prophecy. The demon race's invasion, once thwarted, will occur in a few years. Georges vows to win this time, haunted by the memory of a past defeat. Eurydica explains that she must ask for an unfortunate favor. She warns that recklessly absorbing the dragon heart will lead to death, as one would be unable to handle a dragon's magic power. She knows someone who can help with the absorption, someone she was going to ask for help. The narrative shifts, suggesting that if Eurydica regains her senses, the situation would be different, as an experienced person would be more adept at the process. It is revealed that the great magician Eurydica transplanted the dragon heart into Georges, the first dragon slayer. Georges pleads for the dragon heart to be transplanted into him, emphasizing the need for a special method for absorption. Eurydica's closed eyes hint at the difficult decision she faces, knowing the risks involved in transplanting the dragon heart. The great magician, Eurydica, refuses to grant the favor requested of her. Meanwhile, the warrior's eyes widen in disbelief, his face marred with dirt and minor cuts as he hears something shocking. 1,000 years in the past, the world teetered on the brink of collapse. The strongest of the 7 dragons, the black dragon Kaiserus, loomed as a harbinger of destruction. Although Kaiserus had once been one of the 12 heroes who led the war against the demons, he now threatened to set the entire world aflame. He had lost his reason and succumbed to the demon curse. The horizon filled with screams and death. The Archmage, Princess Eurydica, along with other strong individuals such as the Knight Georges and the Gold Dragon, stood on the side of humanity. The remaining 11 heroes had no choice but to face their old comrade Kaiserus to protect the world. After fighting desperately, the battle with the Black Dragon stretched on for an entire year. A voice echoes, filled with regret. "Forgive me, Kaiserus." The battle came to a close with a strike from the Knight Georges. A voice explains that everything that occurred in both their era and the era of the silver-haired warrior was caused by the demons trying to summon the demon god to this world. Gods, it is revealed, are restricted by the rule that they cannot leave the world within their territory. The voice declares that the demon they seek to summon is the demon god Tartarus. The silver-haired warrior recalls the demon's method of bringing Tartarus into the human world, summoning. He remembers that the demons who attempted to summon the demon god in his era formed an organization called the Demon God Cult. The warrior realizes that the goals of the past and the present are aligned, to stop the Demon God Cult from summoning Tartarus into the world once more. The warrior reflects on what he has learned since looking into the memories of his past life, that nobles will win. He remembers that countless people, indifferent to the world's fate, conspired with the demon god worshippers to bring about Tartarus's arrival. The warrior recalls that everyone fled from the demon god's might, except for him and his comrades, who were the only ones who truly tried to stop the end of the world. He reflects that he didn't return to the past to live a good life, but to fight once more. The warrior remembers Princess Eurydica, the greatest mage in history, and the leader of the 12 heroes, the one who brought them together. The warrior asks a favor of Eurydica, a hero of the past. The silver-haired warrior asks for the power to protect this world. The scene shifts to Eurydica, her expression unreadable. Eurydica wonders why the silver-haired warrior reminds her of someone, despite their differences, and questions what he is so afraid of, recalling that he and Gold Dragon spent 3 years purifying the curse within the dragon heart. She stands before the silver-haired warrior, reflecting on his success in the mock transplant operation, a feat accomplished countless times. The warrior, standing tall, expresses his pride, fueled by the prospect of protecting the world from the remnants of demons pushed back into the desert and the red dragon, who covets the land of humanity. His resolve hardens, knowing what must be done. Eurydica stands before Georges, who declares that he will take power from them as well, stating what he wants. The silver-haired warrior's ultimate goal is to leave behind a safe world for their child. He implores Eurydica to trust him and transplant the dragon heart into him. A surge of dark energy emanates from Eurydica, a sign of the dangerous ritual about to commence. The ritual begins, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy around Eurydica. A nearby woman cries out, warning Georges to stay back, emphasizing the danger to the princess. The energy intensifies, contorting Georges's face into a grotesque visage as the ritual takes hold. Eurydica recognizes the energy as the same she felt when Kaiserus went berserk, realizing it's the demon curse and questioning why it's happening now that the curse on the dragon heart was lifted. Eurydica realizes that Georges must be thinking the same thing and silently apologizes. The Horned Man reveals his deception, stating he only made it look like the dragon heart was lifted. He declares his allegiance to the Gold Dragon, reminiscing about their time as comrades. The Horned Man states that he has a duty to fulfill. The text describes the skill Dragon Tongue, a unique ability of dragons where power dwells within their words. The Horned Man declares that Eurydica will keep her mouth shut for eternity, alluding to the secret of the world she learned. Eurydica coughs up blood, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Horned Man laments that if Eurydica hadn't been greedy for the dragon heart, both she and Georges could have spent their days happily with their daughter. The Horned Man praises Eurydica's skills, revealing that the dragon heart was perfectly transplanted within Georges' body. The Horned Man reveals that the demon curse is hidden within Georges. The infinite power of the dragon heart flows out from Georges. Georges is consumed by the demon curse, his monstrous form emerging. Eurydica collapses, defeated and horrified by the transformation of Georges. Georges' monstrous hand grips the hilt of a massive sword, ready to strike. Eurydica, still veiled in white, watches with wide, fearful eyes. Dark energy explodes outward. The force of the blast shakes the very foundations of the temple. The silver-haired warrior recalls the events leading to this moment, remembering how he took the dragon heart from Georges' chest, after purifying the curse for 1,000 years. Eurydica, bathed in ethereal light, reveals her long-term plan. She was waiting for a suitable hero to pass on the dragon heart too. The warrior already knows what she is planning. The great magician explains that while he is worthy, his body is not yet ready to receive the dragon heart. If she were to transplant it now, his body would either be shattered into pieces or he would be crippled. The silver-haired warrior knows all of this. Moreover, he realizes he can't strengthen himself with deadly poison any more than he already has. His channels will start to become twisted if he doesn't space the strengthening out by a few months. He reflects that the combination of Zagan and Belial can only be used when his stats are low, and that he's used up all the immediate methods he has to grow quickly. The warrior realizes that the success rate is not zero. Eurydica realizes that the silver-haired warrior must be thinking of using strong luck to overcome the odds, believing he can just make it work. The disembodied voice explains that the odds can be forced to 100%, so long as they aren't already zero. Eurydica's calculations, however, are wrong. There's one more moment where the silver-haired warrior must use strong luck. The camera focuses on Eurydica's white dress. The warrior's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Eurydica's eyes glow red as she realizes the warrior's plan. The realization hits Eurydica hard, the force of it causing her to stumble. The warrior coughs, his body clearly strained from the effort. Eurydica exclaims, frustrated that even after 1,000 years, she is still restricted by the dragon tongue. The great magician's face contorts in anger as she realizes the warrior is after the gold dragon. She refuses to take this lying down, even if she can't say that due to the dragon tongue's restriction. She just doesn't have to say it directly. That moment will be. A mysterious figure with long black hair tells the warrior that he must choose between the one he treasures most. The warrior's mission is clear, but the path ahead is fraught with peril. His eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within him. The warrior recalls the instructions, to grow stronger by taking everything within the tomb, and then to perform the dragon heart transplant, the safest method. Eurydica adds that she will alter the dungeon's layout to ensure the priests can escape. The warrior is reminded that if he still wants the dragon heart transplant, he must act. He must hunt the red, blue, green, and ice dragons. The task is laid bare. He must hunt those 4 dragons within 1 year, for there is no other way. The great magician, Eurydica, her red eyes piercing, asks if he thinks he can do it. He pauses, considering the weight of the task before him. The warrior was wondering what it was that he had to do. He questions if Eurydica is underestimating him, stating that a year is too long to kill 4 dragons. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he looks up. He promises Eurydica that he will show her the safe world that she and Georges wanted to see. The great magician Eurydica's hand gently touches the top of the warrior's head. The warrior recalls Eurydica's words, that he can lay down his duty, and she will watch over him in the afterlife. Eurydica realizes at last how burdened she felt from her duty, and now feels such peace of mind. A surge of energy emanates from Eurydica as she apologizes, stating she will pass on the duty that she could not complete in her era over to him. The energy intensifies, focused on the warrior. The ancient structure begins to glow with a vibrant, otherworldly light. Chains rattle as a large, glowing object descends from above. Eurydica continues the ritual, her expression serene. The warrior recognizes the descending object. It's Kaisirus' dragon heart, the very thing he was tasked to retrieve. Eurydica, holding the dragon heart, pays her respects to the warrior's resolve, calling him a new hero. With the dragon heart in her grasp, Eurydica declares that she will begin. The warrior, covered in wounds, is surrounded by a golden aura emanating from Kaisirus' dragon heart. The mysterious woman with red eyes, who is revealed to be Eurydica, holds Kaisirus' dragon heart, paying her respects to it. Eurydica raises her hand, the dragon heart glowing intensely. Activating the strong luck perk, the great magician declares that she will begin. The perk Strong Luck temporarily imbues the silver-haired warrior with a strong aura of good luck, using the last of its 3 available uses. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the hooded priest who is revealed to be Zephyr. The silver-haired warrior finds himself in a dark place, unable to see anything. He realizes he is not in darkness, but within his own consciousness. The warrior, now glowing with a blue light, confirms that he recognizes the feeling, realizing something other than himself is within him. The warrior, now fully within his own consciousness, stands before a colossal, menacing eye, the source of the overwhelming presence he senses. The air crackles with unseen energy as the dragon's malevolent will begins to manifest. The silver-haired warrior's body tenses, bracing himself against the oppressive force emanating from the dragon's lingering essence. Dark energy swirls around the warrior, a tangible manifestation of the dragon's power seeking to overwhelm him. The dragon's voice, laced with fury, echoes through the warrior's mind. "You bastard!" The dragon's spectral claws reach out, attempting to seize control. It demands, "You dare covet my power?" The text clarifies that this is the evil desire of Kaiserus, left within his dragon heart, now confronting the warrior. The warrior struggles against the immense pressure. He realizes, with growing dread, that this is the lingering evil of someone who died 1,000 years ago, an overwhelming presence. The dragon's disembodied head looms over the warrior, its malevolent presence palpable. It snarls, "I can smell." The dragon's eye narrows, focusing its burning gaze. It accuses the gods on you, those persistent bastards. The dragon's voice echoes, revealing its contempt. Have sent yet another puppet. The warrior, confused, can only respond with a questioning, "What?" The dragon's eye burns with hatred as it declares, "You're the last one that I would ever hand my power over to." The count begins, the first strike landing with brutal force. Another blow follows, the warrior's defense faltering under the onslaught. The third strike connects, the hooded priest watching with glee as the warrior struggles against the unseen force. The attack intensifies, the warrior's body taking the brunt of the assault. A voice echoes, declaring that only a new power remains. The hooded priest, revealed to be Lucius, is engulfed in flames as he confronts the warrior. Lucius declares his efforts futile, his form crackling with energy. The flames intensify, consuming everything in their path. The inferno rages, a testament to Lucius's power. The hooded priest watches as Zephyr mocks the warrior, declaring him too slow. The demonic warrior and the silver-haired warrior clash, their blows creating a burst of red energy. The warrior cries out as he is struck, the force of the blow evident in his strained expression. The priest observes that the warrior's reaction speed is slowing, deducing that he is fatigued. Zephyr smirks, realizing that the warrior is becoming more and more acclimated to his demonic power. The warrior realizes that he is the only one accumulating damage in their exchange of blows, and that Zephyr's recovery speed is far superior. The demonic warrior unleashes a devastating attack, the impact creating a shockwave of energy and blood. The force of the attack sends the silver-haired warrior reeling backward. The warrior gasps for air, struggling to recover from the brutal assault. Zephyr stands triumphant, his demonic energy flaring as he prepares to deliver the final blow. The demonic warrior unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the area in a blazing inferno. The warrior is completely consumed by the flames, his fate uncertain. Engulfed in flames, the warrior coughs, the intense heat searing his lungs. Meanwhile, Zephyr continues his assault, his movements a blur of demonic energy. Coughing violently, the warrior struggles to remain conscious amidst the inferno. Remembering his fallen comrades, Arno and Leona, the warrior realizes he has no choice but to unleash his hidden power. However, he knows that using this power comes with its own set of dangers. Zephyr, preparing to end the battle, focuses his demonic energy. The demon declares his intent to end the fight. Zephyr bids farewell to Lucio, unleashing a massive fireball. But something pierces through the fireball, disrupting its trajectory. Zephyr is shocked to see his fireball penetrated and annihilated. A single feather drifts down, the source of the disruption. The warrior, now free from the flames, seems to be channeling a new power. The winged figure stands tall, bathed in divine light, his shield gleaming with an otherworldly power. A voice echoes, filled with a sense of resignation. The figure's face is partially obscured by the light, but a hint of sadness is visible in his expression as he asks how much of his lifespan will be offered this time. The question hangs in the air. How much of his lifespan will he offer this time? The winged figure's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve replacing the sadness. He considers the cost, realizing that 1 month seems insufficient to defeat the looming threat. The figure decides that half a year will be the price. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy as the sacrifice is made. The winged figure is now completely engulfed in golden energy, his armor glowing with celestial light. The power intensifies, the winged figure's form becoming almost blinding as he prepares to unleash his newfound strength. Zephyr, witnessing this transformation, is overcome with a primal fear, questioning the source of such immense power. The demon Zephyr is in disbelief, finding it impossible that such a power could exist. The winged figure, now empowered, declares that someone like Lucius is no match for him. The winged figure's power intensifies, radiating outwards. The energy explodes outward, engulfing the winged figure and the surrounding area in blinding light. The aftermath of the blast leaves the landscape scarred and desolate. The warrior, standing amidst the destruction, calls the winged figure a deplorable bastard. The warrior is told that he's been hiding his power for 20 years, and that it is a saint-exclusive skill called Glimpse of Glory, where he borrows power from the angel that he will become in the future in exchange for his lifespan. It is revealed that the Glimpse of Glory skill is a closely guarded secret of the temple, known only to the Pope and a select few cardinals. The warrior realizes that this is why the average lifespan of a saint is around 30 years, and that even if they want to live a long life without using glimpse of glory, they have no choice but to use it against strong opponents. Also, the temple forces young saints into deadly places for its own benefit. The warrior understands that the position of a saint is a brutal one. He realizes that they're nothing but jesters being played around by the temple. The warrior reflects that the situation was something like this. A voice echoes, stating that he can only say that because he was chosen. The monstrous Georges wonders aloud if the warrior was mistaken to think he was the only jester. Georges recalls that the goddess acknowledged the worth of the warrior's life. The monster laments that the goddess did not acknowledge his worth, and that is all. Georges reflects on his high hopes, questioning why things ended up as they did. The monster recalls demanding answers from the goddess, accusing her of being too cruel. A golden shard of light falls. The warrior's hand lies limp, stained with blood. The warrior's eyes flutter open, a flicker of consciousness returning. Nearby, someone notes how quiet it has become, wondering about the boss. A figure realizes something. The dungeon boss is revealed, prompting shock and confusion about the current events. The figure in armor repeats the phrase, "Almighty Arya?" Arno coughs, barely able to speak. He wonders if Leona has come to help, while another voice weakly calls out for the captain. A figure laments that only 3 of them survived from the party. A voice declares that the raid ends here. Someone suggests they go back. A monstrous roar echoes. Georges, the monstrous antagonist, clenches his fist, energy crackling around him. The red eye of Georges glows with immense energy. Light begins to gather. Someone notices the light. The effect of strong luck seems to be protecting the silver-haired warrior. A surge of energy emanates from the warrior, a blinding light. The warrior thinks to himself that there's no need for anyone to intervene, just because he spaced out for a bit. He realizes that this is the world of his consciousness, not reality, and that his spirit is what's most important. He can't cower before Georges, or he'll be devoured by his spirit and turned into a ragdoll. The warrior's hand glows with power, ready to strike. He wills himself to recall who he was. The words echo in his mind. Who he was. The warrior is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy. The energy intensifies, swirling around him. The energy coalesces into the form of a dragon, roaring its defiance. The warrior channels the dragon's power, his body crackling with energy. He unleashes the full force of the dragon's energy, a devastating attack. The air crackles with energy as the warrior's power surges. The force of the dragon's power causes the ground beneath him to tremble. The silver-haired warrior recalls his past battles, stating that Georges is not the first evil desire of a dragon he has fought within his consciousness. He continues, revealing that Georges is the 5th dragon he has faced, including those from his previous life. The warrior stands tall, his sword crackling with blue energy. Georges' voice booms, expressing his annoyance with dragons and demanding that the warrior simply die. The warrior absorbs the dragon's power, understanding that Georges tests people to see if they are worthy. The silver-haired warrior declares that it is time for him to educate Georges. Georges retorts that the only top-notch thing about the warrior is his mouth, commanding him to come. The dragon's form is engulfed in red energy as the battle intensifies. The warrior stands ready, his sword glowing brightly as he prepares to strike. The warrior's eyes widen as he witnesses something unexpected. The dungeon boss, wonders what is happening in the world. Zephyr appears to be unconscious, leaving the dungeon boss to wonder if he was defeated. The dungeon boss is preoccupied with Zephyr, giving the warrior an opening. Seeing his chance, the warrior prepares to attack. The dungeon boss remains focused on Zephyr, unaware of the impending attack. The warrior struggles, his mana freezing at a critical moment. He realizes that all his mana was absorbed by the Dark Hand before he fainted, but he can't lose this chance. The dungeon boss tells Zephyr not to get up yet and to get some rest. The dungeon boss continues to focus her attention on Zephyr. Despite his mana freezing, the warrior grits his teeth and pushes forward. Zephyr, recovering slightly, is shocked by what he sees. He coughed violently, the lingering effects of the dungeon boss's attack still plaguing him. More coughs racked the warrior's body as he struggled to regain his composure. The dungeon boss expelled the branded worm, the source of her power, from her body. The dungeon boss realized that she had swallowed the branded worm. The dungeon boss explained that she had expelled the fragment of evil within the warrior's body, noting that he never used the branded worm's power. The dungeon boss complimented the warrior, noting that he obtained his level of strength purely through hard work. The dungeon boss told the warrior that he would recover after a long nap, leaving him confused. The warrior, exhausted, wondered if the dungeon boss had helped him. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a priest asked his companions to examine the purification device that was on the 5th floor, now dragged to their location. The priest explained that they needed to find their way from the beginning, as the layout of the dungeon had completely changed, and that it had been 2 days since the battle. Another priest asked the blonde priest what they should do, Captain. The priest with the blonde ponytail speaks, declaring that they must act first. He continues, stating that they will look for the stake of faith. A second priest questions this decision, pointing out the danger. The priest with the blonde ponytail insists that only the three of them should go. The hooded priest suggests they should prioritize escape. The blonde priest firmly rejects the idea of escape, stating that finding the stake of faith is the only way. He believes that they can escape in time. Elsewhere, someone wonders if the two slaves who stole the stake of faith were acting strange. The speaker notes that although the slaves are demon god worshippers, they didn't get in the way while they were fighting Matthias, and even attacked him. He wonders why that would be. The speaker wonders if they are in different factions within the demon god cult. The speaker continues, suggesting that if they assume the slaves were aiming for Matthias, their political enemy, and the speaker, the saint, to kill each other, it would make sense. The speaker theorizes that if all the investments put into this dungeon disappear through his death, the temple will have no choice but to auction the dungeon off to settle their debts. It would do more harm than good to hold onto a dungeon with 10 years' worth of fruitless clear attempts. He concludes that the demon god cult faction backing the two slaves knows how to see the big picture. The speaker believes that they must have aimed for the clearing rights to this dungeon from the start, the dungeon that contains the dragon heart. The speaker concludes that if their faction managed to get a hold of this dungeon dirt cheap, then those two slaves, with a stake of faith, will enter a new raid party as the ones with experience in the dungeon. If they've been given such a role, then the demon god cult must have prepared an escape route for them to use. The hooded priest is determined to find them and extract the escape method before they manage to flee the dungeon. Or so he thought that was the plan. Suddenly, a powerful energy explodes, cutting through the air. The dungeon boss, wielding immense power, unleashes a devastating attack. The hooded priest is shocked to realize the stake of faith was in the boss room all along. He wonders how the gatekeeper is still alive, since the door can only be opened after killing it. He questions how this is possible after killing the gatekeeper. The dungeon boss unleashes a powerful blast. The energy surges outward, a destructive force. The priest with blonde ponytail is sent flying backwards from the blast. The hooded priest is shocked by the sudden attack. The blonde priest cries out as he is caught in the blast. The hooded priest realizes he can only use Glimpse of Glory once a week, and he used it against Matthias 3 days ago, leaving him with 4 days left before he can use it again. The hooded priest realizes with dread that this might be the end. Elsewhere, Eurydica clutches a child, her expression filled with sorrow as she wonders if she will ever see others again. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. The silver-haired warrior stands before a glowing portal, the same energy coursing around him. The dungeon boss, still very much alive, looms over the priests, her intentions clear. The hooded priest's eyes widen as he recognizes the silver-haired warrior. The warrior emerges from the portal, his arrival perfectly timed. He addresses Georges, the dragon-like monster, telling him to get down. The warrior prepares to use the dragon tongue skill, a unique ability of dragons that draws power from the words themselves. The warrior's eyes narrowed as he commanded, "Bow the fuck down." A scroll details the skill, Dragon Tongue, explaining that it is a unique ability of dragons, drawing power from their very words, but its use is limited by the dragon heart. The power of the dragon tongue erupts, a surge of energy accompanied by a deafening roar. The hooded priest, witnessing the display of power, is left utterly bewildered. What? What just happened? The priest's confusion deepens as he wonders if the monster is obeying the slave. The monster is forced into a humiliating position, head and feet touching the ground, hands behind its back. The silver-haired warrior observes the scene, thinking to himself, "Let's see." The monster's hands, bound by glowing runes, tremble under the immense pressure. The runes on the monster's hands intensify, the power of the dragon tongue bearing down. The monster struggles against the binding force, its massive form contorted in agony. The warrior thinks to himself that the dragon tongue lasts for 10 seconds, and that he usually can't use the full power of a dragon. The narrator explains that when the dragon heart is first transplanted, its power is unstable. To prevent it from going berserk due to the imbalance between his own power and the dragon's, further restrictions are necessary. To that end, the dragon heart's capacity is restricted to a mere 1% of its potential. The warrior thinks to himself that even with the restrictions, it is still the power of a dragon. The focus shifts to Georges, whose sword, Graham, hums with dark energy. The dark energy intensifies around Graham, Georges' sword. The narrator explains that Graham displays even greater power against dragons, as it was made for the purpose of killing the strongest dragon. Georges thinks to himself that Graham is truly the worst match for him. The dark energy crackles around the blade. The energy continues to build around Georges' sword, Graham. The dark energy explodes outward. The energy coalesces around the blade, ready to strike. The warrior declares that instead of using the dragon's power, he will face Georges with his own. This sword of light, a divine artifact forged from primordial light, has had its usage restrictions conditionally removed, contingent on the Goddess of Light's permission and the fulfillment of her request. The Goddess of Light's first request echoes to save her saint. The silver-haired warrior accepts the goddess's request, golden energy crackling around his fist. A surge of golden energy erupts, a testament to the power now at his command. The golden light envelopes Georges, the dragon slayer, who stands defiant against the sudden surge of power. A voice booms, declaring that Georges can go as well, now empowered as a dragon slayer. The silver-haired warrior's eyes gleam with newfound resolve, the golden energy intensifying around him. A voice, seemingly belonging to the goddess of light, expresses gratitude for the hard work. The golden energy intensifies further, the air crackling with divine power. The surge of power reaches its peak, bathing the area in blinding light. The hooded priest, a demon worshipper, expresses his certainty about the Sword of Light, a divine artifact of legends only a few chosen priests have been said to wield. The priest's shock is palpable as he questions what is happening, realizing that the silver-haired warrior, who he thought was a slave, is not a demon god worshipper. Though even a priest secretly worshipping a demon god can wield the power of light. But the hooded priest wonders why he feels the goddess of light's presence from the warrior. And not only that, the priest realizes something else is amiss. He recalls feeling a similar undefinable pressure when he met the gold dragon in the palace as a child and greeted the guardian of the kingdom. The priest's armored hand taps against the floor, a nervous tick. The warrior, bathed in light, stands tall. A figure kneels before the warrior, greeting him as the Exalted One. The warrior looks down at the kneeling figure. The warrior recalls that his battle with Kaiserus within his consciousness lasted 3 days. Kaiserus acknowledges the warrior's power. But that does not mean that Kaiserus trusts him. He will continue to watch him from within. The dragon, Kaiserus, looms large as he watches the warrior. He opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Nearby, Ned lay unconscious, while Eurydica had crumbled into ash, leaving only her dress behind. The warrior expresses his gratitude to Eurydica, vowing not to let her regret her decision in the afterlife. He discovers 2 keepsakes. One of the keepsakes is a crystal of magic, a grimoire that allows the acquisition of skills through meditation and records the ancient magics of the Medea kingdom. To learn the skills, one must master the ancient magics of Medea to level 2. The other keepsake is the master key to the tomb of Eurydica, currently in Zephyr's possession. Eurydica's thoughts echo, explaining that though the dragon heart's current capacity is only 1%, the amount of power the body can endure will rise naturally as the dragon heart spreads through it. The warrior realizes that these were Eurydica's thoughts left within the crystal of magic. Eurydica's spirit explains that his body will need to be restructured as it reaches those numbers. Therefore, Eurydica asks that the crystal of magic be given to her descendant who has inherited her magic, believing that child will be of help to him. He realizes she is referring to Altair. He reflects on how the gods know of his past life, and how few show him goodwill, and even so, he cannot fully trust them. He worries about what might happen if the gods intervene and do something to Altair. Though he wants to see her right now, he knows he must be patient. He steels himself, anxiety gnawing at him, but the warrior knows he must endure. Meanwhile, the Exalted One stands with a companion, the priest requesting to see their shoulders. The Exalted One focuses his power, preparing to unleash it. The Exalted One declares that the 2 are now free, the light of his power emanating from their shoulders. The silver-haired warrior wonders if the Exalted One will also take care of his debt. The Exalted One assures him that, having saved his life, the debt is his to repay. The Exalted One is deeply moved that the silver-haired warrior infiltrated the demon god cult for years to destroy their ambitions. He admits that there aren't many in the Temple of Light who are as passionate about ridding heresy. The Exalted One gazes upon a monstrous figure. The Exalted One states that even as one of the sons of the Goddess of Light, it is his duty to punish the demon god worshippers, the enemies of the goddess. The silver-haired warrior offers to help the Exalted One in any way he can. The silver-haired warrior wonders if the Exalted One is trying to join forces with the holder of the Dragon Heart because he doesn't want to be overpowered by the opposing faction in the Temple of Light. The Exalted One thinks of Saint Lucius, the ultimate weapon raised by the Temple of Light through the money they plundered from people like him, someone he can't bring himself to have good feelings for. The Exalted One acknowledges that feelings are feelings, and he needs to use what he can, as the power, rank, wealth, and connections of Saint are valuable. As long as the demon god worshippers have invaded the Temple of Light, it's best to maintain a good relationship with Zephyr, or so the silver-haired warrior believes. As well as with him, the warrior thinks, standing beside the Exalted One. The priest beside Zephyr suggests they return to the temple, stating that the current location isn't a good place to talk. The silver-haired warrior thinks that the Exalted One must want to see his wife as soon as possible. Zephyr interjects, stating that their dogfight only starts now. The Exalted One's chest heaves as he prepares for battle. The narrative reveals that the third parish of the Temple of Light has already become a nest of demon god worshippers due to the forces that the demon god worshipper Cardinal Aldine Lasker brought. The narrative continues, revealing that the twin knights, two of the strongest in the continent, are also present. The silver-haired warrior expresses his shock at this revelation. The Exalted One thinks that though he's obtained the power of a dragon, there are constraints to how much power he can use, and he needs ample preparation. He also considers that if it's Aldine, the situation won't simply be resolved. The Exalted One realizes that this won't be resolved with just a battle, and since it's come to this, he prepares to use a powerful artifact. A portal opens, revealing a group of figures standing before it. The air crackles with an unseen energy, the source of which remains hidden. The energy intensifies, revealing a group of figures in the distance. The silver-haired warrior stands before a doorway marked as the treasure room, where Eurydice's tomb relics are enshrined. He suggests they gear up before proceeding. A beam of light erupts from the sealed doorway, illuminating the figures standing before it. The warrior with silver hair finds himself inside Eurydice's treasure room, a place untouched for 1,000 years. He wonders what treasures lie within this ancient chamber, his hands outstretched as if drawn by an unseen force. The warrior's companions react with surprise as they enter the room, the light intensifying around them. A dazzling array of crystals fills the chamber, their surfaces gleaming with untold riches. One of the priests gasps at the sight, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of treasure before them. The priest realizes that the crystals contain valuable items, relics from Princess Eurydice's tomb. The silver-haired warrior focuses his energy, a small, glowing object materializing in his hand. With a surge of power, he extracts a weapon from one of the crystals, understanding how to claim the treasures within. He and the hooded priest stand before the crystals, the warrior overhearing the priest's complaints about their lack of knowledge on how to extract the items within and their minimal contribution to defeating the boss. The hooded priest boasts that the man owns all the items here and sarcastically asks who is supporting who now. The hooded priest reflects on how arrogant he was. The hooded priest declares that he can extract the items as well. A description of the skill appraisal appears, explaining that it can decipher the item specs by reading the mana flowing from it, and that more information can be gleaned as the skill's mastery increases. The hooded priest explains that the ancient kingdom Medea was a nation with highly developed magic, and that the quality of their magic items far surpasses the items of this era. The priest notes that the items cost a fortune and are rarely for sale. The hooded priest states that the items have a scarcity value so high that they can't be bought even with money. The warrior, standing before a crystal, expresses his surprise. The warrior is astonished to find a specific item within the crystal. The warrior smiles, believing things are starting to work out in his favor. The hooded priest stands before a display of gem spirits, shield of petrification, and skill stones. About what the hooded priest was saying earlier. The hooded priest asks if he means what he said about having to fight Aldine, who has occupied the temple. A voice simply responds, yes. The hooded priest admits that while he trusts the Exalted One, they at the temple do not have any way to identify demon god worshippers. The Exalted One explains that other than when the suspect uses a demon god worshipper skill, or getting a confession out of them after they arrest them, if the suspect strongly denies it, then they have no other way. The hooded priest reveals that there is one more option. The hooded priest asks if the branded worm doesn't pop out of their corpse after you kill them. The Exalted One states that regardless of the method, the problem is Aldine's bloodline and status. Aldine's family, the Lasker Marquis family, holds significant influence due to their high nobility. Furthermore, Aldine succeeded his father as the bishop of the 4/4 parish and now, as a cardinal, bears many responsibilities even in the central parish. Moreover, Aldine maintains a good relationship with their family, which proved useful when they were in trouble since all the combatants had left for the raid. The man expresses his gratitude for lending them their defense forces, but Aldine waves it off, saying they should help each other in times of need and to treat them as their own hands and feet. The hooded priest explains that Aldine has no enemies, as he has maintained neutrality in the battle between the temple's factions. The priest continues, stating that detaining or killing someone like Aldine without any evidence is impossible, but fabricating such evidence after killing him would be simple. Though the hooded priest isn't saying it directly, he's practically telling the protagonist to give him some evidence since he doesn't believe them. The silver-haired warrior stands with his arms crossed, stating that of course there's evidence. He holds up a vial filled with a glowing purple liquid, an eye symbol emblazoned on the glass. The warrior's expression is unreadable as he examines the vial. He asks the hooded priest what he thinks this is. The hooded priest is instructed to look to his right. He is then told to look to his left. Finally, the voice commands him to look straight ahead. Lord Alpian is asked how he feels, to which he responds that he feels great. Alpian praises Reverend Alfonso, stating that he should have listened to him from the start. Cardinal Aldine stands over Sister Claudia, who sits in a chair, seemingly captive. Sister Claudia, holding a small child, wonders why Cardinal Aldine is doing something like this. Aldine asks Sister Claudia what she thinks, reminding her that he promised to show her something amusing. The branded worm within each of the demon god worshippers' stomachs allows them to use the power of demons, as Sister Claudia is forced to hold one. The more one uses the insect's power, the more it grows. Once the insect achieves complete metamorphosis, it gains a special ability, Aldine explains to the nun. Aldine reveals that his branded worm has evolved into a queen, which gives birth to. He continues to explain the properties of the larva, revealing that it allows him to brainwash and control any human who ingests it, just like the Reverend. The Cardinal then asks Sister Claudia if she knows why he is explaining this to her. He clarifies that he needs her to persuade her husband, Sir Lucius. Claudia, confused, asks what he means by persuade. The baby, Marius, begins to cry, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Cardinal Aldine remarks that he seems to have scared her, but assures her that it's okay, asking what the little one's name is. Claudia answers, Marius. The Cardinal repeats the baby's name, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He asks Marius if he likes bugs, his question laced with a disturbing undertone as Claudia's eyes widen in horror. The Cardinal presents a large, grotesque worm, calling it a cute little bug friend for Marius. Marius cries out as the worm is brought closer to him. Claudia screams, no, as the Cardinal forces the worm into Marius's mouth. The worm burrows into the baby's arm, wriggling beneath the skin. Sister Claudia's eyes widen in disbelief as events unfold beyond her control. Meanwhile, Cardinal Aldine, fueled by rage, unleashes a torrent of curses. Inside the cathedral, a guard urgently warns Lord Aldine of approaching danger. The news of Sir Lucius's arrival throws Lord Aldine into a state of bewildered shock. Lord Aldine is astonished that Sir Lucius has arrived so quickly, questioning how he could have possibly cleared the dungeon already. The question hangs in the air. How could Sir Lucius be in the middle of clearing the dungeon already? Lord Aldine's eyes widen with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Chaos erupts outside as Sir Lucius's forces storm the cathedral, their battle cries echoing through the halls. Sir Lucius, bathed in golden light, cuts a path through the opposition, his movements swift and deadly. Sir Lucius confronts Cardinal Aldine, acknowledging that it has been a while since they last met. Lord Aldine, enraged by Sir Lucius's attack on the priest and his abandonment of the raid, questions his sanity. Sir Lucius, with a cold, calculating gaze, prepares to unleash the potion of. The hooded priest holds up a vial, promising that a single drop will reveal the branded worms within the bodies of demon god worshippers, exposing them to scrutiny. The vial's promise is made clear as a window reveals several figures marked with serpentine brands, identifying them as demon worshippers. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior smirks, lamenting his keen ability to discern the true nature of people. The warrior's target is revealed to be Cardinal Aldine Lasker, surrounded by a protective aura of light. The warrior is none other than Lucius Giornetti, the Saint of Light, his face contorted in rage. Lucius declares that he will arrest Cardinal Aldine for acts of heresy, the sin of deceiving the Temple of Light weighing heavily on the Cardinal. The Saint of Light vows that the Cardinal will now pay the price for his deception. Cardinal Aldine's eyes glow with an eerie light as he calls Lucius an impertinent brat, revealing his true, demonic nature. Cardinal Aldine Lasker, or rather, the Saint of Light, Lucius Giornetti, declares that he will arrest someone for acts of heresy. The cult leader had foreseen that Lucius would return alive, but this was too soon for their plans. Someone observes that there's no way Lucius and his party members cleared the dungeon already with their skills. Matthias must have failed and been found out before they even reached the boss room. The speaker curses Matthias as a useless bastard. The speaker reflects that it can't be helped, and regardless, it does not matter. Lucius reveals that the target fell into his trap from the moment he returned to the temple. Someone approaches, questioning what blasphemy this is. Cardinal Aldine scoffs, demanding what evidence the speaker has to accuse him of heresy. Bishop Alfonso calls out to Cardinal Aldine, referring to him as uncle. Someone realizes that Lucius is even in his uncle's body, and that it doesn't look like a centipede. It must be Aldine's ability that the Exalted One spoke of, meaning he's being controlled. Even if he is the saint, there are things Cardinal Aldine can and cannot do. The evidence Cardinal Aldine so desperately sought is presented to him. That's it, a collection of sealed letters. The speaker decides to keep the potion of scrutiny a secret for now, lest word gets out. If such an item were discovered, the user would most definitely be assassinated. The group decides to go get much more secure and surefire evidence. Eurydice's tomb is a great labyrinth that covers an extremely wide underground area, extending as far as directly underneath the 3/3 parish temple. That's why if they move to the right location and dig through the ground, they can get outside. This is the base that Matthias used, where the demon god worshippers held their assemblies. The evidence was found in the abandoned mansion. These are the letters that Cardinal Aldine exchanged with Matthias, detailing their plot to seize the dragon. Heart and acts of worship to the demon god. Everything is recorded in these letters. Cardinal Aldine, reading the damning instructions, notes that the letters were meant to be burned immediately after reading. It seems the writer held onto them, anticipating betrayal. The cardinal studies the letter, his expression unreadable. The letter states that his underlings trust him deeply. Elsewhere, maniacal laughter echoes. Sir Lucius is congratulated for being thorough, but he denies that Matthias was involved. Someone questions if he feels any loyalty before blurting everything out. A hand clenches into a fist as a voice responds with a sinister yes. A figure declares that he is an executive of the demon god cult. The executive reveals himself to be Aldine Lasker, rank 11 of the demon god worshippers. The cardinal, now revealed to be Aldine Lasker, is asked what he will do with the information he has. Lasker embraces a woman, musing on whether anyone would dare lay a hand on him. Cardinal Aldine, now revealed to be Aldine Lasker, hears Claudia's desperate cry. Below, Claudia calls out to Lord Lucius. The man holding Claudia tells her to calm down, boasting that he could kill her before anyone could react. He holds up a string of worms, explaining that whoever eats them will become his loyal dog, boasting about the princess worm's brainwashing abilities. Claudia looks on in horror as a knight in shining armor holds her son. Aldine Lasker gives Lucius a choice: ingest the worms, or else. The man holding Claudia begins to count down the seconds. He continues the countdown. 3. Lucius shouts that he will eat the worms, demanding that they not lay a hand on Claudia or his child. The man holding Claudia grins. Aldine Lasker, holding the woman in the white dress, smirks, declaring that she is someone's lover. In a swift motion, the silver-haired warrior plunges his sword into the chest of the man Aldine Lasker was speaking to. The warrior, his red eyes gleaming, stands over the fallen man, his sword still dripping with blood. Cardinal Aldine's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering when the warrior had appeared. The guards are shocked that the warrior was able to bypass their detection skills. The warrior's mist bracelet is described as an item imbued with a powerful stealth skill, making the wearer difficult to detect even with legendary rank detection skills when worn as a pair. The silver-haired warrior, wearing the mist bracelet, prepares for the next attack. The warrior unleashes a powerful strike. The warrior's attack sends Cardinal Aldine flying backwards. Sister Claudia is stabbed in the back by Aldine Lasker. As Aldine Lasker holds her, Sister Claudia looks at him in disbelief, questioning his actions. Enraged, Cardinal Aldine shouts at Aldine Lasker. Enraged by the betrayal, Cardinal Aldine unleashes a torrent of golden energy, the force of it threatening to overwhelm even his former ally. The Golden Knight's power is evident as he prepares to strike, his opponent acknowledging the sheer force he faces. The text declares that this is the power of one of the continent's 10 strongest. The Golden Knight stands ready, his armor gleaming as he prepares to deliver a devastating blow. The golden energy intensifies, crackling with immense power as the Cardinal prepares his attack. The golden energy erupts from Cardinal Aldine, engulfing the surrounding area in a blinding light. Lord Aldine's face contorts in rage as he shouts, his power reaching its peak. The force of the attack shatters the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The golden energy slams into Aldine Lasker, the impact throwing him backward. The silver-haired warrior watches as the golden energy continues to explode outward, the force of the blast evident even from a distance. Cardinal Aldine is consumed by his own power, his form radiating golden light. The silver-haired warrior shields the woman in the white dress and Sister Claudia from the blast, protecting them from the Cardinal's wrath. The silver-haired warrior is shocked that Cardinal Aldine has the power to face him. He realizes that something is amiss. The hooded priest wonders how the silver-haired warrior knew about their plans. A woman clutches a baby, seeking safety. Energy crackles intensely. Cardinal Aldine unleashes a surge of power, the force of it radiating outwards. The hooded priest is surprised by the turn of events, wondering how this could have happened. The priest reflects on the Eastern One's disciple, wondering if he was killed by Lucius or ran away. He wonders why he is appearing now to get in his way. A figure with long blue hair and a mask wonders if the Eastern One deceived him. The hooded priest thinks about how the silver-haired warrior is ruining his plan and driving him into a corner by pretending to cooperate. The hooded priest tells Castro that he is leaving things to him, knowing that he will be in danger if the saint uses his glimpse of glory. For now, getting out of here is best. A figure says to please leave it to him. The figure from panel 11 is revealed to be Zephyr, his expression determined. He approaches, his golden armor gleaming under the light of the temple. The air crackles with energy as the warrior prepares to strike. Lucius Giornetti, the first son of light, narrows his eyes, his expression unreadable. The warrior raises his sword, the blade catching the light as he prepares to unleash his power. With purpose in his stride, Lucius advances, ready to face whatever challenge awaits. Lucius questions why his opponent has come alone, suggesting he should have brought his companion. He had heard that the two of them together make one whole. The first son of light confidently declares that he is more than enough for the likes of them. Lucius Giornetti is the eldest son of the Vigo Count family, a family that served the Lasker Marquis family, Castro Vigo, and also ranked 20 of the demon god worshippers. The warrior, unfazed by Lucius's words, vows to teach him a lesson. Lucius Giornetti identifies himself as an affiliate of the Temple of Light's third parish and the first son of light. With a surge of power, Lucius challenges his opponent to accept his challenge and come at him. The knights were supposedly in the middle of training, and entry was prohibited for regular devotees for safety. One of the devotees questioned if they were serious, while another mentioned they came a long way to get their disease cured. Meanwhile, some distance away, a group noticed smoke rising from the main building. They wondered what was going on. Two members of the mining division also noticed the smoke and wondered what was going on. Elsewhere, Sister Claudia observed the scene and thought to herself that there was no way that was training. A priest asked someone to visit him again after the raid, promising to give them their change and reminding them to come. Another priest acknowledged the information, then internally debated whether he should just loan money in the mine for a while. He knew a big shot was coming, so any black market dealings would probably be dangerous. He also knew that the big shot might sweep the whole place for no reason, so he shouldn't even set foot in the main building. A woman with blonde hair admitted she had a bad feeling, so she had been spending all her time in the slave district. She wondered if her dear customer knew this was going to happen. Someone wondered what in the world was going on as they looked at the building. Someone screamed. The priests, their eyes glazed over, advanced with unnatural speed, their minds no longer their own. The priest with the blonde ponytail raises his shield, a red sigil glowing ominously as he prepares to defend against an unseen threat. The shield of the priest is imbued with several skills: shield of petrification, slow, and disenchant, each designed to hinder and weaken his opponents. Another priest wears an obsidian bracelet, an artifact that reduces skill cooldown time by 50%, allowing him to use his abilities more frequently. The priest with the blonde ponytail thinks to himself that the enemies are brainwashed by the larvae and are their parish's priests. He also thinks that if the truth that the captain massacred the priest gets out, the opposing faction within the temple will mercilessly tear him to pieces. The priest with the blonde ponytail knows that they have to restrain them without killing them. The priest throws a skill stone feint at the armored figure, hoping to incapacitate him. The priest with the blonde ponytail is asked why he is so good at throwing. He responds that he was a handball athlete back in the academy. The armored figure is caught off guard by the sudden attack. The skill stone impacts the armored figure, creating a burst of energy. The priest with the blonde ponytail notices that the steeple is being affected, but their temple's buildings have protection magic placed on them. The steeple of the temple stands tall against the sky, its ancient stones radiating power. The armored figure stands tall, his lance radiating power, as he prepares his next move. He leaps into the air, the lance crackling with energy as he descends towards his opponent. The armored figure grits his teeth, clearly annoyed by the situation. An explanation details the advantage a lance has over a sword in combat, due to its longer range and ability to pummel the opponent. The silver-haired warrior thinks to himself that a first-class master like himself can easily launch sword chi from a distance, or evade the lance's tip and cut down the opponent after closing the distance. The armored figure and the silver-haired warrior clash, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The warrior's sword clashes against the armored figure's lance, the impact creating a shockwave. The armored figure is struck by a blue energy attack, the force of which is partially reflected by his armor. A description of the mirror chainmail explains that it activates upon receiving an attack and reflects 50% of the damage received. The armored figure realizes he was lured into an opening and completely fooled. The silver-haired warrior questions how the twins managed to rise to rank within the strongest 10 in the continent. The armored figure's foot stomps down, declaring that something is about to happen. Golden energy erupts around the blonde-haired warrior, a sign of the power he wields. The armored figure, engulfed in golden light, prepares to strike with divine power. The tip of the spear glows intensely as the attack is launched. The golden armored warrior unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike imbued with divine energy. The blonde-haired warrior is struck, his body falling limp as the attack connects. The armored figure's attack connects with devastating force, the impact radiating outwards. The blonde-haired warrior is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The armored figure stands triumphant, facing the fallen warrior. The armored figure declares that a divine being, such as a saint, cannot dare to be placed in the rankings of mere humans. The armored figure, revealed to be Lucius Giornetti, scoffs at humans, stating that if it wasn't for something, the two wouldn't have risen to rank within the strongest 10. Lucius prepares to deliver his final judgment. He unleashes a devastating attack, the force of it shattering the surrounding area. The impact of the attack sends debris flying in all directions. Coughing, the armored warrior is sent sprawling across the ground. Far above the battlefield, a figure watches the scene unfold. The warrior struggles to catch his breath, the recent attack clearly taking its toll. The armor of the silver-haired warrior is pierced, blood seeping from the wound. The warrior grits his teeth, realizing he has sustained significant damage. He notes that he has been struck 7 times. He realizes that the damage reflection only applies to his torso, deducing that it must be an item effect, not a skill. The warrior recalls that Lucius Giornetti had originally intended to hold him back until Lord Aldine escaped, but changed his mind. With blood dripping down his face, the warrior is told that he brought this upon himself and should not resent the attacker. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The silver-haired warrior reels from the attack, blood spraying from the wound. Lucius Giornetti's golden armor gleams as he prepares another strike. The spear pierces through the warrior's gauntlet, drawing more blood. With a final, devastating blow, Lucius declares he will send him to his goddess. Elsewhere, Castor's eyes narrow as he senses something amiss, demanding to know where someone is. The skill Queen's Message activates as Castor commands someone to come to him immediately, his face contorted in pain. A scroll reveals that the holder of the Queen Worm can transmit their voice and location to the holders of the Princess Worms, identifying Castor as Lord. Chains begin to materialize, glowing with a golden light. The skill Chain Hit is activated, the chains crackling with energy. The chains wrap around an unseen target, activating the Stone Paralyze skill. The silver-haired warrior unleashes a blinding blast of energy. The force of the attack obliterates the surrounding terrain. Lord Aldine's voice echoes in Castor's mind, urgently summoning him to his location. A scream pierces the air as someone is struck by an unseen force. The silver-haired warrior stands victorious over Lucius Giornetti, who is kneeling on the ground, defeated. A sinister smile spreads across Castor's face as he declares that the beating isn't over yet. Castor wonders aloud what could have happened to his master, feigning concern. Aldine Lasker reveals his plan to eliminate the 3 warriors one by one after separating them. Aldine Lasker smugly remarks that they fell into his trap quite marvelously. Zephyr grits his teeth in frustration, cursing his enemies as trash. The cult leader, Aldine Lasker, offers to take possession of the Dragon Heart. The hooded priest agrees, handing over the Dragon Heart. He explains that his brainwashing abilities will allow him to easily take control of the 3/3 parish temple. Cardinal Aldine smirks, thinking to himself that the safest way to transport something is to not transport at all. The hooded priest says that he will keep the Dragon Heart in the 3/3 parish for safekeeping after he makes it into a nest of insects, so the cult leader can come visit whenever he likes for the Dragon Heart transplant. The cult leader agrees and wonders why it turned out this way. The hooded priest is seen running away. Cardinal Aldine considers the possibility. The narration reveals that the raid is failing midway, as well as the Eastern One's disciple, Leonard's son, realizing that he'll be eliminated. The cult leader thinks that with the amount of traps that he set considering all these possibilities, there's no way that they could have handled it this quickly. He believes there's only one reason that he can think of. The narration reveals the Eastern One's betrayal. Cardinal Aldine realizes that being useless was a lie, and that the hooded priest was planning to kill him by making him let his guard down in the process. That makes the most sense to him. He seethed, furious that he had been betrayed so easily. Cardinal Aldine cursed the hooded priest under his breath, calling him a despicable son of a bitch. Meanwhile, a subordinate urged Lord Aldine to enter a carriage. The cardinal mused that even though Lucius had discovered his allegiance to the demon god worshippers, it wasn't an immediate issue. He still had the other cardinals of the Temple of Light who wanted his neutral vote for the next pope election. The cardinal believed that being one of the 12 apostles, or even the demon god cult leader, would protect him. However, what concerned Aldine more was the scale of his enemies. Aldine realized that if the Eastern One betrayed him, he didn't know how many more Dragon King-style disciples were in hiding. He worried that even the Eastern One himself, or his son, Jean Gang, might intervene. The cardinal decided he would head to his hideout first to lay low. He would gather some more forces, and then... Suddenly, Cardinal Aldine noticed something was amiss, his eyes widening as he looked at his hands. He stared at his fingers, noticing a strange green substance coating them. The poison took hold, sending Cardinal Aldine flying backward as he screamed in agony. The poison, identified as Poison King Fade's 72 deadly poisons number 68 Belial, caused extreme pain. The cardinal writhed in agony, cursing the excruciating sensation. Cardinal Aldine's eyes narrow, a glint of suspicion in them. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior stands over a fallen figure. A subordinate, recognizing the silver-haired warrior, realizes he is not one of their own. The Silver Knight silences the subordinate with a swift strike. The Silver Knight's foot comes down hard on the fallen Cardinal Aldine. Enraged, the Silver Knight Pollux, one of the strongest 10 in the continent, curses the one who dared to act before him. Pollux's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He is shocked by what he sees. The Silver Knight lies defeated, prompting Pollux to question if he was too shabby to begin with, and that they should have brought the real Silver Knight instead of a fake who dies from a single poison needle. Pollux demands that Palucci come to him immediately. A voice calls out, asking Pollux to wait and talk for a second, questioning what he wants and who sent him. Cardinal Aldine, on the ground, offers money, promising to give twice or even 3 times the amount the person who hired them promised, begging them to pretend they never saw him. The poison, potent enough to resist even near-immortal restorative powers, was no ordinary concoction. Cardinal Aldine, desperate, tried to bargain for his life. He offered the silver-haired warrior anything if he would join forces, hoping to stall until the real Pollux arrived and the poison was expelled. The warrior questioned why Aldine was waiting for someone. The silver-haired warrior held up the helmet of the fake Pollux, revealing the deception. Cardinal Aldine realized that he had been tricked by the real Pollux. Aldine knew he had at least 12 hours before the poison took its full effect. 12 hours earlier, the scene was set for betrayal. The silver-haired warrior stood over the bodies of fallen soldiers, the hooded priest watching from a distance. The warrior had been skeptical of the potion of scrutiny at first. It was regrettable. The hooded priest thought that Cardinal Aldine's direct escort was a demon god worshipper, but the potion could distinguish them. The hooded priest instructed the warrior to hand over the dragon heart to his brothers waiting at the meeting place. He added that there would be a temple priest among them, so he just had to lay low after getting the slave's brand removed. The warrior realized that by pretending to retrieve the dragon heart, they were planning to restrain him using the slave's brand to kill him. Not only that, but one of the personnel waiting was the disguised Silver Knight, meaning they planned to kill him without fail. He reflects on his past, lamenting that he trusted those who sought to fulfill his revenge. In his past life, known as Ned, he barely managed to flee from the Silver Knight, remaining on the run. For months, he possessed the dragon heart, unable to absorb it on his own. Ultimately, his own martial brother snatched the dragon heart away, abandoning him in a wretched state within a cave. The memory of that betrayal fuels his rage. He recalls being controlled by the worm, a nightmarish enemy. The silver-haired warrior remembers the pain and suffering. He remembers the children, and now, the betrayal of Pollux. However many times he recalls it, what he remembers, he begs for it to end. A woman, wounded and bandaged, begs him to kill her as well, stating she no longer has a reason to live. The tragedies, he realizes, are the work of Aldine. The warrior with silver hair declares that he must kill him right here and now. Lightning crackles with immense power. The warrior unleashes a devastating attack. He unleashes a torrent of energy, the force of it tearing through the earth. His eyes glow with intense power. The silver-haired warrior thinks that there isn't enough volume, and even if he was burnt by the lightning, there's no way there would be only this much. The warrior stands tall, the light illuminating his back. He channels the energy into his blade, the weapon crackling with power. The warrior's boot slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The warrior stands over the prone form of Cardinal Aldine, who is now in his demonification form, and prepares to strike. Aldine thinks it's been a while since he's taken this form, and he doesn't leave the fighting to the Twin Knights because he's weak. The Cardinal thinks he's actually much stronger than those puny Twin Knights, but the reason why he doesn't fight is because he doesn't want to show this form to anyone. Cardinal Aldine's demonification form is revealed. It is revealed that Aldine segregated a part of himself as soon as the lightning fell and returned to his true form. The transformation complete, Cardinal Aldine notes that the poison must have been removed in this state. He reflects on the past few years, recalling when he became a demon after using the Stone of Revelation. During that time, he obtained the mimicry skill to take on a human appearance. That form has been stabilized over the years. The Cardinal admits he's surprised that the silver-haired warrior pushed him this far, but he also reveals that he has killed every single human who has seen this form without fail. The demon's hand clenches, ready to strike. The warrior braces for the attack, energy crackling around him. The energy explodes outward, devastating the surrounding landscape. Elsewhere, Castor watches the events unfold. He declares that it has begun. He instructs a woman holding a child to stay hidden inside the cave and not to come out until he says so, no matter what. Castor then presents her with a bracelet imbued with high-grade stealth magic, telling her to put it on for both her and her child. The woman is surprised that he is giving these to her and asks what about him. Castor simply states them. The woman in the white dress watches with wide eyes as a blinding light erupts from the cave entrance. Meanwhile, a figure in a hooded cloak is bathed in the same light, his expression grim. He thinks to himself that he has waited for this day. A memory surfaces. A man places his hand on a child's shoulder as they stand before a chainsword. The memory continues, showing the man's face as he smiles down at the child, the words echoing in his mind. The day to take my revenge against the beasts. The memory shifts to a scene of carnage, a figure cutting down enemies amidst a spray of blood. The scene focuses on the cloaked figure standing over fallen bodies, a beam of light shining down as he declares that he will avenge the one who killed his father and took his family heirloom. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure stands amidst a field of corpses, thinking that one is already dead and only 2 remain. The cloaked figure vows to send them all to hell. The cloaked figure's face is revealed, his eyes filled with determination and rage. The warrior in golden armor unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense force. The red energy blades tear through the air, aimed at an unseen target. The armored warrior is using the branded worm's power, significantly increasing his attack power, but something is amiss. The warrior in golden armor notices that the sharpness of his attacks has reduced, and the number of effective blows he's landing is decreasing. The warrior in golden armor realizes that his opponent must be fretting, since they are blocking him better than expected. The armored warrior sees this as their chance to strike. The warrior in golden armor calls out to Arno, who confirms that he is ready. The priestess, presumably Arya, calls upon her highest grade support skill, asking for strength. The priestess casts light on the battlefield, dramatically increasing the abilities of her allies, boosting their attack, tide attribute, mana, defense, and recovery by 120%. The warrior in golden armor prepares to strike. The priestess is surprised to see even spirits being affected by her skill. The warrior wonders if he can receive buffs as the woman with the crown prepares her attack. She unleashes her shooting star skill, a concentrated burst of energy. The chains of light, now strengthened, bind Zephyr as the shooting star hurtles toward him. The shooting star connects, the impact throwing the armored warrior back. Zephyr, struggling against the chains, realizes the attack is slow. The chains of light begin to glow with an eerie green energy as they wrap around him. The armored warrior's senses become distorted, something feeling very wrong. He suddenly perceives the world as moving faster, a disorienting sensation. Zephyr realizes with horror that he has become slower. The shooting star skill description reveals that enemies making direct contact with a spirit are debuffed with a slow disenchant. The warrior cries out, feeling the effects of the debuff. The chains of light tighten around Zephyr as the woman with the crown prepares to strike again, her sword glowing with power. The clash of powers sends sparks flying, the air thick with magical energy. The force of the impact causes the building to crumble, pieces of stone and debris raining down. Amidst the destruction, a figure plummets downwards, their descent obscured by shadow. Arno, catching his breath, wonders if their efforts have been successful. Cracks spiderweb across the sky, a visual representation of the damage inflicted. The building continues to disintegrate, large chunks breaking away as the battle's aftershocks reverberate. The structure groans under the strain, the damage far more extensive than it initially appeared. Arno's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses the extent of the destruction. The woman with the crown cries out, her chains glowing with power as she descends. Arno realizes that the earlier sword chi attack, combined with the ongoing fight, was strategically aimed at weakening the building's structure. He understands that the silver-haired warrior wasn't aiming for Zephyr's neck, but for something far more devastating, the building itself. The building collapses completely, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. He plummets through the collapsing structure, the world around the silver-haired warrior, dissolving into chaos. Below, the brainwashed priests watch as the building crumbles, unaware of the events unfolding above. The priest, Arno, is bound by heavy chains, his expression a mix of resignation and despair as he calls out, "Uncle!" The air crackles with energy as the destruction continues. Dust and debris rain down as the building is reduced to rubble. The armored figure reflects on the battle, realizing that a third of his worms were burnt. He thinks to himself that his body was reattached, but he's lost as much combat ability as the damage to the worms. He knows he needs Lord Aldine to restore them, cursing the saint for pushing him this far. The armored figure continues his internal monologue, acknowledging that he still did well. He realizes their plan was to keep him tied down, but because of the annoying damage reflection armor and support from the healer, it would have taken ages to kill him. A voice declares that this is the best choice for now, emphasizing that Lord Aldine's safety takes priority. The hooded priest speaks to Arno, telling him that the fact that his right to succeed the count title was taken by his sister, and that he ended up serving him, a priest, is not his fault. The priest continues, stating that it's not because Arno is lacking, but because the world itself is wrong. The priest extends a hand, urging Arno to come with him to right this world. The priest promises that they will help the truly righteous God rule this world instead of having it serving the wrong ones, and become ones who are truly worthy of the righteous world. The force of the blast sends debris flying through the air. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets from the sky. The figure continues to fall, their descent mirroring the destruction below. From somewhere, a voice echoes, declaring that Lord Aldine gave new meaning to their lives. The golden-armored warrior vows to protect someone, declaring that he won't let anyone lay their hands on him. From the ground, someone pleads for Lord Aldine to wait just a little longer, promising to help him. With a zip, the golden-armored warrior descends rapidly, a blade of pure mana forming in his hand. The warrior's eyes widen in shock as he sees what awaits him below. The golden-armored warrior plummets, blood spraying from his body as he falls. The silver-haired warrior is revealed to be the one who struck the golden-armored warrior, his mirage sword crackling with energy. The silver-haired warrior, his red eyes burning with intensity, stands ready for what comes next. The silver-haired warrior stands over the fallen body of his opponent, the golden-armored warrior. The fallen warrior lies prone in the grass, his armor gleaming faintly in the fading light. The golden-armored warrior, recognizing his attacker, spits out blood and accuses him of being a disciple of the Eastern One. The warrior with silver hair recalls that it has been 12 years since their first meeting and asks if the golden warrior recognizes him. The golden warrior, revealed to be Leonard Strier's son, asks if the silver-haired warrior has forgotten that he killed his father. The silver-haired warrior scoffs, stating that the revenge for a family member doesn't ring a bell. He wonders how he could possibly remember the names of the hundreds of people he has killed. The golden-armored warrior's helmet lies on the ground, damaged from the previous attack. He says he can't be bothered to fight him right now. The silver-haired warrior offers him a chance to leave with his limbs intact, pretending he didn't see him. The silver-haired warrior stands tall, his sword gleaming in the light, ready for the next attack. A flashback reveals that the silver-haired warrior's surprise attack was quite powerful, and he accurately predicted his path of travel. The silver-haired warrior acknowledges that his opponent possesses a stealth art capable of deceiving mana detection, making him no trivial foe. The reason for the ambush, it seems, was to separate them. The warrior realizes that his opponent's strategy stems from a lack of confidence in facing him head-on. A countdown begins, 10 seconds. Leonard Strier's son, holding a broken staff, speaks, noting that he hasn't piqued the warrior's interest enough. He wonders how about this. The son of Leonard Strier draws his sword. 3 dark figures stand ready. The warrior's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Leonard Strier's son curses, recognizing the silver-haired warrior's sword. The silver sword glows with power, contrasting with the golden sword held by Leonard Strier's son. Leonard Strier's son prepares to strike with his golden sword. The swords are revealed to be symbols of the twin knights, bestowed by Aldine, the gold sword and the silver sword. The sun's sword and the moon's sword, twin blades of immense power, gleam with celestial energy. The son of Leonard Strier, eyes narrowed, prepares to strike with the moon's sword. A voice echoes, taunting him with the silver-haired warrior's last words. He responds with a chilling resolve. Fueled by rage, Leonard Strier's son vows to kill his opponent. The force of the attack sends splinters of wood flying in all directions. The monster sneers, impressed despite himself. He boasts that lesser knights would have already fallen from so many of his attacks. The silver-haired warrior, unfazed, thinks to himself that the monster can still move fast. The monster inhales deeply, preparing for another assault. He recalls that this is a skill that manipulates the insects in his body to change his form. The monster's body shifts and contorts, the insects within him reshaping his very being. The transformation complete, the monster's new form crackles with energy. The monster's arm, now a grotesque blade of bone and chitin, drips with blood. The warrior prepares to meet the transformed monster head-on. The monster lunges, his insect-like blade poised to strike. The monster thinks that he can even recreate the sharpness of metal and a monster's hard skin. The insect monster's hand glows with orange energy, ready to strike. The monster prepares to launch insect digestive fluid at the warrior. The monster recoils, surprised by the warrior's next move. The warrior prepares his Dragon King-style sword technique, Cloud Dragon Ascension. The warrior unleashes the Cloud Dragon Ascension, a torrent of blue energy erupting from his blade. The blue energy of the Cloud Dragon Ascension engulfs the monster. The warrior's attack connects, sending the monster's hand flying. The monster cries out in pain as the Cloud Dragon Ascension vaporizes his digestive fluid mist. The monster's severed hand falls to the ground, twitching. The warrior stands ready, his sword gleaming with blue energy. The energy of the Cloud Dragon Ascension dissipates, leaving trails of light. The monster, reeling from the attack, begins to laugh maniacally. The monster, whose other name is Immortal Aldine, boasts that no matter how much a mere human cuts him, he will keep regenerating. The monster declares that the result of this battle was decided from the beginning. However, the warrior grits his teeth, enduring the monster's taunts. The insectoid monster admits he likes the warrior, praising his attack, defense, battle sense, and overall skill. The monster continues, stating that after he half-kills the warrior, he will put an insect in him and make him his subordinate instead of the saint. The warrior is struck by an unseen force. The monster prepares to strike again, energy crackling around its form. The blow connects, sending the warrior flying backward. The warrior is sent crashing into a nearby rock formation, the monster looming over him. Debris rains down as the monster prepares its next attack. The ground crumbles under the force of the monster's power. The insectoid monster's blade arm glows with menacing energy, ready to strike. That energy erupts outward, tearing through the forest with destructive force. The landscape is pulverized as the monster unleashes its power. The monster exhales, confident in its overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, a voice speaks of the power granted by the branded worm, promising wealth, glory, and an unshakable status to those who ingest it, just like Aldine's father. The scene shifts to Aldine Lasker, who kneels before a figure shrouded in shadow, offering a handful of wriggling, branded worms. He desires power stronger than anyone else. The hooded priest scoffs at the notion of the branded worm granting power from the start, stating that it depends on how one uses it. The priest recalls using the worm's power over and over, from that day forward, to raise it as best he could. He reveals his ultimate goal, to complete the branded worm's metamorphosis and become a demon through the stone of revelation, killing people again and again. But the monster's form begins to shift. The monster observes that it is only using 1% of its power, and questions if the warrior is really going all out. The warrior, his silver hair catching the light, prepares to unleash his full power. The insectoid monster reels, unable to comprehend how a mere human could unleash such an attack. The hooded priest muses that it would be simple for him to kill all three at once if he wanted to. He continues, explaining that he had to reward Ned first to get him out of the way. The priest explains that there would be no point to his revenge if he simply wiped them all out with sheer power. He reveals that demons are rare at this time. Golden energy crackles intensely. The hooded priest reveals that he just managed to obtain the dragon heart, but laments that there aren't really any places where he can test this power. A status window appears, describing the skill Dragonification, which temporarily increases the dragon heart's output once a day for 1 minute, with a 9% output increase. The priest thinks that the data he gains from battling demons is especially valuable. He believes that an immortal like the warrior is perfect. The insectoid monster is shocked that the priest has the dragon heart, calling him an unknown bastard who's neither the saint nor the Eastern One's disciple. The priest wonders what is. The hooded priest finds himself under immense pressure. The warrior, his back to the priest, unleashes a powerful attack. The butterfly-like creature desperately thinks, refusing to die in such a place. The creature cries out, its voice filled with desperation. Golden energy blades materialize, poised to strike. The warrior unleashes the golden blades towards his target. The attack connects, creating a massive explosion of energy. The warrior thinks to himself that he still has more to test out, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he declares he won't let his opponent rest easily. A blue energy surrounds the warrior's blade. The warrior's sword glows with power. A voice laments that the warrior is causing so much trouble. The gold knight declares that his opponent's journey ends here, lunging forward with a fatal strike. The warrior collapses to the ground, groaning in pain from the attack. As a silver-haired warrior lies defeated, a voice reveals the secret to defeating the twin knights. The voice continues, stating that the plan to defeat the twin knights is not easy and depends on dealing enough damage to the gold knight. The scene shifts to an unknown location, where a group discusses the plan, emphasizing that it depends on multiple factors. The conversation continues, with one figure stressing the importance of another's role, identified as Ned. 25 years prior, it was observed that Castor and Pollux' unique constitutions allowed their mana to resonate with each other. When one twin used mana near the other, their mana would also be stimulated. It was a rare phenomenon, but the twins acted individually when far apart. However, when near each other, they mirrored movements and expressions. Because they possessed a large mana capacity and an innate ability to sense mana, the twins would surely grow into strong knights if trained well, Archmage Henrik noted to Count Vigo. Count Vigo knew that if neglected, Castor and Pollux would spend their lives trapped in their own little world. He resolved to give it his all. Thanks to the sincere efforts of Count Vigo, Castor and Pollux grew into knights with promising futures. However, Aldine Lasker, ever watchful, interfered with the Vigo-Count family succession, making the twin knights his subordinates. Aldine bestowed upon Castor and Pollux the Sun Sword and Moon Sword, weapons that resonated with each other to maximize their unique constitutions. The twin knights' notorious skills were perfected through rigorous training. The Sun Sword and Moon Sword, when wielded together, exploit the slightest gap in an opponent's defenses. Once one attacks, a gap inevitably forms in their movements before they move onto their next dance. It's a weakness that everyone has, but the twins make up for the Gold Knight's gap. By freely pushing and pulling their swords through the connected mana, the twin knights execute the eclipse. They transcend their own limits of accuracy and speed to unleash a storm of blades that slaughters the enemy without a single gap. A gap does not exist in their outpouring of sword attacks. He observes the technique, understanding its core principles. Yeah, the red-haired knight acknowledges the explanation. The silver-haired warrior explains that the technique is similar to the Dragon King style's Flowing Cloud. The Dragon King style secret technique, Flowing Cloud, is a defensive maneuver that redirects attacks from opponents of the same clan, using the same yin or yang electricity. Whether the source of power is electricity or mana, the principle of instantaneously switching between pushing and pulling to achieve an attack or defense is very similar to Eclipse once applied, and the silver-haired warrior has mastered the principle of Flowing Cloud. The red-haired knight states he can recreate Eclipse by resonating with the gold knight through the moon sword. And he will penetrate the gold knight's defenses by riding the flow of his attacks. And slash. The gold knight is shocked by the attack, realizing the danger. The red-haired knight moves with incredible speed, his sword blur. They have never told anyone but Lord Aldine the secret of Eclipse. The gold knight wonders how that bastard knows the technique. The warrior with silver hair grits his teeth, reflecting on the atrocities Castor has faced and the betrayal of his brother, Pollux, who leaked their secret technique. Below, the fallen Pollux lies amidst shattered glass, a testament to the silver-haired warrior's rage. At that moment, Aldine's screams echo in Castor's mind, a torment he endures with grim determination. The voice in his head urges him to listen, demanding he act within a minute. The silver-haired warrior vows to kill him within that time, his resolve hardening. Red energy crackles around the warrior, a visual manifestation of his building rage. Castor, however, remains calm, his plan unfolding exactly as he envisioned. He knows that if the gold knight reaches Aldine, he will do anything to help him escape. Now that the silver knight has lost Pollux, Aldine will become even more cautious, and Castor wonders who he will bring next time. The silver-haired warrior, surrounded by red energy, declares that there won't be any other chances, resolving to kill Castor now. His eyes burning with determination, the warrior prepares to strike. The warrior's face contorts with rage as he lunges forward, his sword poised to strike. The silver-haired warrior unleashes his attack, red energy swirling around his blade. The warrior's power surges, a crimson aura erupting around him as he prepares to strike. The blade of the sun and moon sword glows with intense energy, ready to cleave through any defense. Castor, surprised, watches as the attack comes down, a dark silhouette rising to defend him. The dark figure uses the crow cape, teleporting a short distance after creating a mana clone to intercept the blow. Aldine Lasker, now revealed as the one who intervened, grits his teeth, determined to protect Castor. The sun and moon sword clashes against Aldine's defense, sparks flying as their powers collide. Aldine realizes he has stopped the warrior's movements, seeing this as his chance to counterattack. With a shout, Aldine unleashes his own power, a surge of energy aimed at the silver-haired warrior. The sun and moon sword is blocked, the force of the impact creating a blinding flash of light. Aldine realizes the swords are stuck together, preventing him from moving freely. The warrior's technique, 2 as 1, 1 as 2, is revealed, a fusion of swordsmanship and strategy. The warrior declares he has caught Aldine, the sun and moon sword poised to strike the final blow. The power emanating from the warrior and Aldine draws them closer, an irresistible force pulling them together. The silver-haired warrior clashes against Aldine, the force of their collision creating a shockwave. The attack lands, and Aldine cries out in pain. Blood splatters across the battlefield as the warrior's attack finds its mark. Weakened, Aldine struggles to speak. The warrior, towering over the fallen Aldine, declares that this is the end. With a final, desperate cry, Aldine lunges forward, attempting a last-ditch attack. But it's too late. The silver-haired warrior's blade pierces through him, ending the battle. As Aldine's life ebbs away, his grip tightens on the warrior's arm. In a distant memory, a father speaks to his son, Ned. The father tells his son that one day, he will succeed him and become the Baron of the Strier family. The father continues, explaining that his son will also inherit the duty of overseeing the blood tears, and that he must become a great knight worthy of the sword. The man with the dark hair and sinister smile asks if he is understood. The response is given, though the speaker is unseen, as a hand grips the floor, blood dripping from the knuckles. The unseen figure vows that he will not fall in a place like this, his hand glowing with power. The hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling around it. The fist slams into a barrier, the force of the impact shattering the surface. The barrier shatters, sending shards of energy outwards. The silver-haired warrior is revealed, his face bloodied and scarred from the attack. Energy surges around him, a desperate attempt to recover from the assault. The warrior cries out in pain, the attack clearly having taken a heavy toll. His eyes burn, the warrior realizing he can't see. He curses, realizing his recovery is being hampered by the electrical burn. The warrior screams in fury, vowing to kill his unseen attacker and desperately trying to locate his presence. The monstrous figure, wreathed in lightning, looms over the battlefield. The crow cape allows the wearer to teleport a short distance after creating a mana clone, but his presence is overwhelming. There are too many of them. The silver-haired warrior screams in agony as the blinding attack takes full effect. The warrior's body glows with a blue light as he unleashes a desperate surge of power. Despite his blindness, the warrior swings his sword, the blade leaving trails of light in its wake. The force of the swing creates a shockwave, scattering debris and dust. A voice declares, "This is the end." The warrior clashes with his opponent, the impact sending sparks and energy rippling outwards. A thunderbolt attack crackles with destructive energy. The energy explodes outwards in a blinding flash. Amidst the chaos of battle, the ground is littered with debris and the fallen. One of the most coveted positions among the continent's strongest, once held by the Vigo brothers, the twin knights, was now vacant. A figure emerges from the dust and smoke, bloodied but standing, a small blade held in his hand. At that moment, the position had become vacant. The destruction continues, the sounds of collapse echoing as the building crumbles piece by piece. Amidst the chaos, a healer calls out, urging those who have been treated to assist in the ongoing crisis. A soldier expresses relief that Cardinal Aldine emptied the building, minimizing casualties despite the destruction. The healer captain assures a wounded soldier that he will be healed. The healer captain wonders why he is here, realizing that all the larvae died at once, undoing their brainwashing. He deduces that Aldine Lasker has either died or been incapacitated. The healer captain's expression hardens, a sense of grim determination settling over him as he understands the implications of Aldine Lasker's demise. Arya, the woman with long hair and a crown, is thanked. The healer captain's face softens, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he thinks of Arya. Arya stands between the silver-haired warrior and the healer captain, her presence a beacon of hope amidst the destruction. The group moves forward, their path illuminated by a soft, ethereal light. Arya embraces the healer captain, offering comfort and support in the aftermath of the battle. The battle had been won. They had stopped Aldine's plot and reclaimed the three-third parish temple. The woman with the crown watched as the silver-haired warrior comforted a grieving figure amidst the aftermath. He was among those who had been injured in the conflict, now resting in a bed, being tended to by a healer. Arresting the demon god worshippers that Aldine had brought from the central parish was another task that needed to be done. Among the crucial things to take care of was the golden chalice. Encouraging the troops fatigued throughout these hectic days was also a priority. The silver-haired warrior drank from the chalice, his expression unreadable. Of course, among the tasks was purging the demon god worshippers who had been in hiding for years, and who were also part of it. The aftermath of the purging was gruesome, bodies strewn about, the golden chalice lying discarded amidst the carnage. Sunlight streams through the windows of a grand hall, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Aldine Lasker, now recovered, sips from a cup, reflecting on his recent ordeal. He admits that Aldine's ability was truly terrifying, and that he couldn't believe a priest of his level could be deprived of his will and completely controlled. The cardinal elaborates, explaining that he couldn't even move an inch for a few days because of the internal injury from the insect. A woman with long blonde hair asks Aldine if he is feeling all right. He assures her that he is fine now. Sir Ned and Zephyr sit together, as Ned expresses his gratitude. He feels he has received a favor that he could never repay. Zephyr waves off the gratitude, stating that he only did what any human should have. Aldine Lasker presents a gift to Zephyr and Ned to congratulate them on their recovery. The gift is revealed to be Memora's birdcage, a Eurydice's tomb relic that makes skill usage impossible for anyone trapped inside and preserves the state they were in when put inside. Inside the cage is Aldine Lasker of the demon god cult, trapped and muttering. Ned Strier is shocked, exclaiming that it is Aldine's head inside the cage. The woman with the crown warns that it is too dangerous and they must burn it. She explains that the queen worm is already dead, so he can no longer use his ability and is completely harmless. After such a beating, the captive Aldine has become very obedient. The silver-haired warrior states that Aldine is a demon god cult executive, and they will be able to extract useful information from him. He clears his throat, stating that he will gratefully accept the information. The woman with the crown questions if he is truly okay with giving it away. The woman with the crown expresses that she is feeling very refreshed. She continues, stating that now that she has discovered that information, the woman with the crown realizes that this matter has become something that she can't handle alone. She reveals that the information was extracted through torturing Aldine Lasker of the demon god cult. The document details the members of the demon god cult, their hideouts, and plans that the captured Aldine Lasker is aware of. The woman with the crown suggests they take a look. The man with the blonde hair and a white cap begins to read the document, his brow furrowing with concern. The man's expression intensifies as he continues reading, his eyes widening with alarm at the information he's uncovering. The document reveals the demon god advent plan, involving the destruction and reconstruction of the world, and identifies the ones pushing this plan forward. The document also mentions the Eastern Union, prompting the man to share this information with the others. The document explains that in the kingdom of Kian, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two powers, the Western Alliance of the Western Lords and the Eastern Union of the Eastern Lords. The document further details that the two powers originally held nearly the same amount of strength, but after the Jornetti Duke House of the Western Alliance produced both the Queen and the Saint of Light, the balance of power collapsed. The document concludes that the Eastern Union, after several difficulties, had been experiencing a continuous slump since the dungeon bubble break, and they'd even sold some of their territories to the West. The difference in strength between the Eastern Union and the West was becoming increasingly apparent. The imbalance had grown too large. That's why, a few years ago, nobles of the Eastern Union rushed a raid. As a result, the demon god cult permeated their ranks like ink in water, corrupting them from within. Two of the 8 great challenges of the world, the blue dragon Artalis and the ice dragon Myrnia. The warrior with silver hair started to destroy the Western territories. The nobles knew the West didn't have much time left. The blue dragon had made the continent's largest granary into its nest, and the ice dragon occupied the center of Western distribution, the Great Port. If these 2 dragons were left to their own devices, the South would soon wither and die. Even in the West, there was a vicious cycle of people who lost their homes and nobles whose finances were drying up. Turning to the demon god cult, they didn't realize that was part of the demon god cult's plot all along. According to Aldine, all the demon god worshippers did was stir the 2 dragons to lure them to those locations. It didn't mean the dragons were collaborating with the demon god cult. In that case, this problem will be over once the blue and ice dragons are hunted. Ned and the silver-haired warrior will go slay the dragons. Someone exclaims that slaying a dragon is outrageous in and of itself. He scoffs, questioning if he's truly not needed. The saint's declaration that only 2 are required stings. Zephyr is told that he and Ned Streer must protect the 3rd parish, as the surprise attacks will not end with just the recent one. The situation will be dire if the headquarters is raided. The saint warns that if something bad happens to his family, the scale of the battle may be flipped completely on their heads. In the name of the saint, Lucius Giornetti, Zephyr and Ned Streer are named senior temple knights. The saint's declaration echoes, his words carrying the weight of his authority. As thanks for protecting the parish, Zephyr and Ned will be granted gold, jewels, and magic stones. The saint explains that as senior temple knights, they can enter all territories that the Temple of Light's religious influence reaches. They can use any kind of commodities they want in the Temple of Light in the name of the saint, and he will even write them a certificate that allows them to mobilize troops. Ned Streer and Zephyr are surprised when the saint offers to pay the offerings that they have to pay to the temple, half from each of them. Zephyr reflects on the saint's offer, remembering that he needs to create a high rank for them through documents, as he can't receive a pre-seal due to circumstances. He doesn't mind, as he doesn't want to be tied down to a god. The saint understands, saying that if Zephyr ever changes his mind, he will be there. In any case, he will help him to the best of his ability so he can devote himself to the dragon raid. Ned is worried about the dragon raid, but he can't go against it since the saint swore upon his name. He decides he'll just keep watch for now. The saint asks when they will depart, suggesting they must prepare a banquet. Zephyr declines, saying there's no need for that, as there is one more thing. A cacophony of monstrous roars erupts as the demon god cult makes their presence known. A cage crackles with dark energy, the source of the disturbance. The caged creature groans, writhing in agony as the power surges around it. The hooded priest muses to himself, realizing he can no longer sense Aldine Lasker's presence. The monstrous entity within the cage demands to know if the hooded priest and his followers were responsible for killing Aldine. The priest, his face contorted in rage, demands to know the identity of the entity. A blinding flash of dark energy erupts, signaling the entity's response. The priest is blasted backward by the force of the energy, his body contorting in pain. The monstrous entity commands the priest to kneel before it. The entity reveals itself as the leader of the demon god cult. A mass of writhing tentacles pulses with a dark, unsettling energy. The demon god cult's leader is identified, his expression one of grim determination. His subordinates, flanking him, appear equally resolute. The cult leader senses the unnerving energy emanating from the tentacles, understanding its implications. The silver-haired warrior is told that he must be the owner of the dragon heart. The dragon heart pulses with power. The priest-hooded demon worshipper is surprised by the sudden appearance of the silver-haired warrior. The hooded priest reflects that, as far as he knows, the cult leader shouldn't be paying much attention to losing the dragon heart at this time. The speaker reflects that the loss of the dragon heart was only part of a much larger plan, and that the cult leader should have been absorbed in enjoying his double life. The speaker continues, explaining that he was able to kill Aldine Lasker and the Twin Knights without much concern because the cult leader wouldn't make his move for another 2 years. He was planning on cutting off his hands and feet by killing the executives. The speaker reveals that he is pursuing executives one by one, and having Lucius engage in a battle of public opinion. The speaker wonders if the indifferent cult leader actually has a special relationship with Aldine Lasker, and if that's why he would have done nothing during the torture. He wonders if it was simply on a whim. The hooded priest watches as the silver-haired warrior and another man prepare to face the demon god cult leader. The red-haired man steps forward, declaring that they will buy the warrior some time. The narrator explains that the demon god cult leader's ability to ignore the archmage skill usage restriction and destroy the birdcage means he's also at the level of an archmage. The blonde man states that it won't be easy, but he has his trump card, Glimpse of Glory, and they must not allow the cult leader to take the dragon heart. The silver-haired warrior, moved by their willingness to fight, prepares for battle. The red-haired man asks the blonde man if he knows how to use a sword too. The blonde man tells him to just make sure to keep up with him, as the connection magic is undone as long as the medium of connection is destroyed. Energy crackles around the blonde man's feet as he prepares to fight. The blonde man declares that he will end this in a flash, his body glowing with power. The blonde man casts a spell, a magical circle forming in his hand. The demon god cult leader is surrounded by dark energy, ready to fight. The blonde man attacks the demon god cult leader, their powers clashing in a burst of energy. He finds himself unable to dodge the incoming attack, even with his crow cape, as his mana disperses, preventing him from using any skills. The demon god cult leader, unfazed, warns the blonde man not to do anything stupid, confident that the skill Ancient Dragon Shadow is beyond his ability to undo, as it reduces stats and prevents the use of mana or skills. The demon god cult leader notes that he doesn't sense the woman's presence, concluding that his trip to investigate her interference was a waste of time. Satisfied, the cult leader decides there's nothing more to see. The Ring of Curses skill activates, unleashing Curse of Disease and Curse of Pain. The Curse of Decomposition takes hold. The blonde man screams in agony as the curses take effect, his face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, the hooded priest coughs up blood, realizing something is amiss. The priest calls out to Arya, his expression one of desperate hope. A surge of golden light erupts, accompanied by the words, Yehi, or let there be light. The priest is engulfed in the golden light, which seems to be emanating from the blonde man, who is falling. The golden light intensifies, crackling with energy around the priest's feet. That's it. The Ring of Curses is forming around the blonde man. Suddenly, the Sword of Light appears, glowing with immense power. The warrior with silver hair grips the Sword of Light, its energy crackling around him. The Sword of Light, which usually demands a tremendous amount of stats, can be used with either the goddess's permission or request, but neither came. But to break that Ring of Curses, the warrior is using the sword. The only method left is to pump up his stats, using a combination of Dragonification, Meteor's Tears, and the Arcanum of Hermes skill to drastically increase the effect of all elixirs. The warrior knows that he has 10 seconds without the goddess's help. The worst-case scenario he can think of is that Aldine Lasker came to eliminate him at the demon god's order. At this time, if the cult leader comes at him with the intent to kill, there's nothing he can do, but he can destroy Aldine Lasker's head and chase him away, but the damage will be great, so he must avoid a head-on battle at all costs. Yes, the warrior calms down, focusing his energy. With this combination, the warrior can use the Sword of Light for a victory that he can safely obtain. If he wanted to win without losing a thing, he'd no doubt send a cult leader at this time. But the demon god cult leader acknowledges the silver-haired warrior, stating that he is the first human who has been able to bother him this much in such a long time, and applauds him for his tenacity. While many believe that fighting an unwinnable fight is a foolish thing to do, those who give up after being scared of their opponent's powers are not wise, they're just weak, according to the demon god cult leader. The demon god cult leader scoffs, finding it impossible that a mere human could have struck him. He demands that whatever happened be undone, revealing his desire for another battle with the silver-haired warrior to achieve a complete victory. Meanwhile, Zephyr is asked his opinion on the current situation. Zephyr reflects that the demon god cult leader's arrival was his own decision, though he initially thought it a waste of time. Elsewhere, the hooded priest wonders how someone who isn't a saint could have been chosen by the goddess of light. The silver-haired warrior asks if he wants to know the answer. The warrior says it would be boring to simply tell him, proposing a bet instead. The silver-haired warrior proposes a wager. If he wins, Zephyr will reveal the identities of his comrades. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts, centered on a single, all-seeing eye. The hooded priest is shocked by the revelation, realizing the warrior is asking about the demon god cult leader's identity. The priest realizes that not even Aldine Lasker knew as much as Zephyr seems to. The warrior activates his mana detection skill, declaring that he can tell whether someone is lying or not. Zephyr realizes that the silver-haired warrior truly knows who he is, warning him not to have any useless thoughts. The demon god cult leader states that his comrades would die if the warrior makes a mess, but it would be easy for him to continuously get in the way after he runs away. He also claims to want to protect the warrior's precious daily life. The hooded priest agrees to the bet, and Zephyr responds that of course he would. A golden coin flips into the air. The coin continues to spin, the priest watching with anticipation. The coin hangs in the air, its fate uncertain. The bet is sealed with a handshake. The warrior's red eyes narrow as he states that the demon god cult leader has both tails and heads. Elsewhere, a pair of armored hands clasp together, a golden light emanating from the point of contact. The coin lands in the red-haired man's palm, revealing the side facing up. It's tails. The red-haired overseer casually remarks on his winning streak. He boasts that he could guess correctly 100 times in a row. The overseer, Reverend Alfonso excluded, notes that even a falling coin seems slow to those in the room. The coin continues its descent, an object so ordinary that no one could possibly miss seeing it. The armored hand of Zephyr moves to cover the coin the moment it lands, concealing which side is up. With the coin covered, the red-haired man states the result, tails. The silver-haired warrior struggles to understand the situation, while the red-haired man and the priest stand in the background. He wonders if Zephyr is leaving it up to chance, or if he has prepared some sort of trick. The silver-haired warrior continues to ponder, questioning why Zephyr would propose a game where the one who speaks first has the advantage. Zephyr reveals the coin, declaring it to be heads. The armored hand clenches into a fist, the silver-haired warrior understanding the reason for the game soon enough. The clash between Zephyr and the demon god cult leader's mana erupts in a blinding explosion of light and energy. The force of the collision sends shockwaves rippling outwards, distorting the space around them. The source of the light, it is revealed, was the collision of Zephyr's mana with that of the demon god cult leader. The mana condenses to an extreme level of density, swirling around the coin. The red-haired man explains that the result of the coin toss is decided when the hand covering the coin is completely opened. The coin, suspended in midair, awaits the final determination. The red-haired overseer states that the one who flips the coin solidifies their victory when the hand opens. The silver-haired warrior watches intently as the coin is influenced by the clashing mana. The text explains that the winner is determined by crushing the opponent's interference. The silver-haired warrior is engulfed in purple energy, a contest of strength governed by a simple rule. The nature of the game is revealed, a battle of strength and interference. The demon god cult leader's dark mana surges, attempting to overwhelm the coin and secure victory. The demon god cult leader's dark mana continues to surge, a malevolent presence looming over the scene. The rules of the clash are laid bare. In a battle without clear victory conditions, withdrawal is difficult, forcing combatants to see it through to the bitter end. The silver-haired warrior, locked in the mana struggle, grits his teeth, determined to withstand the onslaught. And the result of the clash is soon to be revealed. The outcome of the struggle is soon determined. The demon god cult leader's monstrous eye glares with malevolent intent, while the warrior's red eye burns with unwavering resolve. The clash of mana erupts in a burst of chaotic energy. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The warrior's mana surges, a brilliant display of power. The silver-haired warrior stands defiant, channeling electrical energy into the coin. The demon god cult leader's eye widens as he recognizes the nature of the warrior's power, the Eastern one's electrical acceleration. The warrior is sent crashing down, the force of the impact shattering the ground around him. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions. The ground erupts as the warrior crashes down, kicking up a cloud of dust and shattered rock. Zephyr lands heavily, the dragonification magic fading from his body. The warrior, catching his breath, expresses his disappointment. The result of the clash, a draw. The narrator explains that the only casualty of the battle was the building itself. Inside a lavish room, a hooded priest of the demon god cult reports that the demon god cult leader was sent back without much harm done to them, praising Zephyr's skill. The woman with the crown wonders what happened with the bet, recalling that the winner was to ask the loser what they wanted to know, and they would reveal their identities to their comrades if it was a draw. The woman announces that the match has been postponed, and they decided to have another match next time. The speaker identifies the two figures as Sir Zephyr and Sir Lucius. Zephyr and a blonde man stand together, both clad in ornate armor. The woman with the crown, along with Zephyr and the blonde man, are seen in a meeting. He examines the oath ring, a token of promise between two people. The ring breaks if the promise is broken, and the breaker loses one of their 5 senses for a month. As a result, the identity of the demon god cult leader remains a secret until the second round. Considering the circumstances, the woman with the crown supposes it can't be helped. As long as she follows what Zephyr says, nothing really changes. Not directly, that is. The woman with the crown realizes something. The demon god cult leader poses a riddle, or perhaps just a hint. After all, it's not like he's telling anyone directly. But this subject, it's even more dangerous than the Eastern Union. He can't tell anyone about this, but the people who he truly trusts. The priest-hooded demon worshipper is struck. The cult leader is... Someone walks down a long hallway. How unexpected. He thought he'd spill the beans about him to them by now. But the oath ring hasn't disappeared yet. Since he challenged him, the cult leader, in such a way, he expected him to be completely insane, but let's make a bet. The hooded priest proposes a bet, suggesting the loser must reveal something the winner wants to know. On the contrary, the priest's ambition seems enormous, his red eyes gleaming with determination. He looks forward to seeing which path the demon god cult leader will take, hoping it will be one that doesn't bore him. The scene shifts to a grand celebration, focusing on a woman with long, dark hair. The woman, Altair Justina Kian, stands elegantly, her hands clasped gently in front of her. A man presents Altair with a bouquet of red roses, wishing her a happy 24th birthday. Altair thanks him for coming, and the man replies that he almost didn't recognize her without her vestments. Elsewhere, Polaris Alberkian, Altair's brother, is seen from a low angle, his red eyes gleaming as he thinks of his sister. Polaris Alberkian, the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light, is revealed to be the brother of Altair. Inside a grand chamber, sunlight streams through an ornate window. The blond man lies in bed, his thoughts heavy. He realizes that if he connects all the keywords Zephyr told him, the demon god cult leader's identity is someone they can't handle. The blond man resolves that he can no longer withdraw from this battle, for the sake of his family. A pair of hands clench into fists, a silent vow made. There's no choice but to fight and win. Elsewhere, Polaris Alberkian vows that his revenge isn't over yet, thinking of his master and brother. Polaris grips his weapon, thinking of the facilitators that Aldine spoke of, and vows that he can't stop until he's uprooted them all. Polaris reflects that if it wasn't for Zephyr, he would have to forget revenge. He admits he would be regretting his foolishness after being thrown away by the demon god worshippers. Polaris acknowledges that he owes Zephyr a debt greater than his life. Polaris vows that he will repay Zephyr, no matter how powerful of an opponent he must fight. The silver-haired warrior sits in meditation, energy swirling around him. The warrior, can't figure out why the cult leader showed up, realizing that no one changes easily, whether they be humans, demons, or gods. Demons or gods, there's always a reason for their actions. If they suddenly act in a different manner, it means history was changed due to interference from someone who knows the future. But considering that, it didn't seem like the demon god cult leader's standard policy of being an onlooker. After leaving the apocalypse plan to the 12 apostles, he had changed because he didn't feel bloodlust when he attacked Ned and Lucius. He was simply annoyed, as if chasing away a few flies. Was he just curious about who took the dragon heart? Or the silver-haired warrior wonders if there is something he doesn't know, or if he has forgotten something. The warrior focuses his power. He thinks that he'll find out which one it is as long as he keeps moving. Besides that, there's something he has to take care of before he departs. The upgraded silver key glows in his hand. He will increase the silver key's power, as he has a message for him. So please come by once everything is resolved on his end. The angel told him that before she disappeared, back when he threatened the gods in Eurydica's boss room. The warrior thinks that she's rushing him so much. He figures he should go see what she has to say, and that he'll put on some clothes first. He plummets through the air, falling into a brightly lit, ornate room. The silver-haired warrior lands on his feet, taking in his surroundings. He realizes this space is connected to the silver key. The angel's voice echoes, revealing that the key is connected to her villa's guest room. The winged woman stands regally, greeting Zephyr to her domain. Zephyr realizes that the angel was the one who gave him the silver key. He wonders if an angel like her can provide perks as well. The angel explains that she offers privileges thanks to the key, and that she would be disgraced if he died a boring death after she sent him off empty-handed, especially when the gods desire entertainment. Zephyr expresses his gratitude, saying he is so grateful he could cry. The angel offers him a seat. With a burst of light and sound, Zephyr is teleported to a new location within the villa. The angel reveals the main point of her message, the addition of rules and rewards. She warns him that his insolence of threatening the gods with his life will not be forgiven a second time. Additionally, if he ever does something like that again, the perks he was given will be collected immediately. He will then be designated as prey, and every single person who hunts him will be given the perks they've collected from him. The silver-haired warrior scoffs, remarking that they sure use their heads. He knew he could only use that trick once, and that even gods wouldn't be scammed by the same method twice. He then asked what about the rewards, the ones the goddess of light said she'd give. The goddess's attendant tells him that she heard him loud and clear and demands that he stop stalling and hand it over. The attendant reveals that he has already received one reward, the easing of the Sword of Light's usage restrictions. She continues, stating that it's an exception among exceptions that's never been given to anyone who's not a priest or carrying out the goddess of light's request. A new rule is declared: carry out the requests of the gods. The additional perks that the gods, not only the goddess of light, have prepared for him will be given to him as rewards for completing the requests. The attendant states that nothing is free in this world. She concludes by saying to show them by serving the gods and passing their tests. The warrior rides through the city, a voice echoing that he must prove himself worthy to possess everything. Meanwhile, plans are being made to send the heroes off through the back gate, with promises of a warm welcome upon their return. As the day of the raid approaches, informants watch the temple. The warrior is equipped with a mist bracelet, imbued with a powerful stealth skill, but he is warned against using the front gate. A woman offers the warrior a lunchbox, wishing him luck on his long journey. The lunchbox, named Claudia's lunchbox, instantly recovers health and mana once eaten, and has a mysterious ability of healing powers dwelling within the food she handmakes. The warrior thanks the woman, recalling how she healed him with a lunchbox when his stomach was impaled by the gold knight. The hooded priest leaves the rest to someone else, encouraging them to keep up the good work. The blonde man wishes them luck. The group rides off on horseback. It's revealed that it's not only the demon god cult that is after the dragon heart, but also nobles, the rich, and adventurers. The priest's plan is to draw attention to himself by pretending that he secured the dragon heart, making it easier for Zephyr to act. The order is given to lock the gates and not let anyone in. The announcement rings out. From this point forward, the Great Third Parish Temple will be indefinitely blockaded. The temple, once a beacon, now stands silent and isolated. Elsewhere, a surge of energy emanates from a hidden location. Within that space, Zephyr's presence continues to fade. The woman with the crown acknowledges that he is leaving this place. The blonde man suggests that they should go as well to where they are meant to go. The woman with the crown nods in agreement. Her response is a simple, resolute yes. The woman with the crown reflects that with this act, her role is over, along with her 1,000 years of loneliness. A surge of power erupts, signaling a significant shift. A voice declares that they will leave it all to the one who. Meanwhile, the warrior with silver hair rides off on horseback, bathed in the light of the setting sun. And so begins. A dove carries a message through the city. The dove arrives at its destination, landing gently on the outstretched hand of a woman. The woman, upon reading the letter, wonders if it is from Brother Lucius. The letter, addressed to Altair, apologizes for missing the party due to a raid. The letter continues, stating that it will be hard to see her for a while, so the sender will send a birthday gift instead, something she'll like. She thinks to herself that he always says things like this and sent her something weird. Suddenly, the woman is startled by someone bursting through the window, shouting a warning to be careful. The intruder thinks to himself that this bastard is damn strong. The silver-haired warrior stands victorious over several fallen opponents. The letter promises that the gift is something she has always desired. The silver-haired warrior is someone who will be her strength. Lindell Castle, a territory that was awarded to Altair along with the title of Grand Duchess when she was 16. Two figures ride on horseback towards the castle gates. The guards watch as the riders approach. The silver-haired warrior presents a letter, declaring himself as the envoy of Lucius Giornetti, the Saint of Light. The red-haired man, overhearing the declaration, wonders aloud about the envoy of the saint. He offers to escort them. The envoy explains that the letter bears his crest and is meant for the master of Lindell Castle, adding that she will surely be of help to them both. The red-haired overseer acknowledges that they arrived as requested, but questions whether a princess can truly aid them in the dragon raid. The silver-haired warrior notes that the princess was born to nobility, and the overseer asks if he is acquainted with her. The warrior replies that he has only seen her face from afar during events at the royal castle. The overseer expresses his doubt that she will help them, having heard she is wasting her enormous talent. The armored warrior is struck from above, the force of the blow sending him crashing into the ground. The red-haired man, observing the scene, seems unsurprised by the sudden attack. He remarks that the warrior must be surprised. The overseer explains that these are suitors who have come to see the princess. Another armored figure stands ready, his weapon glinting in the light. The red-haired man questions if those are suitors, wondering if they're not thugs instead. The narrative shifts to Princess Altair Justina Kian, described as a woman who was born with everything, looks, talent, and a noble bloodline. The text reveals that Polaris Albert Kian will give up his right of succession and become a priest of light. It seems luck was on Altair's side, as her second brother is suffering from an illness, leaving their father with no choice but to hand the right of succession to Altair and her husband. The narration continues, stating that Altair was a lucky child who was promised the throne without the need to push her older brothers aside. Silhouetted figures discuss the prospect of marrying the princess, envisioning their son becoming the next king. The princess thinks to herself that before considering marriage, there are things to consider. Altair reflects that she doesn't even want to utter a single word to weak men. From just those words, countless men of nobility continue to arrive, seeking to gain the qualification to have a conversation with her. The endless stream of challengers continued to test their mettle, only to be defeated and sent home. Ophelia Amleth, the princess's first guardian knight, unleashed a devastating attack. The knight, Ophelia Amleth, stood ready for the next challenger. The aftermath of the previous battle was evident in the blood splattered on the ground. Another challenger stepped forward, declaring it was his turn, only to be immediately defeated by Ophelia. The onlookers admitted that the challengers were proving to be more formidable than they initially anticipated. The princess's advisors noted that most of the challengers were proxies hired by the suitors, and that the princess acknowledged the strength in being able to bring someone who could land an effective blow on Lady Ophelia. The silver-haired warrior, standing apart from the crowd, observed that the challengers were people who wouldn't be disrespected anywhere, and that was the reason they were there. The onlookers realized that their opponent was one of the continent's strongest 10. Ophelia Amleth, one of the continent's strongest 10, stood ready. The silver-haired warrior wondered if they were meeting earlier than they did before, noting that the hooded figure looked a little young. The blue-clad guard demands to know who the silver-haired warrior and his companion are. Elsewhere, a man's eyes narrow with fury as he thinks about how he's been standing in line for 3 days straight. The guard's blue clothes, adorned with a golden bird pattern, mark him as a priest from the Temple of the Sky, the second most powerful religion on the continent. The priest must have come to fight in place of a noble who offered a sizable donation. The silver-haired warrior states that they are not suitors and tells the guard to mind his own business. The man in line is enraged by something he heard. An envoy of Saint Lucius Giornetti, the first son of light, demands to be let through, stating that he has a very urgent matter. The man in line asks if someone will take responsibility if something happens because his delivery was late. The priest understands and steps aside for the silver-haired warrior. The silver-haired warrior questions why an envoy of light isn't in the dungeon, but then realizes it's about the expected time for him to come out. The priest explains that there's an order of who you send letters to when you come out of dungeon. The silver-haired warrior overhears a conversation about the Temple of the Sky, the affiliated temple, and the investors. Nearby, priest Jacob, a hooded demon worshipper, is surprised by what he hears. The rumor mill is churning, with whispers of envoy Saint Lucius Giornetti being in a filthy relationship with his own cousin. The red-haired overseer, Lucius Giornetti, grins menacingly, seemingly unconcerned by the rumors. The rumors continue, with whispers that Lucius even conceived a child who's being raised secretly in the temple. Suddenly, the Temple of the Sky is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations. The silver-haired warrior, Princess Altair Justina Kian, and Ophelia Amleth are sent flying by the attack, as someone shouts for Priest Jacob. It's said that the Temple of Light and the Temple of the Sky are on bad terms with each other. The silver-haired warrior overhears that the people are upset because they're below Lucius's authority, and wonders why they would bring Altair into it. Envoy Saint Lucius Giornetti tells the silver-haired warrior and his companions to come with him. Lucius tells them that they don't need to wait in line anymore, beckoning them to come closer. Someone laughs, musing about how many months it has been. He inquired about the disturbance, noting that a fight had broken out amongst those waiting. The silver-haired warrior dismissed Lucius's concern. He insisted that he was the one who should apologize, as a proper escort would have prevented the altercation. The red-haired man observed the scene, noting that Ophelia usually defused such situations before they escalated. He also remarked on the group's attire, realizing they might not be regular envoys. Lucius changed the subject, asking the warrior what he thought of his greenhouse. The silver-haired warrior reflected on the events that had led him to this moment, back in the original timeline. In the future, he knew that he and Princess Altair wouldn't meet for several years. He recalled training in a cave with Ned Strier for a year, and only after emerging did the flow of time resume for him. The warrior thought to himself that this moment had arrived so soon as he greeted the princess. The silver-haired warrior took Princess Altair's hand. The moment hung heavy with unspoken words. The red-haired man's gaze narrowed, his thoughts focused on the silver-haired warrior. Lucius revealed that he had read the saint's letter, which mentioned Temple Knights Zephyr and Ned, though the saint had recommended the silver-haired warrior and Ophelia. Princess Altair, Justina Kian, partially obscured by a decorative fan, demands to know what the silver-haired warrior can do for her. Meanwhile, the red-haired man, observing the group from a distance, wonders if he's simply imagining things. Ophelia Amleth, the knight, notices the red-haired man staring at her and wonders why he keeps glaring. St. Lucius Giornetti states that Zephyr was the one who made the fuss, not him, and then wonders if he and the red-haired man have met somewhere before. The woman with the crown demands to know what the princess can offer. Elsewhere, Princess Altair Justina Kian walks with envoy St. Lucius Giornetti and Ophelia Amleth. Altair's communion skill hadn't fully bloomed at this point, limiting her ability to read memories at will. However, she could screen people with a special sense. With that talent, she gathered comrades to oppose the demon god worshippers. The princess reflects that her senior walked this path before her. At first, she wanted a vague idea of success, and then revenge as per her master Ned's dying wish. But the princess showed her something much greater. Even her ridiculous search for a groom is nothing but bait to gather the strong. Now that the demon god worshippers have encroached upon the kingdom, even an heir to the throne like Altair has limits to what she can do by herself. What she wants are strong comrades who she can trust. Ophelia apologizes to the princess. The princess thinks it's probably faster if she shows her instead of telling her. She realizes that the power she is sensing is that of a dragon. It is revealed that someone received a dragon heart transplant. Ophelia is asked if she has had a match with Sir Zephyr. The knight, Ophelia Amleth, resolves to try having around 3 bouts with him. A blue butterfly flutters into view. The butterfly is drawn to the location where Ophelia and Zephyr are facing off. A close-up reveals Zephyr's glowing red eyes as the butterfly lands on a rose. Ophelia observes that he looks like he's just standing still, but he has no openings, and she knows she'll be the one to be devoured if she just rushes in recklessly. She steps forward carefully. Ophelia draws her sword, preparing to fight Zephyr. The butterfly's wings beat rapidly. The butterfly rests on the rose, observing the impending battle. A butterfly flutters amidst a swirl of red petals, seemingly observing the unfolding battle. The clash begins, marked as the first bout. Zephyr parries Ophelia's sword with fluid hand movements, his enhanced reflexes evident. The force of his strike slams into her stomach. The second bout commences, with Zephyr maintaining the offensive. Ophelia realizes her strongest thrusts cannot even penetrate Zephyr's skin, a testament to the dragon heart's power. The third bout begins. Before Ophelia can react, Zephyr disarms her with a heavy palm strike. The force of the blow sends the knight flying backwards. Zephyr wonders aloud if he should continue the fight, his expression unreadable. Ophelia, now on the ground, is shocked that Zephyr managed to get behind her unnoticed. Zephyr acknowledges that Ophelia's mana, defense, technique, and battle sense are all at surprisingly high levels, but not enough. A disembodied voice questions where a man like Zephyr could have come from. A woman with long, dark hair reveals that someone was seeking a solution for the blue dragon destroying the granary. The woman with the crown is surprised by an unexpected development. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior is advised that cultivating new farmland is a bad idea, as it will attract demon god worshippers. However, he is instructed to push for the cultivation of Thorny Mountain Range, believing it will divide the enemy's attention. The warrior's eyes glow with determination as he recalls the dragon raid. He plans to reward himself if things proceed quietly and swiftly. The warrior promises to offer the blue dragon's head. The silver-haired warrior extends his hand, ready to make a deal. The woman with the crown asks what he wants in return. The warrior thinks she should consider an appropriate reward for him. More importantly, he explains that a problem arose during the Tomb of the Abominable Princess raid, preventing him from bringing healers due to lacking personnel. He asks her to lend him as many healers as possible. The woman with the crown realizes that he wants something more than money or status. She then asks what the chances are of him slaying the blue dragon. The silver-haired warrior presents the woman with the crown a crystal of magic, a top-class grimoire created through the crystallization of magic principles, allowing acquisition of skills through meditation while holding it. The ancient magics of the Medea kingdom that Eurydica mastered are recorded within it. The woman with the crown is shocked, realizing that to learn the skills, one must master the ancient magics of Medea to level 2. The silver-haired warrior reflects on the ancient magics of Medea, a lost knowledge that Princess Altair was able to learn through chance in her youth. He recalls her mentioning that she'd hit a wall around this time, a wall he hopes to help her overcome. The warrior's thoughts drift to the Crystal of Magic, a gift entrusted to him by the princess's ancestor. He knows that Altair will immediately become the strongest ally once she absorbs it, no matter what. The Crystal of Magic pulses with golden energy. The warrior knows that she'll also be able to smoothly tune his dragon heart with it. The warrior announces that he will take his leave. He tells her to call upon him if she so desires. The warrior departs, his footsteps echoing as he walks away. He reflects that this first meeting was miles better than the one in his past life. He thinks to himself that this is good enough, even though he was dying to see her. He reflects that this is their first time meeting in this life, through Envoy Saint Lucius Giornetti's introduction. Showing off his value and piquing her interest in him is good enough. The warrior is confident that she's bound to come find him. The silver-haired warrior smiles, knowing he'll wait for her. Princess Altair smiles softly, her expression thoughtful. Ophelia Amleth is asked what she thinks of the warrior. She responds that he was incredible, though she's a bit worried that the sir is. She listens as she's told that Lucius has a terrible eye for people, but that the silver-haired warrior is close to the talent that she wants. However, the princess is told that he seems a bit weak for a holder of a dragon heart. The woman with the crown considers this information. She is informed that the dragon heart has not yet fully settled into his body, and that he'll become even stronger. The princess is told that the silver-haired warrior spoke as if he met Lady Eurydica herself, and that since she was a legendary archmage, it's not a stretch to say that she could have been alive within the tomb. If that's true, then the one who transplanted the dragon heart into him was Princess Eurydica herself. The woman with the crown holds the dragon heart in her hands. She thinks that the silver-haired warrior wields such incredible chances for a nameless knight, and that he may become the key to her plans. The woman with the crown is seen in a close-up. The princess thinks that the other thing bothering her is... She recalls that it wasn't one of the warm or ominous feelings that she always feels when she comes into contact with someone. The princess realizes that this is the second time in her life that she saw something. A surge of energy crackles, its source unseen. The sudden burst of power prompts a question. What was that? Meanwhile, within the demon god cult's domain, a red light pierces the darkness. A figure stands before the demon god cult leader, answering his summons. The vice cult leader, Elfriede, a demon god worshipper of rank 2, awaits the cult leader's command. The cult leader reveals that there is now a vacant spot amongst the 12 apostles. Elfriede realizes that the vacant spot amongst the 12 apostles, the executive positions of the demon god cult, presents an opportunity. The cult leader's gaze intensifies, questioning if Elfriede is trying to confirm that through him. The cult leader expresses his disappointment, stating that Elfriede should have already figured it out and suggested an apostle candidate. Though granting the 12 apostles free reign, the cult leader reminds them that the apocalypse plan he entrusted to them must proceed diligently, and that Aldine's vacancy does not create any setbacks in the plan. Before the cult leader, Elfriede confirms that she understands. The cult leader's power emanates from him, filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. She reflects on her failure to impress the demon god cult leader, berating herself for the blunder. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure, accompanied by a phantom horse, senses a presence nearby and questions if someone is there. The phantom horse declares that he will head to the 3/3 parish. The princess stands before the ancient altar, bathed in ethereal light. The princess, Altair Justina Kian, is moved by the sacrifices made to help her. Altair reflects on the efforts made to raid Princess Eurydica's tomb, finally understanding the value of the grimoire she now holds. The grimoire, a crystal of magic, is exactly what she needed to develop her stagnant magic. A voice echoes, apologizing to Altair, explaining that the time given to them is coming to an end. The voice assures the princess that she will be able to find the way to perfect her magic, even without their help. Altair, empowered by the grimoire, realizes she now has the means to defeat the cult leader. A surge of magical energy erupts from the altar. Bathed in the light, Altair is surrounded by arcane symbols, her connection to the grimoire deepening. The princess realizes that the crystal of magic and her mind have been linked, opening a subspace. The enormous amount of magic knowledge is arranged like stars. The woman with the crown wonders if the magic is beautiful, musing that this is the magic of Medea that they pursue. The voice from within the crystal of magic states that it is nothing more than a remnant. The ethereal figure declares that it wanted to meet its descendant. The figure confirms that the princess is her heir. Meanwhile, Zephyr declares that since he won, he will go to the party. Elsewhere, the red-haired overseer reminds Zephyr that he must stealthily search for any demon god worshippers within the castle. He admits he didn't want to go to a noisy place like the party anyway, but knows they're both going to be gathering information. The overseer asks if Zephyr is sure he doesn't need one of the mist bracelets, but Zephyr insists it will be easier to move if their faces aren't known for the time being. The mist bracelet is described as being imbued with a powerful stealth skill. When worn as a pair, only a legendary rank detection skill will vaguely be able to detect the wearer. Zephyr knows that one of the strongest 10 is in this mansion, so it's best for him to wear it. Zephyr acknowledges that he has to move stealthily, but he's sure he'll be instantly caught and cause suspicion if he only wears one. But he is informed that a woman was paying close attention to him. He reflects that he doesn't know why, as he's never met her before, and that Southerners are a rare sight, especially one of her level. He thinks there's no way he wouldn't recognize her if he'd seen her before, wondering if she knew him while he was working for the cult. He considers that she might be the dangerous person instead of him, as he examines a potion of scrutiny that can see the branded worms in the demon god worshippers' bodies. He reasons that she's probably not a demon god worshipper, but still, he should be careful. He's sure Ned will take care of himself, as long as he tells him this much. Now then, he should get ready as well. He prepares himself for the infiltration. He adjusts his appearance. He utilizes an Eastern technique of changing his appearance by adjusting facial muscles and expression, a specialty of the real Shadow Disciple, who will rise to be one of the 12 apostles in the future. Expressions, ambience, and posture leave a greater impact on people than one might realize. A master of transfiguration, like the real Shadow Disciple, can even fool the people that he'd just been speaking to and disappear from their memory. He observes the ballroom chandelier, noting that his own transfiguration skills are not yet at that level. However, the Lindell Castle Annex Ballroom is more than sufficient for a party setting, especially with so many new and intoxicated faces. The people who have challenged Ophelia are aristocrats and powerful figures gathered from all over the kingdom. In other words, since they're VIPs, they cannot be treated negligently. The Castle Annex is a place of lodging for suitors, their proxies, and those who've come to watch, as well as a place where parties are held every single night. The crowd wonders if the princess is as beautiful as the rumors say. Not only is she beautiful, but her magic skills are also legendary. An academy professor called her talent the greatest in history, claiming she could become a hero that may save the world. One man tries to get the princess's attention, but another tells him to stop, saying she doesn't come to these parties anyway. All she does is party every day and travel. One man says that picking up strange people is her hobby, recalling that the princess once picked up a wandering gypsy. A man says that what he must do here is gather information and search for talented people. Anyone famous in his past life will be good. He adds that he should pick up anyone talented that might have died while he was training in the cave in his past life. Elsewhere in the ballroom, a man named Smith the knight of the lady dancing nearby, asks where another man is from. He heard there's been no word from the 3/3 parish for the past few days. Another man says his brother-in-law was there as a guest since he invested in that raid, but he was told to tour the area until the raid was over, and they haven't let him back inside since. A man asks where another has been, and the other replies that there was some good alcohol over there. He heard there was smoke rising from the 3/3 parish a few days ago. He wonders if Cardinal Aldine could have occupied the parish by force while the saint was absent, but another dismisses this, saying that Sir Aldine is in the neutral faction of the Temple of Light. Perhaps he wiped out the demon god worshippers hiding within the temple. Someone realizes that the saint and the cardinal have joined forces. As he thought, they're all interested in the results of Lucius's raid. Every single table is talking about it, but there's no one who knows what happened. The glasses clink together as the group toasts to keeping information restricted regarding the raid and Aldine. They agree to discuss more complex topics tomorrow. The man with glasses pauses, lost in thought. The man in black and white questions if the man with glasses is the same person he met at the table earlier. The man with glasses recalls how people seem to think he was the Baron as soon as he sat at the table. He continues, adding that he is quite talented, especially when the real Baron went to dance. The man with glasses realizes that he is speaking to the one who beat up the priests of the Temple of the Sky. The man in black and white is surprised that such a weak-looking person saw through his transformation. He wonders who the hell the man with glasses is. Footsteps echo through the hallway as the man with glasses walks away. The man with glasses pauses by a window, the candlelight illuminating his face. Suddenly, an unseen assailant grabs the man with glasses by the collar. Blood splatters across the floor. He was informed that the East Wing had been cleaned up and that it was time to move on. Elsewhere, a figure lies prone on the floor, a centipede-like creature crawling from their mouth. Under the light of a full moon, a bird soars over a grand estate. Standing on a rooftop, the cloaked figure remarks on the size of the castle, unable to believe one person could own such a place. Lucius reflects on how his newlywed home in the temple was similar in size to his old house, making it comfortable. A memory surfaces, showing a man and woman with a baby, the scene filled with warmth and comfort. A young girl promises to return with a present for someone named Ned, unaware that this will be the last time she saw her mother and older sister. Lucius thinks of someone named Claudia, lamenting that the typhoon had to hit that day. His eyes widen, a look of shock and dawning realization spreading across his face. A voice questions what he is doing there, reminding him that the guests are enjoying the party. Ophelia stands guard, commenting on the peculiarity of the place. The man with glasses is surprised, realizing someone has been watching him. He couldn't sense her presence, a blunder he immediately regrets. Meanwhile, Ophelia thinks to herself that she should only be barely detectable, even with a legendary rank detection skill, because she is wearing the mist bracelets as a pair. The narration continues, reminding us that she is the princess's first guardian knight and one of the continent's strongest 10, so she didn't rise to that position for no reason. The man with glasses tells her not to be so nervous, claiming he only came because he vaguely felt something out of place. He continues, stating that he has business with her and asks if she would mind giving him some of her time. Ophelia calls him a liar, wondering how long he has been tailing her. She notes that he was on the second floor of the East Wing, concluding that makes things simple. The man with glasses explains that the people he killed were demon god worshippers. He adds that she should be able to confirm that, since there are corpses of branded worms around them. He apologizes for rummaging about without permission, but says their leader judged that a quick purge should be prioritized over an agreement. Ophelia simply replies that it is excellent. He tells her that she is misunderstanding. The man with glasses reveals why he came to see her, unleashing a powerful attack. The scene shifts to a flashback, where we learn that the dragon raid is the princess's long-cherished wish. She worked very hard to gather exceptional talents to make it a success, and Sir Zephyr already proved himself. However, the man with glasses is also involved in the dragon raid. Ophelia Amleth, surrounded by swirling blue energy, declares that her opponent has yet to be verified, demanding that he prove his strength. The man with glasses, his eyes narrowed, retorts that she's insisting on being punished and agrees to her demand. The spectral wolf, a construct of magic, has located the third parish temple. It confirms that traces of the cult's activity are present. The magical construct detects traces of Aldine's demonification, scorch marks from lightning, and the unmistakable signs of a Dragon King-style martial artist. The entity observes that the Eastern One's disciple was added to this operation, confirming suspicions of a larger conspiracy. The magical construct notes that this is the place where the last vestiges of the Silver Knight were, and that there were traces of 3 or more people fighting, including an attack using divine energy. Not only that, but a carriage arrives at the temple, its purpose yet unknown. Inside the temple, the priest-hooded demon worshipper slides open a panel, his expression unreadable behind his mask. The priest-hooded demon worshipper examines a deadly poison belonging to Persephone, a substance that shouldn't exist in a place like this. The priest-hooded demon worshipper reflects on the fact that the Eastern One, the Saint, and the Tarantula who recently entered the cult must have joined forces and that they killed Al-Din as planned. The narration reveals that the third parish temple is restricting entry and exit and is concealing what's happening internally with a curtain skill that blocks detection skills, all during a mission with the cult's future on the line. Not only that, but the carrier pigeons that the informants are sending near the temple are gathering elsewhere as they've lost their coordinates. In the Aslan continent, coordinates are inputted into carrier pigeons with magic for accuracy. The temple glows with power, as if they're hiding something very valuable within. The hooded priest considers the implications. There must be at least 2, perhaps 3, individuals on the continent capable of receiving the dragon heart. One of them, he knows, is the cult leader. But what if the Saints group has secured one of the others? It makes sense, he realizes. They are buying time until the dragon heart's power is stabilized after the implantation. If they manage to obtain such immense power, the criticism they'll receive from investors or the central parish for blockading the temple would be insignificant. Since they'd have all kinds of people trying to interfere if information got out, they're restricting it extremely well. The key, he muses, is whether the Eastern One or the Saint receive the dragon heart. If the Eastern One received the implant, you could say he used the Saint, blinded by greed. But if the Saint received it, then it's highly likely that the Eastern One betrayed the cult. He realizes he must move quickly. It's already been days since the battle with Al-Din, so he must obtain surefire evidence before the dragon heart implantation is complete. Suddenly, the priest's eyes widen in shock. The hooded priest peers through the forest, his gaze fixed on a distant figure. The figure stands cloaked and ominous, a red glow emanating from within the hood. A bird beak mask. Could it be the vice cult leader, Elfriede? He finds himself suddenly beset by spectral wolves, their forms crackling with ethereal energy. The priest, realizing the wolves are connected to the situation, knows he can't afford to lose track of them. The wolves, commanded to capture him, surge forward. The priest is struck by the wolves' attack. The spectral wolves continue their assault. The priest, still hooded, is surrounded by the wolves. Elfriede, watching the scene unfold, remarks that the priest has been caught. Suddenly, a surge of red energy emanates from the priest's hand. The priest unleashes the thunderclap palm, a technique that sends the spectral wolves flying. Elfriede's eye widens in surprise at the priest's display of power. She recognizes the fighting style as the Eastern One's Dragon King style. Elfriede declares that the priest is exactly who she wanted to see, identifying him as a disciple of the Eastern One. The vice cult leader, Elfriede, approaches, declaring that she has business with the priest. She asks if he would mind cooperating peacefully, her tone suggesting otherwise. The priest remains silent, shrouded in shadow. Energy crackles around the temple of the sky, a sign of the battle to come. The energy intensifies, swirling around the temple as the priest prepares to defend himself. Elfriede and the priest clash, their powers colliding in a burst of light and force. The priest, deflecting her attacks, wonders aloud if he's sensing some discrimination in her assessment, noting that they've had more than 3 bouts. Elfriede retorts, questioning if he's implying she's not on par with him and therefore can't participate in the dragon raid. Their powers continue to clash, creating a blinding display of energy. The priest and Elfriede exchange blows, their movements a blur of speed and power. Elfriede, wielding her weapon, continues her assault on the priest. The priest's blade glows with power, ready to meet her attack. A blade of pure energy hurtles toward an unseen target, prompting a startled exclamation. The hooded priest, revealed to be the target, deflects the energy blade with a scroll and a glowing hand. Elfriede, her expression grim, prepares for another attack. The priest counters with a flurry of attacks, his movements creating swirling arcs of energy. Her eyes narrowed. Elfriede focuses her power. The priest is struck by Elfriede's attack, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. Recovering quickly, the priest retaliates with a powerful kick, aiming to disorient his attacker. The force of the impact creates a shockwave of energy, distorting the air around them. The priest's kick connects, engulfing Elfriede in a vortex of swirling energy. Elfriede is sent flying back, a silhouette against the desolate landscape. Recovering, Elfriede recognizes the technique used against her. The priest reveals that he used a crow cape to teleport and create an afterimage, avoiding the full force of her attack. Elfriede wonders when he managed to do that. A person often hears rumors about someone as famous as Elfriede, even if she does nothing. The vice cult leader notes that the priest hasn't shown his true strength, but neither has she. She believes that revealing all their hidden cards won't end well. The priest suggests they stop here, prompting Elfriede to wonder if he's playing a hidden card. The priest's eyes narrow as he prepares to use the Dragon King-style martial art. Elfriede is shocked by the priest's sudden display of power, wondering how he managed to learn that technique. The priest reveals that his eyes are the parts of his body with the highest amount of stats. The priest's eyes glow with an intense power. Elsewhere, the silver-haired warrior recalls being entrusted with a mission because of a certain trait until recently. The warrior realizes he has finally lost track of her. He reflects on how the vice cult leader's master was always wary of her, and now he understands why she isn't an easy opponent. Things seem to be going quite haywire, as the raid is already over once he arrives, after finally slipping away from the princess's subordinates. The warrior finds evidence of betrayal by Master's disciple, who was put into this operation, and even that vice cult leader is loitering around the operation area. The shadow disciple of the Eastern One, also known as the Smiling Woman, is a master of transfiguration. She reveals that she was preventing someone from joining the operation to seize the dragon heart. The woman notes the similarities in breathing, step technique, and anticipation of moves between herself and another woman, concluding that they learned the same martial art. She also notes that Sir Zephyr showed the same similarities, but the princess confirmed that he can be trusted. And most of all, the Smiling Woman sits calmly, a serene expression on her face. The woman wonders where she should even begin. The shadow disciple, the Smiling Woman, shares a resemblance to someone, as if they are related by blood. A man is shocked by this revelation, questioning what she is talking about, as it is revealed that she is Ned's sister. Before leaving the 3/3 parish, the priest coughs, his body battered and bruised. The priest cries out in pain. He takes a moment to breathe, and then asks if the torture has made the other person feel better. The priest, Ned, stands before a figure bound in ropes, apologizing for what happened to his friend Leonard's son. Ned insists that he was nothing more than a mere priest, only doing what the temple told him to do. He claims he didn't intend to bring harm to the family, begging for belief. The priest states that he should be thanked, as he sent the other person to the Eastern One because he felt sorry for him being left all alone. He reveals that he was the one who paid for him to be raised. Ned questions if the other person didn't grow to become this strong because of that. He asks if he has any idea of how disastrous that period was while he was learning in that training cave without a care. The priest continues, explaining that the children of other bankrupt families either starved to death or were sold to slavery. He claims to be the other person's savior, raising him up from the pits of hell as the other person screams in anguish. Ned declares that he made him. The other person, enraged, attacks the priest. With his last breaths, Ned urges the other person to listen, warning him not to trust that man named Zephyr. The priest's final words echo as he claims that Zephyr is deceiving him. Boots step through the bloodied remains of the priest. Aldine's words were dismissed as the ramblings of a madman, not even worth listening to, as the cloaked figure approached the grand estate. That was why the silver-haired warrior had been ignoring them until now, but something had caught his attention. How could this be? The warrior, the shadow disciple, was prepared for when one of them died. The Smiling Woman, a master of transfiguration, was one of the 12 Eastern apostles. The speaker had been preventing her from joining their operation of seizing the dragon heart. The shadow disciple shared a resemblance to him, as if they were related by blood. Yes, the shadow disciple he met had red hair and yellow eyes like himself, a woman in her mid-20s. His sister, who he thought was dead, could be alive, and not only that. The Dragon King School's shadow disciple. He didn't know who was the one lying, wondering if he was repeating the same foolish mistakes again. The silver-haired warrior watched from a window, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He wanted the truth. The party is coming to a close, as evidenced by the knight's sonata filling the region with its melody. It signals the end of the festivities. Hearing the music, one of the partygoers suggests they prepare to leave, lamenting how quickly the time has passed. Another suggests they drink together again tomorrow, addressing the first as Sir Zephyr. The pair walks down a long corridor, their figures receding into the distance. A man, revealed to be Philip Pilgrim, reflects on his ability to see through chaos and assess people as a merchant, but admits he's never seen anyone quite like the young leader, Edwin Pilgrim. Edwin Pilgrim is observed by another, who finds him fascinating and precious. He is noted to be not only strong, but also fierce and ingenious in his actions. Despite appearing to be in his early 20s, he seems to have lived longer. The observer wonders how Sir Lucius managed to find someone like Edwin, praising his terrible eye for people. Another voice corrects him, stating that Sir Lucius didn't find him, but rather, that man did. Philip Pilgrim is shown in close-up as the voice states that someone chose him. The voice speculates that their master-servant relationship will soon be reversed. Edwin asks his father if the young leader is that amazing. Philip Pilgrim tells Edwin to keep in mind that he'll be robbed of everything if he gets on the bad side of people like that. The voice continues, stating that merchants, unlike nobles, have no one to rely on if they lose their money, so they must be especially careful of people. Another man, with a sinister smile, contemplates reporting to the princess on the observation mission given to them. The focus shifts to a document declaring Edwin Pilgrim, the young leader of the Pilgrim Merchantry and Altair's comrade, as unqualified. Philip Pilgrim declares that losing out on a talent like Edwin is out of the question. He resolves to buy him before any others covet him. The woman with the crown agrees, stating that they need to secure talents while concealing themselves. The woman with the crown declares that they must have him, or break him if they can't. The text box identifies the target as Elise Brenta, healer captain of the Temple of Light, and a comrade of Altair. The silver-haired warrior reflects on what he knows, which is only what he has seen, heard, and experienced in his past life. He continues, stating that he wouldn't know about people who died before he started to take an active role in his past life, making it obvious. The scene shifts to Philip Pilgrim, leader of the Pilgrim Merchantry, who attained great wealth through spice trade. The text elaborates that Philip Pilgrim is famous as a sponsor of Princess Altair and one of her 3 mentors who led her to becoming a pivotal figure of humanity. Philip Pilgrim speaks to an unseen person, saying that even royalty cannot do anything without the backing of a supporting faction. He adds that it will be difficult to act with the cult leaders' interference, and therefore, they should pretend to be sunk in debauchery in the eyes of the people, while slowly growing their strength in the darkness. The unseen person responds, promising to give their support so that he can. The narration reveals that Philip was one of the high-priority targets of the demon god cult, and while Ned was running away from them with the dragon heart, the smiling woman killed Philip. The smiling woman stands over Philip Pilgrim's lifeless body, a sword protruding from his chest. The narration continues, stating that though Edwin, Philip's son, served Altair well, the sacrifices made to conquer the desert would have been massively reduced if Philip was alive. The silver-haired warrior declares that he has more to do now, including not letting Philip die and stopping the smiling woman without knowing where she'll appear from. The warrior thinks that this one's a bit complicated, as the smiling woman can change into any form she desires, whether it be a man or a woman. He clenched his jaw, frustrated by his lack of information. He might as well have no idea what she looks like. Meanwhile, the smiling woman, now disguised as Edwin Pilgrim, is expected to return soon. The smiling woman, still in the guise of Edwin Pilgrim, announces her return. The smiling woman, as Edwin Pilgrim, stands before another figure. The silver-haired warrior, despite being stronger, finds himself inexplicably taking a step back from the smiling woman. He wonders why he was scared, questioning his own reaction. He recalls a time in a cave with someone who always beat him senseless. He realizes this is a conditioned reflex, one he tried his best not to act on. He acknowledges the reflex. He recounts Ophelia's words, that she met someone who resembled his older sister while searching a mansion. She had said that she met someone who seemed to be his older sister. The smiling woman, still disguised as Edwin Pilgrim, asks if he had an older sister. He recalls that Edwin once said that all his family members aside from his father died when he was young. He asks if she can believe it, that his sister, who he thought died after the ship she was on sank 13 years ago, was alive. And she's, the smiling woman, as Edwin Pilgrim, was the shadow disciple of the Dragon King school that Ophelia was blocking. The red-haired overseer, seated and sharpening a blade, is asked who taught him that martial art. The silver-haired warrior's eyes widen in shock at this revelation. The smiling woman, still in disguise, wonders if the shadow disciple is Ned's older sister, and if he is trying to feel her out. She considers if this is Altair's scheme to test her, but dismisses the idea. She realizes she couldn't hide the fact that she wasn't the shadow disciple forever. The silver-haired warrior demands to be told. The red-haired man says he doesn't remember much about the past, that he was in an accident. He continues, saying his foster parents took him in after he drifted ashore, and that he apparently caught masters once he saw that he had a martial body that makes it easy to learn martial arts. He concludes that if his little brother's the same as him, then that means he also has a martial body, so they might meet again someday, and that he wants to find him. The red-haired man, lost in thought, wonders why he's divulging so much to someone he considers an enemy, the memories of his lost family resurfacing. He recalls hearing that a martial body from the East is rare and hereditary, and that a sibling of someone with such a body is likely to have it as well. This leads him to the chilling realization that the Eastern One plotted with Aldine to destroy Ned's family from the start. The revelation hits hard. After everything, the Eastern One brutally abandoned him once he became useless. He curses the Eastern One. Meanwhile, the silver-haired warrior admits he doesn't know what to believe. He trusts Ophelia, but he can't reconcile her words with Zephyr's. The red-haired overseer reflects on the past, realizing both his and the silver-haired warrior's lives nearly fell into hell because they trusted the wrong people. His father trusted Aldine, and he trusted his master. He acknowledges that he was afraid of trusting someone again, but even so, the silver-haired warrior and the red-haired overseer stand back to back, ready to face whatever comes next. They've already faced so much together, the memories of past battles flashing before them. And overcome. They've shared several life or death moments together. A surge of power crackles around two figures, their connection underscored by a single, resonant declaration: we're brothers. The scene shifts to a memory where the red-haired overseer stands alongside the silver-haired warrior and another figure, all clad in armor. A broken sword lies on the ground, a symbol of shattered trust. A voice echoes, revealing a deep sense of betrayal. I want to believe that our camaraderie was real, and in you. The red-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He demands, Give me proof that I can trust you. The silver-haired warrior begins to explain, revealing a planned meeting that never came to pass. Originally, we were supposed to meet around 3 months later. The red-haired man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he listens to the warrior's explanation. The warrior continues, recounting a series of betrayals and hardships. After stealing the dragon heart, you, who found out the truth from the Silver Knight, ran away, and, as the demon god worshippers, no, the entire world was chasing you down. You received a severe injury from your senior brother, the Eastern One's son, in one of the 8 challenges of the world, Canyon of Oblivion, and were left to die. He also stole the dragon heart from you at that time. The warrior reveals his past as a temple slave, explaining how fate intervened. I was one of the temple slaves who was tracking you, and I happened to meet you after I fell into a cave under a cliff and learned the Dragon King-style martial arts from you. The silver-haired warrior emphasizes the impossibility of his survival, highlighting the red-haired man's weakened state, because it was impossible for an injured man and a weakling to escape the Canyon of Oblivion. The red-haired man's expression is a mixture of shock and disbelief as he processes the warrior's revelations. What? The warrior concludes his explanation, revealing the source of his strength and his ultimate failure. I, who became stronger thanks to that power being the foundation, finally reached the pinnacle of humanity, but the warrior finishes his tale with a somber admission of defeat. Ultimately, I couldn't stop the world from being destroyed and couldn't protect a single person to the end. The silver-haired warrior grapples with his identity, questioning if he is the final human, a hero, a loser, or simply a regressor burdened with memories of a future that never came to pass. And the story continues, the red-haired overseer listening intently. The warrior's words hang in the air as he declares himself the red-haired man's only disciple. The red-haired man's eyes betray a flicker of emotion, a hint of the turmoil brewing beneath his stoic facade as he listens to the warrior's tale. Before regressing, Ned had a plan, calculating how much stronger his disciple, the silver-haired warrior, needed to become to escape the Canyon of Oblivion. The condition of the silver-haired warrior's body, and taking all of that into account, was a key factor in Ned's calculations. Ned considered how long it would take to train him in that cave, knowing that survival was paramount. And his desire for revenge toward his master, who betrayed him, fueled the silver-haired warrior's determination. These purposes alone were the only things prolonging his life. However, circumstances would soon force their hand. They had no choice but to come out of the cave earlier than planned, a decision that would forever haunt the silver-haired warrior. The cave collapses around them, a desperate attempt to escape. The silver-haired warrior reflects, I've always regretted it. He thinks to himself, if he'd become stronger a little faster, if he'd learned just a little more. The result could have been different, he realizes, as he remembers a hand reaching out to him. We could have escaped together, he laments, watching the cloaked figure fall behind. The silver-haired warrior remembers his master's sacrifice. The master sacrificed himself for someone like him, giving up on the revenge he so desired. The warrior's face is etched with sorrow as he recalls the events. The master's voice echoes in his memory, urging him to take a good look, calling him Zephyr. The warrior remembers his master using the final secret art. The master's words resonate. He couldn't pass it down to him. On that day, Zephyr saw his master's back as he made his sacrifice. It was a sight he could never forget. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Zephyr, now older, sits across from the cloaked figure. Zephyr clutches his head, overwhelmed by the memories. He struggles to accept the truth, admitting it's hard to believe. But it makes too much sense for him not to believe it. The memories flood back, using a divine artifact despite not being a priest, knowing too much information, and everything going exactly as Zephyr said. It's plausible, he realizes, that he returned to the past with perks from the gods. The silver-haired warrior acknowledges that it must be hard to believe, but insists it's all true. He glossed over things he can't share. He reflects on his relationship with the smiling woman and apologizes for approaching her with lies. The cloaked figure explains that he wasn't sure he'd be able to make the warrior believe this in such a short period of time. He thought it'd be better to just make him doubt the demon god cult. The warrior begins to speak. He needs the silver-haired warrior to fight the demon god again, and more importantly, the warrior wanted him to live. The silver-haired warrior understands. The reason why he kept moving wasn't just revenge. He thought it was natural to live as a part of his family. For someone like him who had his family's peerage, the old duty of watching over the blood tears. His family and everything else was stolen from him, and he became a shell of a man. If he becomes an important person to the cloaked figure, he will fulfill his revenge. He reflects on his past, remembering how his master granted him a new purpose, allowing him to live on as his disciple. Because of his master, the silver-haired warrior worked himself to death to become stronger, driven by a desire to repay the kindness shown to him. He willingly took on all sorts of filthy errands, believing there was a just reason for everything his master did. The warrior muses on the nature of their relationship, one akin to family, even without blood ties, where trusting and helping each other is natural. He admits he was reproaching himself for living his life wrong. But the silver-haired warrior reflects, deciding that his life had meaning in its own right. Elsewhere, the cloaked figure thinks to himself, realizing he left something behind in this world. The cloaked figure expresses gratitude for a multitude of things. The warrior's master took revenge for him in his past life, and is helping him in this life. The cloaked figure muses on the fact that he took in quite the absurd disciple, a hero who returned to the past to save the world, but he would expect nothing less. The cloaked figure extends an invitation to the silver-haired warrior. Let's walk together in this life. Everything had been settled with Ned, and he agreed to keep the secret, since nothing good would come of too many people knowing. Mass panic might erupt if information of the future were spread, and information is the one true advantage they have. They went to see Philip Pilgrim's group that morning, formally introducing themselves as the regular party members of Princess Altair. The princess has great interest in them, but since she is absent, they would like to progress the conversation between themselves. One man wonders if something happened to Altair. Her not suddenly appearing at a time like this would mean that she's asleep because of the grimoire. A crystal-formed grimoire, different from a book-formed grimoire, makes a copy of its contents directly into the user's brain. Its only flaw is the side effect. You fall asleep during the time that the magic incantations fuse with the brain. The longer the duration of sleep, the greater the grimoire's quality and symptoms, such as a fever, also accompany it. It's assumed that she's receiving care from a healer, but since it is not an injury, they won't be of much help. It ultimately depends on how quickly Altair can absorb all the magic as healers attend to her. Someone tells her to do her best. The silver-haired warrior thinks to himself that since he went through hell with Eurydica, Altair should have it easy this time. After that, days went by in a flash. They had to prepare many things for the Blue Dragon raid, researching new fighting methods to match their new items. The party members are being gathered. A woman with a crown gestures, beckoning someone to come closer. The woman with a crown embraces someone, telling them to leave it all to her. The embrace triggers a skill called Angel's Embrace, which ascertains the health and physical characteristics of the subject. A man in glasses remembers something and decides to leave. Someone insists that a health check is mandatory to enter the party, as they can't go on a raid with a sick person. Someone respectfully declines, screaming for others to stay away. Tentacles emerge, stepping on the red-haired man. Ophelia Amleth stands over the red-haired man, telling him he looks pathetic. Someone calls out to Ophelia, informing her that the princess is calling for her. Ophelia states that both of them are needed. The woman with the crown tells someone to come with her. Altair has woken up. Looking up, a chandelier is visible. Reflecting on the recent events, the implications of Eurydica's remnant within the magic crystal become clearer. The voice recalls the conversation, a brief exchange that now seems laden with significance. Meanwhile, a hand reaches for a door handle, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Could this be the place where the answers lie? Elsewhere, Princess Altair is addressed by name, her presence commanding attention even in repose. A question hangs in the air. What was Altair told? The man with silver hair's heart pounds at the thought that it might be about him. The celestial alignment is complete. A disembodied voice congratulates Altair, confirming that her Median magic has reached level 3. The voice continues, explaining that the basic knowledge of Median magic is now within her. All that remains is to reach enlightenment through training and raise its level. A new star will be added to the line every time she levels up. The voice assures Altair that she will be able to accomplish what no human, not even the speaker, could do. She must reach level 8 of Median magic. The voice ominously states that the door leading to the will open. It warns that it has used too much strength and will be falling asleep, and that Altair will forget this conversation until she reaches the next level, due to it being tangled by the bundles of mana. The voice reminds Altair to remember this, though it's unfortunate. It urges her to trust Zephyr, stating that even in his past life, he will now always be there for her. Altair's eyes flutter open, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she awakens from her slumber. Attendants rush to her side, exclaiming their relief that the princess has finally woken up. The princess lies in bed, surrounded by concerned attendants, including Ophelia Amleth, who watches over her with a worried expression. Altair clutches her head, a sharp pain shooting through her skull as fragmented memories resurface. One of the attendants confirms that Altair has been asleep for a week, a revelation that shocks the princess. Altair struggles to recall something important, a feeling that lingers at the edge of her consciousness. A message hangs in the ether: trust Zephyr. Zephyr's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in their depths. Elsewhere, a voice announces, greetings to the princess. Welcome, Sir Zephyr. Ned says he wanted to call earlier, but hasn't been feeling well lately. Ophelia Amleth stands guard as Princess Altair apologizes for greeting Zephyr in her sleepwear. A disembodied voice wonders how much Altair heard from Eurydica's consciousness, stating that this isn't just a matter of their relationship. The voice continues, saying that it is something that will have an impact on the Blue Dragon raid and the coming battles. The voice contemplates the possibility of Altair finding out everything, or learning the communion skill from Eurydica and reading the memory of anyone she touches. It acknowledges that the work it'll take to persuade her regarding the strategy will drastically lessen, and she'll also be able to avoid many dangers. A voice wonders. Zephyr asks what happened. Altair thinks to herself that he's asking if she's learned the communion skill. She recalls when he gave her the crystal of magic. She thought he was trying to show her his ability and enter her party. Rather than being a partner, Zephyr was attempting to mold Altair into a tool. Zephyr's expression hardens as he acknowledges the accusation, his plan now laid bare. Elsewhere, Ophelia laments that she cannot yet use the communion skill, as it is unexpectedly advanced. She notes that even at level 3, she cannot freely read others' memories, unlike her ancestor, who is level 7. Zephyr suggests they continue their conversation from a week ago. He demands that, to make him and his forces move, she has 1 month, no, 3 weeks, to come up with a surefire plan to slay the blue dragon. Ophelia smiles, inviting him to try and persuade her. Zephyr asks if she has eaten, as he prepares to share information. He warns that the contents are a lot to listen to on an empty stomach, as he gestures toward the pile of scrolls. The camera focuses on the pile of scrolls, then pans up to show Ophelia's reaction. She appears concerned by what she is about to hear. A few days later, preparations are swiftly completed. The group, including Lindell's knights and healers, leaves to slay the blue dragon. All the supplies were loaded into Zephyr's silver key and subspace pouches. Meanwhile, Altair's official itinerary is travel and shopping. Since a servant girl disguised as Altair is heading to a tourist spot on a luxurious carriage, Zephyr is sure she'll do her best to leave traces befitting the princess of debauchery. He wonders if Altair is excited to be outside the castle, but is sure that he is the demon god. Meanwhile, the worshippers are in a frenzy, doubting each other. Zephyr reflects on how he thoroughly erased the traces of himself using the dragon heart's power in the 3/3 parish on purpose. He continues, noting that the other people in power are bound to be focused on Lucius's seclusion, which will last around a month. The silver-haired warrior thinks to himself that he has no more than 2 months. Until then, he must earn as much as he possibly can, as quietly as possible and with no distractions. Below, the first step to the Blue Dragon raid is being taken. The group is forming an alliance with him. The warrior realizes there is one more thing that he must do. He decided not to tell Altair about his regression yet. He thinks that it's not like she learned communion and forgot about her conversation with Eurydica. He wonders what she would think of him if he said he was actually her lover in his past life, and that she'd either think he was a lunatic or a pervert. He reasons that it's probably that contact ability or whatever that she has, but she already trusts him. He reminds himself not to do anything that might make her dislike him and to tread carefully, because that's why he made some stuff up. The silver-haired warrior wonders why she trusts him this much, and if Lucius's introduction had this much of an effect. He continues, thinking that by the time that he met her in his past life, she'd already lost many people she cared for. So did she have no choice but to be so doubtful and sharp? The hooded figure states that they're here, and that after they pass this hill, they'll be at the continent's largest granary, the Danakil Plains. The figure reveals that it is also his father's hometown, and that he's been here. The red-haired man recalls a time when he visited the golden wheat fields with his family, marveling at the scenery. He explains that in Danakil, it's customary to offer lavish meals to guests in whichever house they knock on. The silver-haired warrior acknowledges this custom, but notes that it's a thing of the past. He suggests they take a look around. Inside the wagon, the cloaked figure opens the door, peering out with a questioning gaze. The cloaked figure is shocked by what they see. The group arrives at a dilapidated wooden structure, its weathered planks creaking ominously. The surrounding landscape is barren and tainted with a sickly purple hue. The red-haired man remarks on how gruesome the scene is, explaining that the land has been this way since the blue dragon flew there 3 years ago. The silver-haired warrior elaborates, stating that the blue dragon nested at the water source of the river, which now spews deadly poison. Healers were dispatched, but they failed to purify the land. The silver-haired warrior continues, explaining that 80% of the farmland was eradicated in just 3 years, and by next year, the remaining 20% will also become deadly land. The silver-haired warrior notes that it's a miracle the land managed to last 3 years, attributing it to the special properties of the river water itself. The village elder welcomes the priests and merchants, acknowledging that this is a critical moment. He mentions that if they fail here, they risk losing more than just the farmland. The situation remains unchanged, with little improvement to report. The silver-haired warrior and the cloaked figure walk through the village, observing the state of the blighted land. A soldier from the Lord of Danakil was supposed to meet them, but the front lines are lacking supplies. The cloaked figure states that they will perform maintenance while they wait. The warrior, Edwin Pilgrim, pauses, sensing something amiss within the village. The village priest is thanked for his hard work. Edwin Pilgrim notices a wounded man, his skin tinged violet, lying on a bed and asks who he is. The priest identifies the injured man as Sir Grimes, a knight. The priest explains that Sir Grimes came from the Lord's castle, but was injured by monsters while on patrol. He took care of them, but was injured in the process. He is offered water. The priest notes that the knight's violet skin is a result of the blue dragon's poison spreading throughout his body. The priest explains that violet skin is a symptom of drinking poisonous water or being attacked by monsters from a nest. The priest laments that, like the land, there's nothing a healer can do to purify Sir Grimes. He can only receive treatment to reduce his suffering and wait until the day he dies. Edwin Pilgrim states that he knows Grimes, describing him as a trustworthy knight with great fighting prowess. He seems to be thinking about something. The cloaked figure considers the wounded knight, Sir Grimes, and muses that he might be the soldier they were destined to meet. Nearby, Princess Altair speaks in hushed tones, promising to make something as tight as needed. The princess's hand glows with blue energy as she speaks, the light intensifying around her. Meanwhile, Edwin Pilgrim reflects on the situation, confident that he can do something about the blue dragon's poison, even if no one else can. The young leader prepares to deal with poison using poison, his eyes narrowed in determination. A notice declares the area a Class 1 restricted zone due to the presence of a deadly poison needle laced with one of the Poison King Fade's 72 deadly poisons. The silver-haired warrior recalls the creation of Poison King Fade's 72 deadly poisons, a feat accomplished late in his previous life. He remembers that the key ingredients for a few of those poisons were exceedingly rare. He reflects that some of those ingredients had to be collected from his own body. The warrior recalls that the deadly poison known as Asmodeus, number 32, used a dragonoid's blood as its key ingredient. The silver-haired warrior knows it is a deadly poison that burns body tissue from within. By finally adjusting the concentration and receiving heals from a healer at the same time, it can burn the poison and dramatically heal the patient's body. Every time he places a needle, he needs to place a heal 3 seconds after. A cloaked figure muses that poison can also be medicine, depending on the way you use it and the user. The cloaked figure wonders if it will really work on the blue dragon's poison that even healers are powerless against. A reaction in the mana detection that the cloaked figure placed around the relief station is triggered. The villagers are alerted that someone is coming. Merchantry leader Philip Pilgrim is greeted by the approaching party. The Danakil army approaches the village. Captain Regulus Danakil of the Danakil army's Scarecrow Knights greets the villagers, remarking that it has been a while. One of the villagers expresses how reassuring it is to see Sir Regulus in a place like this. He relays the contents of the urgent letter sent to Lord Danakil, noting that the dragon raid is set to begin immediately. The details of the plan have been in the works for a long time. Regulus Danakil expresses his feelings as the eldest son of the Lord, questioning who is behind the recent events. The dragon raid was planned to be executed 1 year from now, according to the original strategy. The plan also hinges on the Saint of Light discovering the dragon heart. However, the third parish is blockaded, throwing a wrench into the plans. Adding to the complications, Sir Lucius has apparently cancelled all plans and shut himself inside. Philip Pilgrim chuckles, stating that being cautious is a good thing. He wonders if the order to investigate him came from the Lord himself, or if it was a personal decision. The cloaked figure declares that it is pointless to stall for time with wordplay, and orders the relief station secured immediately. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the area. The Danakil captain and Philip Pilgrim are caught off guard by the earthquake. Regulus Danakil bursts through a doorway, demanding to know what is happening. He stares intently, his eyes narrowed. The source of his concern becomes clear. Sir Grimes coughs violently, blood splattering as he's impaled by several projectiles. The knight's body spasms as the poison takes hold. Regulus Danakil's eyes widen as he takes in the scene. He wonders what those things are stuck in Sir Grimes' body. The silver-haired warrior, standing nearby, identifies them as poison needles. Someone shouts, calling the attacker a bastard. Ophelia Amleth, the princess's guardian knight, interposes herself between the attacker and the wounded Sir Grimes, her sword glowing with golden light. The knight's helmeted head whips around. The force of the impact is clear. Ophelia is sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall. Someone questions her decision to unsheath her sword in front of the princess. The knight is shocked that she was stopped. The cloaked figure explains that they overheard the gist of the conversation with Philip using mana detection, and that Regulus' questions are valid. They declare that no one has the right to refuse participation in the raid, nor to harm any of their party members. The letter Count Danakil received was not a request for reinforcements. The letter was a message from Princess Altair Justina Kian. The message is a greeting to the princess. Princess Altair, accompanied by the cloaked figure, is greeted by Regulus Danakil, who kneels before her. Regulus Danakil expresses his gratitude to the princess, wondering how he can possibly return the favor. Zephyr, shirtless and bandaged, sits across from the cloaked figure, who clasps his hand. A soldier apologizes to Zephyr, explaining that he didn't realize Zephyr was trying to save the Night Order's elite, Sir Grimes, begging forgiveness for not recognizing a benefactor. The speaker notes that he doesn't blame others when apologizing, a sign of promise. Turning to Regulus Danakil, Princess Altair asks if he remembers their days back in the academy. A flashback reveals that Zephyr was Altair's senior in the academy. The princess recalls that his group members were scared of him because he was known for being harsh, but in fact, he always paid attention to points others didn't care about. Thanks to that, the groups he was in never had any accidents, and he was hard to beat, even for the group consisting of people considered to be geniuses. Altair tells Regulus that this part of him is what she finds very reliable. The Grand Duchess of Lindell states that she will especially let Regulus know of this since he is a trusted member of their alliance. She refers to Zephyr as senior and young Lord Danakil. The Grand Duchess continues, explaining that Zephyr is actually the exalted one sent by Goddess Arya through a revelation to save the saint who is in danger, as well as this entire world. The listener is shocked to hear that Zephyr is the exalted one. The Grand Duchess explains that they fell into great danger due to their inability to distinguish the demon god worshippers because they were blinded by desire. She continues, stating that Zephyr, who received a revelation from the goddess Arya, saved them all. Through the goddess's guidance, the dragon heart has been entrusted to him, who carries the fate of salvation, and they must consider his will to be the goddess's will and obey. Regulus is shocked to learn that the letter was handwritten by the saint himself, and that the saint is praising goddess Arya. Regulus vows to serve Altair to the best of his ability, while she thinks to herself that she is a master of bullshit, and that she even forged that letter, barely holding in her laughter. The captain, Regulus Danakil, pats Zephyr on the shoulder, praising his ability to deceive others. Zephyr, startled by the gesture, realizes it's an old habit of his. Meanwhile, the princess, Altair, watches them with a calculating gaze. The group is headed to the Great Elfin Forest, an enormous forest spread throughout northwestern Aslan, where the ingredients for the antidote can be found. The silver-haired warrior, Edwin Pilgrim, rides alongside the red-haired man, who notes that the forest is as vast as several estates combined. The red-haired man explains that the mana density is high, making it different from how it looks from the outside. The horses are getting scared by the thick mana in the air, and the silver-haired warrior admits he is scared to enter the forest. Philip Pilgrim tells Edwin Pilgrim that it's safer inside the forest, reminding him that the smiling woman must be roaming outside. The warrior, thinking to himself, muses on how great it would be to leave someone in the Silver Key. He wonders if he's asking if he can put people inside, but dismisses the thought, stating he doesn't mind either. The winged woman confirms that she gave him the key to that room. She adds that the previous owner of the Silver Key complained once, but she'll let him know. The winged woman explains that the comrade they left inside the room became a complete cripple and was howling like a beast day and night by the time they were taken out. The winged woman wonders aloud why she's quite curious, too. The warrior reflects that he should keep his comrades by his side, realizing that this is that damn angel's Silver Key. The smiling woman explains that the remote village was a place that around 50 residents of Danakil used to inhabit, but now it acts as a frontline base of operations. She adds that their other party members who arrived first to carry out their missions are also waiting for them there. The warrior states that they should get there first, and the smiling woman agrees, addressing him as Your Highness. The warrior's eyes widen, a look of shock washing over his face. A strange energy emanates from the forest, as the smiling woman wonders what that was. She felt a gaze from within the forest, though it was just for a moment and very subtle. The smiling woman's expression shifts to concern as she asks what's wrong. The warrior states that he has something he'd like to confirm, addressing the smiling woman as Your Highness. The last message from the remote village spoke of mages dispatched from the magic tower, a contingency plan to signal problems with red smoke. The knight with silver hair confirmed with his eye ability that he saw no signs of ambush or stealth skills in the area, believing there shouldn't be any issues with so many capable people. The knight knew the Great Elfin Forest was his hometown, but it wasn't all that entertaining a story. The silver-haired warrior asked if they still wanted to hear it, though he admitted it was nothing more than an old, meaningless story now. The knight wondered how something he said, even while sleeping, could be meaningless, whether it was meaningless or not. It didn't matter. He insisted, just tell him anything. After that, whenever they were in hopeless situations, he told him stories of his forest. Around the bonfire, as if to chase away the darkness, the knight knew this place very well, though this place was surprisingly beautiful. It was a forest of evil that devoured humans enraptured by its beauty, the knight realized. The knight's companion called him Ned. The companion warned that an ambush might come at any time, and that they needed to protect the merchantry leader. He agreed. The knight stopped, sensing something. He and his companion find themselves deep within the Great Elfin Forest. The forest's mystical energy swirls around them, a palpable presence. The companion notes that they've reached the door of the forest. The barrier is a device meant to restrict entry to outsiders, and it's located much deeper in the forest than it should be. The companion wonders why the barrier is here when they haven't even reached the village yet. The forest itself seems to be reacting to their presence, the energy intensifying. A voice echoes through the forest, telling them to go back, that this is not their land. The silver-haired knight examines his gauntlet, noting that the key etched into it was from 2 days ago. He grips his sword tightly, preparing for a fight. The knight declares that they have more than enough time. He prepares to fight, knowing that the enemies intend to occupy the base. He demands to know what they did with the people from the remote village. The order to halt is given, the speaker's identity still concealed. Altair, a human princess, announces her presence and intention to converse with the forest residents. The forest spirit questions why she brought armed soldiers, dismissing her jokes as absurd, whether in the past or present. The spirit declares that any resolutions through conversation have been severed due to Altair's brother. The spirit sits upon a throne, unmoving. The spirit gestures to a river, stating it is the border between the forest people and them. The spirit proposes a ceasefire. Each side will place a guard post and a civilian village on their respective sides of the river, and neither will meddle in the other's affairs, ushering in an era of silence. Since Altair is showing goodwill with such a valuable item, the spirit sees no reason not to come to an agreement. The spirit tells Altair that this is a very good condition for her as well, and hopes she enjoys herself. O noble race of the border between the human world and the elfin forest is now clearly defined. The knights advance into the forest, trampling the plant life under their horses' hooves. The forest retaliates, the roots rising up to ensnare the invaders. A knight shouts a warning as the roots begin to move, another knight realizing they are facing elves, beings with long lifespans and a high affinity for mana. The elves are a race that has built their own kingdom in the great elfin forest and survived for a very long time. For over 2,000 years, they have advanced their own magic, restructuring plants to create a comfortable nest and an impenetrable fortress, using the forest's overflowing life force. A knight orders a retreat, but the forest spirit declares that the only thing they will be given is death. The roots lash out, sending a knight flying from his horse. A knight reassures his comrades that there is no need for fear as long as they follow their training. The forest unleashes a devastating attack, engulfing the knights in a massive explosion of energy. The companion reflects on the unfortunate turn of events, seemingly resigned to the knight's fate. The forest spirit stands tall, bathed in an ethereal green glow, the embodiment of the forest's wrath. A beam of concentrated light pierces through the forest, aimed directly at the elven defenses. The elves react, one shouting in triumph, believing they have successfully intercepted the attack. He asks if the others got them. An elven woman laughs, confident in their victory. She declares that a princess is no match for them, and that all who try to enter the land of elves will fail. She warns another elf not to take their hands off the crystal. The light intensifies, focusing on a single point. The warrior with silver hair stands with the princess, protected by a dark cape. The Dragon Slayer's cape reduces damage from magic of all attributes. The elf's barrier of light, which blocks enemy attacks using sacred power, proves insufficient. One elf expresses surprise that it was such a good skill, while a knight notes that it blocked a lot. The princess thanks the silver-haired warrior. The gatekeeper elves, who control the door of the forest, are revealed to be nothing but average foot soldiers. The elves wonder why their attacks aren't hurting the intruders at all, no matter how well-made their device is. The silver-haired warrior declares that it's not enough to stop him, ordering the elves to open the door. The skill Dragon Tongue is described as a unique skill of dragons where power dwells within the words themselves and can be used on a limited basis due to the dragon heart. He and Altair stand before a blinding light emanating from the heart of the forest. The silver-haired warrior realizes that this light is the source of the gaze he's been feeling. A disembodied voice declares that the watchtower is located in the center of that tree. Suddenly, the elf, who had been accompanying them, is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. The elf cries out as she is thrown through the air. The silver-haired warrior states that she may look young, but is probably over 100 years old, and that he will just hit her once. He grabs the elf, who demands to be let go, stating that conversing will come after. The elf looks up at him, confused by his actions. Altair wonders what is happening with this elf, noting that she looks different from the one she knows. The elf's expression is pained as she looks up, her heterochromatic eye clearly visible. A beam of light shoots upwards. The light continues to ascend. The beam of light erupts with tremendous force, bathing the area in an intense glow. Nearby, a woman cries out, her voice filled with urgency as she calls out to Sir Zephyr. The elf with heterochromatic eyes is sent flying through the air, debris scattering around her. She shouts in frustration, questioning why they are trying to kill her along with him and lamenting the destruction of the watchtower. The warrior, unfazed by her outburst, declares that she is irritating. From a darkened vantage point, a figure observes the scene, recognizing the power and skill on display. The observer realizes that the warrior is definitely him, one of the strongest 10 of the continent, and the strongest archer that joined the human resistance force. The archer, revealed to be Daryl, prepares to fire an arrow, calculating the distance to his target at 1,015 kilometers from the coordinates. The narration speaks of one of the strongest 10 of the continent, the strongest archer who joined the human resistance and made the demons tremble in fear. The narration identifies the archer as Daryl, the divine archer. Daryl declares his intent to finish his target off with an arrow. A powerful arrow streaks through the forest. The group of onlookers wonders where the arrow came from. The trees make it hard to tell where the arrow originated, but the enchanter, Angelia, vows to find out, activating Gree's eye. The other eye begins to track the direction of the attack, but the trees are too tall, and the range of the golems is only a 200-meter radius. Suddenly, the silver-haired warrior sees it. The arrow continues its trajectory through the forest. The arrow hurtles towards its target, radiating intense light. The onlookers are shocked, realizing it's an arrow that traveled an absurd distance, coming from over a kilometer away. The force of the arrow rips through the air, leaving a trail of displaced energy in its wake. The arrow, a pinpoint of light, hurtles towards its distant target, leaving a wake of shattered trees and disturbed earth. The silver-haired warrior raises his massive blade, preparing to meet the incoming projectile. With a blinding flash, the warrior deflects the arrow, sending it careening off course. The blonde elf, watching from afar, expresses her shock at the unexpected deflection, while her companions look on with concern. The warrior, his arm already injured, grits his teeth, bracing himself for what comes next. The blonde elf questions whether the deflection was a mere coincidence, but she knows better. The warrior's injured arm is shown, confirming the severity of his condition. The blonde elf declares that the warrior won't last long and urges Daryl to use a stronger skill, promising her support. Daryl, understanding his sister Kiera's command, prepares his next attack. The Crimson Meteor skill manifests as a trio of fiery orbs hurtling towards the warrior. The warrior stands firm, bracing himself against the incoming Crimson Meteor attack. Daryl explains that the arrows from his Crimson Meteor skill are 3 times faster and stronger than regular arrows. The archer's companions realize that the arrows are too fast to stop using Dragon Tongue. They also understand that the shockwave will wipe out their allies if he dodges. The silver-haired warrior grips his sword, acknowledging the situation. Yeah, that's how it should be, he thinks, preparing to face the onslaught. The warrior steels himself, ready to give it everything he has. Go all out, he declares. The warrior's eyes glow with intense resolve as he prepares to unleash his power. The warrior's movements leave trails of golden energy as he begins to move. The golden trails of the warrior's movements intertwine, creating a complex pattern of energy. To the onlookers, his movements seem slow, almost fluid, but they are anything but. In the next moment, the warrior's movements accelerate beyond comprehension. The traces of the warrior's movements coalesce, forming the shape of a dragon surging upward to meet the incoming arrows. The dragon of energy collides with the Crimson Meteor arrows, creating a blinding explosion of light and force. The warrior's technique is revealed to be the Dragon King style, a testament to its power and ferocity. The leaves, swirling in the air, are said to symbolize a dragon, though the silver-haired warrior knows it's merely the flow of mana and martial arts at play. He muses that, as far as he knows, it has nothing to do with a real dragon. The warrior recalls seeing a stage like this before. He stands amidst the swirling leaves, the scene reminiscent of a dream. The warrior realizes where he is. The elf with heterochromatic eyes wonders if he is a human, or perhaps a dragon taking the form of a human, questioning how they are supposed to face something like that. The elf realizes that at this rate, the elf's mother lies in bed, seemingly asleep. The elf collapses to the ground. The elf states that they have lost and won't attack any further. The elf asks if he is a human or a dragon. The elf says that she doesn't know what he is, but if there's anything he wants, they'll comply in exchange. The blonde elf pleads, tears welling in her eyes as she begs for assistance. Elsewhere, a group makes their way through the forest, their purpose unknown. Further into the woods, 2 figures cautiously navigate the dense undergrowth. The silver-haired warrior, Daryl, responds with a reluctant agreement to the elf's request. From above, the group from earlier is seen traversing the forest. A city built amongst the trees stands tall, a testament to elven ingenuity and harmony with nature. Inside a well-lit room, several figures discuss the condition of Sir Grimes, the human knight, noting that he is recovering from the blue dragon's poison, though traces of it remain in his body. The narration reflects on Sir Grimes's recovery, noting that his continued movement is helping to expel the remaining poison. The speaker emphasizes that Sir Grimes followed them to be living proof of the antidote, calling him a paragon of a knight. One of the high elf elders, Heron, speaks, his words carrying the weight of his position. The narration highlights the high elf status as a dominator class elf possessing great power. The narration notes that high elves have pupils with a unique pattern, which is an indication of an innate special power, as seen in Daryl. The silver-haired warrior's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Kiera, the heterochromatic-eyed elf, is indeed different, more mature than before. The elf had been a little more mature when he met her in his past life. The warrior wonders aloud if elves grow dramatically in just a few years, admitting he can never tell how old an elf is. This, they realize, is yet another guidance of the tree of life. The warrior expresses disbelief that another person who can do something like this has appeared before them. The elf elder recounts that after they signed a ceasefire treaty with Prince Polaris, the number of times they've welcomed humans as guests this deep into their forest is 2, including them all. Just one human, the elder clarifies, risked his life to enter this forest. That human, it's revealed, helped their intoxicated tribe members, using very uncommon poisons and needles. The elder states that the human used poisons just like the ones they're using now, revealing his name was Fade. The figure of Fade, a human who is known as Viper, is shown. Fade, the warrior realizes, was searching for his lost comrades. The elf elder speaks, his words carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. He believes they may be able to help each other, and that a friend of a friend is also their friend. The Lake of Life, a source of vitality and healing, spreads throughout the great elfin forest, its waters flowing through river streams to sustain the massive forest. The water flows into the Danakil estate, transforming the land into the greatest granary in human territory. The massive tree, nourished by the Lake of Life, becomes the Tree of Life, spreading its influence throughout the forest. The Tree of Life holds sacred power, granting the high elves their power. The elven kingdom prospered for 2,000 years because of this. But after the blue dragon made the Lake of Life into its nest, the water soon became poisonous. A few days prior at Lindell Castle, the plan to raid the blue dragon, according to Sir Zephyr, is only possible with the soldiers from the Danakil estate. The assembled council discusses the strategy. The group wonders if the elves will cooperate with them and join forces. A woman questions Edwin's trust in her capabilities. Another man responds, not outright denying her abilities, but hinting at reservations. An elf kneels beside a Bedouin figure, distraught. He wonders what they should do, referring to the figure as both my queen and mother. The elf acknowledges the gravity of the situation. The elves are in crisis, leaving them with little choice. But the real problem, it's revealed, will stem from the people of the Danakil estate. The only people who harbor fantasies about elves, a man explains, are those who live far away from them. He adds that the beautification of elves by the bards is no joke. The man continues, stating that nowadays, the elves have been escalated to enemies, no longer seen as vermin. 4 years prior, a year before the blue dragon appeared, 2 high elves known as Scarlet Moon and Black Moon invaded Danakil. The elves declared that all land that the water from the Lake of Life flows through is their land, dismissing the humans as uncivilized. The people of Danakil, living directly across from their territory, were overpowered by the elves and almost lost their land. But at that time, Prince Polaris participated in the battle as a cardinal while leading his temple knights. Ultimately, that war ended in the humans' victory. The conflict ended in the form of a ceasefire treaty. 1 year later, the farmland was polluted by poison. The Lord of Danakil and his son, Sir Regulus, believe that they need the cooperation of the elves to resolve this crisis. So they're trying their best to stop the false rumor. But people think the elves spread poison throughout the wheat fields as a form of revenge. Not only would executing the operation be difficult in and of itself, but they'd have their hands full worrying about party members stabbing each other in the back during the operation. Edwin believes it's too early to attempt the raid, but another voice, belonging to Fufu, counters that this makes it the perfect time. A woman, presumably Fufu, holds a chess piece, her expression unreadable. A man asks for clarification, seeking to understand the plan. The woman from before considers the situation, seeing danger as an opportunity, but emphasizes the need to see the bigger picture and focus on their objective. The narrative shifts to a grand structure, as someone recounts showing kindness to Fade's old guild comrade, becoming his pupil to learn poison production methods and needle arts, a story they're sticking with for now. Thanks to that kindness, Elder Heron, Kiera, and Dariel are now somewhat amicable towards the speaker, who stands over a poisoned figure. Dariel, the archer, stands with his arms crossed, listening intently to the white-haired man's explanation. The effects of the poison are visible on the victim's hand, veins turning a dark purple. Kiera is amazed, stating that the poison is better than Fade's, with a significantly quicker effect and more valuable properties. The speaker reveals that the recipe is all that existed for this particular poison. It had never been made before. The white-haired man declares that he is the first one to ever make it, implying that no one else was able to obtain the ingredients. He continues, stating that the recipe doesn't even exist yet, and Fade will develop it in a few years, but Kiera speaks of Fade's name quite intimately. He wonders if she could already be here, as the others discuss Fade's potential interest in meeting them. Dariel, however, remains focused on the more pressing matter, asking about Zephyr's whereabouts. The warrior with silver hair reveals that Persephone, the guild that his mentor and Fade were in, fell due to an internal struggle instigated by a traitor. He refuses to divulge any further information until he can confirm Zephyr's trustworthiness with his own eyes, and then asks where he is now. Daryl explains that Zephyr is no longer in this forest, having left a year ago after hearing rumors of the land being polluted by poison. He came to investigate whether his former guild comrades had anything to do with it. Kiera, annoyed by Daryl's explanation, questions why he's butting in. She reminds him that he was begging Zephyr for help earlier and now is acting unsure. She asks him to stop picking fights and stay still. An unknown figure hisses, clearly annoyed by the situation. It is revealed that those poisoned by the blue dragon's blood have been kept alive for the past year thanks to the deadly poison that Fade left behind. Even that poison has run out. They had to decide who to give it to and who not to give it to. In other words, they had to decide which of their people to abandon first. The figure laments what a stroke of luck it was for Zephyr to come to the forest during this crisis, noting that at this rate, the place would have collapsed from the internal struggle. The figure notes that Zephyr's power is on par with Daryl's arrow, maybe even greater, and believes that if they bring him to their side, they may be able to find it. The Queen's final sealed box rests in the center of the polluted zone, a silent testament to a kingdom's fading power. 3 years prior, the last of the seal boxes, excluding the one in the polluted zone, was being handled. The sealed boxes, hidden within the 12 towers, held the power to build a new kingdom, a power coveted by the strongest of the High Elves. The Elves of Moon declared their intention to leave and establish their own kingdoms, their eyes set on a future beyond the current Queen's reign. An elder elf, furious, questioned their decision to abandon the kingdom and the Queen, reminding them that they were only alive because the Queen stopped the blue dragon. Stopped? Elder Heron is asked if he can seriously say she stopped it after seeing the state of the forest. The elf, revealed to be Elder Heron, is reminded that the Queen never fulfilled her role as Queen in the first place. Even before the blue dragon's poison, the Queen was nothing more than a patient who could do nothing but lie in bed and twitch her eyelids, a stark contrast to the strength a queen should possess. That's why she couldn't stop the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon from mobilizing the forces as they liked. And if she was a true queen, she would have kept those crazy bastards in check with the mind control skill. Elder Heron declares he should have done this from the start, refusing to care for a foolish queen any longer, and vowing to make his own kingdom to feed the elves that follow him. The Scarlet Moon and Black Moon showed them something good. Even as they were banished due to their sin of defeat, they destroyed the tower and ran away with the seal box, showing how stupid they'd been until now. Farewell, you fools who've decided to stay in a place with no future. Heron taunts, offering a spot if they ever change their minds. He admits that his decision not to follow the other High Elves wasn't out of loyalty to the Queen. For the Elder Heron, who is weak in combat, it's all about seizing opportunities. He reflects on his misjudgment of Daryl, recalling how he had planned to nurture the archer's talent and bring him to his side. But Daryl, despite his strength, remains stubbornly loyal to the Queen. The Elder Heron knows that if Daryl ever discovers his true intention of abandoning this place once he gets the sealed box, he'll be imprisoned in the underground prison in a flash. And so, he considers it a stroke of luck. Elsewhere, a figure states that the dragon must be slain for the sake of both humans and elves. Another agrees, saying that the crisis can only be resolved once the blue dragon is slain. The Elder Heron thinks to himself that most of the High Elves have left, and there aren't many of them who can fight. Overwhelmed by his desire to survive, he ordered the soldiers to cross the river to find a place to move to 2 days ago. He recalls the village beyond the river that humans call the remote village, and how he swore to them that they did not mistreat them. He'll humor them and cooperate for now, promising to return all the human prisoners they've captured. The land the last remaining tower is in is too polluted to enter. However, since Zephyr knows how to purify the poison, he'll manipulate him to bring him the tower seal box. The Elder Heron resolves to become a king as long as he has that seal box. Other elves are grateful that their poisoned families were saved, and the people of Danakil were. The people of Danakil are so worried about the goddess of light guiding them through the Exalted One, they believe they will be saved. Meanwhile, 2 figures discuss the people's devotion to the goddess of light. One notes that they are thriving thanks to the elves' water, yet worship the goddess. The other retorts that the Temple of Light hasn't protected them, but rather scammed them. The first figure dismisses his companion's concerns, saying he was worried over nothing. He adds that the other is scared because his field of view is so narrow. Elsewhere, Elder Heron smirks, declaring that the real problem starts now. He cautions someone to not let their guard down and to keep checking their surroundings. A hand clenches into a fist, the owner of which sighs, expressing their anger. The speaker reveals that they were already angry about being dispatched to such a remote area. The speaker, revealed to be Daisy, complains about being captured and unable to bathe for days in a filthy prison. Daisy continues, thinking that not only was she angry about the remote dispatch and the filthy prison, but she also had to see that stuck-up bitch's face as soon as she got out. Daisy wonders if she should just kill Milia, but another voice reminds her that she was traveling with her until now. Elder Heron, a sinister smile playing on his lips, asks if any weaknesses have been found. The southern metropolis of Aronia bustled with activity. A hand bearing a signet ring pressed a seal onto a document, finalizing its contents. Princess Altair, or rather, Lady Katie disguised as her, had decided to execute her Thorn Mountain Range clearing project with the Southern Architectural Guild, who considered it a massive honor. The message was clear. Everyone was having a hard time because of the bad harvest in Danakil, but they could manage. Having said everything she needed to say, Lady Katie, still disguised as Altair, asked if she could go play now, her laughter echoing. While Altair's subordinates joined up with the elves, they hurriedly progressed their Thorn Mountain Range clearing plan, even as others saw it as throwing money into a bottomless pit, and the demon god worshippers plotted to contaminate it again. The plan acted as camouflage to hide their true objective, just as Regulus Danakil had suggested. He knew that if they actually investigated thoroughly, they'd figure out that the Altair in the south was a fake. With a seat in the 12 Apostles vacant, and suspicion toward the Eastern One rising, the demon god worshippers were dealing with internal matters, and they would use that chance. A group of Altair's subordinates, including Dariel and Kiera, stood amongst the trees. One of them asked if the others saw those things over there. The manna flower stands tall, its strange beauty masking a sinister purpose. A magic plant, it was designed to create food and water, its output determined by injected code. These manna flowers were created for convenience, their roots reaching the riverside to store the water of life and diffuse mana into the atmosphere. But now, due to poison contamination, they're malfunctioning. The manna flower now sprays poison mist and has become a monster factory. The corrupted plant emits a monstrous roar. Far away, archers prepare to fire. The condition they want is eradication, but before anything else, they must hold out. They ended up all the way here because the poison continuously pushed them back from the center. If they're pushed back any further than this, there are no more villages that can fit their current population. The captain, Regulus Danakil, knows that Lady Katie doesn't have the strength left to handle the move. They have a holdout from here, like that for 3 whole years. The archer, Dariel, observes the corrupted manna flower. He knows they'll eradicate them all while gathering some magic stones and production material in the process. Well, that's obvious, he thinks. The battle against the corrupted manna flowers rages on, the combined might of the group barely holding back the tide of monsters. The corrupted manna pulses with dark energy, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare anything that comes near. A figure descends, a blade crackling with blue energy, poised to strike at the heart of the corruption. The earth trembles as the battle intensifies, chunks of rock and debris floating in the air. A figure, cloaked in shadow, unleashes a torrent of red energy, a desperate attempt to stem the encroaching darkness. The red-haired man focuses his power, the energy coalescing into a concentrated blast. The overseer unleashes the blast of red energy, hoping to purify the corrupted mana. The red energy surges outwards, a wave of purification washing over the battlefield. The corrupted mana flower writhes in agony as the red energy burns away the poison. A voice echoes across the battlefield, expressing gratitude for the aid in protecting the village. The voice continues, thanking them for treating the queen and the other elves afflicted by the poison. The red-haired man listens as the elf explains that he doesn't know how to thank him for his help. The elf's expression is serious as he speaks. The elf admits he is ashamed to ask for something more. The elf explains that the branch of the tree of life and the water of life are key items that protect the village from contamination. The elf states that he cannot give those items, but he will ask for the red-haired man's understanding. Regulus Danakil sighs, expressing his frustration with the elf's roundabout way of speaking. The captain of the guard tells the elf to just state what he needs clearly. The elf lists his requests: to create a perfect cure for the elf queen, to restore the lake and the tree of life, and to slay the blue dragon. Regulus Danakil explains that the sap from the tree of life is the main ingredient for the cure. The captain adds that the lake and the tree of life will be restored on their own if the blue dragon leaves or dies, thanks to the lake's vitality. Regulus Danakil points out that only the task of slaying the blue dragon remains. The elf, his eyes gleaming, confirms that he will slay the dragon, and asks what more they need from him, sarcastically offering to introduce them to a girlfriend. The red-haired man is questioned about his confidence in slaying the blue dragon. Meanwhile, the elf explains that the village will be contaminated by poison without the 2 items he mentioned previously. He offers anything else in exchange. The elf insists that he cannot give up the 2 items unless he is absolutely certain of their success. The elf explains that among the 4 remaining high elves in the village, he is the only one who can fight, and he has a responsibility to protect the others. The red-haired man warns that there is no time for misunderstandings and no second chances. The man's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying. The elf questions when the red-haired man will be ready, wondering who will wait for him, the blue dragon or the queen's illness. He reveals he's extracting his blood daily to make the poison inhibitor, questioning how much longer he must continue. Daryl is told to get his act together. The red-haired man states that it is something that must be done as soon as possible by squeezing out every last drop of strength they can muster. The elf and the red-haired man are face to face, the elf stating that it's not something they can wait and see on. The elf relents, stating that if the red-haired man desires it, they will let their skills do the talking. A surge of power erupts. A surge of power erupts from the ground, the energy crackling with destructive force. Kiera is astonished. She can't believe the silver-haired warrior would use his skill in a place like this. The archer Daryl wonders where the others are and what happened to them. Lady Katie looks on, seemingly unaffected by the surge of power. Daryl, bow drawn, declares that he is sure the others understand now. Daryl recalls that he was promised to be the main damage dealer in the Blue Dragon raid, but his arrows are failing him. The archer realizes that he can't even penetrate the scales of a dragonoid, let alone a real dragon, and that this is the extent of his skills. Regulus Danikil states that he wants to kill the Blue Dragon as soon as possible, even right now. Daryl, distraught, cries out, questioning what Regulus wants him to do, even if it seems impossible. Regulus simply tells him to get up. The captain says he'll tell Daryl why he's weak. Regulus states bluntly that Daryl's items are trash. The force of the blow shatters the bow into pieces. The destruction of the bow leaves Kiera and Daryl in shock. The archer cries out in disbelief at the sight of his broken weapon. Regulus Danikil, bathed in golden light, tells Daryl to stop crying. He assures him that since the best materials are present, he will make him something new. The red-haired overseer clutches the broken bow, wondering how it could have shattered. She's grateful, however, that a new one is being made for Daryl, even if they are in a crisis where every little thing counts. The overseer exclaims that the bow is heroic grade by human standards and therefore expensive. One of the men with her questions if it's really that high of a grade. Someone gasps, asking them to wait. The Lawrence scale, an item grade classification system, was founded by the Temple of Light, Temple of the Sky, and the Adventurer Guild Union. The appraiser confirms that it is indeed heroic grade, and considering Daryl's fame, it would be worth at least 50,000 gold if put up at the Lorne auction. Regulus Danikil states that Zephyr didn't break his bow, but rather his indecision. He overhears that the bow is worth 50,000 gold, and thinks that it's rather cheap. He also thinks that the elf is unexpectedly insane. The ancient weapon and the item that Zephyr requested are shown. The panel shows that the item protected the village from contamination. Regulus Danikil realizes that there is nothing that he used to rely on anymore, and he has no choice but to move forward. Regulus Danikil is a little excited, wondering what sort of weapon Zephyr is going to make for him. Zephyr thinks that since the best materials happen to be present, he'll make the captain something. He wonders if that's how it is, and what he can mean by the best materials. The branch of the Tree of Life, overflowing with mana, is shown. Zephyr asked for this to make it into a weapon. Daryl thinks that the branch is too small to make into a weapon, wondering if this is right. The group stands within a grand hall, the Tree of Life emblem emblazoned on the ceiling above. The red-haired man offers the water of life to the warrior with silver hair. The warrior accepts the water of life and the branch from the tree. The red-haired man watches the warrior with a knowing look. The water of life sits in a golden glass, next to a branch from the Tree of Life. The warrior thinks to himself that after experiencing the end of the world once, his heart has become numb. He reflects on how he doesn't feel as inspired by things as he used to before. Despite his numbness, he can't help but admire the water of life. The water of life is beautiful. The warrior focuses on the glass. The last of the water of life is presented to the warrior. The speaker explains that if the raid succeeds and the lake of life is restored, this will no longer be the last glass. The elf implores him to make it so. He responds with a simple, "Of course." The warrior gazes intently at the water of life. He wastes no time in drinking the elixir. Energy surges through him as he consumes the water of life. The warrior is enveloped in a radiant aura. The effects of the arcanum of Hermes' skill, combined with the water of life, cause him to overflow with vitality. The warrior realizes the water of life is even more potent than he anticipated. He achieves dragonification and microcosmic orbit. The warrior's dragon heart output increases, granting him dragon-like abilities, while the microcosmic orbit enhances his mana control and capacity. The conditions for the Blue Dragon raid were far more challenging than those of the Eurydica raid. The land was poisoned, and at its heart dwelled a dragon, a being at the pinnacle of all life forms. This was not a battle that could be handled with a human body, he realized. He needed to raise the duration and level of dragonification. The only way he could do that in a short time was by using the water of life's power to unleash the dragon heart's output. Considering the burden placed on the user, a great amount of time was needed to slowly extract the dragon heart's power, but they didn't have that kind of time. The warrior focused, preparing to use the skill Moirai, an ancient magic of Medea that tunes a subject's mana. Fortunately, all the conditions had been met, including the thick mana density of the great elfin forest. The vitality overflowing from the water of life and the dragon's power strengthened by dragonification would be organized using Moirai. The energy surged, ready to be pumped into the dragon heart. The warrior strained, the power of the dragon heart coursing through him. The force of the magic threatened to overwhelm him. He coughed up blood, but Lady Katie was ready to heal him right away. Oh, Adia. The Dragonheart's average output is at 5%. The warrior's output fluctuates, reaching 6% before dropping again. The recoil is too strong, the woman with blue hair thinks, as the energies thrash about, unwilling to be mixed together. The output plummets, and the woman cries out in dismay. A hand glows with power, as the warrior pleads for something. The red-haired man observes that the warrior's breathing is all over the place. Lady Katie places her hands on the warrior's chest, attempting to stabilize him. A voice declares that the one who can best support a Dragon King-style master's cultivation is a fellow Dragon King-style master, as the red-haired man extends his hand. The red-haired man vows to guide the warrior and tame that rampant power. The red-haired man's power surges, as Lady Katie continues to try and heal the warrior. He watches as two figures are engulfed in a blinding light. The light fades, leaving only silence. The warrior groans, clutching his head. His eyes widen as he recognizes the form he has taken. The warrior's dragonification is complete, his body now a monstrous hybrid of man and dragon. Lady Katie collapses, relieved that the transformation is over. The servant, exhausted from the ordeal, admits she thought she was going to die. The red-haired man approaches the dragonified warrior, a look of concern on his face. The warrior smiles, a hint of his former self shining through the monstrous visage. The red-haired man tells the warrior that he looks amazing. A status screen appears, showing the Dragonheart's average output at 10.1% and the Dragonification skill in its second form, temporarily increasing the Dragonheart's output once per day. The warrior thinks to himself that while his strength is still nowhere near what it was in his past life, he feels like he's finally out of the water. Since everyone worked so hard for him, Zephyr resolves not to waste any time. He asks Daryl for a towel, and the archer offers to wipe his sweat. The warrior declares that he's going to start prying out the weapon material now. He wipes his face with the towel. With a sharp shick, he begins to tear off his own scales. Daryl is shocked by the sight. Blood splatters as the scales are torn free. Daryl can only utter a shocked "Wah." The warrior has ripped out his own scales. A dragon's scales can't be penetrated by regular metal, but the scales of the same dragon are another story. Though the dragonification is still only at 20% output, these are the scales he inherited from the strongest dragon, Kaiserus. He thinks that they can definitely get some good blows in with a bow and arrows made from these scales. The warrior declares that he'll rip them all out and make one, his first dragon weapon of this life. The warrior, preparing to forge a dragon weapon, admits he's never used one before. He knows that the supplementary materials must be chosen carefully for an item of this level, as unfit materials would only reduce its performance. He recalls that the greatest mana alloy is that which the elves take. He's sure that this will be able to accept the black dragon's power. The warrior's expression is stern as he prepares for the ritual. He gathers the necessary components: clear gold, his scales, one of Eurydica's tomb relics, blood rubies, and arrow shafts made from the moon tree. He has everything he needs. In that case, a circle of magic, a Median ancient magic, spreads a circular strengthening field around the caster, increasing the power and duration of all spells by 100% in the field. Dragonification begins. The ritual progresses, the ingredients reacting within the crucible. The energy begins to flow. The warrior is now imbued with the power of the dragon tongue. The power of the black dragon coalesces into a single, potent arrow. The arrow shatters, its energy spreading outward with the command, "Be reborn." A figure gasps, seemingly affected by the surge of power. The transformation is complete, resulting in the black dragon longbow. The black dragon arrow rests ready, knocked within the newly formed bow. With the raid approaching in 2 weeks, humans and elves alike are spurred into preparation. The combatants will be divided into 2 teams, switching between training and hunting each day. A figure remarks how nostalgic it is that the training instructor will be the Temple Knight, Sir Ned. The hunting team will advance while culling plants and monsters, with the objective being 1.5 kilometers east of the Lake of Yuf. The order is given to break through within 10 days. The hunting continued daily, yielding magic stones from monsters, which vanished instantly. It seemed they would barely reach the golem production quota, a woman with orange hair reported to her commander. The magic stones, crystallized mana, were used in many ways, including golem cores and fort construction. The stones were also used for strengthening fortifications. Magic circle installation was also a key use, including trap circles for fort defense and circles for protection. Most importantly, magic circles were used for creating safe zones. A mage explained that if they set up safe zones using pieces of the Branch of Life as their core, the poison mist wouldn't be able to enter them. She requested all mages assist her in installing them on the path the hunting team secured, a task deemed difficult by another. The stones even had to be thrown into the mana furnace to produce items. The warrior with silver hair, overseeing the operation, questioned if they wanted him to make something like that, chuckling at the request. Noel, the elf blacksmith, declared he was blazing with a spirit of challenge. Noel, the greatest elf blacksmith, vowed to show them what he could make. As for the warrior, he stood atop a structure overlooking the preparations. He notes his current average dragon heart output is at 10.5%, and that he has reached the second form of dragonification, but the battle will be over before it even starts properly with its duration at 10 minutes. The power of the dragon heart slowly spreads throughout the body naturally, but the more he uses its power, the faster it spreads, and the faster the average output rises. The warrior knows he has to raise his output as much as possible in the time that he has. Reaching 19% and maintaining dragonification for 28 minutes would be ideal, but at least 17% for 24 minutes would barely be okay. If the silver-haired warrior can manage that, they stand a chance against the blue dragon. He realizes that he has to abandon any hope of winning if he doesn't manage to reach those numbers. A voice urges him to use the power again. The warrior, now partially transformed, is surrounded by golden energy. He pushes himself to squeeze everything out to the utmost limit. The warrior screams, determined to surpass his limits. Elsewhere, construction and final checks of the frontline fort 1.5 kilometers from the lake are complete with no complications. They are instructed to get plenty of food and rest for tomorrow's raid. The warrior, still eating, is questioned by a red-haired man about his dedication to high-speed movement. The man wonders where his food went. The steak, previously present, is now gone. Elsewhere, a hand reaches for a wooden plank. The warrior walks away, leaving a woman behind. The woman remarks on the state of her skin after all the work, deciding to sleep early and bid everyone good night. She announces her intention to leave, and another woman offers to accompany her. The woman with blonde hair, revealed to be Lady Ophelia, is surprised when a man grabs her hand, reminding her that she was supposed to be his sparring partner. A woman with long black hair stands in front of a gate, telling someone to let go of her and wishing her disciple good luck. The woman reflects on how she wouldn't have believed the current situation last year. She notes that preparations have been completed and they will be fighting the blue dragon tomorrow. Several letters express refusal to assist in fighting a dragon, citing various reasons such as lack of personnel and disbelief that a human could slay a dragon. More letters discuss various issues, including a scammer who ran away with money, concerns about farmland, and an offer to buy land. The woman with black hair recalls the advice of her brother, who warned her about increasing armaments in her estate, lest she be suspected of plotting treason. She reflects on the lack of qualified nobles and strong adventurers, realizing that the only ones she could truly rely on were her own people. Those people were the ones she had built up trust with, but something went wrong. It was as if it were all a lie, as if everything started to go smoothly because of him. It was an unexpected stroke of luck and fate. The scene shifts to a large tent, presumably where the woman with black hair is staying. That's what others would call it, but elsewhere, the warrior with silver hair stands before Lady Ophelia, telling her that he doesn't believe in those kinds of things. Lady Ophelia gently touches the warrior's face, her expression unreadable. The moment intensifies as Lady Ophelia leans in to kiss him. The embrace is close, their bodies pressed together. A surge of power courses through the warrior with silver hair, causing him to flinch. The source of the power is revealed to be the Kiss of Darkness, a Median ancient magic that weakens combat prowess and forces confession. Nearby, Lady Ophelia is questioned about her actions, but she silences the inquiry. The woman with black hair reflects on the recent successes, including alliances with the elves and the imminent blue dragon raid. The woman with black hair admits to having had doubts, which led her to keep a close watch on the warrior with silver hair. The warrior with silver hair's scales begin to break and fall. The warrior with silver hair is shown with a determined expression, his body seemingly deteriorating. The woman with black hair reveals that she knows the warrior with silver hair has a goal, and that his dedication is costing him dearly. The underlying truth is revealed. Nothing is free in this world. The hand rests on a dark surface, the words above it a grim prophecy. If one develops malicious intent or follows the orders of another dangerous individual, no one will be able to stop them, but everything will come to an end. The woman with black hair's eyes glow with an eerie purple light as she demands to know who sent them. The woman with black hair demands to know who sent the silver-haired warrior. The warrior remains silent, the skill Kiss of Darkness taking effect, compelling him to confess. He begins to speak, his eyes reflecting a deep resolve. The warrior addresses the woman as Your Highness, indicating her royal status. The woman realizes that he is not lying, the skill's influence undeniable. He continues, his words laced with a hidden meaning that she struggles to decipher. The scene shifts to a candle burning brightly, a symbol of hope and remembrance. The warrior reveals that he once died for her, a sacrifice that binds them together. The woman's eye reflects the weight of his words, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The warrior grits his teeth, the Median magic radiating intensely from his hand. Meanwhile, the woman with black hair counters with her own technique, Dark Hand. The woman shouts, warning him not to underestimate her. The warrior smirks, confident that she must be shocked. He knows that as long as he's under the effect of Kiss of Darkness, he can't lie about anything she asks. One of the reasons Median magic is so fraudulent is that an examination of integrity is carried out along with its activation. The caster can find out if the magic has been activated properly and if there are any errors, even for a skill she's never used before. The warrior knows that with this skill, she'll be able to tell whether or not he's telling the truth through its skill effect. She grabs his wrist, preparing to use the skill. And that's why he waited for her to use this skill. He thinks to himself that to make Altair, who has yet to learn communion, trust him, this is the only way. He urges her to interrogate him as much as she wants. The woman with black hair looks up at him, her face close to his. She tells him that she'll tell him all of the truth that he so desires, and that she can't resist. She hesitates, and he asks her what's wrong, questioning why she's not going to ask. The woman thinks to herself that the skill's precious duration is running out, and that he could just recast it. The woman with black hair offers the warrior a chance to use the truth-telling skill as many times as he desires. Meanwhile, Milia, the mage, clutches her head, questioning what she's doing there. Another figure asks Milia what's wrong, and she explodes, exclaiming that she's practically that bitch's puppet. The mage thinks to herself that the person is treating her like some dog. Milia prepares to remind the other figure of something. A voice reveals that they were hired by Lord Danakil to work there. The mage continues, saying that not only is Lord Danakil only lending his name, but their actual employer is Princess Altair, who is their boss. She expresses her frustration at having to obey whatever the princess says, knowing that the professor will kill them if they don't properly do the jobs they were hired to do. The woman with black hair watches as Milia fumes, thinking to herself that she will never acknowledge the noble as anything more than a nuisance. The woman with black hair reflects that she had expected Milia to ruin the party after hearing the Deeses, but she did her work perfectly. The woman with black hair decides to tell Milia a secret. The woman with black hair explains that if Milia does well on this mission, she will be recommended as an exclusive mage of a noble in the capital, either the Giornetti Duke family or the Klein Marquis family. Milia is shocked to learn that the Duke and Marquis are looking for a battle mage, but their conditions are harsh, looking at age, experience, and everything else. The woman with black hair explains that there weren't any good candidates, so they're thinking of sending one of the people dispatched here who fights well. The woman with black hair notes that most of them provide support from the back, and Milia is pretty much the only one who can actually fight. The woman with black hair continues, saying that even if they slay the blue dragon, there's no question that Milia will become an exclusive mage of a noble in the capital. Milia is surprised. The woman with black hair tells Milia to get a good night's sleep if she wants to do well tomorrow, and Milia agrees. Elder Heron thinks to himself that they're finally gone and that humans are so damn chatty. Golems, it is said, act only in predetermined ways based on the magic characters engraved on their surface. Therefore, if one were to modify and add a few characters, the figure before the golem believes these golems will become loyal subordinates who will only listen to their orders. Elsewhere, horns blare, signaling the start of a coming battle. The order rings out, everyone to your positions. Soldiers stand ready atop the city walls, prepared for the coming conflict. Even if no one says it, the tension is palpable. Today, the battle begins. Some will return to the dirt. The silver-haired warrior stands silhouetted against the light, knowing that he and others will witness a turning point in history. The imposing figure of Zephyr looms, his armor gleaming in the dim light. Below him, the silver-haired warrior ascends the stairs, flanked by two figures in white robes. A voice booms, commanding the activation of strengthening spells on Zephyr. One of the figures in white robes holds a staff, its golden emblem radiating power. Another voice calls out to the benevolent tree of life. A woman with long, dark hair stands before a massive sword, her expression serene. She already knew what was coming. The silver-haired warrior reflects on the path he chose, a wretched one filled with blood. He acknowledges that it was much more wretched than he expected. He is asked how he can walk such a wretched path again, but the silver-haired warrior is already walking down it, even without any knowledge of the future. Since it's his second time, he knows he can do better, and at the end of that path, he's going to. Two hands clasped together, a silent vow made to seize what is truly desired. As the hands join, a figure bathed in celestial light raises a staff, calling upon the stars themselves. The figure implores the stars to grant strength to the hero, their plea echoing with determination. A beam of pure energy descends, a promise to clear all obstacles from the hero's path. The celestial voice commands, defeat all enemies and offer the throne to the one chosen. The silver-haired warrior kneels before his queen, her hand resting gently on his head. She whispers for him to be accepted as king when the time comes. A surge of power erupts, bathing everything in blinding light as the queen's blessing takes effect. A shadowy dragon-like figure emerges, a manifestation of the power bestowed upon the warrior. The dragon's form solidifies, crackling with energy as it prepares for battle. The silver-haired warrior stands tall, now infused with the dragon's power, ready to face any challenge. The announcement rings out. Commence the Blue Dragon Raid. Blue Deep, the creator, offers a sincere apology to the readers for the delay. The creator, Blue Deep, apologizes for the delay, citing the aftereffects of Season 1's deviations and his own lack of ability. The most important news is that they are working towards a return in January, according to the editor, Kim Jae-won. Blue Deep promises to return as quickly as possible, reiterating his apologies and assuring readers that the delay isn't due to contract issues or lack of motivation. The creator explains that series on breaks are normally placed under the completed category, but assures that this series is not over. As a bonus, Blue Deep offers a short Q&A. The first question, is there an original novel for this series? The answer, there is not. Blue Deep explains that he was heavily influenced by web novels and created the series to relive that interest. Though there is no original novel, there is a 1-minute animated short, surprisingly. Liko made the advertisement for them. The advertisement features amazing quality and legendary voice actors and actresses, including Sister Anna. The creator urges viewers to watch the phenomenal Dune Breaker on YouTube. The editor interjects, wondering why they're drifting to anime from a question about novels. The editor points out that Dune Breaker was released last year, questioning why Blue Deep is talking about it now. Blue Deep admits that he's always barely keeping up with deadlines, so it slipped his mind, and he didn't have the leeway to put in artist notes. The creator expresses gratitude to everyone involved in the series, admitting they almost cried while watching it. A 2023 acrylic calendar has been released as thanks for the reader support. It's available until November 30th, 4th, 2 p.m., and many characters will return. The title, Battle God Transfer Life Chronicle, means not suicidal, not reincarnation, excluding information that may become a spoiler. The meaning will be further explored in Season 2. Someone wonders who the woman with black hair is, questioning if she is important. A woman with blonde hair and armor, holding a knife, demands to be made a main character. The text explains that she always carries a subspace pouch around with her and shares her soup to people who need it, but someone thinks it just looks like she's bullying them. The creator can't answer much else to avoid spoilers, but they will be unwrapping all the mysteries together starting for January in Season 2. A bonus image congratulates the series for its season finale. The party consisted of 225 members, divided into specialized squads. The support squad in the rear focused on healing, buffs, debuffs, party support, golem control, and repairs. The Guardian squad provided camp defense and protected the rear allies. A total of 224 members were in the rear squad, leaving only one person for the vanguard. That one person, the silver-haired warrior, prepared for the challenge ahead, his red eyes gleaming with determination. The woman with black hair watched him, a knowing look on her face. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the lake. The extreme composition of the vanguard and rear squad was a ridiculous idea, but it was their best chance for raid success. The closer one got to the blue dragon, the thicker the poison fog became. The gold tears elixir, created from the tree of life and meteor's tears, protected against harmful effects with immense protection energy for 2 minutes, and the arcanum of Hermes' skill drastically increased the effects of all elixirs by 500%, greatly increasing poison resistance. The silver-haired warrior knew the dragonification was the key, stating that he was basically the only one who could properly fight in the lake. He unleashes a burst of energy, the force radiating outwards. The silver-haired warrior's dragonification accelerates, electricity crackling around him. The energy coalesces into a vibrant, otherworldly flower. The flower blooms, revealing the full extent of the dragonification, as the warrior stands ready to face whatever lies ahead. He flies through the air, the landscape blurring beneath him as he closes in on his target. The warrior's speed creates a shockwave as he hurtles forward. His foot connects with a resounding impact, sending debris flying. The force of the blow explodes outwards, illuminating the area with a blinding light. Soaring through the air, the silver-haired warrior notes that he is definitely near the blue dragon. The warrior prepares to unleash a new attack, thinking to himself that he will just release these here. The warrior continues his charge, the force of his dragonified form creating a shockwave as he hurtles forward. Below, the tombstone-type golems begin to activate, their forms glowing with an eerie green light. The golems rise, their stone bodies animated by an unknown energy. These tombstone-type golems, it's said, can disperse any mana wavelengths in a 70-meter radius. The golems are placed strategically, each one 100 meters apart, ensuring their area of effect overlaps. The golems resonate with each other, creating a mana road. From now on, the magic used from the camp will be passed along all the way until the end of the mana road, though the effects will be halved due to the distance. Continuing with the expansion of the mana road, all the combat golems dispatched in the forest are functioning normally, strengthened by magic and controlled remotely. The woman with black hair realizes there's one more thing to consider. Daisy is approached about her thesis and asked if she can make it within 2 weeks with all the required supplies provided. Daisy is shocked, wondering if she can really do it. Daisy recalls that the Magic Tower rejected her idea, deeming it too expensive. Now, her ambitious work, once buried in the form of a blueprint, might finally see the light of day. The massive Cyclops Golem, a video relay unit, activates, its function confirmed by a nearby observer. The Cyclops Golem is described as a device for relaying video and audio, capable of gathering information within a 500-meter radius and relaying it to 16 other golems over a distance of 1 kilometer. Zephyr is spotted flying, his location pinpointed by the Cyclops Golem's relayed information. The abundance of video information allows for the calculation of attack coordinates, leading to the observation that humans have created something quite useful. The woman with black hair focuses intently, her gaze fixed on the information being relayed. The relayed image shows a view through the trees, the destination now in sight. The destination is revealed to be a place shrouded in a purple haze, the air thick with an unknown energy. Within the haze lurks the blue dragon, its form now visible through the golem's eye. The woman with black hair observes the polluted lake of life and the tree of life, their conditions a stark reminder of the encroaching darkness. The blue dragon is the target, its presence confirmed by the relayed images. The focus narrows. The blue dragon is the objective this time. The blue dragon is different from how it appeared 3 years ago, its current state a cause for concern. She wonders why it's so quiet now, and if the elves ever thought it was strange. Meanwhile, Zephyr sits at a desk, explaining that the dragon is a territorial monster. He continues, stating that the territory is huge, and the great elven forest is just like a bedroom for it. He then asks how they survived while lurking around in its territory. The elf responds that they never thought of that because they were too busy trying to survive. She thinks that this was the reason that the blue dragon came to the Lake of Life. Elsewhere, Zephyr steps onto a branch. He is close to the blue dragon, and he reflects that he managed to come this close without the dragon caring about his existence, which is great for him. He thinks that, as expected, he managed to come this close without the blue dragon caring about his existence, which is great for him. Zephyr's eyes glow red. He notes that he has a maximum of 28 minutes, but since he used 2 minutes to move and set up the golems, he only has 26 minutes left. Zephyr declares that he is starting now, as chains begin to form around him. The chains are revealed to be black dragon chains, made of Zephyr's scales and blacksmith Noel's masterpiece. The black dragon chains lash out, snaking around a tree branch with ominous speed. The chains continue their assault, whipping through the forest with destructive force. The chains find their mark, wrapping tightly around the blue dragon's massive form. The blue dragon, its eyes glowing with an inner light, thinks that it is not a poison dragon. An elf recalls that the world has simply forgotten what kind of being the blue dragon is, noting that the last time one appeared was 600 years ago. It's said that the Lake of Life possesses a strong healing effect, even compared to the prayers of priests. The blue dragon is in tatters, and the reason it suddenly appeared in this place is unknown. The blue dragon's eye reflects the intensity of the moment. The Lake of Life erupts as the blue dragon's power surges, the water glowing with a vibrant, otherworldly light. The black dragon chains tighten around the blue dragon, the sound of grinding scales echoing through the forest. The blue dragon is consumed by the black dragon chains, its form dissolving into a swirling vortex of energy. Far from the battle, a soldier cries out in alarm, exclaiming that Sir Zephyr has been eaten. Another soldier responds in disbelief. Deep within the blue dragon's maw, a pair of crimson eyes pierce the darkness. That is because the blue dragon is dying, poisoned by the demons. The demon's poison is slowly eating away at the dragon's life, preventing it from detoxifying itself in a lake. The blue dragon writhes in agony, unaware of the figure lurking within. The dragon's body is failing, its scales losing their luster as the poison takes hold. Zephyr grits his teeth, his red eyes burning with determination. He realizes that the dragon is lying within the lake to try and cure its body, but the demon's poison hasn't been detoxified yet and is grinding away at the blue dragon's life. That's why he's decided it'd be his first prey. Zephyr tightens his grip, knowing that this is the only dragon he can kill right now. With a savage roar, Zephyr tears through the dragon's flesh from the inside. He reflects that he got its jaws bound tightly. The blue dragon's body continues to convulse, its death throes echoing through the water. Emerging from the dragon's corpse, Zephyr smirks, declaring it's time for some fishing. As the blue dragon's corpse dissolves, a binding spell takes hold, manifested as a spectral chain. The chain, crafted from the black dragon's own scales and tongue, proves exceptionally effective. A flicker of awareness sparks within the dragon's eye, a last vestige of its consciousness. The spectral chains tighten, constricting the blue dragon's form as Zephyr's trap closes. The blue dragon thrashes amidst the downpour of what it doesn't know is poison. The narrator explains that the blue dragon wasn't poisonous to begin with, but was poisoned by the demon's poison and has been stuck in the Lake of Life. The silver-haired warrior, perched atop the dragon's head, urges it to fight. The narrator explains that the poison will quickly spread within the dragon's body, and it won't be able to recover from its injuries. The dragon struggles against the poison, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. The dragon's body convulses as the poison takes hold. The silver-haired warrior's hand plunges into the dragon's flesh, drawing blood. The silver-haired warrior acknowledges the dragon's power, noting that he's using 19% output of the dragon heart, yet is still losing in terms of strength, even though it's supposedly already weakened. The silver-haired warrior taunts the dragon, asking if it thought he'd let it swing him around. Blood splatters as the dragon's flesh is torn. The silver-haired warrior stands atop the dragon's head, his foot planted firmly as he prepares to deliver the final blow. The silver-haired warrior, knowing the dragon's insides are softer than its scales, prepares to strike from within. He resolves to stay as close to the dragon's insides as possible to deal maximum damage. The dragon's eye narrows, sensing the warrior's presence within. The dragon thrashes violently, trying to dislodge the warrior from its mouth. Despite the dragon's struggles, the warrior remains inside, preparing his next attack. He braces himself as the dragon prepares to unleash its breath. The dragon unleashes a devastating blast of dragon breath. The dragon breath engulfs the area, a torrent of blue and purple energy. A woman with pointed ears cries out in alarm, witnessing the dragon's attack. A man with blonde hair recognizes the blue flame, remembering it as the one that burned their forest. The woman with black hair commands everyone to prepare their skills, ready to defend against the dragon. Another woman with green eyes assures them that Zephyr is safe. The dragon, too, felt something amiss. Though its mind wasn't fully clear due to the poison, it realized it felt nothing between its teeth. Since the side of its mouth had felt a sting right before it unleashed its breath, it knew its prey was gone. The silver-haired warrior, held tightly in its jaws, had disappeared. The dragon's jaws now contained only the silver key. The silver key, a perk obtained earlier, was the key to a room in a forgotten castle, allowing its possessor to freely move items in and out of the silver room. The warrior had intentionally activated the silver key only after he was inside the dragon's mouth. He knew that when he entered the silver key, the place he entered and exited would be exactly the same. That's why he intentionally activated the silver key only after he was inside its mouth. He knew the opportunity to attack would come right after he dodged the flames of its breath. The dragon unleashes its fiery breath. The warrior counters with a thunderclap palm strike. The thunderclap palm strike unleashes a torrent of energy, the force of the blow shaking the very air around them. The dragon, reeling from the attack, prepares another breath attack. The dragon's throat bulges as it gathers its power, preparing to unleash another torrent of icy breath. Zephyr, still trapped within the dragon, grits his teeth, bracing himself for the inevitable. With a roar, the dragon unleashes its dragon breath, a stream of freezing energy aimed directly at the silver-haired warrior. The warrior leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack, but the dragon's tail whips around, aiming to strike him down. The tail connects, sending the warrior flying back with a resounding crash. The dragon, momentarily victorious, watches as the warrior disappears into its breath pocket, a space within its own body where it stores its icy breath. Deep within the breath pocket, the warrior prepares his next move, knowing he has only a limited time before the dragon can unleash its power again. The silver-haired warrior realizes that even with its regenerative powers, the dragon won't be able to use its breath for the next 10 minutes. The warrior summons a staff wreathed in thorny vines, preparing to unleash a counterattack. The staff glows with an icy blue light as the warrior commands the dragon to freeze up. Even as the dragon's breath encases him, the warrior focuses his energy, preparing to unleash a counterattack. The dragon, now encased in ice, struggles against the warrior's command. The ice continues to spread, encasing the dragon further. Elsewhere, preparations are underway, with arrows being doused in extreme venom. The viscous venom glows ominously as it coats the arrows. The archer prepares his bow, drawing back the string with practiced ease. With a steady hand, the archer focuses on his target, the venom-coated arrow ready to fly. The arrow is released, streaking through the air towards its unseen destination. The archer, Daryl, maintains his focus, his eyes narrowed as he tracks the arrow's flight. The arrow pierces through the air, leaving a trail of green energy in its wake. The arrow hurtles towards its target, a concentrated beam of venomous energy. The arrow strikes home, the sound of impact echoing as the venom spreads rapidly. The venomous arrow finds its mark, piercing the ice, encasing the dragon. The arrow's impact sends a visible shockwave through the ice and into the dragon's form. The dragon roars in pain and fury as the venom begins to take effect. A nearby soldier exclaims in surprise at the arrow's effectiveness. The red-haired woman watches with excitement, impressed by Daryl's skill. Zephyr remains silent, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the battle. He thinks to himself that the second reason they are weak is because they lack real fighting experience. Zephyr reflects on the fact that none of them have fought an opponent that would awaken their true strength. The woman with black hair calls the warrior a ridiculous human, despite him being younger than Daryl. She wonders what he said would change from fighting a dragon, sighing at the thought of an opponent that would awaken her strength. The woman with black hair recalls how the blue dragon drove them away 3 years ago, taking everything from them. She questions the point of fighting now, but resolves to find out what he means. The woman with black hair and Zephyr exchange confused glances, neither quite understanding the silver-haired warrior's words. A fiery vision fills the mind's eye, a promise of future conflict, something related to the present struggle. The vision solidifies into a singular purpose, a life's mission. A monstrous figure crackles with energy, its power a tangible threat. Daryl, the archer, stands ready, his bow drawn, prepared to face whatever challenge lies ahead. A voice echoes, declaring the present conflict as merely a stepping stone, a duty to protect the village and mother. The pointed-ear woman observes Daryl, noting that he seems to have regained his composure, reminiscent of his past self. A question hangs in the air. Has Zephyr's passion infected Daryl, or is it something deeper, a connection to the Lake of Life? Kiera speaks, seemingly unaware of the prophecy surrounding him, declaring he won't become king. The scene shifts, a sense of déjà vu washing over everything, as if history is repeating itself. Daryl unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding display of power. Thanks to Daryl's arrow piercing its scales, the creature's defenses are weakening. The beast has started to show weakness in multiple places, blood oozing from the wounds. But its fatal weakness remains hidden. The creature thinks to itself that it doesn't know where it is located. The creature realizes this won't do. It needs to act fast. It considers ripping its way through its insides. A surge of blue energy erupts from the creature's hand. But its hand won't move. Something is preventing it. It feels as if something is gripping it tightly, preventing it from moving. Zephyr clicks his tongue, realizing what is happening. The woman with black hair urges everyone to quickly get on the defensive. A look of shock spreads across Daryl's face. The woman with black hair orders everyone to stop the attacks and get on the defensive, realizing the mana road is changing directions. She wonders if this could be it. The woman with black hair considers their options. Dealing a ton of damage in one go is the priority, but there's one more thing to consider. The key, it seems, is to change the mana road direction to a one-way flow. The Tombstone Golem increases the range of skills by using the mana road, releasing mana wavelengths from the 4 magic circles on its sides. When the skill effects are minimal, all 4 sides are used for skills to pass through in both directions, but there's a risk of the enemy's attack passing through too. If one of its sides is turned off, then the enemy's attack can't pass through and will be safe, but the skill effects of their own people will also be reduced. The plan is set. That will be the end of dealing explosive amounts of damage. Kiera, the Shadow Disciple, notices that the west side of the magic circle isn't active and the mana road direction is changing. She warns that it's dangerous from this point on. Even though the loss of power is imminent, the warrior with silver hair prepares to strike. The Tombstone Golem unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The time to do that would be when the water surface starts to suddenly splash around for no reason. Zephyr is sent flying backwards by the force of the blast, and when he gets thrown back suddenly, the mana road shifts and explodes. That would mean that from that point on, the dragon will be using the power of its unique attribute. The mana swirls, crackling with energy as the dragon prepares to unleash its power. The dark mana surges, ready to be unleashed. The blue dragon's unique attribute is telekinesis, a power that allows it to move objects without touching them. Bathed in blue light, the dragon's power intensifies. When a dragon that is close to infinite mana possesses such a power, that would mean destruction screams. The dragon's form begins to materialize, its power growing exponentially. The warrior, revealed to be a dragon himself, grits his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. He realizes he only has 20 more minutes of dragonification. The warrior, seated regally, poses a question. The topic of discussion is a potent poison, strong enough to affect even the blue dragon. The question is raised, why didn't the humans and elves who were infected by the poison lake die instantly? The answer lies in the water of life, which is mitigating the poison's effects, preventing a quick death, but inducing a painful loss of consciousness as the poison spreads. The warrior elaborates that the same applies to the blue dragon, who will be dazed by the pain. The conversation shifts to the blue dragon's unique attribute, which they believe it won't be able to use at first. They tried raiding it 3 times after the dragon made the lake its den. The group realizes that the dragon's attack patterns have become more monotonous. This is their opportunity to strike. They know that the window of opportunity won't last long, but if the blue dragon suddenly experiences a great amount of pain, it will actually sober up. That will be when the true battle starts, as the blue dragon's power surges. The blue dragon's massive form looms, its eyes glowing with power. A sword, radiating intense energy, is about to be unleashed. The sword is drawn, ready to strike. The blue dragon's immense form looms, its power palpable. A voice echoes, filled with a familiar animosity. Again. The mana road, a conduit of energy, is now in place. The archer, Dariel, recalls Zephyr's warning about the dragon's deadly skills, and how even a scratch could be fatal. Kiera realizes that, excluding Dariel, she is the only one who can perform long-range attacks. Dariel urges his companions to support him as efficiently as possible. He calculates that even with his fastest skill, Crimson Meteor, it will take 4 seconds for his arrow to reach the dragon if it flies over 1.5 kilometers. Other skills would take 12 seconds. Dariel acknowledges that Zephyr needs to stop the dragon from moving for at least 4.5 seconds for his arrow to hit, as the Dragon Raid Gate stands open. The gate, once a beacon of hope, seemed to be closing. Zephyr descends, surrounded by swirling purple energy. He had been waiting for someone to open it again. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with power. Zephyr plunges directly into the swirling mass of energy. The energy coils and writhes around him, a vortex of raw power. The force of the energy is immense, threatening to tear apart anything in its path. Zephyr scoffs, declaring that there's no need for him to tank that power with his own body. The light fades, revealing Zephyr, his expression resolute. The energy blasts through the ancient trees, turning them to dust. The blast continues, the landscape warping under the strain of Zephyr's power. The blue dragon roars, feeling the immense power unleashed. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the force of it tearing through the surrounding forest. The energy coalesces around Zephyr, crackling with raw power as he prepares to strike. The dark energy swirls around him, forming a vortex of destruction as he hurtles towards his target. The warrior with silver hair grits his teeth, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. The dark energy explodes outwards, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Zephyr collides with the blue dragon, the force of the impact shaking the very heavens. Golden lightning erupts from the point of impact, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The dark energy claws at the blue dragon, tearing through its scales and flesh. The warrior with silver hair is sent hurtling backwards, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. The blue dragon's jaws open wide, a red beam of energy charging within its maw. The silver-haired warrior is sent hurtling backwards by the force of the dragon's attack. The raging waves of the poison lake surge and crash. The poison lake ripples ominously, its surface disturbed by an unseen force. A beam of energy erupts from the depths of the lake, piercing the surface. Kiera watches the lake, realizing it has gone underwater, and wonders if it is trying to recover from the damage it has taken. The Shadow Disciple knows that the blue dragon will experience great pain once the water touches its wound, and that it will come up right away, but the bigger problem is what it will do next. The poison lake continues to churn, the energy within it building. The plants that produce byproducts would use the water of life as materials, and the quality of the byproducts will be decided by the amount of water of life that's provided to them. The text reveals that the plant would produce something after absorbing all the raging waves of the poison lake. The text ominously declares, strong enemies. Emerging from the forest, a group of strange, blue-skinned creatures approaches. The blue-skinned creatures emerge from the depths, their presence immediately felt. One of the creatures, a towering golem-like figure, rises, its form radiating an ominous power. The creature's face is a grotesque mask of teeth and glowing red eyes, a predator ready to strike. The air crackles with energy as the creatures prepare to unleash their assault. The golem's arm, a massive construct of metal and magic, slams into the ground, shaking the very earth. The battlefield erupts as the creatures charge. There forms a blur of motion and deadly intent. The defenders quickly change their attack targets, focusing their efforts on the monstrous golems. They vow to support the golems and eliminate the monsters. Magical constructs of light and energy materialize, ready to meet the onslaught. From within the magic tower, a desperate plea rings out. Too many monsters are appearing. The order is given to push all of them towards the lake so that they don't get. The magic tower, the elves, and the princess are all that stand in the way. The golem, made of the combined power of 3 types of mages, is stronger than most adventurers, and the healers are strengthening it. The appearance of strong monsters is within expectations. Thorough preparations have been made for this situation. But what? What happened? Half of the golems suddenly break formation, fleeing from the battlefield in a disorganized rout. The defenders wonder where they are going, realizing they can't be controlled remotely. The sudden shift in the battle doesn't go unnoticed. An elder with pointed ears observes, realizing that something has begun. The elder's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he looks towards a specific direction, wondering if his suspicions are correct. A surge of energy erupts in the distance, causing the elder's eyes to widen in alarm as he realizes the danger. Realizing the imminent threat, the elder shouts a warning, urging everyone to take cover. A beam of concentrated energy streaks through the air, aimed directly at the defenders. The energy beam slams into the ground with devastating force, sending shockwaves and debris flying in all directions as the defenders scream. The woman with black hair realizes their location has been discovered. She wonders if the attack was chasing the direction of their skills, realizing that if Daryl hadn't intercepted and changed the course of that attack, they'd all be dead. The camera focuses on Daryl's bow, revealing that he was the one who deflected the energy beam. Kiera states that the distance between them and the monster who launched that attack is about 700 meters, and that they need to stay on their guard. The source of the attack is revealed to be a massive, grotesque monster, clearly on the level of a dungeon boss. The ritual continues, the ground beneath the feet of the participants glowing with arcane energy as they laugh, confident in their success. To think they believed their escape was so easy. The group, perched atop a massive, multi-eyed creature, express relief, unaware of the true cost of their actions. The silver-haired warrior, focused intently, demands silence. Maintaining the copied magic circle requires intense concentration. The warrior explains that observing a skill used within 2 meters is the activation requirement for her mockboard skill. Thanks to their participation in setting up the camp's magic circle, the warrior was able to copy the magic circle of purification, though the effects are halved. The warrior emphasizes the need to keep infusing mana into the copied magic circle to maintain it, stressing that this is their only chance. The group knows this is the only chance they have. The last sealed box contained the Tree of Life seed, which they were able to retrieve instantly, all for the sake of building a new kingdom solely for themselves. The Elder Elf's betrayal is to be expected, one of the companions remarks, another agreeing with him. The Elder Elf is honored that they've been asked to come along. The elf soldiers are beginning to falter, their safety bunker protected by a divine power that remains untouchable. Despite their best efforts in preparation, the situation remains dire. At least no one has starved yet, the man observes through his binoculars. They have one of the strongest 10 on their side, a beacon of hope amidst the crumbling defenses. A reliable healer stands ready, her presence a source of comfort in these trying times. Sir Zephyr, the one who possesses a dragon heart, is a force to be reckoned with. Zephyr stands ready, his dragon heart pulsing with power. Even the princess, who possesses powerful authority, is protecting the battlefield, capable of taking on even the heavens. Compared to the escape of the elf elder, the soldier's morale has taken a hit. The man with the binoculars doesn't understand it very well. It's a shock that the elder ran away, but Daryl is holding his own quite well, or so it seems. The other man notes that his companion still lacks observational skills. Daryl prepares to fire. Daryl is definitely strong, ranked higher than Madame Ophelia among the strongest 10. He's also the son of the queen. Right now, the focus of the elf kingdom is not Daryl, as the kingdom faces internal strife. The king of elves is the chief priest and partner of the Tree of Life, which chooses who is worthy. Only high elves trained to receive the tree's power can become candidates. The king is connected to all elves within the forest through the Tree of Life, ruling their minds and ensuring their loyalty. This connection is the secret to maintaining the kingdom for thousands of years. The current queen is Sylvestra, also known as Broken Moon. Sylvestra was born blind and unable to walk, yet she was a loving and wise queen. The queen was fully paralyzed after giving birth to Kiera, raising questions about how she could have given birth to Daryl. Whispers circulate that Kiera is a half-elf, the result of an affair the queen had. The implications of this secret could shake the elven court. Compared to Kiera, Daryl was born talented and loved by everyone, but he has a different path in mind. Becoming a king is only meant for someone fated to be one, but Daryl has other plans. Their kingdom was fraught with dangers and disasters, and the elves desired a new ruler to correct the situation. Despite this, Daryl didn't prepare to ascend the throne or even perform the role of a village chief, stating that it wasn't his role. After the other high elves left, the only thing the elves that remained had was a growing sense of unease. He was known as a leader, as reliable as a village chief. The war was about to begin. The elves knew there was no way they could really win against the dragon, and that there was no need for everyone to die together. They did what they could, while Daryl looked away from them. When the Crimson Moon and Black Moon charged into the humans' land 4 years ago, it started a war. When it lost a precious item, it caused the territory of the forest to be taken away. When the Blue Dragon made the lake its den, it started. The strongest high elves, those who have the word moon in their nicknames, will leave this place and each create a new kingdom. The elves bid goodbye to the fools who have decided to stay in a place without a future, as their fellow elves left because they could no longer stand the pollution that was getting worse. Daryl simply did nothing and neglected the situation. This is how things turned out in the end. The army of the humans barged into the forest. And so it started. Whether they defeat the dragon or end up retreating, they don't possess the strength to have an equal partnership with them. Their kingdom is already done for, and an alliance only sounds nice. The elves lament that Dariel has abandoned them, realizing they were foolish to place their hopes on him. A collective apology is issued to Queen Sylvestra, as the elves declare they can no longer continue as they have been. They need a new hope. The elves gather atop a massive stone structure, their forms silhouetted against the pale sky. An ancient, vine-covered tower stands as a silent sentinel in the forest. The elves make their way towards the tower, their destination now clear. One of the elves realizes that the Tree of Life seed is on top of the tower. A vision appears, declaring that only a high elf from this place can choose the new tree, and that he can finally become king. Two elves, one older with a beard and one younger, look up in surprise, wondering what is happening. A monstrous, red, clawed hand reaches out from within the tower, the sound of scraping stone echoing through the forest. The clawed hand scrapes against the stone, trying to break through. A monstrous figure, wreathed in red energy, claws at the tower walls, trying to escape. The monstrous figure's tail thrashes, the sound of its struggles filling the air. The monstrous figure roars, its presence shaking the very foundations of the tower. Meanwhile, below, the elves look up in alarm. They wonder what is causing such a disturbance. The elven soldiers stand ready, their weapons drawn, prepared for whatever threat emerges from above. Further away, Regulus, Danakil, and Dariel observe the tower. The captain notes that the high elves who left this place took the Tree of Life seed, intending to build a new kingdom. Queen Sylvestra holds a glowing cube, stating that a merchantry like hers would know about them. However, she has never heard anything about these new elves. Below, Kiera wonders where the others went, as the monstrous figure's energy intensifies. The monstrous figure writhes in its prison, its powers surging as it attempts to break free. Regulus Danakil, ever the strategist, declares that he will take care of the situation. The captain commands his golem to go forth, explaining that one will attract the monster's attention while the other brings him the sealed box. The golem launches itself towards the monstrous figure, a blur of motion against the tower's oppressive atmosphere. The monstrous figure continues to growl, its rage palpable as it senses the approaching golem. Regulus Danakil observes the golem's flight, remarking that this is a standard tactic. The monstrous figure reacted to one of the golems, and then the other golem launched an explosive attack. The explosion was a seed meant to break the tower's seal. The golem's form is revealed, its stone body weathered by time. The golems were able to recover the sealed box with ease. The elves, including Dariel and Regulus Danakil, stand together, the sealed box floating before them. What they had miscalculated was the box, now in the hands of the Crimson Moon, Masha, glows ominously as she stands amidst the fallen elves. The box that they held in their hands is now surrounded by dark, swirling energy. The box was an item that the demonic monster had wanted for 3 whole years. The box pulses with power, ready to be unleashed. Crimson Moon, Masha, a queen candidate from 60 years ago, and the elf that caused the war with Danakil 4 years ago, went through demonification and lost her rationality. All she remembers now is her hostility towards elves. The words throne, usurp, revenge, and seed are associated with the box, words that Masha doesn't know the meaning of. 3 years prior, the stage is set for a dark gathering. High Elf Black Moon Ramiel and Crimson Moon Masha stand before figures shrouded in darkness. The shadowed figure muses that their presence is a pity. The figure questions their pathetic appearances. The figure with the mask declares that they truly belong to the High Elves who cause humans to tremble in war. Ramiel and Masha are identified as High Elf Black Moon and High Elf Crimson Moon, respectively. Ramiel is kneeling, his expression unreadable. The Stone of Revelation resonates with branded worms that turn individuals into demons. The shadowed figure asks Ramiel and Masha if they know why they were invited. 3 years prior, the vice cult leader is asked a question. The scene shifts to a figure holding a Stone of Revelation, its power resonating with branded worms that transform individuals into demons. The stone and the branded worm are intrinsically linked. The process gives everyone the same thing, but after demonification, individuals exhibit different appearances and powers. The reason demonification can fail lies in the distortion of their hearts, fueled by hatred, anger, and greed. The unspeakable, innate wickedness is due to being born in the wrong conditions, all of which manifest through the Stone of Revelation. The scene shows the Crimson Moon and the Black Moon, and it is said that the stronger the distortion, the stronger they are. The hatred that the Crimson Moon, Masha, has for elves is shown. That hatred ripped apart. The beauty and radiant future that the Crimson Moon, Masha, once had is now gone. Energy explodes outward. The Crimson Moon, Masha, finds the transformation amazing. The Crimson Moon, Masha, comments on what beautiful appearances they have now that they are demonified. The monstrous form of Ramiel, now demonified, looms large, a symbol of the Black Moon's growing influence. Ramiel's transformation is complete, the text declaring him demonified. The demonified Ramiel's face is partially visible, revealing a sinister grin. Elsewhere, a masked figure with blonde hair inquires about the fate of others. The figure in the hood responds that they have nothing planned for them. The Crimson Moon, Masha, states that she is simply shaking things up. Masha continues, stating that she is doing this with the two elves who thought of the plan, and you people. A figure in armor stands, their hand raised, perhaps in anticipation of what's to come. The armored figure welcomes the new demons with applause, as the demonified Ramiel stands beside the throne. The demonified Ramiel looms over the scene, as the armored figure commands everyone to be glad and celebrate. The armored figure declares that it's the birth of new demons. The scene depicts the demon god cult executives, the 12 apostles, celebrating the birth of new demons. Two elves have become demons. They killed everything they came into contact with, both monsters and humans, and they grew accustomed to their newfound powers. A voice declared that they seemed ready, and it was time to move on to the next phase of the plan, which involved killing the blue dragon. Elsewhere, a man with a sinister smile offered to lend his soldiers. The location of the blue dragon, Artalis, is revealed to be Gala Mountain. The narration states that because they were born and raised in the great elfin forest, they know it better than anyone. The speaker notes how troublesome it is to deal with the elves protected by the Tree of Life. Zephyr states that even though he doesn't like it, it's as Aldine said, in order to send all of the elves to hell, they need an even bigger power. For example, the power of a dragon heart. The blue dragon, Artalis, is shown. He lunges forward, his monstrous form tearing through the air as he closes in on his prey. The blue dragon's eyes narrow, focusing on the approaching threat. The dragon is rendered speechless by the audacity of the attack. A whirlwind of energy erupts around the blue dragon, a display of its immense power. The blue dragon remarks that it has been a while since inferior beings have dared to stand before him. The monstrous figure demands to know what the dragon slayers have come to throw away their lives for. Elsewhere, Aldine is asked if he thinks the two elves have a chance of winning against the dragon. Aldine's companion questions the two elves' involvement, despite the cult lending them combatants. The Master of the East observes that the elves are sloppy and doubts their ability to kill the dragon. Aldine apologizes to the Master of the East for not including him in his strategy earlier. Aldine agrees that the elves are no match for the dragon and will simply become food, but he has his reasons for sending them to fight the dragon. The Master of the East is surprised to learn that the two elves were candidates to become the ruler of the elves. The word moon in the nicknames of the strongest high elves represents the radiant light of mana that shines, resembling a moon. Every high elf with moon in their nickname aspires to become a ruler, pushing past their limits to use their ultimate skill. They take great pride in this. Meanwhile, another elf smirks, knowing that Sylvestia was chosen to be the queen. The tree chose Queen Sylvestia, who others saw as a blind cripple they looked down on. The elves celebrate their new queen, but some wonder what happened, since Sylvestia was chosen instead of others. One elf scoffs at another for being friendly with humans, adding that Sylvestia didn't even receive ruler candidate training. Black Moon and Crimson Moon lost their sapience due to the side effects of demonification. Since they were both prideful warriors, they couldn't accept that reality. The elf with the mask wonders if that's why they started a war, so that others would recognize how strong they are. The other elf responds that they lost terribly, though. Because of that, they were exiled from the elf society, but they stole the Tree of Life seed as their last struggle as they were being exiled. They were defeated by a young elf who hadn't even obtained the nickname of a moon, however. And they barely escaped before they died, with the help of subordinates. The Master of the East, sipping from his glass, wonders aloud what someone would do to the brat who humiliated him. He continues, his gaze distant, adding the people who abandoned him to the list of those deserving retribution. The Master of the East vows to kill them all, no matter what he has to do. Regulus Danakil, also enjoying a drink, agrees that's exactly what he's talking about. A monstrous roar echoes, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. A shadowy beast, wreathed in dark energy, emerges, its jaws wide and ready to strike. The beast lunges forward, its form a blur of motion. The monstrous figure's jaws snap shut. The beast's intentions are clear. They'll do whatever they have to do to take revenge against the elves. Regulus Danakil's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering, no matter what. A massive, glowing eye opens, pulsating with raw power. The monstrous figure roars again, the sound filled with malice. The monstrous figure roars, its massive jaws snapping shut. The Master of the East's plan unfolds. If the Black Moon members become food for the Blue Dragon, then they will simply be eaten. The demonic skill that Crimson Moon Masha has evolved over thousands of battles includes extreme venom and petrification. The goal is to release poison into the Blue Dragon's stomach until it dies. The question remains, will the Blue Dragon die first because of the poison? Or will Crimson Moon Masha be melted by the Blue Dragon's digestive juices first? Of course, before everything ends, Black Moon's objective will be accomplished. In the end, it's just going to be a race against time. The blue dragon will definitely go to that place in order to cure its poisoned body. The place with the strongest healing powers in the Aslan continent, the Lake of Life. The blue dragon flies towards the place that provides water to the forest of the elves. At this point, the blue dragon didn't care about the pain it was in, but Crimson Moon Masha had been hanging on its tail. Because she couldn't think properly due to a side effect of the demonification, she hung on not because she had a plan, but purely because of her instincts. And maybe it was also fate. The tower, a beacon of energy, called to Crimson Moon Masha, stirring faint memories within her. Drawn by the energy, she leapt from the blue dragon toward the tower, her cognitive abilities too diminished to realize she couldn't enter. Below, the security troopers guarding the tower noticed the falling figure. "Huh, what is that?" one exclaimed. Crimson Moon Masha landed among the security troopers, swiftly silencing them. The dragon's appearance and the pollution of the vicinity masked the tragedy that unfolded at the tower, ensuring no one would discover what happened. After that day, Masha, driven by instinct, began clawing at the tower, her mind a shattered echo of its former self. Masha continued to claw away at the tower, her actions seemingly meaningless. She feasted on the fallen, indulging in a hunger she hadn't satisfied in a long time. The flesh and blood of the elder, rich with the water of life, became her sustenance. The elder's essence helped Crimson Moon Masha recover the meaning of the fragmented words within her ruined mind. Masha's hunger drove her to consume more. The water of life began to restore her. A voice echoes, directing someone to go over there. The destination appears to be a structure bathed in an eerie green light. The structure is revealed to be a large, ornate building, seemingly floating amidst a forest. Within the building, a woman with pointed ears lies unconscious, surrounded by white flowers. The woman, identified as Broken Moon, is adorned with vines. The words Queen, Chamber, and Blood appear, hinting at the woman's identity and the state of the chamber. A monstrous figure looms, declaring that it is thirsty. The branded worm grants the power of a demon. God worshippers borrow the powers of a demon, growing until they can wield that power. Once their growth stops and they evolve, they gain special abilities. The special ability of the branded worm that Crimson Moon Masha raised was gluttony. A clawed hand pierces the ground. It's a power that steals the skill of the living organism that she devours. The ground cracks and splinters. An elf a skill, acceleration. This skill allows elders to stab the weaknesses of their opponents. A red beam of energy pierces through the air. The red energy coalesces into a sharp point. The perspective shifts to a view of a village. The red energy continues to spread. The monstrous figure stands tall, wings spread wide. The monstrous figure's descent begins within the elves' outskirt village, a place now vulnerable to his terrifying power. The creature's massive, clawed footsteps onto the floor, each footstep a harbinger of destruction. Meanwhile, within the queen's bedchambers, an ominous presence looms, casting a shadow over the delicate surroundings. Unaware of the impending danger, Queen Broken Moon lies in peaceful slumber, bathed in soft light. The words Queen Broken Moon hang in the air, a stark reminder of the power she holds and the danger she now faces. The monstrous figure, consumed by a murderous intent, radiates a dark aura as the word die echoes around him. The creature's power surges, the ground trembling beneath its feet as it prepares to unleash its fury. Fueled by rage, the monstrous figure vows, "I'll kill her," his intent focused solely on Queen Broken Moon. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air, a sign of the terror that is about to be unleashed upon the queen. The monstrous figure's face contorts in a grotesque display of hatred, its eyes burning with malice. Energy crackles around the creature, a visual representation of the immense power it wields and is about to unleash. With a swift motion, Crimson Moon Masha strikes, her foot connecting with the monstrous figure, a desperate attempt to stop the impending assassination of Queen Broken Moon. The blue-skinned figure muses over the situation, wondering why his disciples sent him to the rear while asking him to protect the queen, and that a demon would appear out of nowhere. The figure's hand glows with power as he prepares to face Crimson Moon Masha. The figure, revealed to be Zephyr, declares that this will be her grave. Zephyr unleashes a powerful thunderbolt. The thunderbolt strikes the ground, creating a surge of purple energy. The attack explodes outward, sending sparks and debris flying. Crimson Moon Masha is caught in the blast, but she remains standing, her form silhouetted against the light. A timer appears, showing that there are only 8 minutes and 20 seconds left before the purification magic circle of the camp is dispelled. The monstrous figure is shown, with the words Altair's request displayed. The monstrous figure declares that it is for him to kill the dragon before then. But in reality, the figure thinks it would be better to kill it faster to ensure safety, as the raid won't end after the blue dragon dies. After the blue dragon's demise, the black moon, Ramiel, remained within the dragon's stomach. That was the reason the owner of the poison that polluted the forest would awaken after his petrification was dispelled. Before the regression, the group celebrated their victory over the blue dragon. The group declared their victory, believing they had killed the blue dragon. Erdi received praise for the victory. As promised, he would eat the dragon heart, and the princess would have no complaints. Erdi prepared to consume the dragon's heart, eager to fulfill his promise. As Erdi reached for the dragon's heart, a barrier of energy erupted around it, rejecting his touch. The dragon heart pulsed with energy, creating a barrier that prevented Erdi from claiming it. A rejection? Was this a barrier? The group wondered why there was suddenly a barrier around the corpse, unaware of the true reason. Unbeknownst to them, a demon resided within the dragon's stomach. The demon inside the dragon's stomach began to manifest, its power growing. The group questioned the identity of the entity emerging from the dragon's corpse. No, more importantly, the thing that the monstrous figure holds in its hands, the dragon heart. The demon thanks them for killing the dragon. The monstrous figure, fueled by the dragon heart, declares that it will rule this forest, taking a good look at the tree of life. Erdi, realizing the danger, curses the monstrous figure. Crimson Moon Masha urges everyone to run away. A surge of power emanates from the monstrous figure. The monstrous figure cries out, begging the dragon heart to grant it strength. The text explains that the Black Moon's poison became several times stronger as it got in contact with the dragon heart. Someone screams as the poison bursts forth. The poison spreads like an explosion, covering the forest. Altair orders everyone to retreat. While Altair got the party to retreat immediately and managed to avoid total annihilation, Erdi realizes they didn't get the dragon heart. The Black Moon's poison bursts forth, and the Great Elven Forest, along with the Danakil Granary, becomes even more polluted. The poison forest had become a living hell, uninhabitable for most. A swift kick connects with a corrupted tree, sending splinters flying. The monstrous figure is struck by a blast of energy, but the attack barely seems to faze him. The reason for their previous failure was a lack of information, a mistake they wouldn't repeat. The monstrous figure lands heavily, his blade piercing the corrupted earth. If they accounted for the poison, their strategy, party level, and countermeasures weren't all that bad. Two vanguards were able to fight freely within the poison fog, a crucial advantage. The speaker reveals that the blue dragon has a weakness, a long-time wound that it can't recover from. Striking that area would weaken it, making victory a piece of cake. Crimson Moon Masha asks how one can find that weakness, explaining that at first, she didn't know because it wasn't exposed to the outside. Masha recalls seeing it while fighting the dragon. It seemed to move awkwardly, as if trying to protect a part of its body. She curses, realizing she doesn't see it anywhere. It can't be helped then, a voice declares. Since the raid in his previous life only takes place a year and 4 months later, the poison's erosion probably got worse over time and affected the old wound. This means the dragon isn't feeling as much pain right now. Crimson Moon Masha, still locked in combat, declares that she hasn't inflicted enough pain. The weapon she wields is a poison-smeared scale, fitted with a makeshift handle for safe use. The poison itself is identified as Belial, number 68 of the Poison King Fade's 72 deadly concoctions, known for extreme pain. The monstrous figure recoils as the poison-smeared scale pierces its flesh. The scale explodes, sending shards of poison and bone in all directions. The attack, a dragon tongue, connects with a monstrous figure, creating a burst of energy. The monstrous figure roars in agony, its body racked with pain from the dragon tongue. The monstrous figure's pain screams echo as a blue aura begins to emanate from it. The blue aura intensifies, forming the word stop, as the monstrous figure attempts to halt the poison's effects. The monstrous figure is now encased in a glowing blue energy, identified as the blue dragon's dragon tongue. Zephyr watches as the monstrous figure struggles against the encroaching blue energy. The monstrous figure realizes that its body is unable to move, and that the paralysis extends beyond just itself, affecting even the water droplets around it. The paralysis spreads to the leaves as the narrator explains that the power of commanding a dragonoid, who is fundamentally human but has a dragon heart, is on a whole different level. The monstrous figure, now paralyzed, remains vulnerable before Zephyr, who stands ready to strike with his sword. The narration explains that with such a wide range of control, the dragon tongue's effect would only last around 7 seconds, even if used by a dragon. Zephyr, now glowing with power, prepares to unleash an attack. The warrior, Erdi, realizes that even the silver key isn't opening up the gate, but he has another plan. Dariel fires 2 rounds of arrows. The arrows strike the monstrous figure, creating an opening for Zephyr. Erdi reveals his new plan. He will create an opening for Zephyr to attack as he pleases, and it actually worked. A concentrated burst of energy erupts, signaling the beginning of the final assault. The monstrous figure roars in pain as the concentrated attack hits its mark. The beast thrashes wildly, its massive claws flailing as it tries to dislodge the source of the pain. Daryl, the archer, prepares for one final shot, knowing this could be the deciding blow. The archer releases the arrow, aiming directly for the monster's head as it spews blue flames. The arrow pierces through the monster's defenses, creating a blinding flash of light. The monstrous figure reels from the impact, its body contorting in agony. The monster's open maw is filled with a blinding light as the arrow strikes a vital point. With a final, desperate surge, the monster collapses, defeated. The archer and his allies have succeeded. The archer's strike destroyed the monster's breath pocket, a critical vulnerability. Daryl notes that he has 17 black dragon arrows remaining and can still use the Crimson Meteor skill 5 more times. He realizes that to kill it with these attacks, all of them have to strike its vital points accurately, and he can use 2 more normal skills. The monstrous figure unleashes a devastating attack, energy crackling around its claws as it strikes. The warrior recalls his past life, remembering that he only fought the blue dragon once. He remembers that after its dragon heart was stolen and absorbed by the demon god cult, the blue dragon took control of the body within the ritual space and fought them, a battle that took a whole month to end. The warrior recalls that he got used to its attacks during that month, and thanks to that, he was barely able to defeat it before losing consciousness. The warrior realizes that the blue dragon that fought him back then was based on the memories of what the blue dragon remembered itself as during its prime years. The monstrous figure continues its relentless assault, its attacks imbued with dark energy. The monstrous figure is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. The warrior, though battered, reassures himself that it's all right. He grits his teeth, realizing that this is actually not as bad as it was back then. The monstrous figure is launched through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The warrior uses telekinesis to impale the monstrous figure with multiple spears. The monstrous figure's essence begins to dissipate, its form dissolving into ethereal strands. The dissolving essence swirls around Zephyr, drawn to him like moths to a flame. He grits his teeth, bracing himself as the energy surges toward him. The monstrous figure, in its final moments, declares its intent to parry. Golden light erupts around Zephyr as he absorbs the monstrous figure's power. The light intensifies, momentarily blinding, as Zephyr's form is engulfed. A shockwave of energy explodes outward, the raw power of the monstrous figure now contained within Zephyr. The monstrous figure's body crumbles, its essence fully transferred. A single, reptilian eye opens, filled with confusion and dawning realization. The eye vanishes, leaving only the lingering heat of the absorbed power. It disappeared again. A hand, glowing with inner power, reaches out, grasping for something. The silver key. Zephyr stands atop a shattered monument, the monstrous figure's power now his own, the silver key within his grasp. Having absorbed the monstrous figure's power, Zephyr watches as the beast roars in agony. The power now courses through him, visible as golden energy crackling around his form. The monstrous figure retaliates, launching a barrage of attacks. The attacks strike true, impacting the monstrous figure's body. The monstrous figure continues to roar, its pain echoing through the surroundings. More attacks rain down, each one finding its mark. The combined force of the attacks creates a massive explosion. The archer, Daryl, stands ready, with 14 black dragon arrows remaining in his arsenal. Another arrow is launched, reducing the count to 11. The monstrous figure is now engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The monstrous figure's right arm has been severed, a testament to the archer's deadly accuracy. The monstrous figure stands amidst a fiery aura, its form radiating immense power. The energy coalesces into a massive, glowing fist poised to strike. A voice echoes from the depths, a desperate plea to a higher power. My lord! The monstrous figure, Lord Kaiserus, is revealed in full, a being of immense scale and terrifying presence. A flashback shows a battle between dragons, one of whom is Georges, wielding a spear against Kaiserus. A figure, presumably Euderica, begs for forgiveness from Kaiserus, as the legendary sword of her husband Georges is shown. The dragon-slaying sword, Graham, descends, poised to strike a decisive blow against Kaiserus. The legendary sword, Graham, radiates power, its purpose clear, to vanquish dragons. 1,000 years have passed since Georges freed Kaiserus from his curse, a debt that is now being acknowledged. A dragon laments his inability to leave this place or send Kaiserus off himself. The dragon speaks the name of Artalis, perhaps a key to their current predicament. A figure in armor, possibly Artalis, commands someone to go back now. As the monstrous figure's foot descends, the weight of his words echoes. As the vassal of Lord Kaiserus, he cannot forgive the one who killed him, duty demanding retribution. The monstrous figure, tears welling in his eyes, commands someone to leave. The dragon warns that if they appear before him again, he will kill them. The dragon is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. Daryl and another elf observe the scene. Daryl notes that the attack suddenly stopped moving, and the other elf provides the attack coordinates. The elf with the golden hair senses that something is dangerous. The elf thinks of his father. The tree of life is trembling. The dragon is struck by a powerful surge of blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing everything. A figure with silver hair and red eyes is revealed, identified as Georges, the dragon slayer. Georges realizes that what he said back then was his oath. The monstrous figure clutches the blade, its grip tightening as it prepares for a final stand. The dragon, Zephyr, fights against the encroaching power, knowing he must resist. Zephyr's form begins to shift, his body glowing with an ominous purple energy as he struggles against the inevitable. The dragon's life force is being forcibly converted, the words echoing the transformation. "Oh, my life force," become a sword. The transformation continues, the blade now radiating with the dragon's essence. The dragon's power surges, a voice echoing, "I've been waiting for you, my lord." Zephyr, now fully transformed into the blade, thinks, "I can finally." The blade pulses with power, ready to perform my duty. The dragon's essence is now completely infused within the sword, the weapon crackling with energy. It used dragon tongue to change its life force into power, trying to put an end to things. Georges thinks to himself, "Well, that's better." Georges, the dragon slayer, stares intently, his eyes glowing red as he says, "For me, bring it." With only 12 minutes remaining before his dragonification ends, the warrior prepares for a final, desperate attack. Barely any breath left, the warrior focuses, ready to unleash everything he has left. The remaining time no longer matters. The warrior is fully committed to this final strike. The dragon descends, crackling with blue energy, ready to strike. The warrior prepares to use the dancing blade of death, a technique that burns away life force in exchange for immense power. The warrior channels the energy, preparing to unleash the devastating attack. Concentration and a final decision are all that remain before the warrior unleashes his power. All other plans are abandoned. This is the only option left. Focusing only on immense power, the warrior activates the Berserk Dragon mode, consuming a huge amount of mana to strengthen his dragonification. The remaining time of dragonification is rapidly decreasing. Now only 3 minutes remain. The dragon's energy intensifies, ready to strike with full force. The warrior clashes with the dragon, the impact of their attacks creating a blinding flash of energy. The warrior's final attack, infused with the power of the Berserk Dragon mode, surges forward, crackling with intense energy. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with raw power as the attack hurtles towards its target. The warrior's blade, now a conduit for the dragon's might, glows with blinding light as he prepares to strike. Zephyr, the monstrous figure, braces for the impact, his draconic features contorted in a grimace. The dancing blade of death connects, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, shattering the ground and distorting the very air. The energy continues to surge, a blinding vortex of power that obscures the battlefield. The monstrous figure is caught within the blast radius, struggling against the overwhelming force of the attack. The dancing blade of death continues its assault, the energy swirling and intensifying around Zephyr. Elsewhere, the tree of life is revealed, and a man cries out for his father. Meanwhile, the warrior is seen training, understanding that the objective of the Dragon King style isn't having refined moves, but to understand the flow. The hooded figure explains that to dominate strength, one must engrave it into their body, turning a small amount into a greater force. The warrior's sword glows with power, ready to strike. The voice continues, stating that even a small amount of strength can defeat a greater foe. The dragon roars as it is struck by a surge of energy. The warrior, bathed in golden light, prepares to unleash his power, understanding that everything moves. The voice explains that strength also flows from one place to another. The hooded figure elaborates, describing a strength that flows like rushing river water. The voice emphasizes that if one can understand this principle, even a leaf can become a weapon. A single leaf, charged with energy, cuts through the air with deadly precision. The dragon is shown again, now with the narrator stating that the warrior's strength can easily defeat it. The warrior stands victorious, his sword dripping with the dragon's blood. The warrior looks on in shock, questioning what has just happened. He is caught in the jaws of Zephyr, the dragon's teeth tearing into his armor. The dragon's bite intensifies, the force of the attack threatening to crush the warrior. Deep within the dragon's chest, something is lodged. It appears to be an ancient weapon, embedded there for a long time. Zephyr realizes the weapon is the source of his weakness, a wound he has been unable to heal. "That's it," he exclaims. The warrior, seizing the opportunity, strikes at the embedded weapon. Zephyr reels from the blow, the impact reverberating through his body. The warrior's eyes narrow, focusing intently on the weapon within the dragon's chest. With a final, desperate strike, the warrior plunges his leaf weapon into the dragon's core, unleashing a torrent of energy. The energy surges through Zephyr, emanating from the ancient weapon. The weapon, now fully exposed, is revealed to be a broken sword, its blade shattered and bound with chains. A surge of power erupts, the force of the ancient weapon's energy overwhelming everything around it. The broken sword floats in the aftermath, bathed in the ethereal glow of the released energy. The warrior's attack sends Zephyr plummeting into the depths. As the monstrous figure falls, he attempts to regain his balance, wings outstretched. Zephyr grits his teeth, pain etched across his face. The impact of the blow causes a surge of energy to erupt from the water. The monstrous figure's face contorts in agony as the energy intensifies. Zephyr's body is racked with pain as the energy continues to surge. A woman cries out in alarm, realizing they can't get the coordinates if he's in the water. Elsewhere, a figure focuses intently, calling out to their mother and father. A plea echoes as multiple arrows are charged with power. Please guide us. The arrows streak through the air, leaving trails of fiery energy. The arrows strike their target, causing a massive explosion of energy. An observer exclaims that the arrows missed their intended target, instead striking the Tree of Life. As the remaining arrows are prepared, the fate of the Tree of Life hangs in the balance. The command rings out. All remaining arrows are to strike the Tree of Life. The arrows find their mark, impacting the ancient tree with explosive force. The Tree of Life recoils from the assault, its protective barrier momentarily faltering against the onslaught of arrows. Below, the warrior with silver hair watches as the arrows strike their target, the impact sending splinters of energy in every direction. The monstrous guardian of the Tree of Life roars in pain and fury as the arrows continue to bombard it. A blade of pure energy slices through the air, aimed at the heart of the Tree of Life. The energy blade strikes true, cleaving through the tree's defenses and exposing its core. The warrior with silver hair leaps into action, moving with incredible speed towards the exposed Tree of Life. The tree's energy surges wildly as it sustains further damage, its life force visibly weakening. The monstrous guardian thrashes in agony, unable to prevent the continued assault on the Tree of Life. With a final, devastating blow, the warrior plunges his weapon into the heart of the Tree of Life. Tendrils of energy crackle around a clawed hand as a voice confirms a decision. The dragon, a vassal of Lord Kaiserus, vows never to forgive the one who killed him. That day, the dragon was told to leave, threatened with death if he ever appeared again. A figure, face obscured by shadow, apologizes to Georges. The warrior plunges his hand into the dragon's horn. The warrior thinks to himself that he can't return just like that. As Princess Eurydice's companion, the warrior couldn't leave a future problem alone, and so he had short battle. The warrior reflects that it's more accurate to say he got beaten up one-sidedly because he let his guard down until the red dragon quiets down. The dragon roars in agony, realizing the warrior has cut off his horn, calling him a bastard. The warrior holds the base of the severed horn. The White Queen's finger, a stake made from the first queen's bone, seals the power of its target for approximately 10 years. Now that it's stuck in the dragon, his power will be sealed for a while, forcing him to stay in his den quietly, at least. The warrior thinks that if he hadn't gotten Kaiserus blood on his hands and hadn't found out the secret of this, he laments the loss of a past era, a time when things were different. A voice echoes, expressing a desire to never meet again, followed by a farewell to Artalis. The speaker recalls events from 1,000 years ago, finally remembering them clearly. The voice declares that Georges is not the one they seek. The focus shifts to the person who succeeded him, the new Dragon Slayer. The speaker wonders aloud if this is what the new Dragon Slayer looks like. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, the new Dragon Slayer. The face of the new Dragon Slayer is revealed. The scene is filled with fiery energy. Deep within the belly of the blue dragon, a sinister plot unfolds. The dragon's life force wanes, ceasing its resistance. The time has finally come for the plan to be set in motion. A clawed hand reaches out, ready to seize its prize. The monstrous figure anticipates the moment to claim the dragon's heart. Energy crackles as the monstrous figure prepares to strike. Suddenly, the warrior male with silver hair is struck by a blast of energy, thrown back in surprise. The monstrous figure looms over the warrior male with silver hair, who is now on the defensive. The monstrous figure unleashes a powerful attack. The attack connects, engulfing the warrior male with silver hair in a burst of energy. The force of the blow shatters the surrounding area. The monstrous figure clutches the silver key, pleased to have secured the dragon's corpse and prevented anyone from reaching the dragon heart. The great tragedy that occurred in his previous life replays in his mind, a cacophony of screams and destruction. The memory continues, explaining that the Black Moon tried to absorb the dragon heart incorrectly, causing a surge of power. Only beings of the same class as dragons, either dragons themselves or high-ranked demons, can absorb dragon hearts without preparation. That was not the case for the Black Moon, whose vessel couldn't handle the surge of power and died on the spot. Shortly after, the demon god cult's vice cult leader took the dragon heart and Ramiel's magic stone. In the end, the Black Moon was completely used by them. A stark question hangs in the air. Were you happy? The narration continues, revealing that the demon god watched over the remaining few walk pointlessly without a home from the afterworld. Worshippers who deceived him took over the world and ended up in the same sorry state that he did. A voice chuckles, noting the smell of a dragon. The voice continues, finding the smell of a human mixed into it interesting. The demon god muses that he was expecting to run into elves. He muses to himself, surprised, that he would encounter a dragonoid. The dragonoid speaks, introducing himself, but his name is cut off. Suddenly, a blade of red energy slashes toward the dragonoid. The dragonoid is shocked by the sudden attack. The attacker, wielding a massive golden cross, continues his assault. The golden cross slams into the dragonoid, the impact creating a blinding flash of light. The attacker laughs, his clawed hand outstretched. The golden cross spins rapidly, crackling with energy as the attacker prepares another strike. The dragonoid's eyes narrow, a hint of desperation in his gaze. The attacker realizes the dragonoid is no longer where he expected, questioning if he slipped away. A voice echoes, taunting the attacker that he may have thought he had driven him into a corner. The dragonoid reveals himself, perched above, declaring that the attacker has only exposed his own weakness. The dragonoid knows it's dangerous to attack an enemy you've never seen before, because you could get countered. But he's doing it anyway, despite the risk. He realizes that the reason he's pushing forward is because he can only use the dragon's power for a limited time. That time, he calculates, will only last for 1 to 2 more minutes. He clicks his tongue, acknowledging that his opponent is sharp. As he predicted, the dragonoid only has dragonification for 48 more seconds. And due to the side effects of Berserk Dragon Mode, he'll fall asleep right after his dragonification ends. That's not all, Zephyr realizes. He's used too much strength, and his body is already at its limit. He doesn't have enough time nor strength, so he needs to focus on baiting the attacker to do that. The dragonoid proposes a deal. If the attacker hands over the dragon heart to him, he'll spare his life. The attacker reveals his true motive. He only wishes to seek revenge on all elves. He clarifies that he doesn't harbor any ill feelings toward humans like Zephyr. The attacker commands Zephyr to stay right there. Zephyr activates the skill Dragon Tongue, a unique skill of dragons where power dwells within the words themselves, but it has restrictions due to his dragon heart. The dragonoid begins to speak, channeling the power of Dragon Tongue. The attacker curses, realizing he can't move his legs. Zephyr stands over the paralyzed attacker, the power of Dragon Tongue binding him. The attacker, still paralyzed, is once again assaulted by a surge of energy. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he prepares to defend himself. A barrier erupts around the attacker, a desperate attempt to ward off the onslaught. The attacker, enraged, shouts that he was in the middle of saying something and shouldn't be interrupted. Zephyr, feeling the strain of his dragon tongue technique, notes that his body is in tatters. Despite his exhaustion, the silver-haired warrior steels himself, resolving to muster enough stamina for one last swing. A description of the Sword of Light appears, explaining that it is a divine artifact that requires tremendous stats to wield, lest the user's body burn. However, the Goddess of Light can remove these restrictions. The attacker declares that he will not permit it, as golden energy crackles around him. The attacker's hand glows with intense heat, the energy building to a critical point. The attacker unleashes the built-up energy, sending a devastating blast towards Zephyr. The attacker curses, realizing he could have used that power back then. He wonders if he lacks the mana or stats, or if there is some other problem preventing him from reaching his full potential. The attacker, fueled by rage, unleashes a torrent of insults. The force of the counterattack sends Zephyr hurtling backwards, engulfed in flames. The silver-haired warrior dispels a barrier, narrowly avoiding the worst of the blast. He admits he doesn't know what just happened. He realizes that he still can't move his body properly, having only just been released from petrification. He admits he can't fight yet, and that's why he tried to buy time by talking. Despite being bound, Zephyr declares that having his feet bound is the attacker's mistake, and that he can still attack. The attacker, grinning maniacally, calls for his venom to return to him. He reveals that the moon skill he once used as a high elf is now complete with a demon's power, and that it is his ultimate skill. The attacker prepares to unleash Venom Spear, Ramiel's unique skill, which condenses poison into a spear of venom tough and sharp enough to pierce even dragon scales. Zephyr grits his teeth, bracing for the impending attack. The attacker's eyes gleam with malicious intent. The attacker laughs maniacally, reveling in the moment and the scream he is about to unleash. He muses on how being stronger than him, overwhelmingly strong beings, would become humble towards him unwittingly, such as a dragon or someone like Zephyr. He relishes the sense of superiority he gains from their screams, and is glad he decided to become a demon. The attacker, reveling in the screams, admits he would love to savor the moment longer, but he has other plans. With a surge of dark energy, he declares that he will send his opponent off peacefully. The attacker bids Zephyr goodbye, the dark energy swirling around him. Suddenly, Zephyr hears a strange sound, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A gasp escapes Zephyr's lips as he realizes what's happening. The roots of the Tree of Life erupt from the ground, a surge of power coursing through them. The roots pierce through the attacker's chest, a bright green energy emanating from the point of impact. A pain scream rips through the air as the attacker is impaled. The attacker, now impaled, is shocked to see the roots of the Tree of Life. Someone explains that the roots are from the Tree of Life, contaminated by the attacker's skill, which sucked up all the poison in the area. The attacker looks up at the Tree of Life, realizing the gravity of his mistake. The roots cleanse the area, leaving the lake pristine. The Dragon Heart and Black Moon's magic stone, once wielded by the Vice Cult leader, had been forged into a weapon, used to create poison fog and a venom spear. The original owner of the magic stone would have possessed the same skill, making him bait for the venom spear's poison-absorbing effect, the fastest way to cleanse the forest. The only purified area had been around the lake, but now the lake and its roots, the very core of this place, were also cleansed. The forest would begin to recover, so long as no one released poison here again. The attacker with the golden cross had intended to end it all in one go with the Sword of Light. The silver-haired warrior didn't expect to be helped like this. He silently thanked the Tree of Life. The impaled attacker knew he needed to release the poison quickly. The attacker cursed, realizing he couldn't gather his mana because half of his heart was pierced. The Tree of Life had protected the elves with its roots, which were all over the place before they got sick with his poison. He thought of those who were protected by the tree and had no idea how scary it was. The silver-haired warrior accused him of being not only ungrateful, but also stupid. He added that it sucked to have things going wrong all the time, especially when you don't know why. The attacker, impaled by the roots, was told he'd be comfortable once he died. Before news of Zephyr's actions could reach them, a powerful force rippled outwards. The rear guard felt the surge of power emanating from the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was resurrected, its golden light bathing the surrounding area. The resurrection of the Tree of Life meant the tide of battle had turned. A message crackled over the comms, identifying the vanguard. The soldiers received confirmation. The Blue Dragon had been defeated. The message continued, relaying that the Dragon Heart had been secured and urging them to eliminate the remaining monsters. A triumphant roar echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers raised their armored fists in victory. The soldiers expressed their disbelief and relief at the news of the dragon's defeat. A woman celebrated Zephyr's victory, asking if he could hear their cheers. The sound of the cheers reached Zephyr. The roots of the Tree of Life reach out, enveloping a falling figure. The figure plummets through the water, someone calling out his name, Zephyr. He continues to fall, drawn towards the center of the swirling water. The roots of the Tree of Life fully encase Zephyr, drawing him in. The water calms as the roots absorb him. A voice echoes, thanking the young dragonoid. The roots of the Tree of Life glow faintly. The voice continues, expressing gratitude for his help. The glow intensifies as the roots pulse with energy. The light from the Tree of Life shines brightly, illuminating the surrounding area. Elsewhere, a large, ornate building stands amidst a forest. A voice declares that the roots of the Tree of Life have been revived. A figure with blood on their face acknowledges the revival, but questions if they contribute enough. The warrior with silver hair stands alongside Zephyr, both bathed in the light of the revived Tree of Life. He realizes that the attack felt like his own martial art, wondering who would have thought the demon race could duplicate skills. He notes that a mage elf, an elder from the party, absorbed something. The warrior realizes he has lost too much blood. He realizes he doesn't have any potions left. If he doesn't restore his body with spiritual cadence, Avina, a voice tells him not to be surprised, explaining that the vine acts as her hands and feet. She says she is unable to move, but thanks him for protecting her. The woman asks him to allow her to express her gratitude. Her eyes open, revealing a golden glow. The camera focuses on the crown on her head. She introduces herself as Sylvestia, the Queen of the Elves. Sylvestia detects the smell of blood. She requests that the silver-haired warrior come closer, stating that he needs treatment. Sylvestia, the Queen of the Elves, holds a glowing orb in her hand, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes, stating that Zephyr is a cool name. The voice continues, revealing that Zephyr's father has left to a faraway place and will never return, but that Zephyr can see the things his father could a long time ago. The Queen of the Elves asks if he will come with her, stating that she wants to raise him normally in a safe place. The voice, seemingly belonging to Zephyr's mother, laments that it would have been better if she had left him in his father's care back then, admitting she doesn't know what the answer is anymore, unlike his father. The scene shifts to a memory, where Zephyr's mother apologizes for not being able to protect him as he coughs up blood. His mother's voice echoes, stating that the last thing she can teach him is to wield the sword and protect himself from now on. Zephyr, now older, stares ahead with a determined expression. The scene returns to the present, with Zephyr realizing it was all a dream as he thinks of his mother. A voice declares that what he saw happened a long time ago. Zephyr questions where he is. Zephyr, still within the roots of the Tree of Life, wonders how much time has passed since he arrived. 72 hours, 18 minutes, and 29 seconds, a voice informs him. The warrior is startled by the sudden response. The voice, seemingly belonging to the Tree of Life, tells the silver-haired warrior not to move just yet, as he is still recovering. The Tree of Life explains that this place is inside its trunk. The Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, reveals itself as a reincarnation for all Earthlings, intending to communicate with them all. The warrior stares intently at the Tree of Life. Zephyr is shocked, realizing that he is in the presence of the Tree of Life. The silver-haired warrior recalls that in his past life, after failing the raid, he heard they didn't save the Tree of Life and the Queen of Elves. The Tree of Life continues, stating that he has never met the warrior before, but he would know if Dariel had told him. The Tree of Life explains that the only person who has seen him in this form is his wife, as he cannot show such a large reincarnation outside his body. The Tree of Life asks if the warrior can read other people's thoughts, then confirms that he is only deciphering the signals coming out of his body, stating that this is his power. He offers to stop if it offends him. He felt a strange sensation creeping over him, unnerved by the eyes that seemed devoid of life. The Tree of Life admitted that it couldn't read the warrior's mind, sensing defensiveness and unease. It reassured him that it had no intention of causing harm, expressing gratitude instead. The warrior noticed a fruit growing nearby. The Tree of Life urged him to eat the fruit enriched with its sap, promising a quick recovery. It explained that normally, his body would need to hibernate for a week. The Tree of Life explained that because it had treated him, he had awakened within 24 hours. The Tree of Life revealed that it had been imprisoned by the blue dragon's dragon tongue and unable to move, infected by poison. It continued, explaining that it could observe him through its children. The Tree of Life thanked him for helping it and its children. It also thanked him for keeping its wife safe. The scene shifted to the wife of the Tree of Life, tending to Zephyr, placing a flower near his face. The Tree of Life explained that their interaction was called a bilateral contract, an agreement where both sides agree to fulfill their sides of the bargain. If it had received something from him, it needed to give something in return, which was the foundation created. The Tree of Life declared that it was the one who spreads order. He chews on a twig, utterly lost. The warrior has no idea what the Tree of Life is talking about. The warrior wonders if the Tree of Life is thanking him for his help. And the Dariel of the warrior's past life spoke of his father. The Tree of Life continues, calling the warrior a demigod. The Tree of Life explains that the warrior is akin to a god, but hasn't reached that state yet. Zephyr, though his head is in the clouds, refuses to be swayed by the words of someone like the warrior. He thinks it'll be best if he can make an offer, one that's in his favor, of course. He likes the way the warrior thinks, calling it a bilateral contract. Zephyr doesn't think treating the warrior is enough to call it even. The Tree of Life tells the warrior to wake up from his hibernation, referring to the dragon heart inside him. The Tree of Life asks if there's not a side effect since Zephyr transplanted it into such a fragile body. Zephyr realizes that the Tree of Life is seeing right through him. Zephyr reveals that increasing the output by 10% is also his power. The Tree of Life tells Zephyr that it seems like he needs to readjust his body. The Tree of Life explains that after destroying the demon race with his heart's output, the warrior has already reached 23%, so it is not strange for his body to be destroyed. The Tree of Life continues, stating that within 72 hours, he had readjusted the warrior's whole body. The Tree of Life reveals that the warrior is now strong enough to transplant the blue dragon's heart as well. The Tree of Life proposes a new contract to the young dragonoid. The Tree of Life states that he will transplant the blue dragon's heart into the warrior. The Tree of Life asks if, in return, the warrior will fulfill his request.